The scene of the two saints chasing the black-clad figure drew everyone's attention. Just at that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the shoulder of Liu Yejian, who was holding the willow leaf sword from behind. Liu Yejian was shocked. It wasn't until he was grabbed that he realized the opponent's martial arts skills were beyond his own level. When he turned his head to look, he was even more astonished. It was Zhao Yuanzhang. Did this guy know that Liu Yejian had encouraged Zhao Wuji to kill him, and now he was looking for revenge? Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuanzhang just pushed him away and reminded him, "Go now." Liu Yejian was even more amazed. Although he didn't know why Zhao Yuanzhang was saving him, when was a better time to leave? Want to leave? Not so easy. Ling Yu quickly noticed and a palm struck directly towards Liu Yejian. Zhao Yuanzhang was prepared and immediately had the elite guards block for a moment, finally using all his strength to block the residual force for Liu Yejian. Ling Yu wanted to continue the pursuit, but Qin Mingyu quickly reminded, "Ling Yu, important matters come first." Ling Yu calmed down. Maybe Zhao Yuanzhang deliberately led him away like this, then planned to trap him. There would be many opportunities to kill Liu Yejian later, but today they needed to stabilize Yanjing, stabilize the Dragon Kingdom, especially since Xia Dian's 80,000 troops had already begun nobly attacking the city. Abbot D. At this moment, Shi Peng hurried out and said, "Please postpone the prayer ceremony. I have very important matters to attend to right now." Amitabha. Although Master Di Chen was not sure about the specifics, he guessed that the Dragon Kingdom was facing imminent danger today. He immediately said, "I will follow the orders of the Lord Qi and handle things here with the Purple Gold Temple. I hope the Lord Qi can bring peace and prosperity to the neighboring countries, and all will be well." After Shi Peng returned the courtesy, he quickly urged Ling Yu to escort him to leave the Purple Gold Temple. The masters of the league skilled in facing wolves and slaughtering tigers moved around Ling Yu, but didn't dare to act rashly. "We can't just let them leave like this. Go for it." Just as someone was about to step forward, Ling Yu struck with a palm. Dang! The internal force burst outward, directly knocking the person back more than 10 meters, knocking down 7 or 8 people behind him. While others could still struggle, the one hit was immediately done for. The crowd gasped in shock. What is a killing god? This is it. Who would dare to move? They could only watch as Ling Yu escorted Shi Peng down the mountain. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure continued to carry Manhwaedit, successfully escaping from the injured to Saintess, and arrived at an uninhabited area at the foot of the mountain. Manhwaedit was amazed. The figure in the masked skills and agility far surpassed his. It turned out that the Dragon Kingdom truly had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. These old monsters usually didn't show themselves easily. As soon as he steadied himself, Manhwaedit immediately bowed and said, "Today, I thank the senior for saving me. I don't know if the senior would spare my life for the future." Before he could finish speaking, the black-clad figure snorted and slapped him directly across the face. Smack! Manhwaedit was momentarily dazed, suddenly feeling like Manhwaedit, a dignified member of the Manhwa family, was being ridiculed today. "My Manhwa family's face has been completely disgraced by you. You are just a disgrace." The black-clad figure spoke again, changing his voice. Or rather, that was his original voice. Manhwaedit was suddenly struck as he realized who the other person was. How could he dare to be angry? He looked at the figure in shock and panic, like a child who had done something wrong. The black-clad figure removed his mask and hood, revealing a face radiant with anger. It was evident that he was an extremely powerful middle-aged man. "Father, it's you!" Manhwaedit exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't seen his biological father in a long time, and Manhwaedit had always been low-key, which had led him to believe that he had reached or even surpassed his father's abilities by now. Little did he know of his father's strength until today, realizing that his father was actually a holy level master. HMPH, I thought your strength could be compared to Ling Yu's, earning you the titles of Wolf King of the North and Moran of the South without any merit, easily being placed alongside the 5-star honored general, gaining fame effortlessly. Who knew you were so powerless, revealed in your true form by Ling Yu today, and even lost to Marong Chen's son. You have truly embarrassed me. Marong Chen scolded his son with regret and anger. Manhwaedit hung his head low, his eyes filled with unwillingness, yet he dared not argue back. You lack actual combat experience. Marong Chen sighed again. Blame it on John Peng's 30 years of peace development, leaving today's children with no chance to go to war. They are like hothouse flowers. Although they perform well in exams, they can't demonstrate their true abilities in real combat. Yes. Upon hearing these words, Moranchia immediately agreed excitedly. It's all because of the surrender faction that ruined the Dragon Kingdom, and also ruined me. Father, believe me, I just lack practical experience. As long as I accumulate experience, I will definitely defeat Moranxia and Ling Yu in the future. Code. That's the spirit. Moranqing could only encourage his son, but defeating them is just a small goal for you. Our major goal is to destroy the entire surrender faction left behind by John Payne. Our Moran family must take control of the power of the Dragon Kingdom in our own hands. Moranxia was shocked and asked, Father, hasn't the Moran family always avoided involvement in politics? Haha. Moranqing laughed heartily. That's just what we tell outsiders. I didn't tell you, but I never expected you to believe it too. Moranxia was stunned again. He felt like he had been living in a fairy tale world for the past 20 years, and today, his father was bringing him back to reality. You were young before, and there were many outsiders around. I couldn't tell you, but now, it's just the two of us, father and son. I can tell you everything. Moranqing put his arm around his son's shoulder and said solemnly, in fact, our Moran family has been preparing to seize power from the Dragon Kingdom since your grandfather's generation. Not only that, your great-uncle once went to the battlefield and tried to seize military power, but he didn't expect to be killed by Ling Wanran, united with the 9 saints. Moranxia shuddered. He had never heard of such a significant event before. It's too embarrassing. Since Ling Wanran and the then ruler didn't want to reveal it, we naturally wouldn't talk about it. Moranqing quickly dispelled his doubts. Not only that, our Moran family has close cooperation with the 3 Saints organization, and the King of Heavenly Battle is also my sworn brother. Our Moran family must cooperate with the 3 Saints organization to take control of the Dragon Kingdom's power, and then divide and rule. Moranxia shuddered again, but instead of feeling scared, he became excited. With such a background, he had no worries about not having another chance to confront Ling Yu and defeat that arrogant man to redeem himself and clear the name of himself and the Moran family. However, he was also puzzled and asked, Father, since your martial arts skills are so high, why aren't you ranked among the new 7 saints? Moranqing laughed heartily at this. Haha. Our Moran family is the preeminent force in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Those rankings and titles of authority are naturally controlled by our Moran family. Oh. Moranxia was even more confused. He knew some but not all. In the Dragon Kingdom, there was a martial arts general association responsible for collecting and updating the strength data of martial artists nationwide, even providing specific rankings. The lowest was D, and the strongest was the Holy Grade, which was the SSS and above level martial artists. Currently, the association had information on the 7 saints, but strangely lacked any information on his father. He never knew before that this organization was controlled by the Moran family. I'm not talking about the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts General Association. Moranqing seemed to know what he was thinking and said, with a triumphant smile, as for the information on top-tier martial artists, this association actually updates based on information provided by that organization. Father, which organization is that organization? Moranxia asked dopily. Even he didn't know. It must be through a secret channel. It is named the Northern Dipper Star. You will definitely come into contact with it in the future. Let's leave here and talk more later. Moranqing didn't want to continue chatting, as he also feared the combined strength of the Dragon and Tiger Saints. Although the 2 love-stricken fighters were already battling with severe injuries, the power they could unleash together was not to be underestimated. The most critical factor was Ling Yu, the only grandson in the history of the martial arts world to reach the peak 5 Vest legendary level, truly a new generation battle king. Moranqing didn't want to encounter him. On the other side, Ling Yu had no intention of finding members of the Moran family. He only wanted to quickly protect Shi Peng and return to the parliament to oversee the situation. As they descended the mountain, he received a message from Duel. Nearly 100,000 troops were already at the gates of Yanjing City, preparing to attack and occupy the parliament, the power center of the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, as they descended the mountain, Zhao Ming and his men intercepted them. What's going on? This is the Duke's team. Who dares to block us? Ling Yu immediately got off the vehicle and shouted angrily. Seeing this killer again, Zhao Ming felt a bit nervous, but he still bravely commented, "We are here on official orders. We must protect the Duke and complete the ritual ceremony before the blockade can be lifted. The ceremony hasn't been completed yet. Please return with us to the mountain." "What's happening here?" Mo Shu, who was with Ling Yu, couldn't help but remark, "Who do they think they are? Demanding orders from the big boss like that? Do they think they are the head of state? We are also acting in accordance with orders. Please do not make it difficult for us." Zhao Erming said righteously, "Ling Yu, they are trying to delay us." Qin Mingyu quickly reminded Ling Yu from behind, "This is likely all intentionally set up by Zhao Yuanchang for the purpose of organizing the Duke's return to the parliament." Naturally, Ling Yu immediately understood. He then gave another command, "Aim the artillery at them. If anyone dares to block us again, fire directly at them." At this, Zhao Erming hastily withdrew and led his men forward before continuing to shout, "Ling Yu, what you're doing is illegal. We fire at will." Ling Yu understood his intentions and couldn't be bothered with more words, so he gave the order directly. Doom. Lin Fen, who was behind, tremblingly pressed the firing mechanism. Since Ling Yu dared to order, he dared to do it. That was the companionship they had. A shell was immediately fired towards them, causing chaos on the scene. Unimaginably, after nearly being hit by a cannonball, Zhao Erming bravely ordered aloud, "Fire. Defend the honor of the Yanjing Imperial Guards." The situation became increasingly chaotic. Ling Yu quickly protected his wife into the car. At that moment, a dagger spun in the air and instantly took out many of the armed Imperial Guards. Z made a move. Ye also didn't hold back, swinging his soft sword, turning to guards into snow bars. "Ling Yu, take the Saint Lady and the Duke and leave first. Hurry back to the parliament. Leave it to me here. I will bring everyone to meet you afterwards." Z quickly said to Ling Yu, "All right, I'll leave it to you." Ling Yu didn't waste time, and immediately drove a green off-road vehicle, carrying Shi Teng and his wife, plowing through the line of fire, knocking down several guards, and leaving Chanwang Mountain amidst screams and flames. "Ling Yu, Duke, Zhao Yuanzhang seems to be out to get us. Even if we can return to the city, we can't let our guard down." Qin Mingyu still reminded, "Alas, I know." Shi Peng finally nodded. Zhao Yuanzhang has always been a supporter of Mr. Shang Guanzi, so he has never supported Mr. Zhang Peng. Naturally, he won't support me now. It's a pity. Mr. Zhao Yuanzhang is truly a talented individual. I only hope that someday I can impress him with my achievements and have him work alongside us to govern the Dragon Kingdom." Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu exchanged a smile. At such a time, Shi Pen was still thinking about these things. Their thoughts were indeed different from ordinary people. To gain success in battles, one must plan well. Attacking cities is the last resort. To truly change Zhao Yuanzhang's mindset, it would be more beneficial than killing him with one blow. However, this was likely impossible. After leaving Chanwang Mountain, the path was clear until they were about to enter the city. Ling Yu received a call from Duel, "Commander, the enemy's firepower is too strong. We are about to lose our defense at the city gate." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu clenched his fists nervously. Despite the valor and skill of the Warwolf Battalion, facing nearly 100,000 enemies with just 5,000 troops and in a defensive siege situation was indeed extremely difficult. "Ling Yu, hurry to the front lines. With you leading the battlefield, we might be able to repel the rebels," Qin Mingyu said promptly. "But what about you and the Duke?" Ling Yu asked with concern. "We are not disabled, and I have also cultivated. Don't treat me like a weak woman." Qin Mingyu pretended to be angry and glared at him with a smile. "Go on, or else if the rebels enter the city, the consequences will be unimaginable." "All right." Ling Yu could only hold his wife's hand and said, "Be careful, protect the Duke." "All right, go now." "Do you want the Duke to mock us?" Qin Mingyu smiled again. "You want the Duke to make fun of us?" Hehe. Shi Peng was already laughing. "Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom has both of you. With one in literary and one in military, you will surely bring great blessings to the Dragon Kingdom." Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly got off the car, heading towards the city gate on his own. At this moment, at the city gate of Yanjing, a sudden intense battle scared the civilians of Yanjing. Missiles flew across the sky. Buildings were instantly destroyed in an area. After crippling the traffic at the Yanjing city gate, a mysterious military force seemed to appear out of nowhere, trying to forcibly enter the city with great momentum. Unexpectedly, an elite force suddenly appeared, blocking this large army from entering the city. and a fierce battle erupted at the city gate. As this was the main entrance into Yanjing, Ling Yu had already arranged his most elite 1,000 troops here, led personally by Yizi and Due. Although the enemy's combat readiness and fighting capability were inferior to the Werewolf Battalion, after several hours of fighting, the casualties were more than 10 times higher on the side of Yizi and Due's forces. However, due to the excessive enemy numbers and the meticulous preparation, Yizi and Due's forces were cut off from supplies and were running out of ammunition. They had to resort to hand-to-hand combat against the fully armed enemy forces. Do not act impulsively. Just then, a car sped towards them. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the city wall. His face was cold and stern, his eyes sharp. It was Ling Yu. He arrived alone but exuded a powerful aura that calmed the chaotic Werewolf troops, instantly stabilizing the situation. This was the effect of military spirit. The enemy wants to enter the city. We are here to defend it. Do not charge ahead. Fall back. Ling Yu quickly assessed the battlefield and gestured to Due with his eyes. Due understood immediately and began setting up landmines and explosives behind the city wall. Yizi led the remaining troops to retreat. There is a narrow passage in the city wall. Blow up the buildings on both sides to block the passage and prevent the enemy from entering. Ling Yu loudly instructed Yizi. It was clear that the enemy was trying to coordinate with Zhao Yuanzhang to create a time gap, trapping Xi Peng on Chuanwang Mountain and preventing his return to the parliament. As long as the prime minister returned to the parliament, according to the laws of Long Kingdom, in the absence of the monarch, the prime minister in wartime could have full authority. Then Xi Peng could issue orders and deploy the troops stationed in other places to enter the inner city and suppress the rebellion in Yanjing. General, we are out of explosives and ammunition. Yizi looked concerned. In their efforts to inflict casualties on the enemy, they had already depleted their supplies in just a few hours. Ling Yu suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then, upon opening his eyes, a fierce energy erupted as he clapped his palms, unleashing a move called Twin Dragons, shattering the sea, demolishing the buildings near the narrow passage. Everyone was amazed. Only Due and Yizi smirked, knowing that this was just the standard operation for the general. What's the big deal? How else did he earn the title Werewolf King? Just as they finished the setup, the sounds of the charging troops echoed behind them. Ling Yu stood at the edge of the city wall, gazing at the surging enemy forces, couldn't help but lament. It seems that the Xia family's decades of preparation were not in vain. Judging from his professional capacity, the Xia family's troops could easily wipe out 70% of the countries on Earth. Now, they were besieging Yanjing. Their ambition was clearly aimed at the highest authority of Long Kingdom. Ling Yu took a deep breath and then fiercely clapped, unleashing his Northern Territory dragon-crushing palm. In that moment, it was as if time stood still. The enemy forces were daunted by this immense force, and the soldiers at the forefront were once again struck down, slowing their advance. Today, with me, Werewolf here, none of you shall step into the city. Ling Yu took the opportunity to shout loudly. His voice was powerful and resolute, echoing across the entire battlefield. The enemy not only stopped advancing but started to retreat slowly. One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. This is the end. Fubo behind the troops felt the terrifying force and internal strength of Ling Yu, couldn't help but admire. They were facing the new generation war god of Long Kingdom. Xia Shan also nodded. It's a pity we don't have such a general. It's even more unfortunate that such a general will die here today. Fire. Ling Yu sensed danger and quickly jumped off the city wall. Due nodded at him. The leader had already bought enough time for her. Logistics defense was her specialty. Boom, boom, boom. With another round of firepower from the Xia army, the gates of Yanjing were finally completely destroyed. Charge in. Occupy the parliament. Xia Shan commanded, and the heavily depleted Xia army regrouped and shouted as they charged forward. They split into two ways with a frontal force of 50,000 men, yet they were held back by about 1,000 Werewolf troops, causing significant casualties, which was truly embarrassing. But as long as they achieved the final victory, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. However, they did not anticipate that just as they stormed into Yanjing, another series of screams rang out. Boom, boom, boom. Landmines blew up a group of tanks and soldiers, causing chaos. Kill them. Ling Yu, like a war god incarnate, led the Werewolf troops back into battle. Ling Yu began his performance. Like the wind, he wielded dual guns and moved effortlessly among the enemy troops. Every shot took down several enemy soldiers. Each dragon-crushing palm created a significant gap. Despite being outnumbered, the fierce werewolf troops under Ling Yu's leadership made the enemy seem powerless. Attack. Push forward at all costs. Xia Shang was now furious, determined to enter Yanjing and occupy the parliament at any cost. Commander, do not. Fu Bo quickly intervened. The front entrance is blocked. If we charge without securing our rear, we'll be trapped. How can their werewolf troops be so magical? I don't believe it. Charge. Xia Shan dreamed of being an emperor. After meticulously planning for so many years, success seemed within reach, and he was willing to take the risk. Fu Bo could only sigh. As expected, just as they launched an all-out attack, 1,000-strong force emerged from behind led by Liana and Yanyan. This force was as fiery as to women's tempers. The feast of roasted pig has begun. Yanyan's hands were emitting flames, scorching anyone in sight. Caught by surprise, the Xia army faced a sudden wave of attacks, followed by cries of agony. Ha ha ha, delight. Ling Yu also shouted enthusiastically, we can't lose to Liana and Yanyan. Kill them, kill them. In an instant, the disoriented Xia army was sandwiched by the werewolf troops and fell apart. Retreat. Temporarily retreat. Xia Shang was berserk. He couldn't believe what was happening. Sigh. Fu Bo could only sigh and cover Xia Shang's retreat from the side. They were facing the most elite troops of Long Kingdom. Xia Shang's rash actions were tantamount to suicide. With 50,000 troops defeated by around 2,000, who could have foreseen such a defeat? If it were anyone else, they would probably have approached the situation like Xia Shan, trying to quickly overpower the enemy. Hehe. Splendid. Splendid. Victorious. Liana and the others were excited and cheered. It was the timely arrival of the commander that turned the tide of battle in an instant. Yanyan praised. Military spirit. Izi was the first to raise his hand. Military spirit. Military spirit. In front of the Yanjing city wall, the cheers of the werewolf soldiers gradually converged into an ocean of voices. All right, stop. Ling Yu raised his hand to call a halt and declared, the enemy has only temporarily retreated. The siege of Yanjing is far from over. We must hold on until the Prime Minister issues orders for the Long Kingdom army to support us. All right, no problem. With Ling Yu in command, everyone was full of confidence. However, Ling Yu was not as optimistic. He was unsure if his wife An Shi-peng could reach the parliament safely and if Yubing's reinforcements could hold the rear gate of Yanjing. Meanwhile, in the Yanjing detention center, Lin Qinglong, still trapped inside, could hear the sounds of a battle erupting throughout Yanjing. No. I have to get out of here. Lin Qinglong didn't care about the consequences. He did not want to be a law-abiding citizen, especially when Yanjing was under the control of Zhao Yuanzhang. Hey! What are you trying to do? Lin Qinglong forcefully blasted open the wall, about to rush out of the detention center, only to be immediately confronted by many dark gun muzzles aimed at him. What am I trying to do? Are you still daring to ask me what I'm trying to do? Lin Qinglong was not afraid at all, shouting loudly, don't you know what's happening on the outskirts of the capital Yanjing? You're pointing your guns at me, but not at those trying to incite rebellion and disrupt the Dragon Kingdom. Are you still righteous individuals? Several uniformed personnel looked a bit dumbfounded, exchanging glances with each other. What's happening? Just then, Crossing FEI arrived with others. After understanding the situation, Crossing FEI said to Lin Qinglong, we are the police of Yanjing, responsible for maintaining public order in Yanjing, and we will act in accordance with the law. Ha ha, act in accordance with the law. Lin Qinglong chuckled. Whose law are you following? Whose orders are you carrying out? You are all collaborators plotting against the Dragon Kingdom, because today's events were orchestrated by Zhao Yuanzhang, and you are still acting as his minions. These words sent a shiver through Crossing FEI and the others. Lin Qinglong had guessed correctly. Crossing FEI and his team still had a sense of justice, otherwise, they wouldn't be in this line of work. That their superior in this department was indeed the mayor of Yanjing. How could they not follow his orders? Are you still not seeing the truth? Lin Qinglong grabbed Crossing Fei's collar. The guns of everyone were pointed at him. All Crossing FEI had to do was give the order, and they could turn him into a hornet's nest. However, Lin Qinglong remained undaunted, continuing to bellow. Right now, Zhao Yuanzhang is clandestinely plotting a rebellion. If he wins, perhaps you might get promotions and wealth, but what you will lose is the future of the nation. The revival of the nation. You will be forever remembered as traitors. Crossing Fei clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Lin Qinglong continued, if you now take your guns and join me to resist the rebels, then you are the heroes defending Yanjing, defending the people, defending the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Yuanzhang and his men are now rebelling with force, attempting to change the Dragon Kingdom's regime by force. Do you understand, Captain Crossing? Crossing Fei finally pushed him away with determined vigor. Just as everyone waited for his decision, he shouted, I will not betray the Dragon Kingdom. I am a policeman, and my duty is to protect the people of Yanjing. Hey, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lin Qinglong laughed, I respect you as a true man. Let's go. Crossing Fei also declared resolutely to his subordinates and colleagues, the back gate of Yanjing is about to be breached. If the rebels break into Yanjing and take control of the parliamentary power, our Dragon Kingdom will fall. Remember, our loyalty is first to the country, to the people, and then to our superiors and duties. Everyone fell into silence immediately. Then, they looked at each other. After a while, someone finally shouted, loyalty to the country, loyalty to the people, loyalty to the country, loyalty to the people. More and more people join in. Eventually, everyone was shouting it out loud. Ha ha. Admiration. Lin Qinglong clapped Crossing Fei on the shoulder. I admire you. From now on, you are my brother. Let's fight side by side. You go ahead. Crossing Fei said, what's the matter? Lin Qinglong frowned. You talk so well, but now you don't want to fight. No. I need to rally other people. I have many connections in Yanjing's relevant institutions. Just relying on us here won't be enough. Crossing Fei said firmly. Hey. Then I'll wait for you. Lin Qinglong patted his shoulder again, waved, and hurried towards the rear entrance of Yanjing's city defense. At that moment, the Xia army had already surged forward. Although Yubing had a cool-headed mindset and led over 2,000 elite soldiers, facing enemies nearly 10 times their number, they eventually couldn't hold on. Charge in. Suddenly, a leading general in black armor of the Xia army shouted, riding a warhorse with a group of retro-style cavalry charging straight ahead. General Yubing, our ammunition is running out. What should we do? An elite from the Dark Knight Island came to Yubing, gritting his teeth and asked. Yubing watched the leading general in black armor charging in, realizing that their Alpha Wolf unit had almost no firepower left. But for the enemy to breach the city, it would also come at great cost, and they couldn't simply indiscriminately bombard anymore. City remains, people remain. City falls, people fall. Yubing's expression was filled with sorrow and determination. Normally calm, at this moment he showed a fierce eye. Together, let's fight. Fight them. Seeing his leader's determination, former members of the Dark Knight Island's Ice and Fire Alliance were deeply respectful. After joining the Alpha Wolf unit, the captain found his belonging and faith. And so did they. It was all for defending the Dragon Kingdom. Charge. With the battle cry, both sides were plunged into a primitive melee. It was a chaotic battle of martial arts and modern warfare, where the speed of firing a gun might not be faster than being killed. And friendly fire incidents were also possible. Those with guns didn't even have the advantage. However, the Xia army had a significant numerical advantage, especially with the fierce black armor general leading the charge, cutting down dozens of Alpha Wolf soldiers in a row. Your opponent is me. Yubing saw this and jumped up to meet the enemy. However, the armored man was exceptionally strong, and his armor was special, completely shielding him from Yubing's icy attacks. Die. The armored man, not wanting to prolong the fight, took the initiative and swung his blade at Yubing. Captain Yubing. The soldiers around Yubing were panicking. If the captain were to fall, they would be leaderless, and chaos would ensue. At a critical moment, a burly man jumped in directly, striking the blade with his bare fist, deflecting the armored man's attack. The armored man's eyes widened in surprise. Impressive. After rescuing Yubing, Lin Qinglong couldn't help but praise the armored man with a sword. His full-powered punch failed to knock the man's sword away, showing the opponent's immense wrist strength and internal power. Not only that, he had seen the armored man dodge bullets while killing, demonstrating a combat instinct honed through prolonged battle. Surprisingly, there was such a skilled individual within the Xia army. The armored man wore a composite helmet, with only his eyes visible. When he saw Lin Qinglong, his eyes twitched slightly. Brothers of the Alpha Wolf unit, hold the line. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Ling Qinglong didn't waste time fighting but instead boosted morale. As a newly appointed officer of the Alpha Wolf unit, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. As he finished speaking, the Yanjing police force personnel were the first to join the fray. The morale of the Alpha Wolf unit began to rise. Charge! Not a single rebel army shall pass. Yubing also shouted, ready to join forces with Lin Qinglong to capture the enemy leader. However, Lin Qinglong, placing his hand on Yubing's shoulder, excitingly said, "Leave this guy to me, you deal with the others. General Lin, please be careful, the enemy is formidable." Knowing his nature, Yubing didn't argue with him, but still reminded him, hey, if he's not strong, I wouldn't be interested in fighting him. With a loud shout, Lin Qinglong leapt towards the opponent, who sent a complicated look at the fact that Lin Qinglong dared to fight him barehanded. Nevertheless, he still struck at Lin Qinglong with his blade. In the hands of the armored man is not an ordinary broadsword, but a meticulously crafted black horse sword. With a total length of 1.8 meters, when swung with full force, not only does it have great killing power, but also a wide range of damage, like a crimson giant moon. Lin Qinglong's reaction was quick, stepping directly on the back of the blade to leap up above the armored man. The armored man visibly trembled, not expecting Lin Qinglong to possess such strength. Hey. Take this move. Seizing the moment when the black armor hesitated, Lin Qinglong delivered a punch straight to his face. The black armor quickly leaned back to dodge on horseback, but his eyes suddenly showed surprise. Lin Qinglong, unexpectedly and beyond his expectations, swiftly changed techniques, converting the punch into a palm strike to increase the attack range. If they were fighting on horseback, the black armor would still be able to dodge, but now he was lying flat on the horse's back, with no room for even a slight retreat. Crack! Lin Qinglong's hand happened to reach out and knocked his helmet flying. Heh. Let me see your true face, Lin Qinglong said triumphantly after landing, thinking that the black-armored general must not want to reveal his true identity. However, when he saw the opponent's face, he was stunned and exclaimed, It's you. Long time no see, Qinglong." The middle-aged man on the horse revealed a slight smile of relief. "Your skills have improved a lot. It looks like your trip to the Night Island wasn't in vain." What do you mean?" Lin Qinglong trembled intensely, shouting, "Father!" The people and horses around were all surprised to hear Lin Qinglong call out, especially the members of the Ice Sect and the Night Island, not expecting that the black-armored general was actually Lin Qinglong's father. What was going on? However, both sides showed restraint, not disturbing the key figures of the two armies. "Why did you rebel? Why did you do this? This is betraying the country and staining the Lin family's reputation forever." Lin Qinglong shouted emotionally and angrily, with confusion in his agitation. General Lin, however, calmly closed his eyes and asked, "Qinglong, do you know Daddy's name? Why do you call him General?" Lin Qinglong was stunned, dumbly looking at his father. "That's because your grandfather hoped that Daddy could become a general who wins every battle on the battlefield, surpassing his opponent, Ling Wanran. This. Lin Qinglong was at a loss upon hearing this, asking, "Who is Ling Wanran? Could he have some connection to Ling Yu? He should be Ling Yu's biological grandfather." General Lin said calmly, "You only know your grandfather's name is Lin Gudong, one who wishes to become the pillar of Long Country, the backbone of the battlefield. But you don't know that he was the code-named Mastiff, the former commander-in-chief of the southern frontier." What? Lin Qinglong was truly shocked. Grandfather turned out to be the fierce General Mastiff who fought against the enemy country decades ago in the southern frontier, but was eventually dismissed by the leader of Long Country. That's right. General Lin then opened his eyes suddenly, a hint of resentment apparent in his gaze. Back then, the southern monkey country provoked Long Country repeatedly, relying on a superpower support, and your grandfather led the troops to repel them several times. But later, the southern monkey country managed to gather skilled experts who engaged in guerrilla warfare and assassinations on the battlefield, defeating your grandfather in a series of battles. It was Ling Wanrong who timely intervened and killed them. After that battle, your grandfather became a background figure to Ling Wanrong. So the dying wish he had for me was to make sure that the Lin family's descendants surpass the Zheng family's descendants and reclaim the lost reputation on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinglong's expression was truly astonishing. Due to military secrecy and his father never mentioning it to him, he truly had no idea about these events, only knowing that the Lin family had been generations of warriors on the battlefield. So, is it because of losing battles on the front line and having his achievements suppressed that grandfather was relieved of his post by Long Country? Lin Qinglong asked after a moment. No. General Lin closed his eyes again for a moment before opening them to answer. Your grandfather was a typical hawkish figure, a hardliner. He harbored deep resentment over the defeat he suffered back then, so after the Long Monkey War, he kept calling internally for continued aggression against the southern monkey country, refusing to let them off the hook. He insisted that Long Country must uphold war. Only through war can Long Country become stronger and more renowned internationally, and prevent any random countries from daring to provoke us. Unfortunately, at that time, Zhang Ping took power, and your grandfather belonged to the Shangguanzi faction, so he was directly relieved of his post. His achievements were also suppressed externally, only recorded internally. Therefore, except for me, none of the Lin family members knew about these things. Lin Qinglong was stunned again, his mind processing things solely, trying to understand everything. General Lin seemed to understand his son the best and continued. So, Daddy must support the hardliners and resist the Zhangping faction. With support from the Zhao family at the time, Daddy swiftly led the Lin family to rise again and become a general. Daddy knew very well, especially in that era, that for a general leading troops into battle, strategy was crucial, but personal martial prowess was also essential. You are the sharp edge in the forefront and the battering ram in siege warfare. Without strength, how can you command respect? How can you lead the troops to victory? Indeed, it has been proven that Ling Guanrong was able to suppress your grandfather at the time, becoming an internal rival he had to look up to his whole life because of his brutal martial art strength. To win battles, he shouldn't have won. So our Lin family must find ways to become stronger. That's why I raised you from a young age, even your sister King Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Qinglong was thunderstruck. Finally, even though somewhat slow, he understood why his sister had become an experimental subject for the Sky Martial Organization, and how his body could absorb energy radiation. So, our bodies have been different from others since birth. That's right. General Lin answered directly, noticing Lin Qinglong trembling slightly. From the time of conception, you underwent genetic modification. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand such immense power. Even your Aunt King Xuan's trip to the Night Island was orchestrated by me to help you improve. As he spoke further, General Lin's expression turned somewhat strange because the outcome of the Night Island was not what he had anticipated. Ling Yu truly lived up to being Ling Guanrong's grandson, actually single-handedly entering the Night Island and uniting the warring factions to liberate the island. Qinglong, now that you know the family's story, you should change sides, right? General Lin asked firmly after composing himself, while continuing to slaughter the enemies. Yubing, although not paying close attention to what the father and son were saying, caught this one sentence and couldn't help but feel her heart race. Would Lin Qinglong suddenly turn against them? Heh. Lin Qinglong lowered his head, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Laughter grew louder and almost made everyone on the battlefield stop. General Lin looked at his own son in silence, feeling a bit unfamiliar. His son used to listen to him obediently, but now he felt like his son had suddenly matured. Not in body and age, but in his soul. Father, no. I will now call you General Lin. Lin Qinglong suddenly raised his head, looking at his biological father who appeared on horseback in front of him, shouting loudly, if you insist on continuing the rebellion, continuing to attack Yanjing, then I will be your first enemy. General Lin was very angry, took a while before coldly saying, why is your brain still so useless? What our Lin family is doing is not betrayal. It's to make Lone Guo strong, so we can stand proudly at the top of the world without having to endure or bow to anyone. Nonsense. Ling Qinglong shouted. Why is Lone Guo? It's because it's different from countries controlled by a handful of politicians. It's the Lone Guo chosen by its own people. Who comes into power, who governs, should be decided by the people of Lone Guo, not by others using armies and force. And now I am the newly appointed Holy Guardian, a general of the Lone Guo Wolf warriors. I will fight until the end against the enemies of Ling Yu and the Wolf warriors. These words seemed to carry an indescribable force. The Wolf warriors and the Yanjing police force around them suddenly became more fearless in battle. They firmly believed they were in the right. General Lin was also shaken by this. Took a while before showing a complex smile, eyes seeming disappointed but also somewhat relieved. It was all very complicated. King Long, you still have experience too little. You don't realize that most people's thoughts are often wrong, and the correct thoughts are usually held by a few. General Lin suddenly became firm. Wake up soon. I don't want you as my opponent. I only hope you can assist Master Ziyad in becoming the ruler. Assist him? Ling Qinglong was amused and puzzled. In his world, who would find assisting an old man interesting instead of assisting his goddess? Who would be that foolish? But he still asked, Father, you said the Zhao family supports you from behind. Why are you now supporting the Zia family? What is the relationship between the Zia and Zhao families? General Lin wasn't in a hurry. Even if the Yanjing police kept coming to support, they still had the upper hand. Taking Yanjing was only a matter of time. Facing his son whom he had raised himself, he was willing to spend some time and energy to control his thoughts. Qinglong, you should know that the four major families of Yanjing have always been changing, right? General Lin asked, and Lin Qinglong immediately nodded. General Lin continued, in fact, the first fiancé of Master Zia Shan was Zhao Nianchu. This. Lin Qinglong was immediately shocked, although they are both old. Isn't Zia Shan much older? Age has never been the main criterion for marriage. General Lin responded, the Zia family used to be one of the four major families, and Zia Shan and Zhao Yuanzhang's brother, Zhao Yuanchan, even studied abroad together, absorbing advanced ideologies. Ling Qinglong couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wait a minute, why do advanced ideologies have to come from abroad? Aren't our ideologies in Longguo advanced? I'm not discussing this with you now. General Lin interjected, I just want you to know that whether Zia Master or Zhao Nianchu becomes the leader, it's all the same. To Zhao, Moran, Shangguan, and Zia families had agreed long ago to share power, that the core power will always be held by the Zhao family's vast bureaucratic system. If Zia Shan wants to be a local emperor, let him have his fun. He has put in a lot of effort and is entitled to be a puppet emperor. Tehe. You're right. Ling Qinglong finally chuckled. General Lin thought he had understood the intricacies of the story and began to accept his own thoughts. However, Lin Qinglong continued, I don't care about all of you. Your plans will definitely fail. I just need to block you outside Yanjing, and the people of Longguo will choose their own leader together. You fool. General Lin finally got thoroughly angry, rebuking his son furiously. Can't you see the situation clearly? Do you want to die here by going against the tide? Your insignificant group can't stop us. It's hard to say, right? Ling Qinglong's eyes were firm, and his smile remained. Qinglong, have you seen it? Proudly. Ling Qinglong said, no matter how smart and capable a few people are, if their intentions contradict the majority, they are doomed to fail. You can still turn back now. General Lin, already shocked, trembled in his heart. If you do not repent and persist, you will be my enemy. Father. Ling Qinglong shouted angrily. General Lin instead smiled, with a very complex expression, bitter and somewhat relieved. Qinglong, Dad can't turn back now. Come, let Dad test whether you can bring glory to the Lin family. Dad. Ling Qinglong shouted excitedly. There is nothing that cannot be turned back from. You. Hiss. Before Ling Qinglong could finish his words, General Lin leapt on his horse and swung his sword towards him. Ling Qinglong was shocked, but at the critical moment, he punched the side of the sword, deflecting it slightly. However, General Lin's sword continued sweeping back forcefully and swiftly, with no hint of holding back. Ling Qinglong was even more shocked, knowing his father's martial arts skills were high, but they had never been fully displayed. Experiencing it firsthand today made him realize that his father's strength exceeded his imagination. He might be more formidable than any opponent he had encountered on Dark Knight Island. Unable to dodge in time, Ling Qinglong reached out to grab the side of the blade with his hand. General Lin was also surprised. What was his son trying to do? Bumping. With a muffled and brief sound, Ling Qinglong revealed a hint of a proud smile. General Lin's gaze was also quite attractive. The growth speed of his son was indeed astonishing. He even forcefully held his knife with 5 fingers. Although the blade cut through Ling Qinglong's palm, the injury was not deep. Dad, you're really strong. Ling Qinglong also felt proud. With your strength, you should indeed achieve great things. This is the last time I ask, will you turn back? General Lin smiled but did not speak. Instead, he answered through action. He drew his knife and once again slashed towards Lin Qinglan. His swordplay was powerful and forceful, perfectly combining strength and rhythm, producing an amazing effect that evoked respect. Lin Qinglan before joining the War-Wolf battalion was no match for his father, but at this moment, he had fully attained the strength to fight. After dodging his father's blade, he first struck the warhorse with a punch. Otherwise, he would be at a significant disadvantage in the battle. What he did not expect was that his fist was bleeding, and the armor on the warhorse showed no cracks. It should be noted that he was now an SS-grade warrior who absorbed the energy radiation of the heart of the sun, combined with innate immense strength. The power of his punch could be imagined. This armor is the high-tech armor of the Celestial Martial Organization. Your current strength is not enough to forcefully destroy it with one punch. General Lin patiently explained. You still have a lot of room for growth. Ling Qinglan wanted to understand the previous relationship between the four major families and the Celestial Martial Organization, but the current battlefield situation did not give him time. Although there were people constantly coming to support from Yanjing City, they were all civilians. How could their combat power compare to the Xia family army? Captain Qinglan, capture the thief and capture the king. Quickly defeat the general leading the charge. Yue Bing also reminded loudly. It was evident that their battle was extremely difficult. The Xia army did not show mercy to non-military personnel in Yanjing, causing hundreds of casualties in a short period. Lin Qinglan, seeing this scene, became completely enraged. He broke the reins, leapt out, and roared, Dad, since you are so obstinate, don't blame me for being unfilial. General Lin looked up at him, his mouth showing an imperceptible smile. Although this son was a bit straightforward, his combat intelligence was not low. He knew how to adapt and change tactics on the fly. With the reins as a weapon, Lin Qinglan eliminated the absolute disadvantage in attack range. The two fought fiercely back and forth. The more they fought, the fiercer it became. The buildings and ground around the battlefield kept cracking. Both father and son were vigorous external martial artists, and the destructive power and lethality, purely visually, were much more potent than internal martial artists. After about 30 moves, they had destroyed a section of the wall of the rear gate of Yanjing. The gap kept growing, and the Xia army's attack rhythm and scale kept changing. Lin Qinglan was also anxious. If this continued, even if they managed to hold off the enemy, Yanjing's officials and civilians would suffer heavy casualties. Dad, I'm sorry. Ling Qinglan no longer had the intention to continue sparring with his father. He focused all his strength on his fists. All right, on the battlefield, there are no father-son relationships. Let's settle this now. General Lin also dismounted. Above Yanjing's high sky, beyond the clouds, drones had been hovering, transmitting the situation in Yanjing back to the Dragon Kingdom's border. In the vast eastern sea of the Dragon Kingdom, several warships and vessels were sailing. The Celestial Martial King had been watching the screens receiving the images for several hours. Standing behind him was still the man in the red armor, the leader of the 7 armor warriors of the Celestial Martial Organization. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but curse, General Lin, that fool. What does he want to do? Even if he has left our Celestial Martial Organization, he shouldn't be going easy like this. If they don't capture Yanjing, Mo Tiu and Zhao Nianchu are doomed. The position of national leader will definitely go to Xi Pan. The Celestial Martial King's expression was solemn as well. This was clearly beyond their expectations. The Three Saints organization had formed an alliance with their 5 immortals to occupy the Dragon Kingdom first and then divide the benefits. The Three Saints organization was responsible for causing trouble outside the Dragon Kingdom, attracting the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's military region, diverting the Dragon Kingdom's forces to help the 5 immortals gain control of the real power of the Dragon Kingdom. But if they couldn't break through, all plans would fail. Don't worry, we still have plenty of time. The Celestial Martial King suddenly said calmly. The man in the red armor was shocked, but Ling Yu has already arrived at the battlefield. I believe Xi Peng is almost back to the parliament. During wartime, in the absence of the national leader, the prime minister automatically gains the power of the national leader. By then, he can mobilize troops into Yanjing and suppress the rebellion. Xi Peng will never make it to the parliament. There will be terrifying individuals who will stop him. Things will go according to the process we set up. Right now, we have more important matters to attend to. The Celestial Martial King said, indifferently. Celestial Martial King, what should we do now? The man in the red armor asked. Help others, take down the main pillar of the Dragon Kingdom's military, which is also the most powerful pillar of the Zhang family. The Celestial Martial King's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Only when this pillar is broken, the Zhang family will collapse completely. Otherwise, even if we briefly control Yanjing, we will eventually be driven back. The man in the red armor was pleasantly surprised. Celestial Martial King, let me handle this. No. The Celestial Martial King shook his head. Not underestimating you, that old man, even though outside the top 7 saints, never participates in martial arts affairs. His martial arts may still be superior to Ling Yu's. It won't work with just you. We need to join forces to ensure no mistakes. Understanding. The red-armored man nodded, licking his lips. On the other side, at the front gate of Yanjing, Xia Shang's army was being pushed back by Ling Yu, leading a mere 2,000 war-wolf battalion soldiers all the way to the outskirts after they had withdrawn from the city area, stabilizing their position to plan further. Damn it, I didn't expect the War-Wolf King to be so powerful. Our 50,000 troops were stopped by their 2,000 men. I'm not content. I can't just give up like this. Xia Shan was somewhat anxious. He had been dreaming of becoming emperor for 30 years. If he didn't achieve it now, he'd have to be content with his grave. With a lifelong aspiration within reach, how could he just abandon it like this? Lord Xia, don't be anxious. Elder Fu hurriedly advised. General Lin is leading another unit to attack the rear gate. As long as they break through, we can control the parliament. We can enter the city after we regroup. The problem is, they have fewer troops there than we do. If we failed, will they succeed? Xia Shang's confidence was waning. Rest assured, Lord Xia. Elder Fu was confident. Warriors like Ling Yu, a warrior god of his kind, appear only once in an era. Right now, Ling Yu is being tied down at the front gate by us. And there's no one to defeat General Lin at the rear gate. His true combat power is even more formidable than mine. Indeed, Xia Shan suddenly regained his confidence and smiled, saying, he is one of the armor 7 cultivated personally by the king of Chanwu. Wearing black armor and carrying a horse-cutting knife, with the blessing of weapons and armor, he is comparable to a saint-level master. Absolutely no one can defeat him. Exactly. Elder Fu also had full confidence in General Lin. As long as he doesn't dismount, even saint-level experts won't be able to handle him. Meanwhile, at the Yanjing back city gate, Lin Qinglong's roar attracted the attention of countless people on the battlefield. So powerful, isn't he? Yu Bing and the people around were all amazed. They had witnessed Lin Qinglong's full power battle with Lu Wudao in the Dark Night Island, but even then, Lin Qinglong wasn't as fierce as he is now. His fists even emitted a metallic shine similar to when the sunlight shines on metal. General Lin was also excited and couldn't help but throw away his horse-cutting knife to have a fair showdown with his son. Ha ha, come on, Qinglong. Today, Dad will show you what experience trumps youth means. You are still too green. General Lin also advanced to meet him. Their martial arts styles were very similar since most of Lin Qinglong's martial arts were personally taught by his father. Although he had learned other martial arts later on, his style would never change. Dang. Lin Qinglong and General Lin exchanged punches, only for the Lin Qinglong with a body like a diamond to suffer, his breath stagnating, his face turning red. Apparently, he was injured internally. His explosive iron fist hit General Lin's armor but somehow didn't break through. Dang. General Lin punched him in the abdomen and loudly shouted, "What's wrong? Is your strength only this much? How can you carry the Lin family? You're just a big talker." Dang. The third punch knocked Lin Qinglong to the ground. General Lin's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "Ha ha, you can't stop me," proving that all your beliefs are wrong. Strength is the only truth in this world. National righteousness, national revival. It's all nonsense. Hearing his harsh words, Lin Qinglong spat blood, his gaze still fierce, even more imposing than before. "Let me tell you, I only have death, no mistake." Lin Qinglong roared again and rushed towards his father. General Lin's eyes narrowed, dodging his son's fist. However, Lin Qinglong fell into a frenzy, his fists swinging uncontrollably. Dang. General Lin showed no mercy, punching his son's chest again. But this time, like a stone without feeling pain, Lin Qinglong's fist speed remained the same after taking a hit. Finally, he seized the opportunity and punched General Lin's face. General Lin's eyes widened, showing a complex expression. "For the glory of the country, soldiers are here to protect the people. not for personal gain. Lin Qinglong continued to strike, hitting General Lin's armor repeatedly. General Lin kept retreating, trying to raise his fist, but then putting it down again. Lin Qinglong struck him hard in the face with another punch. Doom. General Lin was sent flying, crashing into the city wall. The whole world seemed to quiet down in that instant. Everyone watched the father-son battle, especially the Xia army soldiers, all looked incredulous. Someone broke through the black armor. That was the latest high-tech gear. Even bombs couldn't destroy it, so how could a fist hurt its wearer? However, seeing that General Lin wasn't wearing a helmet, they understood why he lost. Dad. After finishing his assault, Lin Qinglong rushed to lift his father, who lay severely wounded on the ground. Don't come over. General Lin weakly stopped him, even angrily saying, Forget what I taught you. On the battlefield, either they are teammates or they are enemies. Sympathizing with enemies is the stupidest thing to do. Lin Qinglong stayed in place, a weight of sadness spreading, instantly draining all his strength. General Lin's angry expression gradually dissipated, replaced by a relieved smile. Qinglong, Dad is proud of you. Lin Qinglong didn't know what to say for a moment. Not because you defeated Dad, but because you were smarter than Dad. General Lin looked at his son, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his expression gradually became serene. You know what is right and have held on to it. In you, Dad sees his past self. Unfortunately, Dad couldn't continue. Go ahead, represent Taro Lin family. ***, more blood spurted out. Dad. Lin Qinglong finally rushed over, kneeling to lift him. You must carry forward the honor of our Lin family. Never lose to the Ling family again. At his last moment, General Lin shone momentarily, tightly gripping his son's hand. Lin Qinglong felt deeply moved, unable to express his countless thoughts. All he could do was nod. General Lin smiled and closed his eyes. Dad. Lin Qinglong was in agonizing pain. He had killed his father with his own hands. It was not his intention. He had struck too hard. He's dead. General Lin is dead. Our commander is dead. The seemingly victorious Xia army suddenly collapsed. Without anyone to lead the charge, they were in disarray. Quick, get these people out of here. Crossing Fei shouted in place of the calm Yubing. Kill. Yubing realized the situation and immediately led the werewolf experts in a countercharge. The battlefield situation quickly turned in their favor. The Xia army retreated slowly. General Qinglong. Yubing quickly approached Lin Qinglong from behind, wanting him to lead the charge. But before she could say anything, Lin Qinglong roared. Call me General Lin from now on. General Lin. Do you understand? Startled, Yubing nodded slightly. Then she patted Lin Qinglong's shoulder. More and adapt. Your dad left with a smile. He wouldn't want to see a crying son but one willing to keep fighting. Ling Qinglong roared to the sky like thunder. The Xia soldiers were terrified, hastening their exit through the Yanjing back city gate. Victory! We won. The tired werewolf forces and the mixed support from Yanjing, on the verge of collapse, were overjoyed, weeping with joy. Don't be complacent. Quickly find a way to block the gate. Set up obstacles, prevent the enemy from regrouping and returning. It was Yubing who had the big picture in mind, giving orders quickly. At this moment, Crossing Fei also walked up slowly, seeing the once fearless giant in a state of sadness. He went over and sighed. Mourn well, brother. That's right. General Lin, the battle isn't over yet. We have important things to do. Yubing reminded loudly. Over an hour ago, I received a message from the chief commander. The Holy Lady and Prime Minister Xi are rushing to the parliament but have not arrived yet. Qin Mingyu and Xi Peng had not yet arrived at the parliament, but the news quickly reached Ling Yu. Ling Yu was worried that the Xia Shan army would come back, so he couldn't leave at this critical moment. What to do, Commander? Let Yan and Yan go check it out. At this critical moment, Lina took the initiative to offer. Ling Yu sighed and could only entrust them. I leave it to you. Please make sure to keep Mingyu and Mr. Xuanbo safe and inform me immediately if there is any news. Yes, sir. After Lina and Yan saluted and received the orders, they immediately headed towards the parliament. On the other side, Qin Mingyu had indeed encountered unexpected circumstances. Still a distance away from the parliament, two people suddenly appeared in front of them. One was wearing a red and black cloak, and the other was draped in a very high-quality cape. Both of them had a strong presence in their eyes, especially the man in the black cape, who had a stern look and 3 strange runes on his forehead, indicating that they were not ordinary people. Being able to catch them here must have a huge network of power, possibly some important figures. Mr. Xiangguo, be careful. Qin Mingyu did not abruptly hit the brakes, but instead warned Xi Peng, because she was very clear in her mind. These 2 individuals were definitely up to no good. Looking at their attire, she thought of Dark Knight Island. Since Dark Knight Island had been destroyed, these 2 individuals were most likely important figures from the 3 Saints organization, especially the middle-aged man with the black cape embellished with gold. Exuded a level of majesty even Xi Peng did not possess. All right. Xi Peng immediately grabbed the car handle tightly, knowing that today was the climax of the Dragon Kingdom's national election, where anything was possible. Qin Mingyu gritted her teeth and suddenly floored the gas pedal. The car she was driving wasn't a powerful vehicle, but it quickly exceeded 140 yards. The impact of such speed would have scared an ordinary person into veering off to the sides. However, the 2 men did not move, staying completely still. Qin Mingyu saw their calm eyes and had no choice but to turn the steering wheel abruptly, trying to pass by them. Unexpectedly, the man in the red cloak directly reached out and shattered her window. Clang! A loud sound of shattering glass echoed. Oh! Qin Mingyu was startled. In that split second, she immediately thought that these 2 were trying to kill Xi Peng, not her. So, in a risky move, Qin Mingyu made a very wise decision to hit the brakes. The man in the red cloak decisively broke the car door, revealing his terrifying martial arts strength, leaving Qin Mingyu stunned. This feeling was identical to when she was kidnapped to Dark Knight Island. These people seemed to possess some sort of superhuman ability. Mr. Xiangguo, be careful. At the critical moment, Qin Mingyu reminded once more. Xi Peng quickly lowered his head and gripped the handle tightly. Doop. The car unexpectedly collided with a building by the roadside as Qin Mingyu hit the brakes. The surrounding pedestrians were startled. Of course, they did not know who was inside the car, so they frantically ran away, fearing an explosion. Fortunately, Qin Mingyu hit the brakes at the last moment. Xi Peng had taken all measures to protect himself, saving their lives. He quickly disregarded his injuries, pushed open the door, and fell out by the side of the road. Hurry! Someone save them! That's Mr. Xiangguo! Qin Mingyu yelled with all her strength. The man in the red cloak wanted to grab her neck, but the man in the black cape quickly stopped him. Shangfeng, do not disrespect the holy lady. Yes. The man in the red cloak quickly released Qin Mingyu. The man in the black cape then ordered, there are many people here. Take the holy lady and Xi Peng away. Yes. The man jumped over, swiftly taking Xi Peng away without waiting for onlookers. Qin Mingyu wanted to resist, but the man in the black cape waved his cape, rendering her completely immobilized. How powerful was this magic? Who were these 2 people exactly? Unable to break free from their grasp, Qin Mingyu was taken to a small hill. Holy lady, please forgive us. After setting down Qin Mingyu, the man in the black cape bowed with one hand across his chest, displaying a very pious and respectful attitude. In contrast, the man in the red cloak casually dropped Xi Peng on the ground. Who are you people? Qin Mingyu glanced at Xi Peng, bit her lip lightly, and asked coldly, Holy lady, I am the Grand Protector of the Sacred Fire Organization, Shangdin. The man in the red cloak also approached, bowing with one hand across his chest, his long narrow eyes revealing a glint. Hearing this, Qin Mingyu was shocked. Then, the identity of the man in the black cape was about to be revealed. And indeed, Shangdin continued, this is the Sacred Fire Organization's Great Holy King, the Lord of the hundreds of thousands of students. Qin Mingyu looked back at the black-robed man, her eyes filled with astonishment. The Grand Great Holy King had come personally to find her. No wonder he exuded such terrifying aura and seemingly had magical abilities. The Great Holy King had apparently guessed Qin Mingyu's thoughts and courteously said, I have come to welcome the Holy Lady's return to the Sacred Fire Organization. Not personally welcoming you earlier was my mistake. According to the rules of the Sacred Fire Organization, it is the duty of the Great Holy King. Qin Mingyu clenched her teeth and refused directly. I'm sorry. I do not want to return to the Sacred Fire Organization. Please release us immediately. We have important matters to attend to. Raising his head, the Great Holy King looked at her anxious expression and calmly said, I am sorry. Welcoming the Holy Lady's return is my responsibility, and I must bring you back. What do you want to do? Qin Mingyu asked directly, her expression showing intense emotions. With a touch of intelligence, she posed herself, "As the Holy Lady, I command you to immediately tell me everything truthfully. Otherwise, you will be defying the Holy Lady." Shan Ding gritted his teeth, then glanced at the Great Holy King. The Great Holy King remained calm. Throughout history, the Holy Ladies were always outstanding women, and Chen Mingyu, inheriting her mother's excellent genes, was no exception. Reporting to the Holy Lady, "The goal of our Sacred Fire organization has always been written in the highest doctrine, that is, to establish a unified world governed by our rules, with the Holy Lady as the supreme ruler." After the Great Holy King's response, he continued, "Only in this way can this world truly achieve peace. Our descendants of the Yan and Huan tribes will never be oppressed again." It sounded very ideal. Chen Mingyu was almost moved by his words. However, she remained clear-headed. "Isn't this dictatorship? How can you ensure that I will be the actual supreme leader and not just a puppet used by you? A monarch in constitutional monarchy." Such a system was regressive. Having received a higher education, Chen Mingyu was not easily fooled. The Great Holy King remained unfazed, speaking sincerely, "As long as the Holy Lady accompanies me back, swears loyalty to the organization and doctrine before all the students, I will immediately transfer all authority of the organization to you. You are definitely not a puppet." Chen Mingyu laughed again. "Even if I believe you, do you really think that a few 100,000 followers can rule the whole world? Isn't that just wishful thinking?" "No, it's not just a few 100,000. The Grand Religious King's eyes were not only firm but also full of faith. There are 100 million people in the Dragon Kingdom. We have always been ruling this world. It's just that the Dragon Kingdom has been sick in recent centuries, allowing Westerners to temporarily take the lead. Now we just want to return to our rightful position." "Oh, so what do you plan to do?" Chen Mingyu was not in a hurry. Although the situation was unexpected, since she had already met the Grand Religious King today, she wanted to understand everything clearly. What Empress Mo said before might not necessarily be the truth. After all, her status was limited, and her position might not be exactly the same as the Grand Religious King's. The wise Saintess, the Grand Religious King praised before explaining, "I and the Grand Guardian have come to you this time because we want to enter the Dragon Kingdom's parliament together with you." Chen Mingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and then, even though she needed to rush back to the parliament now, she was sure their goals were different from hers. Afterwards, using the authorization of the Dragon Kingdom's parliament, the Holy Fire organization already has 300,000 troops prepared on the Dragon Kingdom border. We will enter the capital in the name of purging a rebellion army and become the official national military of the Dragon Kingdom, taking control of the military authority. The Grand Religious King spoke calmly. Chen Mingyu seemed calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. The Grand Religious King's expression seemed determined to achieve his goals. "So the Holy Fire organization has been using Zhao Yuanchan and the Xia family all this time?" Chen Mingyu maintained her composure and asked calmly. The Grand Religious King nodded. "Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. We have the same goal, which is why we have been cooperating until today. But it shouldn't end here." Chen Mingyu inwardly gasped. It seemed that the Grand Religious King had never considered letting Xi Peng live. Once Xi Peng was gone, a power struggle would inevitably arise between Mo Tu's faction and Zhao Nianqiu's faction, and he was already preparing his next move. What should she do? Chen Mingyu's mind raced, but she couldn't think of a way to save Xi Peng's life for the moment. Xi Peng lay on the ground, sighing deeply. Who would have thought things would come to this? "Saintess, please make a decision." The Grand Religious King bowed again with one hand over his chest. "Order the killing of Xi Peng, and we will escort you back to the parliament. We also have many followers in Yanjing. We will control the parliament and immediately decree the appointment of the ambitious Grand Guardian as the Dragon Kingdom's Grand Marshal. The Holy Fire organization will be defined as the Dragon Kingdom's National Defense Force, and when the ambitious Second Guardians, who are waiting at the border, are granted permission, they will immediately lead the army to Yanjing to complete the actual rule of the Dragon Kingdom." The ambitious Grand Guardian knelt down and implored, "Please give the order, Saintess." Chen Mingyu was stunned. After a while, she smiled. "So you really want to do this? You don't need me to go to the parliament, do you? You just need me as a puppet to bear all the responsibilities?" "No. This is not about blame, but about the glory of history. Saintess, you will become the greatest figure in human history, the goddess of the entire world in the future." The Grand Religious King said devoutly, His eyes showed genuine sincerity. Regardless of whether it was true or false, Qin Mingyu would never agree to such a request. She knew that the Saintess was the foundation of the Holy Fire Organization's faith, and without her, the organization's cohesion would greatly diminish. Saintess, I will kill Xi Peng now, eliminating our first concern. The ambitious Grand Guardian received a signal from the Grand Religious King and immediately stood up, emanating a strong killing intent. No, Qin Mingyu quickly reached out to stop him. However, the Grand Religious King's gaze was resolute. The ambitious Grand Guardian swiftly bypassed Qin Mingyu with his skills and was about to end Xi Peng's life with one blow. At a critical juncture, Liana, who had been tracking the situation, jumped down from the other side and kicked his wrist away. Taste the power of my flames. Yin Yan cooperated with Liana and immediately launched an attack with flames against the ambitious Grand Guardian. However, even though the two women collaborated and caught him off guard, the ambitious Grand Guardian managed to dodge the flames and retreat to the side. Qin Mingyu was shocked. Due to inheriting the natural abilities of the Saintess and being assisted by the Sun's Heart, her internal martial arts cultivation had almost reached the level of an S rank, but her fighting skills were still lacking. Even with her mediocre level of expertise, she could see that the ambitious Grand Guardian's strength far surpassed that of the former Dark Knight Queen. Although Liana and Yin Yan were both exceptional female fighters, when combined, they were likely still no match for him, so she quickly ordered, Liana, take Xi Peng and leave. Saintess, what about you? Liana's main duty was to protect Qin Mingyu, not Xi Peng. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw the look in Qin Mingyu's eyes and immediately gritted her teeth. I understand. She picked up Xi Peng and prepared to flee. Dead men tell no tales. The ambitious Grand Guardian immediately tried to chase after them. Yin Yan immediately stood in his way and smirked coldly. Are you talking about yourself? She spread her hands and shot flames at him. Humph. Mere tricks. The ambitious Grand Guardian swirled his cape, not only blocking the flames, but also deflecting them back towards Yin Yan. Startled, Yin Yan quickly retreated. She hadn't even regained her footing when the ambitious Grand Guardian suddenly appeared in front of her, his expression disdainful, as if she were nothing but an ant in his eyes. Die, you wretched woman. The ambitious Grand Guardian struck, causing Yin Yan to cough up blood and fly backward. Humph. Hardly a challenge. With disdain, the ambitious Grand Guardian was about to pursue Xi Peng. But just as he was about to take off, Yin Yan tightly held onto his leg. Hey, I'm not as powerless as you think. Let's burn in the fires of hell together. Misguided in her determination to go down with him, Yin Yan prepared to ignite the flames. However, at that moment, Qin Mingyu exclaimed, Yin Yan, stop. Ambitious Grand Guardian, as the Saintess, I command you to cease. Both of them stopped in their tracks. Qin Mingyu didn't pay attention to their gaze, but turned directly to the Grand Religious King. Let's talk. As long as you spare Xi Peng, what will happen if I come back to the Holy Fire Organization with you? Saintess, no. Yin Yan quickly interjected. If the Saintess returned to the Holy Fire Organization, the Supreme Commander would go mad. But Qin Mingyu had made up her mind, ignoring Yin Yan's dissuasion and speaking coldly to the Grand Religious King. Without the Saintess, would you be able to control so many followers? Moreover, I know that I must still have significant utility for you. Saintess, Yin Yan wanted to say more, but Qin Mingyu turned back and smiled slightly. It's okay. Trust me and Ling Yu. He will definitely figure something out. I can't bear to watch Werewolf and any more friends die in front of me. After Qin Yushuan, her heart couldn't bear any more pain. Yin Yan could only sigh and remain silent. The Grand Religious King fell into a brief reverie, looking somewhat conflicted, but seeing Liana leaving with Xi Peng, he simply nodded. Very well then, the Holy Fire Organization welcomes the Saintess. Liana and Xi Peng ran all the way together. After realizing that no one was chasing them, she first breathed a sigh of relief but immediately felt her heart tighten even more. She was very clear about the strength of the person in the red cloak they had just encountered. Even if she teamed up with Yanyan, it would be impossible to defeat him, let alone the person in the black cloak behind them, whose aura was even more terrifying. Although Liana had never seen the Great Sage King, being from the Dark Knight Island, she had already guessed the identity of the person in the black cloak. Just one glance from him seemed to be able to send people to hell. What could he be if not a saintly character? Now that they hadn't caught up, The only explanation was that they were blocked by Yanyan and the Saint Lady. It was almost impossible to stop them with force, so they must have compromised on something. Even though she had guessed the truth, she couldn't go back now. She could only inform the commander immediately and then take Saipeng back to the capital. Liana's message was also posted in the Warwolf information group. Upon seeing it, Ling Yu, who was guarding the front gate, immediately became anxious and turned to go find his wife. However, Xia Shan did not give up. After organizing, he launched another attack on the Yanjing city gate. Apparently, he already knew that the backdoor attack had failed and understood that, if they continued to delay, his dream of becoming emperor for decades would be shattered. "Commander, you go find your wife first, we will hold the line here." Yi Zian Due knew Ling Yu's feelings for Qin Mingyu and immediately shouted loudly. Ling Yu just closed his eyes. He knew very well that if Qin Mingyu were here at this moment, she would definitely advise him to prioritize the overall situation, just like she had advised him to come to the front lines alone before. If he abandoned the front line now to find her, wouldn't their recent separation in vain? It might result in a lose-lose situation. So when he opened his eyes, he shouted loudly, "Attack! Let's attack together. We must not let the enemy step into Yanjing City even a half step. Defend Yanjing, defend Long Kingdom." His voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The Warwolf troops were greatly inspired. Yi Zian Du's eyes turned slightly red, and they followed by shouting, "Defend Yanjing, defend Long Kingdom, defend Yanjing, defend Long Kingdom, attack." The Warwolf troops valiantly counterattacked the enemy once again. On the other side, at the back door, Lin Qinglong learned that Qin Mingyu was in trouble and immediately set aside the sadness of having just killed his father with his own hands. He rushed towards the location information left by Liana. "Mingyu, wait for me. I am the Holy Guardian. I will definitely protect you." Riding the warhorse named Black Thunder left by his father, Lin Qinglong galloped towards the incident location. On the other hand, with no pursuers, Liana finally fulfilled her mission and brought the heavily injured Saipeng back to the capital. Prime Minister, what happened to you?" Inside the parliament, officials from various parts of Yanjing had already gathered. They did not have the authority to mobilize troops, but upon seeing Saipeng return, they all gathered around him. It's nothing. Saipeng declined their concerns and, under Liana's protection, entered the parliament venue and publicly initiated the procedure. Quickly have the Northern Region Commander Duanmu and the Southern Region Commander Shangguan Longwhiskers lead troops to quell the rebellion in the capital. Once the procedure was initiated, the Northern Region quickly received the Parliament's orders. However, Duanmu, who was not in the Northern Region, leading troops near the Chuidao Island in the Northeast Sea of Long Kingdom, negotiating with the Daojo country. "Ha, Commander Duanmu, everything today is a misunderstanding." At this moment, on the temporary negotiation ship at sea, General Matsumoto of Daojo country laughed and said, "We didn't intend to forcibly take the island, just to take a look. As for the disputes, we can continue to talk and shelve them." It was the same old rhetoric. Duanmu was actually quite resentful because without fighting, the problems could not be solved. Not only Chuidao Island, but also many other islands were causing trouble, with these small countries messing around, often with the backing influence of Shadow Country, making a fuss for no reason. After enduring for 30 years, it was time to take decisive action to ensure 100 years of peace in Long Kingdom. However, everything needed the final say of the new country head. He didn't know if Saipeng had the guts, but today he had to go back first. Duanmu, who left the negotiation ship and prepared to return to the king's worship of Long Kingdom. Only then did his subordinates come to report, "Commander, Prime Minister Saipeng has ordered the Northern Region to immediately bring troops to the capital to suppress the rebellion." Duanmu was slightly stiffened. Not only him, but the large army of the Northern Region, to prevent warfare in the northeast area, had already been deployed outside. Now, rushing back to Yanjing, the fastest troops would need at least 36 hours. However, he was aware that it would be difficult for the 5,000 Warwolf troops to eliminate nearly 100,000 enemy troops, and he needed to immediately send reinforcements. On the warship, there were continuous loud noises and gunshots mixed together. After assessing the situation, Dunmabu quickly moved in a certain direction and ordered his subordinates, "Fleet, return to the direction of Longuo and prepare a small boat." The subordinates did not know what to do, but still followed orders. Dun Mabu hurried to a cabin where several warriors from the northern region had fallen. Their guns were helpless against their enemies. An old man with white hair and spirited demeanor, who was about the same age as Dun Mabu, was among them. "It's you." Dun Mabu saw the opponent and showed a hint of a complex expression. "Indeed, it's me," the old man smiled calmly. "Long time no see, Dun Mabu. It seems like you are still going strong after reaching your 60s. Unlike those singers who hype themselves up, you are truly guarding the country even in your old age. That's because of troublemakers like you. If it weren't for internal troubles and external threats, the successor I nurtured would have taken over my job long ago," Dun Mabu said while stretching and warming up. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've moved these old bones. Today is the Lunar New Year. It seems the old man can't avoid an intense workout. I hope I can hold up." "Ha ha, your successor?" The old man laughed. "You sure know how to choose successors. They are descendants of a legend like the 5S-level big shots. Otherwise, do you think I pick randomly?" Dun Mabu laughed. "It seems that there's not just me who is aging gracefully. You are about the same age as me and yet you've come to face me for the interests of the Chanwu organization. You are taking a bigger risk than me." Shang Guanyan. Being called out by name, the Chanwu king also felt a twinge of emotion. "No choice, this is the final battle." Shang Guanyan was about to continue, but suddenly threw a punch. His fist naturally emitted flames, much more intense than the flames produced by the machines. The flames were not aimed at Dun Mabu, but directly towards the cabin door, intending to attack the northern warriors who were coming in with their guns to provide support. "Ya!" Dun Mabu suddenly roared, using his energy to disperse the flames, blocking the attack for his subordinates. The intense flames instantly set the cabin on fire. "Don't come. This opponent is not one you can handle. Arrange the fleet back to Longguo and support Yanjing." Dun Mabu shouted loudly to his subordinates with his back turned. "Yes, Commander." The group of subordinates quickly responded, still a bit shaken. If it weren't for the commander blocking that fierce flame for them just now, they might have reported to the underworld by now. This confrontation here was not something they ordinary people could participate in. They could only believe in their military spirit. "Dun Mabu, it seems you haven't been resting on your laurels these years. No wonder you are hailed as the most hopeful to catch Ling Guanran, a marshal of the northern region for decades, one of Longwu's pillars, indeed living up to your reputation." Shang Guanyan praised sincerely. His recent strike had already reached the power of SSS level, but Dun Mabu managed to disperse it, combining his energy with black technology, which was truly terrifying. "Ha ha, Shang Guanyan, you can't try to deceive me with sugar-coated bullets." Dun Mabu laughed. "You are truly the highest martial artist of the Three Saint organization, combining high technology with the techniques of the Mrong family. Your strength is definitely one of the closest to Ling Guanran." "I dare not." Shang Guanyan shook his head. "Perhaps it would take 5 of me to barely dare to battle against someone at the legendary level." "Shang Guanyan, so are you here today to kill me?" Dun Mabu suddenly became serious. "Yes," Shang Guanyan replied solemnly. "It's time for Longguo to change hands. I don't deny the role of the Zhongping faction. The strategy of the Zhongping faction has been effective in bringing Longguo to its current state, but in this era, the Zhongping faction is no longer suitable. It's time for someone else to take over Longguo." "And who do you think is suitable?" Dun Mabu asked, probing. "Of course, it's Mo Tiu." Shang Guanyan was straightforward. "My brother held Mo Yin and Mo Tiu in high esteem. He could achieve his current position all thanks to my brother and the Three Saints organization. So, he is absolutely loyal to my Shangguan family. When he becomes the leader, it means that our Shangguan family will finally take over Longguo." Dun Mabu chuckled. "Ha ha. What a tricky way to rise to power. It seems that desire for power is truly insatiable. The Xia family is like this, and so is the Shangguan family." "That's right, it has been like this for millennia, and it will be the same for the next 5,000 years. Human desires cannot disappear," Shang Guanyan affirmed. "Indeed." Dun Mabu did not argue, just smiled. "It seems that the Three Saints organization internally is not a unified front, but has different agendas." "Indeed," Shang Guanyan concurred. "The Three Saints organization is made up of 3 different groups. We came together because we had a common goal, which is to destroy the Zhongping faction and seize power. But when it comes down to each organization, there are some differences. That does not hinder our current sincere cooperation. I see. Dun Mabu nodded. It seems that I am standing in the way of your plans, and for you, that means I must die. Yes, you must die. Shang Guanyan nodded. Even though I know this will be very challenging for us. All right, let's change location. Dun Mabu said directly. Follow me. This warship was meant to return to Longguo, and he knew very well that facing a top saint-level master like Shang Guanyan, ordinary people had no place. He didn't want his subordinates to sacrifice in vain, and he didn't want to destroy this state-of-the-art warship. From the moment the Chanwu King successfully landed on this warship, Dun Mabu knew that a one-on-one battle was unavoidable. Shang Guanyan thought the same, so cooperated well with Dun Mabu to come to the deck and board a small boat. Commander. Chenmin was a naval warfare commander from the northern region. Seeing Dun Mabu taking such a risk, he couldn't help shouting, I'll help you kill the enemy. Don't come over. Dun Mabu stopped him. It wasn't that he underestimated Chenmin. He was the strongest martial artist in the Northern Maritime Warfare Department at an S+ level. Such a master would be a candidate for a martial law in the martial arts competition in various regions of Longguo. But facing a top saint level like the Chanwu King, he probably wouldn't even be able to take a hit. So, his presence would only be a burden. Chenmin, listen to me. Lead the team back to the northern region immediately, then coordinate with Ling Yu to defend Yanjing. Maintain order in Longguo. Commander, this is an order, understood. Dun Mo's voice had a touch of sorrow. He was very aware of the strength of the Chanwu organization. With the Chanwu King personally taking action, he had to prepare for the worst. Understood. Chenmin could only grit his teeth and salute, immediately ordering his subordinates, radar search all nearby sea areas, clear all potential dangers for the commander before leaving. Yes, the subordinates quickly turned on the radar, but the warship of the Daojo country had also left, and they hadn't detected any other large warships. Come. Dun Mabu. Shang Guanyan stood on one end of the small boat with one foot, his majestic red and black robe billowing in the wind, his eyes showing excitement. I haven't met an opponent in 30 years. I hope you don't disappoint me. It seems that being expected by others isn't a good thing. Dun McW waved his shoulders with a sense of great difference in momentum from Tin W Wang. He looked like an old man preparing for morning exercises in the square. As he finished warming up and stood still, the two locked eyes. Suddenly, the sea breeze howled, and the waves surged. The angry waves quickly hit the shore, surrounding the two top masters on the islands on both sides of the small boat. Though Chen Meng had received orders to return to the Dragon Kingdom, he arranged for a small team to stay behind to provide long-range support for the old commander-in-chief, so that he could quickly return to the Dragon Kingdom after defeating the enemy. At this moment, he looked back and witnessed this rare scene of the century, inevitably feeling as amazed as other warriors. Tin W Wang's long robe danced in the wind, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal world. He stood at the bow of the boat with hands behind his back, Con Wang composed, as if Mount Tai was pressing down without causing fear, and the Big Dipper was guiding without confusion. Dun W Wu's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through all falsehoods. He stood quietly at the other end of the boat, with his feet rooted firmly like a tree, unaffected by the howling sea breeze. Hey, the once-in-a-millennium grand battle is about to begin. We must not blink for a second. On an islet, a man in red armor was secretly watching the battle. It seems that Tin W Wang understood Dunmek's character very well, and indeed chose the battlefield voluntarily, to avoid involving his subordinates and warships. Come on, Dunmek W. Suddenly, Shang Guanyan lightly waved his sleeves, sending an invisible wave of Che with intense flames sweeping towards Dunmek W. The wave of Che suddenly turned into flames on its way, aiming to engulf Dunmek W. Though Dunmek W looked stern, deep down his eyes were full of confidence. As a warrior, he enjoyed facing challenges of high difficulty, and he was no exception. Shang Guanyan, hailed as one of the top 3 saints among the new 7 saints, was definitely one of the strongest under the gods. He also wanted to test where his opponent's limits were. Dunmek W raised his hand, emitting a stream of Che that sliced through the flames. Shang Guanyan didn't think that such a small skill could defeat this pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. When the flames dispersed, he appeared in front of Dunmek W, grabbing his wrist with his left hand and striking with a heavy hammer in his right hand. Dunmek W dared not hold back and caught the attack with both palms. Tin W Wang's power then dispersed, and a terrifying wave of chest spread from the center, forming a vortex of the ocean. With a bang, the vortex dispersed, deafening with its roar. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a terrifying battle. The man in red armor couldn't help but feel excited. Many warriors may never have the chance to witness such a battle in their lifetime. Those who see it have their horizons broadened, and it is also very beneficial for their martial arts breakthroughs. Indeed, as the current commander of the southern frontier, your uncle's strength is truly amazing. Taking advantage of the opportunity to hold the opponent's fist, DRIZZLE said with a smile, "It seems that neither the dragon whisker nor the phoenix feather can match you. What a pity." Pity about what? As Shangguanzi responded to DRIZZLE's words, his movements did not stop. The two exchanged deadly moves, displaying their martial arts prowess with grace. Their movements were elegant and agile, like immortal cranes dancing on the sea, soaring high and swooping low. Each strike was accompanied by the surging of the waves and the howling of the wind, as if the entire ocean was bowling for their battle. It's a pity that you and they are different. If you and my Shangguan family all united to defend the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't that be great? DRIZZLE lamented. Ha ha. I agree, Shangguan said. If they had the same mindset as me to clean up the weak factions, the Jinping lineage would have fallen long ago. Especially Long Whisker. Not only did he not help the Shangguan family, he became the commander of the southern frontier, selling his soul to Jinping. To be precise, he is not selling his soul to Jinping. DRIZZLE responded while continuing to spar. They are truly devoted to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and their vision is grand. That's just the brainwashing method you use. Our vision is also grand, even grander than yours. Shangguan roared, launching a fire fist technique. DRIZZLE wanted to block it, but found that the fist had split into four, each with a flaming effect. With no other choice, DRIZZLE shifted to a defensive posture, crossing his hands to withstand the attack. He slid for 30 meters on the deck of the ship before finally balancing himself. How is this possible? The man in red armor was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a fierce battle nor witnessed anyone withstand Tin W Wang's attacks head-on. This commander from the Northern Territories surely possessed Super Saint level strength, so why hadn't he received a saintly name? Behind him were several figures wearing high-tech armor, with expressions filled with awe and admiration, as if witnessing the pinnacle battle of the current martial arts world. DRIZZLE, it seems that Ling Guanran didn't grant you a saintly name, which is truly regrettable. Shangguan sincerely lamented. Your strength is definitely stronger than even the third saint who was personally named by him. Those are just empty titles. DRIZZLE chuckled. The god of war glory has always been my idol to look up to, but I am not interested in obtaining any names in the martial arts world. I just want to protect the mountains and rivers of the Dragon Kingdom, and when I die on the battlefield, draped in a horse's leather, that will be my final glory. You are someone worthy of respect. I admire you, Shangguan said earnestly. It's a pity our positions and beliefs are different. If I die at your hands today, it will also be my glory. DRIZZLE also exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, then come. DRIZZLE also began to get serious. Although he had a certain relationship with Shangguan, today the latter came to kill him. He was an enemy, and DRIZZLE would not hold back. Thus, the northern boundary's dragon severing palm was finally unleashed. Shangguan was taken aback and immediately leapt to dodge. The sturdy ship deck was instantly shattered, and water started seeping in. Indeed, the dragon severing palm is truly unrivaled. Shangguan was shocked, retaliating with one of the Murong family's mastery techniques, the Phoenix Dance 9 Palms. The attack was so exquisite that even DRIZZLE couldn't see through it, forcing him to continue using the dragon severing palm in a bid to counterbalance. Shangguan didn't dare to confront the world's top palm technique head-on and found himself falling behind for a moment. How is this possible? The man in red armor widened his eyes in disbelief. Tin W Wang's strength was considered the ceiling in their eyes, difficult even for modern weapons to handle. Yet now he was struggling in a one-on-one battle with someone else, completely shattering their preconceptions. It seemed that the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom were not just idle boasts. Quick! Let's sneak in together. It seems that this old guy won't be taken down by one person alone. The man in red armor waved his hand, leading a few brothers to dive into the water. Their armor was high-tech, capable of morphing into duck feet in water and even emitting gas for high-speed swimming. They were incredibly difficult to detect in the vast ocean. Rumble! The battle between two top-tier experts quickly turned the ironclad ship into rubble. However, the two experts did not fall into the water, but instead used their supernatural abilities to stand on the floating debris and continue their confrontation. Shangguan Yan, the failure of your brother Shangguanzi has proven that your Shangguan family is not suitable to lead the Dragon Kingdom. Wake up! With a swoosh, Du Muwu once again struck with the dragon-slaying palm. However, his style differed from that of Ling Yu's. In short, the elder focused more on technique, while the younger emphasized strength and dominance. Doom! As Shangguan Yan dodged once more, large splashes erupted from the sea. The destructive power created by the Saint-level experts was comparable to the forces of nature, causing tidal waves to surge. Qian Wu Wang furrowed his brows tighter and tighter. Although he did not underestimate Du Muwu, his abilities were limited in sea battles, now completely suppressed by Du Muwu. If this continued, the only one who would die would be him. Shangguan Yan, you are truly formidable. Du Muwu also held great admiration for Shangguan Yan and recognized that he might not be able to defeat this top-tier expert on a regular battlefield. But it's a pity. Today I must eliminate you for the Dragon Kingdom. The existence of the Qianwu organization has seriously threatened the stability of the Dragon Kingdom. Realize this. Du Muwu aimed to deal with Shangguan Yan, starting by smashing the other floating boards on the sea. At this moment, Shangguan Yan leapt in the air, with limited movement in the air and even more restricted when landing. As long as he executed his move Dragon Daddle in the sea, even immortals would find it challenging to survive. However, at a critical moment, several figures suddenly jumped out of the sea. Du Muwu shuddered. The next moment, he felt a strong danger emerging from the sea. Du Muwu quickly abandoned the board and leapt away. As two blood-stained sawtooth blades flew out of the water, a man in red armor emerged from the water as well. With a cold smile, he was ready to destroy all the floating boards on the sea. Du Muwu perceived the intentions of the opponent and quickly struck towards him. The powerful aura engulfed him like a raging storm. The man in red armor became alarmed. Was Qian Wu always confronting such monsters one-on-one? With his SS plus strength, he might not be able to withstand the attack of such a monster. The man in red armor was smashed into the sea, his fate unknown. But Du Muwu's situation was not favorable either, as he was immediately surrounded by Shangguan Yan and several other armor experts. With only a small floating board, his movements were severely restricted. In contrast, the armored opponents had high-tech gear that allowed them to move freely in the water. Cowardly, there are still ambushes. The Lord is in danger. Quick, go support the Lord. The northern squad, who had been observing from afar, rushed to provide assistance once they realized the situation was dire. They knew that even though the Lord's martial arts skills were profound, he was not a superhuman or an aquatic creature and would perish if he fell into the sea. Two speedboats immediately raced towards them. Du Muwu understood that these 6 armored individuals were all top experts with state-of-the-art equipment specifically for maritime combat, and so he dared not prolong the fight. Seeing his speedboats coming to support him, he quickly jumped aboard. Quick! Leave this place and return to the Dragon Kingdom's port swiftly. Du Muwu had his main forces to part earlier because they were unable to handle Qian Wu in close combat and to avoid innocent casualties. Now that the majority had left, as long as he safely evacuated, even if it disrupted the opponent's plans. However, Shangguan Yan was not going to let him go so easily. Du Muwu, are you running away before we determine the victor? Are you admitting defeat? With full force, Shangguan Yan launched a terrifying fire dragon directly towards Du Muwu. Although impressed by the fearsome strength of Qian Wu, Du Muwu was not defenseless and countered with his full power, splitting the flames with his hand blade. However, at the same moment, a red figure suddenly emerged behind him. Head, General of the North, Du Muwu, didn't expect that, did you? I'm still alive. Upon hearing the laughter of the man in red armor, Du Muwu slightly furrowed his brows. Before he could react, Qian Wu managed to control the splintered flames with his aura and launched another attack. General, be careful! His subordinates shouted. However, their expertise lay in heated combat, and in this level of warrior combat, they were unable to assist Du Muwu. Beads of sweat had already begun forming on Du Muwu's forehead. In order to prevent the flames from burning his subordinates, he used one hand to block the flames and grabbed the large sword that the man in red armor had brought down with his other hand. Impressive. Admirable. While the man in red armor was an arrogant character, at that moment, he sincerely admired Du Muwu's strength. He also understood why Du Muwu was not part of the Seven Saints. Aside from not participating in the martial arts world, he had already surpassed the level of Saint grade, but there was still a noticeable gap compared to the divine grade. Nevertheless, in the next moment, 5 more armored experts emerged from the sea and charged towards Du Muwu from 6 different directions. "General, be careful." The loyal subordinates threw themselves forward, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect him. "Don't come near," Du Muwu shouted in desperation. "Take your speedboats back to the Dragon Kingdom and avoid engaging in battle." He did not want his subordinates to die needlessly. This was not something they were prepared for. "Du Muwu, are you too preoccupied to care about others now?" Shang Guanyan had already launched an attack towards him, striking at his chest. The level of Du Muwu and his opponent was similar. With a momentary lapse in concentration, he failed to block the unpredictable move. A mouthful of blood shot out. However, with a fierce roar, he retaliated with another dragon-slaying palm. TSK. Qian Wuwang quickly retreated but still sustained minor wounds, falling awkwardly into the water. The tremendous respect he held for the general of the North surged within him. To have fought at such a level, nearly killing him, was unparalleled in the present era. Meet your end. The Red Armored Man, along with 5 other compatriots, launched another combined attack on Du Muwu. Severely injured from the earlier conflict with Qian Wuwan, he could no longer muster up the energy to fight back and was at his limits. "General." In the nick of time, his loyal subordinates threw themselves forward, shielding him with their bodies. "Don't do it, you guys." Du Muwu wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. As blood splattered on their faces, Du Muwu let out a furious roar. Elderly and tragic. Using up his last speck of strength, he unleashed the final move of the northern region's dragon-slaying palm. Endless regret. The powerful aura caused the entire speedboat to submerge, and the sea unfolded in a 3-dimensional semicircle, forming 6 sea dragons combining the water and aura, directly striking the 6 armored individuals. Spurt. 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 3 of the armored individuals died on the spot. Although the Red Armored Men and the other 2 companions avoided fatal injuries, they also fell awkwardly into the sea. Retreat. Quick, retreat. With his last vestiges of strength, Du Muwu instructed his subordinates, who were still steering the boats. It wasn't until the speedboats had sailed a few hundred meters that his face turned purple-black, and he collapsed heavily onto the vessel. General. Yanjing. Ling Yu led only 2,000 werewolves, fighting against tens of thousands of Xia merchants' army. The army of tens of thousands was well equipped, but they couldn't even step half a pace into the Yanjing city area. In the internet era, news like this spread quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable for the Xia army. Report to the chief, the parliament has authorized the southern frontier and northern border troops to rush to Yanjing to clear the bandits. As long as we hold on until tomorrow morning, our reinforcements will arrive. On the late night of the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Duel finally brought good news to Ling Yu. In fact, the authorization was done on the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, but they had been fighting the Xia army all the time, and now with repelling the enemy once again, there was finally time to discuss these matters. "All right, I got it." Ling Yu was exhausted. Since the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, he had been in constant battle. First, he fought against Mo Yin, Han Qiu, and Marong Jie, then defeated Han Qiu, went against a mysterious man in black, and rushed into 2 battles at the city gate. Even an Iron Man needs maintenance, let alone a mere mortal. Subconsciously, Ling Yu clenched the heart of the sun on his hand, feeling that this stone was so incredible, providing him with constant energy. "Boss, isn't the southern frontier commander Shang Guanzi's own son? Will there be a great risk when he leads the troops into the capital?" Yizi couldn't help but speak out his worries in a low voice. "You mean Shang Guan Longbeard?" Ling Yu's brow furrowed slightly. To be honest, he had known Shang Guan Longbeard many years ago, but they were just friends and had not fought side by side. The other's reputation in the southern frontier was even greater than his, although Ling Yu had a slight advantage on a national scale. Unexpectedly, after 5 years, that man had become the commander of the southern frontier, and also designated by John Ping. "Yes, Shangguan Longbeard is Shang Guanzi's youngest son, only 3 years older than you, the boss. He's just 33 this year." Yizi continued. "Back then, Shang Guanzi lost to John Ping in the presidential election. Tang is in John Ping's camp. If he still retains his father's ideas, I'm afraid. Ling Yu couldn't say more. He just asked, "DUA, what's the news from the northern border?" "Boss, I just received the news. Wang Gang is leading 20,000 soldiers to rush Tianjin for support." DUA immediately replied, "Wang Gang, 20,000? Hearing this news, Ling Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. Yes, the northern border troops are all deployed on the northeast border and along the coast to prevent a sudden attack from Daojo country. DUA continued to report, but now the Daojo country has retreated. Just a deliberate feint to draw the northern border forces. The old commander and Chen Meng are rushing back by sea. And the old commander? What has happened to the old commander? What about my master?" Ling Yu suddenly became worried and asked anxiously. Although the old drunkard was his first mentor, Dumubu was the one who had shown him kindness and cultivated him the most. If something happened to him, Ling Yu couldn't predict what he would do. "Report, boss." Duyu's voice trembled a bit. According to the information sent by Chen Men, the northern border fleet encountered a mysterious attack on their way back to the Dragon Kingdom, and someone boarded the ship to assassinate the old commander. In order to ensure the overall situation of the Dragon Kingdom and avoid innocent casualties, Chen Men led the majority of the troops back, and he stayed at sea to fight the enemy. What? Ling Yu was even more shocked and worried. He had great trust in the old commander's strength. Even now, he might not surpass him, but the person who dared to assassinate him definitely had a significant background. "Tell me, who is the old commander fighting at sea with?" "Report to the boss. It is speculated that it should be the leader of the Qianwu organization, Qianwu Wang." "What? Qianwu Wang?" Ling Yu fell into silence, his brow furrowing almost to a point of rigidity. A Moafi nearly wiped out so many of them on the Dark Night Island last time. God knows how strong this Qianwu Wang was. "Old man, you must not die." Ling Yu silently sighed. At this moment, he realized how fierce this battle was, with unexpected enemies from everywhere. Besides worrying about the old commander, he now also worried about his wife. DUA was one of his most capable subordinates, and knew his feelings. As the communicator lit up, she immediately surprised Ling Yu with the news. "Boss, there's good news. Ling Qinglan found the sister-in-law, and shared the location in real time." "Let me see." Ling Yu eagerly took the communicator. When he saw the location, he couldn't be happy. After nearly a day of tracking, Ling Qinglan had almost reached the vicinity of Jiangnan City. "Boss, it seems that the guys who kidnapped a sister-in-law also left by car," Yi added. "In this case, their route will intersect with Shangguan Longbeard's entry into the capital." This statement reminded Ling Yu, who immediately ordered, "DUA, quickly find a way to contact Shangguan Longbeard. I need to ask for his help." DUA hesitated slightly, but immediately agreed. Yes, although she and Ji didn't say anything, they both knew. Ling Yu's request for Shangguan Longbeard's help would inevitably delay their arrival in the capital, and he would owe a favor. If Yanjing fell, Ling Yu could not escape responsibility. But Ling Yu couldn't care about that much. He had to take the risk. He must not let his wife fall into the hands of the Holy Fire Organization, otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "Boss, the call is connected." DUA was very capable. As a member of the Northern Border Wolf Warriors, it wasn't difficult to contact the Southern Frontier Commander. "Hello, I am Ling Yu." Taking the phone, Ling Yu went straight to the point. "Commander Shangguan, I urgently need your help." "Ling Yu, hey, can't your warwolves hold up?" A proud voice came from the other end. It was Shangguan Longbeard. It could be heard that he wanted to outdo the Northern Frontier Wolf King. The two famous Northern and Southern war gods had to determine a winner. "No, my wife Qin Mingyu has been kidnapped, currently near Jiangnan City. I will share the real-time location with you. Please help me rescue her." Time was running out, Ling Yu said directly. Shangguan Longbeard responded with a tone of contempt. "Ling Yu, do you know what I'm doing right now? Do you know the consequences if Yanjing falls?" So the war god of the Northern Territory is just a man who cares about his personal matters and not the greater good. "No, I care about both personal and public matters." Ling Yu immediately interrupted, his tone filled with determination. "I will keep holding on until the reinforcements arrive. You can come later." The other side fell into a brief silence. Yi and Dua were inexplicably nervous. They knew how important Qin Mingyu was to the boss, but Shangguan Longbeard wasn't important. They didn't know if he would agree. "Okay, as you wish." Shangguan Longbeard agreed in the end, and immediately hung up the phone. Ling Yu's heart tightened again, silently praying in his heart, Mingyu, you must come back to me safely. On the other side, Ling Qinglong rode the fire-electric black horse left by his father, galloping hundreds of miles all the way, sparks flying like lightning as he chased up to the mountain road in Zhongnan City. Mingyu, I'm here. Ling Qinglong, propelled by some unknown burst of potential, left his horse to stand in front of the opposing black vehicle as it came charging over, ready to strike down with his horse sword. Inside the car, the great Saint King frowned slightly. Shanshin was even more surprised, exclaiming, why would the people of the heavenly martial king come to intercept us? Qin Mingyu showed a hint of surprise, but did not shout out. Calling out Ling Qinglong's name would be equivalent to revealing to the enemy that he was not one of the heavenly martial king's men. Of course, they would eventually find out, but the more confusion they faced, the better. Shanshin reacted swiftly and immediately turned the car 90 degrees, dodging the attack, but at the same time, the car hit the mountainside, leaving them with no way forward. Great Saint King, I'll go down and take care of him. Shanshin was a bit irritated. Go. Surprisingly, the great Saint King agreed, with a calm expression. Clearly, he did not believe that just one person could block their path. Qin Mingyu sat quietly in the car, neither nosy nor disruptive, knowing that she couldn't escape and didn't need to alert the enemy. However, she failed to notice that the great Saint King had been making some strange movements all along. Mingyu, I'm here. Your holy guardian is here. I will definitely keep you safe. Ling Qinglong saw Qin Mingyu through the car window and immediately shouted excitedly. Qin Mingyu responded with a trusting smile. The great Saint King's gaze, however, showed a hint of disdain. Saint Lady, is this the holy guardian you chose? It seems weaker than any previous ones. No. I believe in him. Qin Mingyu replied calmly. I believe he is the best holy guardian. Because of her gaze and her words, the great Saint King couldn't help but become interested and quietly continued to observe from inside the car. Stop with the big talk. Anyone who blocks me will die. Shanshin directly prepared to take care of Ling Qinglong. It should be noted that 300,000 members of the Holy Fire Organization are at the border of Lone Wo, eagerly awaiting the return of the Saint Lady. They couldn't afford to be intercepted here. The followers and soldiers of the Holy Fire Organization were not like ordinary troops. They were brainwashed helpers, and with or without the Saint Lady as their spiritual pillar, their combat effectiveness was completely different. Scram. Little cub, watch me cut you down. Ling Qinglong raised his sword and struck at Shanshin. The momentum was strong and powerful. However, it was clear that Shanshin had the upper hand in speed. As the Saint Guardian of SS+, he was just a step away from being a saint-level warrior. After dodging Ling Qinglong's big sword, he viciously clawed at Ling Qinglong's abdomen. Ling Qinglong felt a sharp pain, and after they separated, he looked down to find several faint bloodstains on his abdomen. If he were not different from an ordinary person and wearing his father's armor, this blow could have been fatal. Hey, where did you steal the armor of the Heavenly Martial Organization from? But from the looks of it, you clearly don't know how to unleash its power. Shanshin licked the blood on his iron claws with a smug look and asked, mind your own business, die. Ling Qinglong swung his sword again. However, in his rage and at 100% combat strength, he couldn't gain the upper hand. After a few more exchanges, he ended up with more bloodstains on his body. Your holy guardian has determination, but unfortunately, his abilities are slightly lacking, the great Saint King evaluated with half-closed eyes. I believe determination is more important than ability. Qin Mingyu said a phrase she often used in the company before. She believed this in the workplace and on the battlefield as well. Hey, you are the worst holy guardian I've ever seen. It seems we were right to escort the Saint Lady back because with you, she would not be protected at all. Shanshin mocked Ling Qinglong while also ridiculing him. Get lost. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Ling Qinglong became increasingly violent, his strength not diminishing despite his injuries, but growing more ferocious. Qinglong, calm down. At the critical moment, Qin Mingyu's voice came from inside the car. Even she could see that Ling Qinglong's moves were off and that using the horse sword was not his preferred fighting style. She recalled what Ling Yu had said about strength that couldn't hit people being useless no matter how powerful it may be. So at this moment, she had to remind Ling Qinglong. Hearing the words of the goddess whom he had secretly loved for years, Ling Qinglong instantly calmed down. Hey, not attacking anymore. Then it's my turn. Shanshin sneered. waving his hands in a flurry of countless lightning strikes, like a formation of threes and ones. Fast. Shanshin was most proud of his attack speed. He believed that no one in the world, besides a saint-level master, could dodge his attacks. Indeed, Lin Qinglong could not dodge at all if he had not worn the armor left by his father. He would have been dead under Shanshin's claws. Clang! The armor on his body kept falling off. Even the black horse sword in his hand was about to drop to the ground. Qinglong. Qin Mingyu's hands clenched in worrying. Saint Lady, you are young. Sometimes your judgment is wrong, which is why you need my assistance and guidance. I can tell you what to do is right. Taking advantage of the situation, the great Saint King spoke. No, I still believe in myself and that I won't make wrong choices. Qin Mingyu's deep and steadfast gaze did not waver. Facts will prove everything, the great Saint King said calmly. His hand in his sleeve continued to make small movements. Die. Shanshin's blow was aimed at piercing Lin Qinglong's heart. Qin Mingyu's heart was in her throat, and she finally shouted loudly. Qinglong. Snap. In a critical moment, Lin Qinglong tightly grasped Shanshin's wrist. Shanshin's hand was momentarily immobile. Lin Qinglong's hand holding the sword tightened again as he grinned. I've been waiting for this moment. While my speed may not match yours, I can foresee your final attack. As he said these words, he remembered his father teaching him martial arts on the basketball court when he was a child. Qinglong, your comprehension is average. Your physical qualities are top-notch. In the future, on the battlefield, you don't need to discern everything about the enemy. You will find it hard to do so. But you just need to anticipate the most critical aspect of the opponent. General Lin pointed to the hoop and said, just like playing basketball, the opponent may be more agile than you, more flashy with the ball, but no matter what, they will ultimately have to score when they take the shot. You just need to block them at that moment. His father's teachings had always been in Lin Qinglong's heart. He had great respect for his father because he believed in his father's abilities. Today, he finally realized what his father had taught him. Die. Lin Qinglong roared suddenly, slashing his sword towards Shanshin. Shanshin couldn't free his hand from Lin Qinglong's grip. Not because his strength was weaker, but for reasons unknown. Nevertheless, he managed to leap away to avoid the horse sword, unaware that it wasn't aimed at his body but at chopping off the arm he held. Shanshin screamed in agony, quickly retreating in front of the car. Hey, your screams of agony are delightful. Lin Qinglong effortlessly flung the severed arm back, grinning. After taking so many blows from you, it's my turn to give you one for satisfaction, right? Finally, Qin Mingyu smiled, looking at Lin Qinglong and said to the great Saint King, I knew it, my judgment must be right. Ha ha. Lin Qinglong laughed heartily, feeling more comfortable than ever before in his life. He finally received sincere praise from the goddess. It turns out that Qin Mingyu thinks highly of him. On the other hand, Shanshin gritted his teeth in frustration, looking like a provoked but cowardly dog. Dasheng Wang remained silent, opened his eyes, and people were suddenly outside the car. The car door only opened slowly once the person was outside. Qin Mingyu and Lin Qinglong were both shocked. Was this magic? How did he do that? Shanshin, step down. This Saint Guardian for this term was not appointed by me. Let me personally take care of him, and then arrange a more suitable Saint Guardian for the Saintess lady, said Dasheng Wang. Yes. Dasheng Wang. Shanshin, though unwilling, covered his severed arm and stepped back to stop the bleeding. Lin Qinglong and Qin Mingyu immediately composed themselves. Both of them clearly understood that he was the ultimate boss. They didn't know his true strength or to what terrifying level he had reached. However, at that moment, there was a commotion around them, with an army unexpectedly arriving on the scene. Dasheng Wang furrowed his brow, clearly not expecting such a situation. The Wolf Warriors' regiment of 5,000 elite soldiers was being restrained on the outskirts of Yanjing. Who could have sent an army to rescue the Saintess lady? Of course, ordinary armies had nothing to fear from him. Heat weapons and radar could not lock onto him, as he was an unparalleled expert. However, the next moment, a powerful voice rang out. Qin Duty, I'm here to save you. Hearing this voice, Lin Qinglong was naturally displeased. Damn it, did they really think he, the Saint Guardian, was incapable? Next, a military vehicle arrived at the scene. A man with a stern face leapt out of the car, standing in front of the vehicle where Qin Mingyu was located. Confronting the formidable Dasheng Wang clad in black and gold robes, Shangguan Longbeer, Lin Qinglan, also from the martial world, naturally knew the identity of this figure. Wasn't this the Shangguan Longbeard who had been crowned the Southern Frontier War God by Zhang Ping just 3 years ago? Since the fall of Ling Yu, he had become the new generation War God of the Dragon Kingdom. He never expected to encounter him here today. So you're the son of Lord Shangguanzi. Sheng Wang's initially serious expression suddenly softened into a smile. Your father and I were good friends back then, but unfortunately, he lost to Zhang Ping in the end. Stop dragging me into your relationships. Shangguan Longbeard's expression was extremely cold and proud. My father is my father, and I am me. I am Shangguan Longbeard, the contemporary war god of the Dragon Kingdom. I am not a politician. These words shook everyone present. Qin Mingyu's hope in her eyes grew, but at the same time, she felt an inexplicable worry. As for what she was worried about, she couldn't say. War God Shangguan, why are you appearing in such a place at this time? Shangguan, still composed, asked with narrowed eyes. Qin Beauty is my childhood friend. I'm here to take her back to Yanjing. Shangguan Longbeard said with a smirk. What? Lin Qinglan exclaimed. Qin Mingyu's eyes showed a mix of confusion and astonishment. Childhood friend? Why couldn't she remember? However, seeing Shangguan Longbeard's recognizable smile, she did feel a sense of familiarity, even if she couldn't pinpoint exact details. Qin Mingyu is the Saintess of our Sacred Fire organization. I've sent people to bring her back twice, without success. This time, I'm personally bringing the Saintess back. Please don't obstruct us. Sheng Wang's tone was very polite. He was so polite that even Zhang Xin felt a bit annoyed. If not for his severed arm, he could have killed all these soldiers from the southern frontier. In the eyes of a master like him, conventional weapons weren't frightening, they were just ants playing with toys. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, two square soldiers had already jumped off the military vehicle and quickly surrounded Sheng Wang's car, aiming various firearms at the two individuals. Sheng Wang scanned the soldiers without any change in expression, as if looking at some weeds, but said, Southern frontier soldiers, indeed imposing. Get lost, I'm in a good mood now and don't feel like killing. Shangguan Longbeard said, arrogantly, even though he knew the black and gold-robed old man in front of him had immense power. In the eyes of the Southern Frontier War God, everyone else except beautiful women was insignificant. Damn arrogant. Watch me kill you. Zhang Xin was about to attack, but Sheng Wang didn't stop him, allowing him to make a move. Let's see how Shangguan Longbeard would respond. Shangguan Longbeard didn't allow the soldiers from the southern frontier to attack. Facing the SS plus level Zhang Xin, he just smiled disdainfully and took the initiative to strike back. He wielded a fierce gun, every shot like a dragon, exceptionally brave. Qin Mingyu and Lin Qinglan were amazed. This style seemed somewhat similar to the old drunkards. Zhang Xin, who already had one arm cut off by Lin Qinglan, was defeated by Shangguan Longbeard's exceptionally brave gunplay in 3 moves, with a new bloody hole in his shoulder. Just as Shangguan Longbeard was about to finish him off, Sheng Wang finally made a move. With a wave of his black and gold sleeve, a violent tornado swiftly enveloped Shangguan Longbeard. Even the mighty Southern Frontier War God was surprised. What level of expert was this? He had initially intended to kill Zhang Xin and save Qin Mingyu in the process, but when faced with Sheng Wang's attack, he could only use his long spear to fend off the assailant. However, to their surprise, Qin Mingyu, cunning as she was, had been deliberately feigning immobility the whole time. As soon as Sheng Wang made a move, she immediately escaped from the car. Mingyu. Ling Qinglan reacted swiftly, quickly protecting her. Sheng Wang realized what was happening and rushed towards Qin Mingyu. Your opponent is me. Shangguan Longbeard immediately swung his crimson long spear like a giant red snake towards Sheng Wang. Ling Qinglan inwardly gasped. This new southern frontier leader was indeed formidable. However, such a move, while capable of instantly killing hundreds on the battlefield, did little harm to Sheng Wang. His figure suddenly seemed to transform, and the spear missed, ultimately piercing the car. Mingyu. Run. Ling Qinglan protected Qin Mingyu and hurriedly led her away before the car exploded. Almost at the same time, the southern frontier soldiers swiftly converged to protect Qin Mingyu, aiming their gun barrels at Sheng Wang. Impressive Southern Frontier War God. Today, I will give you some face. Sheng Wang showed no fear. Faced with the armed Southern Frontier troops, he could easily kill Qin Mingyu if he wanted. However, that was not his goal. and so he could only retreat with the injured Zhanshin, trying to escape. It's not going to be that easy. Shangguan Longbeard somersaulted and landed on the hood of a car, pulling out his long spear before launching another attack like a dragon towards Da Shengguan. But in a sudden turn of events, Da Shengguan, under such circumstances, suddenly disappeared with Zhanshin right before his eyes, vanishing without a trace. Da Shengguan, are we just going to let the Saintess go like this? Zhanshin, unwilling, asked. He didn't want this outcome, even if it meant dying in battle. Nevertheless, Da Shengguan remained steadfast, looking ahead with indifference. No, the Saintess lady will come to us on her own, he said. His earlier actions in the car were to prevent being intercepted on the way. The dignified Da Shengguan indeed had foresight. On the other side, in the city of Yanjing, Commander, good news. Due hurriedly walked up behind Ling Yu, who was watching the situation from the city wall, and exclaimed excitedly, the southern frontier commander, along with Lin Qinglong, have successfully rescued the elder sister-in-law and are now on their way to Yanjing City. Really? Ling Yu turned around, suddenly overjoyed. Indeed. Due also smiled then said, the country is safe, the family is whole. It's really fantastic. Absolutely. It's really fantastic. Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to lose Qin Mingyu again, he didn't know if he could handle it. Just then, another resounding noise came from outside the city gates. Reporting, boss. The Xia army has launched a third major assault. This time they're going crazy trying to get into the city. Yi quickly came to report to Ling Yu. Perfect timing. Ling Yu clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit, and shouted loudly, brothers of the Warwolves, listen up. The Xia army's momentum is fading. They are making their final desperate attempt. If we could hold them off twice, we can hold them off a third time, a fourth time, 100 times. As long as we endure for another day, repel the Xia army. Reinforcements will arrive. We must successfully defend Yanjing, protect the Dragon Kingdom. His words resounded, and the Warwolves warriors, who were already depleted of energy, seemed to revive instantly, shouting in unison, we must successfully defend Yanjing, protect the Dragon Kingdom. We must successfully defend Yanjing, protect the Dragon Kingdom. Yi and Due also raised their arms and cheered along. Due understood very well that the boss was boosting morale. Resisting tens of thousands with just 2,000 soldiers, the brutal conditions were unimaginable. Many warriors were not dying on the battlefield. They were close to exhaustion. But under Ling Yu's leadership, no one feared death. Charge! Ling Yu jumped down from the city wall, this time actively rushing towards the enemy because the city walls of Yanjing had been breached in the two previous clashes, no longer defensible. Instead of letting the enemy approach, they chose to charge out, showing a determined and desperate spirit to confront them head-on. Charge! The remaining Warwolves warriors also raced towards the Xia army like madmen. Ling Yu's breaking dragon pawn never stopped. Wherever it went, it was unstoppable. The Xia army was in disarray. In front of the Dragon Kingdom's war god, these elite soldiers were like paper. Obviously, after 2 rounds of attacks, the Xia army had nearly depleted their weapons and ammunition. Now was the final showdown of hand-to-hand combat. Damn it! Curse it! Xia Shang watched the battle from the rear, impatiently cursing. One man has caused so much damage to us. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Elder Fu sighed. It takes decades for the Dragon Kingdom to produce such a war god. Previously, there was Ling Guanrong. Now there's Ling Yu. Unfortunately, we are born in the wrong era. I don't care. I must break into the parliament. I must become the head of the country. Xia Shang was starting to lose his sanity. Loudly ordering, Fu La, you quickly lead 36 riders to surround and attack Ling Yu. But, boss, Elder Fu panicked. He was also scared. It was obvious to the naked eye that Ling Yu had already reached a holy level, and fighting him would be like courting death. Go. Hurry up. Otherwise, what's the use of me raising you for so many years? Xia Shang was starting to act mad. He was going all in. If Fu La died in battle, it was a sacrifice he was willing to make, even if he died himself. 36 isn't enough. Make it 360. 3,600. Keep sending them in. Someone will eventually kill Ling Yu. Xia Shang stated a very simple truth. Everyone understood the logic, but this wasn't a game where you could just recharge. It was about confirming the truth with your own life, something not everyone could do. Despite his long sigh, Elder Fu led 36 riders charging ahead. Perfect timing. Ling Yu was getting excited as he fought, his demeanor becoming more intense. Duel and Yizi naturally knew Ling Yu's nature, but those less familiar with Ling Yu marveled at the difference between the commander in battle and the commander in ordinary times. Ling Yu unleashed a series of breaking dragon palms. Once again, the Xia army suffered heavy casualties. Some couldn't help but curse, always using the same two moves. Have they no shame? But Ling Yu paid no attention to these criticisms. He had a military background and understood that in battle, one must use the most direct means to harm the enemy. Those elaborate and non-practical methods were akin to seeking death. Ling Yu, meet your end. Elder Fu took the opportunity to sneak attack Ling Yu. He was also of SS plus strength and had been waiting for the right moment to strike. Ling Yu was indeed struck by his mounted attack. Yet, as the god of slaughter landed, he swiftly retaliated with a brutal breaking dragon palm, knocking Elder Fu off his horse. Spurt. Spurt. Both Ling Yu and Elder Fu spurted blood. Unfortunately, Elder Fu perished on the spot, but Ling Yu angrily continued to fight on. Madman. Such madness. Elder Fu, seeing his most trusted subordinate die before him, Xia Shang was left with no words. Watching Ling Yu and the Warwolves warriors becoming more ferocious with each passing moment, he finally realized that his dream of becoming emperor might be shattered completely. The battle continued through the night. On the morning of the third day of the new year, the results of the head of state elections were announced. Xi Peng was elected without any suspense. Zhao Yuanzhang had already returned to the Zhao family from Chanwang Mountain, accompanied by Liu Yejian and Tang Ning's old comrades. A large crowd gathered, looking very solemn. At this point, there's nothing left to hold back. Liu Yejian proposed first. While the Warwolves are outside Yanjing, and the southern frontier and northern territory forces have yet to arrive, let's form a unit now, attack the parliament, and forcibly control the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, otherwise, if Xi Peng wields such power, he will surely unite with Qin Mingyu and people like Ling Yu to eliminate us. Past experiences, like Shangguanzi, serve as a warning. His influence has almost completely disappeared now. This calls for a do-or-die battle. Everyone was in agreement. Then let's do it. Zhao Yuanzhang, known for his cunning, decided to take the risk this time. He had been lurking in the Dragon Kingdom for 30 years, but now his actions had been completely exposed. Hiding further was pointless. The entire city of Yanjing now knew he had rebelled. Father. As everyone set out to attack the parliament, Zhao Wujin, who had been silent for 3 days, finally walked out of the crowd and spoke. With just our group, we don't have a full assurance of capturing the parliament. We need to bring in a powerful force to join us. Oh, what force? Not only Zhao Yuanzhang, but others were also eagerly awaiting Zhao Wujin's suggestion. After all, everyone recognized his high intelligence. The Moran family. Zhao Wujin said expressionlessly, I will personally persuade them to join us. At the mention of the Moran family, everyone suddenly realized, with the support of hundreds of warriors from the Moran family, they could easily control the parliament. However, Morangxia was known for his pride, unwilling to collaborate with them, especially since the Moran family had declared that they were not involved in politics. Would they join in such a massive attack on the parliament now? Outside the Zhao family's gate, Mo Shu has not returned to the Zhao family, but is now guarding Zhao Wenjin. Zhao Wenjin is worried about her brother and has been quietly watching outside. When she sees a group of people leaving the Zhao family, she quickly hides. Damn, those people are armed. What are they planning to do? Mo Shu mutters softly. Zhao Wenjin, being smarter than him, speculates right away. They must be openly rebelling, trying to occupy the parliament. Such audacity. This is a death wish. Mo Shu is also a bit surprised. After so many years of the Zhao family's operations, are they really choosing a path of no return today? Zhao Wenjin, however, is not too surprised. If it were her, at this point, the only way forward would be to go all in. She is now only worried that her brother will be dragged into this by their father, and participating in such actions would tarnish his reputation irreparably. But she notices that Zhao Wujia is not among the crowd. Mo Shu, quickly find a way to inform the Nangon family. Tell them about the situation here. After some thought, Zhao Wenjin decides to prioritize the bigger picture. With all sides mobilized and the situation escalating, it is time for the Nangon family, the last of the four major families, to step in. All right. Mo Shu agrees promptly. He and Nangon Wu, that kid, share a similar mindset. He believes that once the Nangong family is informed of the situation, they will surely act to defend the parliament. However, just as Mo Shu discreetly contacts the Nangong family, Zhao Wenjin sees Zhao Wu walking out of the Zhao family. Following him is only Ibo, brother. Zhao Wenjin can't help but run towards her brother, swiftly getting into her black car parked on the side and driving after them. Hey, Miss Wenjin. Mo Shu, a bit helpless, quickly follows suit. He knows Ibo is a hidden expert, and if they plan any harm against Miss Wenjin, he's not sure if he can handle it. Brother, Zhao Wenjin is not foolish. After Zhao Wujia leaves a distance from the Zhao family's territory, she catches up with her brother's car and shouts loudly. Zhao Wu, sitting in the car, quickly looks through the window upon hearing her. At the moment he sees his sister, his eyes brighten briefly, but soon turn cold. Young Master Wuji, do you need to stop? Ibo, who is driving Zhao Wu's car, asks. No need. The matter at hand is urgent. Zhao Wu's gaze is not just cold, but his words are even colder. Understood. Ibo nods and discreetly observes Zhao Wu through the rearview mirror. Truth be told, he can't fully understand what Zhao Wu is thinking now. While the family head has control over his life and death, he doesn't control his thoughts. The drastic change in his attitude towards his sister is perplexing. Damn it. Seeing her brother not stopping the car and even accelerating suddenly, Zhao Wenjin decides to act decisively. She steps on the gas, making a sharp turn and blocking the path of his car. Hey, Miss Wenjin. Mo Shu, running behind in pursuit, is terrified. He never expected Miss Wenjin to be so bold. If a serious collision were to occur with her delicate body, it could be disastrous. Fortunately, Ibo reacts quickly and manages to stop the car in time. After all, Zhao was now on an important mission for the Zhao family and cannot afford any mishaps. Brother, get out of the car. Get out now. Zhao Wenjin ignored everything else and rushed out of her car, frantically pounding on Zhao Wu's side window. Zhao Wu slowly lowers the window, but doesn't get out of the car. Brother, what's going on? Where are you going? Zhao Wenjin feels a bit strange seeing her brother's eyes. Ibo quietly sizes up the siblings. Zhao Yuanzhang had tasked him with following Zhao Wu to implicate the Morong family, and any deviation was unacceptable. With Zhao Wenjin's appearance now, he worries Zhao Wu may turn against them. If necessary, he might have to eliminate Zhao Wenjin to prevent future trouble. Brother is going to handle an important matter for the Zhao family. You, a woman, shouldn't meddle here. Get lost. Zhao Wu coldly orders. Brother, are you planning to start a civil war with the Zhao family openly rebelling? Zhao Wenjin immediately voices her concerns. Zhao Wu just gives her a fierce look, making Zhao Wenjin shudder, feeling her brother's icy and piercing gaze. It's none of your concern. This is a matter of the four major families. If you don't want to die, stay out of it. Zhao Wu finished speaking and slowly raises the car window. Ibo discreetly reaches for his gun. If Zhao Wenjin dares to interfere, he won't hesitate to take her out. Luckily, Zhao Wenjin understands her brother's look and quickly moves away. Miss Wenjin. Mo Shu rushes up and stands in front of her. Ibo quietly puts down the gun and drives away. Miss Wenjin. What is Zhao Wu planning to do? Mo Shu asks in confusion. Recalling Zhao Wu's last words and understanding his gaze, Zhao Wenjin lightly bites her lip and says, I think brother is going to find the Morong family and launch a dual assault on the parliament. That's troublesome, Mo Shu exclaims. With the Zhao family and those ruthless people, the Nangong family, if all the forces in Yanjing are mobilized, they might stand a chance, but adding the Morong family, it will be difficult. No matter, let's go set things up. Zhao Wenjin hurries back into the car. Mo Shu sighs and quickly drives her. He never expected that as a selfish man, he would end up fighting for his country at the last moment. On the other side, at the Nangong family mansion, the five sisters are watching Nangong Wu and Nangong Zhu argue. Second sister, if we don't act now, it will be too late. Nangong Wu is very impatient. Zhao Yuanzhang and Morong Jian have a widespread influence in Long Kingdom. If they occupy the parliament, the entire country's institutions will be under their control. Then Long Kingdom is doomed. South Zhu understands the reasoning. The Jia and Tang family's influence spans the entire country, and with parliamentary authorization in their hands, they can carry out many things legitimately. But she shakes her head. No, it's too dangerous. If we directly confront them, it will lead to bloodshed for the Nangong family, even possible destruction. If they can hold their own, it's one thing, but if they can't, once the Zhao family and Moranjian take control, the Nangang family will likely come to ruin immediately. Second sister, it's everyone's responsibility to save or ruin the country. At this critical moment, we can't be afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Nangang shouts agitatedly, if you won't go, I'll go with my men. Stop, Wushu. South Su coldly calls out to him. She had previously helped Ling Yu based on Nangang Wu's consideration, but the Nangang family had only ever provided the venue and weapons, without direct involvement. Getting the Nangang family directly involved now, risking the family's fate, and even the lives of everyone in the family, she simply couldn't make that decision. However, this time, Nangang Wu didn't listen to her and simply walked outside. Young master, you can't go out. Get lost. Nangang Wu kicked away the bodyguards trying to stop him. Outside the door, Ziazu saw the scene and quickly joined Nangang Wu to break through the blockade of the bodyguards. The two were about to engage in physical conflict with the bodyguards. Although neither side intended to be lethal, the sight made the other sisters feel heartbroken. Second sister, this time let Xiao make the decision. He's the future master of the Nangang family. That's right, I also support Xiao this time. The rise and fall of a country is the responsibility of every man. Xiao's words have greatly impressed me. Xiao is becoming more and more manly. Several sisters also persuaded Nangang Yu. Nangang Yu finally sighed. Since you all feel this way, let's go all out this time. She also wanted to fight alongside her brother, but the Nangang family was not hers alone, and now with her brother taking the lead and the support of the other sisters, the Nangang family could work together without worries, at least without any concerns for the future. Great. Nangang Wu was thrilled to hear his second sister finally agree. Everyone in the Nangang family, pick up whatever weapons you can and follow me to guard the parliament. Let's go. The sixth sister Nangang Yao was the first to respond. Everyone, regardless of gender or age, mobilize in the entire Nangang family. A scene that deeply moved Ziazu. She felt great that she could contribute to this decisive battle that would determine the fate of the country. On the other side, Zhao Wenjin and Mo Shu did not join forces with the Nangang family, but according to a signal from Zhao Wuji's eyes, they arrived at the mansion where Ling Yu was previously located. They found Tang Zhujuan there. As expected, the dragon and tiger double saints were indeed resting here, and Tang Zhujuan was taking care of them. The two old men did not catch the masked man, but instead came to see Tang Dinqian's daughter. Both of them felt that Tang Zhujuan and Tang Dinqiao were very similar, not in terms of appearance, but in their demeanor. That was the most crucial part. Tang Zhujuan, like Tang Dinqiao, had a delicate aura that easily evoked a man's protective instincts. Not only that, both mother and daughter exuded femininity, with the daughter being even gentler and better at taking care of people. The two old men did not win Tang Dinqian's heart, so they could only seek some comfort here with her daughter and enjoy being taken care of while they recovered from their injuries. At this moment, under Tang Zhujuan's guidance, Zhao Wenjin hastily burst into the room where the two old men were. What's going on? It's chaotic outside, and the dragon and tiger double saints are lounging here. Mo Shu spoke bluntly, thinking it absurd that amidst the chaos outside, the dragon and tiger double saints were lying comfortably here. He couldn't help but vent his frustration. Mo Yin immediately wrinkled his brow. Mo Shu quickly retreated because, although the other person was his brother, he couldn't bear it when he got truly angry. Ha ha. What's the matter? The old drunk was more approachable. Although he had been here nursing his injuries for 2 days, he had probably guessed the situation outside, and wanted to clarify. Two elders, Ling Yu, us, and the entire country need your help now. Zhao Wenjin spoke gracefully and immediately said, Ling Yu is leading the warwolves to resist the 100,000 army outside Yanjing City. Zhao Yuanzhang and the Liuman sword, those scoundrels, are trying to occupy the parliament and subvert the dragon country's order. The only ones who can stop them are you two elders. She addressed her father by name because she harbored only hatred towards the Zhao family. The old drunk immediately glanced at Mo Yin. Sure enough, Mo Yin spoke up on his behalf. Why should we do this? Especially me. I have deep hatred for the dragon country and Zhongping's lineage. Tang Zhujuan shivered slightly when she heard this. Lord Tiger, stop pretending. Zhao Wenjin anxiously said, if you still hold a grudge against Zhongping's lineage, you wouldn't have spared Xi Peng at Tianwang Mountain. You only hate those who wronged you. Aren't they the people associated with Zhao Yuanzhang? She didn't know the details, but her guess was not far off. Even if it wasn't orchestrated by Zhao Yuanzhang, he would have had some involvement. I just haven't had the chance yet. Mo Yin remained indifferent. Hey, big brother, stop pretending. It's hard to watch you. Mo Shu finally couldn't bear it and stood up again, saying, although we haven't had much interaction, we share the same blood. If I were in your shoes, I couldn't possibly join hands with the Daojo people. You must be torn between loyalty and reality. Now that you have returned to the Dragon Country, fight for the country once again, just like you did on the southern battlefield back then. Mo Shu's words struck a chord with Mo Yin. Even the old drunk smiled faintly, reminiscent of the days when the dragon and tiger fought side by side, their youthful days like a song. If Mo Yin were to join the fight, he would surely wield his silver spear and fight for the Dragon Country once again. Uncle Mo, Uncle Chen, please, help guard the parliament. Tang Zhuxuan didn't need to say much. Her heartfelt plea was enough. Hearing her words, Mo Yin stood up immediately. Ah Huang seemed to respond to the call, leaping to the door and startling Tang Zhuxuan. Lao Afu, what are you waiting for? Mo Yin jumped on the tiger's back, taunting, we haven't settled our score on Chanwang Mountain yet. Let's see who kills more enemies this time. With that, he rode off on the tiger. Yellow Cat, don't think I'm afraid of you. Ha ha. The old drunk also chuckled, then wielded the silver spear and rode off on the dragon. Tang Zhuxuan was stunned. Were these two really suitors of her mother in the past? Her mother was really something. Ah. One's words outshine the brightest day, but they can't compare to one word from a beauty. So, as they say, Mo Yin wanted to comment, but suddenly felt something amiss. Miss Wenjin was also a great beauty, one of the fur beauties. When she visited Yuncheng before, Tang Zhuxuan still hid in some corner to avoid her. To avoid making more mistakes, he quickly said, ahem, I must help to this time. I want to be a hero as well. With that, he hurriedly made his exit. Zhao Wenjin finally relaxed. With the dragon and tiger double saints joining the fight, they could overcome any hardship. So she stayed behind, holding Tang Zhuxuan's hand, and said with a smile, thank you, Miss Tang. The stability of the Dragon Country is largely thanks to you. What does it have to do with me? Miss Zhao, don't tease me. Tang Zhuxuan blushed. She and Tang Yan were completely different types. One was desperately seeking recognition and fame, while the other was shy and low-key, never daring to claim credit. On the other side, Liu Yepian led the alliance of the Butcher Wolf and Tiger-killing sword factions, and they arrived at the parliament as planned, launching a frontal attack. Mu Rongqia didn't need mediation from Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing that a battle was about to begin, he immediately led the experts from the Mu Rong family to attack from the back door. His father's words still echo in his ears. The Mu Rong family not only sought reputation, but also real power. By successfully occupying the parliament this time, the Mu Rong family would ascend to a new level. Block them. Protect the parliament. Nangongwu shouted loudly, personally stepping forward to fight against the enemies attempting to occupy the parliament. Besides the Nangong family's influence, there were also parliament security personnel protecting the parliament. They were all people from Yanjing and had naturally heard of the legend of Nangongwu. They never expected that the chief playboy of Yanjing, who was rumored to have 3-digit girlfriends, would now be fighting with passion for the country, which was truly surprising. Nangong Zhu and Nangong Yao watched from behind, feeling indescribable emotions. They had always pampered their little brother like a treasure, and it was truly surprising to see him grow from a boy to a man. It seemed that their father's decision to have him apprentice under the war god of the northern border was indeed a wise one. Nangong was successfully defeated to people and was about to turn around to smile at his sisters, but instead, he saw a familiar face appear in front of him. Nangong instantly trembled and exclaimed, Warongqia, HMPH, now that you know this lore is here, why don't you obediently scram? Marongqia said arrogantly, your master might have some skills, but you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. You. Hearing Marongqian's disrespectful tone, how could Nangongwu bear it? He was determined to measure up against this arrogant guy. However, Nangongzu quickly had the Nangong family's experts block him. While feeling apprehensive, in order to protect her brother who was eager to fight with passion, she specifically asked him and Ziazu to guard the back door, leaving the front gate to others. Little did she expect such a fierce opponent to show up at the back door. News of the incident at Chanwan Mountain had already spread, And although Morong Chiao is not as skilled as Ling Yu, he was still among the top martial artists. This was going to be a big problem. As predicted by Nangonziu, the attack at the front gate was fierce. Liu Yijian and Nan Fangyuan leading the alliance of Wolf Slaughterers and Tiger Slaughterers, which had been idle on Chanwang Mountain, now had a chance to shine. With a force of 300 skilled warriors, the attack on the parliament was easy. Despite the wealth of the Nangong family, in terms of Yanjing's strength, they were no match for these people. Ha ha, the parliament is right in front of us. Everyone charge in. Once we obtain authorization from the parliament, the sealed power of former President Tang will be completely activated, and the world will still be ours. A group of people looked greedy. Liu Yijian never expected such a good opportunity. Although he inherited Tang Ning's influence, he dared not think of directly ruling the Dragon Nation. Never did he imagine that such a thing would happen so soon. However, just as they were about to charge in, they discovered a person standing at the main entrance of the parliament. Mo Yin. Seeing the imposing figure standing at the entrance of the parliament, Feng Yuan and others were stunned. Liu Yijian was even more flustered. You guys wanted to slaughter wolves and tigers, right? Since Ling Yu is untouchable, why don't you try your luck with me? Mo Yin suddenly opened his eyes and let out a fierce tiger roar, his kingly aura striking fear into everyone. The 300 warriors hesitated and fell back. No one dared to make a move. The stark contrast left everyone breathless. The guards of the parliament lying on the ground were also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that it would be a person from Daozhou who would finally defend the Dragon Nation's parliament? Mo Shu arrived a bit late, but she happened to witness the scene and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha. Big brother is really fierce. I wish I could be as awe-inspiring one day. Definitely captivating thousands of girls. Kill him. Kill him. Liu Yijian, unwilling to accept failure, shouted. Just a person from Daozhou, can he really stop our 300 heroes of the Dragon Nation? His words indeed boosted morale. However, at that moment, a heavenly sound was heard in the sky once again. A melodious voice began singing a majestic tune. Autumn wind, setting sun into the Changhe River, Jian and misty rain, sailing in a boat. The chaotic rocks pierced the sky, stirring up countless signals, traveling all over the mountains and rivers. The world is in whose hands. Through all the separations and reunions, only decades have passed. The entire room was shocked. Who could produce such majestic atmosphere and ambience? A great master of the pipa? No. The power and rendering of this melody seemed even more superior to that of the great master of the tipa. Mo Yin listened with great interest and even showed a nostalgic smile. The three glorious saints, being able to reunite here today, feels really good. On the other side, a sudden descent from the sky and an old man stood in front of Morong Chia, also thinking the same thing. He closed his eyes, laying on the ground drinking. When Morong Chia and the others were displeased, he suddenly exclaimed, "Let's go quickly. Today, let us relive the feelings of the past, and let heaven make us young again." Master. Originally, Nangonwu was gritting his teeth, but he became extremely excited. Zia Zhu, who had always fought alongside him, also smiled happily. Nangonzu couldn't help but relax, for the arrival of the Silver Dragon Spear Saint instantly relieved the pressure on the Nangong family. Young master, this old man is not easy to provoke. Maybe, Morong. He was a bit scared and tried to advise quietly. Morong Qian's cowardly genes were instantly activated. With Morong He's words, he quickly tried to change course of action. If the mountain doesn't move, the water will shift. My Morong family is just here to join the fun. We never get involved in politics. Sinc too late. The old drunkard didn't smile, but listened intently to the sky, and interrupted Morong Chia by saying, "Can't you hear? The melody of the music saint is about to reach my part." Huh. Morong Chia and the others were puzzled. When I set ambushes on all sides, raise a toast to the blue sky, even if I don't return from this battle. So what? The music saint was indeed extraordinary. Hearing this tune, Mo Yin, at the front gate, stood tall, and the 300 warriors fought more valiantly. He had never thought that he would be able to fight for the Dragon Nation again. And this return to the Dragon Nation was a journey filled with tragedy. Ready to die in the Dragon Nation long ago. Who would have thought that today he would still be able to guard the parliament for the Dragon Nation, even if he died in battle? How regretful would it be? But he found it difficult to want to die in battle, as the opponents were too weak. The old drunkard with his eyes closed gradually revealed a smile as if he could feel Mo Yin's emotions even across the parliament. So, it was his turn to perform next. Who sees 10,000 arrows fired? Starlight fills the sky as if it were day. Swords and shadows intersect. And when I unleash my spear like a dragon, shaking the universe with one roar. Roar. The old drunkard's shining silver spear suddenly turned into a huge sky dragon according to the melody, roaring towards Marangxia and the others. The ultimate technique of the silver dragon spear saint. Linear spear light path. Marangxia was almost scared out of his wits, using all his might to escape. While he could manage to escape injured, those behind him were in for a harsh punishment. Under one strike, souls rose to the heavens one after another. Before and after the parliament, the enemy's desperate cries converged into a melody. On top of the parliament building, a woman in white playing the zither looked down below, revealing a charming smile. Not far from the parliament building, the snake spirit sister stood behind the master Haitan and sincerely exclaimed, "Master, the music saint truly lives up to the title. The power of the melody's buff is really strong." Tang Xingya smiled and didn't say anything, but in her heart, she sighed at the fact that despite her great public reputation, her strength still ranked lowest among the 7 saints. Nevertheless, it didn't matter much. With the return of the 4 saints to the Jiangpin lineage, if they could fight side by side in the future, it would be wonderful. "Master, do you still want to continue helping the 3 saints organization?" The snake spirit sister, Tang Xingya's specially trained disciple and the one who understood her the best, cautiously asked. "What 3 saints organization is left?" Tang Xingya suddenly sighed and continued. "The Blood Spider Assassin organization has long been decimated, and the 5 Poison sect has been completely wiped out. In the future, there won't be 3 saints anymore. Only 2 saints and 4 saints." The snake spirit sister trembled slightly and then revealed an excited smile. "That's great. Does that mean we will be on the same side as Ling Yu in the future?" Tang Xingya's lips curved slightly, not saying anything but instead sitting down and then playing a musical piece with Shangguan Fingling. The internal conflict in the parliament went quickly. Zhao Yuanzhang originally wanted to make a grand appearance, but was secretly shocked to see the 4 saints on the same stage, so he had to rare leave full of cold sweat. It seemed that this plan had utterly failed. He had been defeated and could no longer show his face publicly. He had to quickly hide away and plan the next scheme. Even someone as scheming as him felt a bit disheartened after 20 to 30 years of planning went up in smoke. "Commander, good news. Duke Xian has been elected." Someone rushed over and loudly informed Ling Yu about the election and the recent events in the parliament. Ling Yu was already covered in blood. This intense weapon battle had turned into a fierce fight with cold weapons for 2 days and 2 nights, nearly exhausting him. He had forgotten how many enemies he had killed. Upon hearing this news, he gradually smiled and boisterously shouted, "Virtue begets help, evil begets loneliness. The order of the Dragon Kingdom should be decided by the entire nation's people. Those who attempt to impose their will on the people of the Dragon Kingdom are destined to fail. Ha. His laughter gradually spread to the opposite Warvolve troops. Someone quickly approached Xia Shang and advised, "Xia Dian, we should retreat quickly. Zhao Yuanzhang's internal conflict to assist us has also failed. If we don't retreat now, the reinforcements from the southern lands and the northern borders will arrive." Xia Shan was like a soulless body without a soul, looking at the war-torn battlefield with tired eyes filled with unwillingness. After decades of planning, being blocked by a single man in the end, who could accept that? "No, I won't retreat. Even if I die, I won't retreat. Attack." Xia Shan drew his sword, intending to personally take on Ling Yu for a final stand. However, at that moment, a shocking voice suddenly came from the outskirts. "Commander of the War Wolves, the brothers from the northern borders have arrived." Several war chariots led the way, and the man shouting was the 4-star general of the northern borders, Wang Gang. The Xia army saw that things were not good and quickly dropped their weapons and fled. "Don't go. Don't leave." Xia Shan desperately pleaded, but the more he shouted, the more people left. With his defeat like a mountain collapse, he eventually spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, clutching his chest. He died with regrets. A lifetime of scheming, but in the end, it all amounted to nothing. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the relief troops from the northern borders turned the tide of the battle, 100,000 troops subsequently arrived at the gates of Yanjing City. The southern lands were God. Shangguan Lanfu, also appeared. He gazed at the battlefield, standing on the chariot, looking down at Ling Yu, deliberately showing a disdainful smile. Are you Ling Yu, the war god of the northern borders? Why do you look so disheveled? Yizian Due, upon hearing this, were about to curse. How could he dare to show such arrogance when he couldn't see how many enemies the commander had killed? However, Ling Yu did not respond. His gaze just looked past him. Ling Yu. The next moment, Qin Mingyu disregarded everything and ran towards him from the carriage. Shangguan Lanfu's eyes visibly turned displeased as he watched Qin Mingyu run up to Ling Yu. Mingyu, I'm sorry. Ling Yu embraced his wife strongly, pulling her into his arms. I shouldn't have let you take risks. Thank heaven. You're back with me. Qin Mingyu also nodded excitedly. The image of the two spouses embracing made Due, Yizi, and others smile in relief. Otherwise, if the commander had defended the Dragon Kingdom but lost his own home, how tragic would that be? Thank heaven. Shouldn't the person you should thank the most be this commander? Suddenly, Shangguan Lanfu's voice reached them. Ling Yu looked up at this imposing and arrogant general standing on the chariot. Ling Yu, Big Saint Wang brought me to the central south, and it was Lin Qinglong and Commander Shangguan who brought me back to Yanjing. Qin Mingyu also spoke. Thank you. Ling Yu arched his hand towards Shangguan Lanfu. Shangguan Lanfu was clearly dissatisfied with Ling Yu's simple thank you. Regardless of what Ling Yu said, he wouldn't be satisfied. His gaze fell only on Qin Mingyu, not expecting the young girl from the past to grow up to be so elegant and now a married woman. Commander Shangguan, the enemy leader has been captured and still has a breath. How should we proceed? At this moment, his lieutenant Bao Ying came to report. Yizi and Due were excited by the news. The warwolves had stood firm against the Xia army to safeguard Yanjing, so why should the southern lands commander come and claim the greatest success? However, Shangguan Lanfu had no intention of sharing the credit. He ordered directly, detain him. After we enter the capital, we'll report to the new national leader, and the decision will be made by them. Understood. Bao Ying immediately obeyed. Moreover, the southern lands troops quickly cleaned up the battlefield, incorporating the bodies and prisoners of the Xia army. On the other hand, Wang Gang from the northern borders made no move because he knew that these merits and glory belonged to Ling Yu. Commander, we can't let the southern lands do this. Due still came to Ling Yu sighing and said, this way, the main credit will definitely be credited to the southern lands. Ling Yu naturally understood, but he saw that Shangguan Lanfu had no intention of being generous and directly stated, Commander Shangguan, I can give you anything as a token of gratitude for saving Mingyu. Shangguan Lanfu just smiled with hidden meaning but did not respond. Instead, he waved his hand to command his subordinates, let's go, head into the capital. The 100,000 troops from the southern lands marched grandly into the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Watching Shangguan Lanfu's back, both Yizi and Due felt a deep sense of worrying. Leader, in the 5,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom, there are many tales of asking for divine help, but sending the divine away is difficult. What if this Shangguan Lanfu? Yizi didn't dare finish the sentence, but Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu already understood his meaning. It shouldn't happen. Seeing that Ling Yu didn't respond, Qin Mingyu expressed her own inference. She trusted her judgment. As the war god of southern frontier led his troops into Yanjing, the rare Yanjing rebellion war came to an end. Early the next morning, Xi Peng chaired the upper-level meeting of the Dragon Kingdom at the parliament, where only civil officials of third rank or higher and military officials of at least 4-star rank could attend. Qin Mingyu, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and Ling Yu, the 5-star Glory War general, naturally attended together. The first issue, of course, was to characterize the rebellion and convict the rebels. Xia Shan undoubtedly faced the death penalty, and the main camp of Chibo Lin would be dismantled. The mastermind Zhao Yuanzhang was also stripped of his position as the leader of Yanjing City. However, as only the Zhao family's tower in Yanjing participated, and not the power in other cities, and since the Dragon Kingdom governed by law, it was impossible to completely purge the vast Zhao family's official system at once. Moreover, a complete purging would inevitably shake the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. As for how to cleanse the vast power of the Zhao family in the future, that would be a question for Xi Peng to consider after taking office, not within the scope of this meeting. As for the Moran family, Morong Chia only said they came to watch the fun and accidentally took a few steps forward. Because they indeed had not acted yet, merely made some threats, and were driven off by the silver dragon gun Saint, and the damned ones were dead. Further evidence was needed to convict them. After handling the rebels, the next step was naturally to reward merit. Who do you think deserves credit for the first victory? She pinged through a question to all present officials. President Liang immediately stood up to claim credit for Ling Yu. Everyone knows that General Ling Yu led the 5,000 Warwolf troops to resist nearly 100,000 rebel soldiers for 3 days and nights, sacrificing many soldiers to protect Yanjing. This deserves first-class credit. However, many officials present had strange expressions and immediately looked towards Senior General Shanglong on the upper left. Ahem. Senior General Shanglong coughed a few times. Sure enough, an official immediately stood up in a manner of praising and said publicly, "In war, we should look at contributions, not just labor." It was the Southern Frontier General who led the army to Yanjing, decisively defeated the rebel army, and captured the rebel leader. This is the greatest contribution, isn't it? Everyone listened, and seeing Senior General Shanglong sitting proudly on the top, with a majestic and fierce look, and sharp eyes, they all nodded in agreement. Now everyone knew that Senior General Shanglong's Southern Frontier troops had effectively occupied Yanjing. If they angered him, he could rebel at any time, killing all these so-called officials, and establish himself as king. Therefore, the vast majority of people, whether for themselves or for the greater good, leaned towards Senior General Shanglong. Senior General Shanglong gave a triumphant glance at Ling Yu, as if to say, "Whose Dragon Kingdom's most prestigious war god was clear at that moment. Commander, if you're not satisfied, I'll stand with you against Senior General Shanglong." Wang Gang sitting next to Ling Yu immediately said, in a low voice. However, Ling Yu shook his head. Seeing that Ling Yu did not want to compete with Senior General Shanglong for credit, Qin Mingyu, sitting beside them, inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Although she found Senior General Shanglong unpleasant, she did not dislike him, and she didn't want Ling Yu to conflict with him, for personal or public reasons. After all, if the northern and southern leaders clashed due to fighting for credit, it would be disastrous for the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom. The global geopolitical situation was like a titan spring, with a world war ready to erupt at any moment. As a person of the Dragon Kingdom, this was not a time to engage in internal conflicts, but to unite and face the impending war. Furthermore, Ling Yu had already said that he could give the credit away as a way to repay for saving Qin Mingyu. Therefore, he would not change his mind now. When everyone saw that Ling Yu and Wang Gang remained silent, no one opposed Senior General Shanglong. After all, everyone knew who held the most power at the moment. Xi Peng also admired the performance of the couple Ling Yu and his wife. They understood the importance of the bigger picture over personal gain, which was truly the demeanor of great generals and leaders. All right, since everyone believes that the Southern Frontier General and the Warwolf General deserve the most credit, I will now reward merit. Southern Frontier General Senior General Shanglong was meritorious in protecting the country, bestowed the title of Guardian War God, awarded 1 billion, and granted the title of 6-star Glory War General. Warwolf General Ling Yu was meritorious in defending Yanjing, appointed as the Northern Frontier Commander, in charge of 1 million troops in the north, effective immediately. What? As soon as Xi Peng's words fell, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. At first listen, the first-class credit was undoubtedly going to the Southern Frontier War God Senior General Shanglong, as there had never been a history of granting the title of a 6-star Glory War General in the Dragon Kingdom, which was unprecedented. Of course, safeguarding the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom and avoiding chaos and disruption deserves such a title. However, in reality, it was an empty title. On the other hand, Ling Yu's appointment was the actual transfer of military power, allowing him to completely control the northern frontier. It was worth noting that the Dragon Kingdom had a total of over 2 million troops, with the northern frontier commanding 500,000 troops. Ling Yu's actual power was greater than that of any 6-star war general. Qin Mingyu also thought Xi Peng was very clever, as he not only respected Senior General Shanglong's prestige, but also logically made Ling Yu the highest military commander in the realm. However, she wondered if her husband would be pleased. She looked at Ling Yu, and indeed, he looked solemn. With the old general's fate uncertain, Xi Peng had placed the burden of the northern frontier on him. This was not necessarily a good thing for him. However, as a direct disciple of Duan Wu, he must now step up to shoulder more responsibilities. Before everyone's emotions could settle, Xi Peng continued to announce, I heard that the dragon, tiger, and phoenix, 3 martial arts masters, were indispensable in guarding the parliament this time. Therefore, I, on behalf of the country, formally name Chen Fu as the Dragon Saint of the Dragon Kingdom. Restore Mo Yin's Dragon Kingdom citizenship, naming him the Tiger Saint of the Dragon Kingdom. And appoint Senior General Shang Feng as the Phoenix Saint of the Dragon Kingdom. The 3 shall enjoy the treatment of first-grade officials in the Dragon Kingdom. Tomorrow, a banquet will be held at the Lotus Pavilion to celebrate the naming of the 3 saints. With this announcement, the scene once again became lively. No one expected that Senior General Shanglan would be the first to applaud and support Xi Peng's decision. Ling Yu also applauded, as this was excellent news for him and the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Mingyu also smiled, then clapped her hands, thinking that Mo Yin as an enemy was terrifying, but if he accepted Xi Peng's designation, he would become an ally, adding another Super Tiger General to the Dragon Kingdom in the event of future conflicts. Returning to the 3 martial arts masters. After the parliamentary fight, Chen Fu and Mo Yin voluntarily returned to the mountains at Changwangshan, without forgetting to bring Tang Zuoxuan with them. Tang Xinya, as the host, prepared good wine and tea to entertain the 3 old friends, in high spirits. Although they were in similar ancient wooden houses as in Suzhou before, the atmosphere, this time was completely different. Reunion amidst the lonely pines, delighting in the wind and moon. Intoxicated by the West Lake, Tang Xinya recited 2 lines of poetry and raised her cup, saying, I never would have thought that 30 years later, the 4 of us would still be sitting together, even fighting side by side. It brings back memories of youth. Here, I would like to toast everyone. Ha ha, come on, let's drink. Among the 4, the most enthusiastic person was definitely Chen Fu. When he saw Tang Xinya preparing the good wine from the Tang family for him, he couldn't wait, eagerly anticipating Tang Xinya to raise her glass as the host. He immediately lifted a large jug of wine. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Fingling was also delighted, elegantly raising a cup of tea. All 3 looked at Mo Yin, usually reserved and serious. Mo Yin also showed a heartfelt smile as he raised a bowl of wine, saying, 10 years ago, the past seems like a dream, reunited and we're all old now. This poem dampened the mood a bit. Tang Zuoxuan, who was watching the elders on the side, was initially touched, as they were all people related to her mother, giving her a sense of familiarity. However, upon hearing Mo Yin's words, she suddenly dared not speak. Chen Fu was about to scold this guy for dampening the mood, when a young beautiful woman suddenly entered, comforting Mo Yin. Uncle Mo, don't be so down. It's rare for everyone to reunite today. You should be happy, sweetheart. Upon seeing Tang Yun for a moment, Mo Yin unexpectedly shouted out the name of his goddess. Last time in Sakeng, he didn't meet Tang Yun face to face as Tang Xinya didn't let Tang Yun join their small gathering. But this time, she didn't stop her. Especially since Tang Yun seemed to have some thoughts, deliberately dressing similar to Tang Xinya's previous style, which almost looked like the goddess in Mo Yin's heart, similar to the first time he saw her at the martial arts arena. Just as Mo Yin looked towards Shangguan Fingling and Tang Xinya, suspecting if these 2 women intentionally released some kind of illusion, he realized that they didn't make any moves at all. Besides, with Mo Yin's skill, he could tell whether it was real or an illusion. Uncle Mo, let me tell you all some good news. Seeing Tang Zuoxuan sitting behind the old wine lover, she took the initiative to sit beside Mo Yin, gently linking her strong arms, saying, General Shi. No, Emperor Shi has already issued an imperial decree, conferring you all as the country's 3 great sages, which will be announced to the world at the national banquet tomorrow on the Lotus platform. That's where my mother made her name. Upon hearing the Lotus platform, Mo Yin and Chen Fu indeed looked desolate, obviously recalling sad past events. Tang Zuoxuan finally couldn't hold back, boldly speaking her mind. Uncle Chen, Uncle Mo, you don't need to be sad for my mother, and you don't need to feel guilty. Actually, it was her fault, not yours. She understood the situation. Even if Chen Fu didn't have time to accompany her, she shouldn't commit adultery, even though it was her mother. Infidelity was a fact. Tang Yun quickly glared at her, warning her not to speak out of line. Fortunately, Chen Fu and Mo Yin didn't feel resentful or hostile towards Tang Xinya because of her words. In their hearts, they had always loved that woman, no matter what hurtful things she did. And they both believed that if there was any fault, They were the ones who caused Tang Xinya to act that way. Brother-in-law, Mo Yin, my niece actually makes a valid point. Tang Xinya couldn't hold back, saying, no matter who was right or wrong in the past, it's over now. Our lives are still ongoing, and we have to take responsibility for ourselves. Yes, Xinya, you're right. Chen Fu smiled first, saying, I will attend tomorrow. The ideals of my youth, I have yet to achieve them. The twilight still has a trace of redness left. Now that I have let go of inner demons and obsessions, as a soldier, I want to fight to the end for the revival of our dragon country's people. Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Fingling also showed a very charming smile. When she saved Ling Yu in the past and helped protect the country, it was also for the sake of national righteousness. In her heart, the nation and country always took precedence over family and personal issues, which was why she didn't support her father back then. She knew her father was not pure behind the scenes. If you go, then I'll go too. Mo Yin also smiled, saying, I never thought that I could return to the dragon country. Being a guest in a foreign land for so long, I really want to return to my homeland and receive acceptance and recognition from everyone. The valiant tiger sage spoke these words with slightly red eyes, showing the hardships he had endured over the past 30 years. You guys, one roaming outside without a home to return to. The other melancholic and self-deprecating. You should have fought this battle long ago, and not turn your lives into such tragedies. Shangguan Fingling couldn't help but scold her to comrades who fought side by side. Chen Fu finally couldn't help it, asking her and Tang Xinya, didn't you two already know the truth? Why did you keep it from us? Why tell us the truth now? Mo Yin also stared angrily at them. Tang Xinya innocently replied. Shangguan Fingling coldly retorted to them, forget about being gods or prophets. We wanted to create a past illusion for you based on the memories in your minds. We don't even know the whole story ourselves. Furthermore, don't you two deserve some punishment? One solely focused on national affairs, leaving his wife in the cold for 6 years, not even trusting his own brother. And the other, sacrificing his love for his brother, foolishly being wrongly accused and framed without explaining properly. You both should bear these sins. The two sages once again hung their heads, chastised by Shangguan Fingling just like before. They indeed deserve punishment for their wrongdoings. However, Tang Yen slyly glanced around, fervently defending them, and Fingling, I won't allow you to speak about Uncle Chen and Uncle Mo like that. Uncle Chen is a general. What's wrong with what he did in the past? If you want to blame someone, blame my mother for not being able to withstand loneliness. And Uncle Mo is even more wrong. He never thought of harming anyone from start to finish. Your victim's guilt theory, isn't it absurd? Shangguan Fingling thought she was sharp-tongued, and while she made valid points, she also felt that there might be ulterior motives behind her words. Sigh, I can't blame Sweetheart for not being able to endure loneliness. After all, I was the one who made her lonely first. Chen Fu sighed and suddenly looked at Tang Zuoxuan. Sweetheart is no longer here. Although we are not related by blood, she was my wife, and I will treat you as my own daughter. Will you be my daughter? This. Tang Zuoxuan shivered slightly. Tang Yen widened her eyes. Why did she look more like her mom? The Silver Dragon Spear Saint chose Tang Zuoxuan as his daughter. Zuoxuan. Shangguan Fingling smiled and walked behind her, gently stroking her hair. In fact, during this time, I've always been in Yanjing, keeping an eye on you and the Tang family. Your background is really pitiful. Since your parents are no longer here, he's your mother's husband, legally your father. Tang Zuoxuan cried tears, calling out to Chen Fu, bad, good girl. Chen Fu also shed tears instantly, gently embracing Tang Zuoxuan, finally finding solace in his heart. Any daughter born to his wife was his true daughter. Seeing this daughter, he could see his late wife as if looking back on the past. Watching the scene where Chen Fu and Tang Zuoxuan recognize each other as father and daughter, everyone present had different thoughts. Some felt relieved, some were happy, and there were also those who were worried and unwilling. That was Tang Yan. She quickly looked towards her master. Tang Xinyi actually didn't like this disciple very much. Taking her in as a disciple was also out of consideration for Tang Ning and her sister. However, now that she saw Chen Fu and Tang Zuoxuan recognize each other as father and daughter, and the atmosphere had escalated to such a level, she couldn't just leave Mo Yin all alone. So she said, Mo Yin, Yunner is a bit competitive in nature, similar to you. And she looks even more like your sister. If you stay in the Dragon Kingdom, having someone accompany and take care of you might be better. Tang Yun also pretended to be surprised like Tang Zuoxuan did just now, but she was actually extremely nervous. Although she thought that recognizing Chen Fu as her father would bring greater benefits, Mo Yin was also the Tiger Saint, receiving the country's official title. Being his daughter would also bring prestige. She was now afraid that Mo Yin would refuse. She was afraid she would have to actively acknowledge him as her father. That's all well and good, but I don't have any marital relationship with Din Tia. Her daughter has nothing to do with me. Dad. Tang Yun didn't wait for him to finish. She directly shouted, I've been lonely since I was a child. I really want the love of a father and mother. As long as Dad acknowledges me as his daughter, from now on, I will definitely respect and serve you well. Because she resembled Tang Din Tiao, Mo Yin softened his heart after all, and sighed, if you don't mind, then from now on, follow me. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Okay. Thank you, Dad. Tang Yun quickly put on a cute expression and leaned against Mo Yin. Outside the door, Ah Huang suddenly roared, scaring her half to death. Ah Huang, do not be rude. Mo Yin called out to Ah Huang. Ah Huang lazily lay back down. Tang Yun felt even more uncomfortable in her heart. Would Ah Huang eat her when Mo Yin wasn't around? Just thinking about it was terrifying. That annoying old tiger, always bullying her. The next day was a special day in the Dragon Kingdom, and a day of excitement in Yanjing. Besides the country's leader hosting a banquet to welcome the three saints at the Lotus Flower Pavilion, on the other side, Shangguan Lan's beard also hosted a grand feast in Yanjing to celebrate being elected the only 6-star general in the Dragon Kingdom. The invitations were not only sent to all the dignitaries in Yanjing, but also to Ling Yu and his wife. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu had no free time at all. The Warwolf members hadn't been pacified yet, and now they were discussing where to go. Of course, I have to go to the Lotus Flower Pavilion. The old drunkard is my mentor. Ling Yu's attitude was very clear. It wasn't that he had any enmity towards Shangguan Lan's beard, or that he didn't give him face, but in comparison, of course, the old drunkard was more important. I understand your choice. Chen Mingyu sighed, but I have a hard time understanding Shangguan Lan's beard. Hosting a lavish banquet and inviting all the dignitaries in Yanjing, clearly he wants to vie with the country's leader and establish his own prestige in Yanjing. Ling Yu frowned immediately. Mingyu, are you saying Shangguan Lan's beard is rebellious? Now the 100,000 troops from Nanjian were still stationed in Yanjing. If Shangguan Lan's beard rebelled, it would be much more terrifying than the Xia merchant. Although the 20,000 soldiers from the north had not yet returned, once a battle broke out, regardless of who wins or loses, there would be rivers of blood in Yanjing, and the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom would be shaken. Taking advantage of the situation to destroy the Dragon Kingdom, the consequences would be unthinkable. No, I don't think so. Chen Mingyu shook her head. That's where I can't quite figure out this man. He's both good and evil. I clearly don't know him well, but I feel like I've met him before. Like I can understand him. Seeing his wife like this, Ling Yu immediately changed his mind. Mingyu, since that's the case, I will attend his enthronement banquet to see what his intentions are. What about your mentor? Chen Mingyu asked. I'll send someone else over. After all, Shangguan Lan's beard's every move now affects the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. I must keep a close eye on him. Ling Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of killing intent. If necessary, for the stability of the Dragon Kingdom, I will not hesitate to take him out. When Chen Mingyu heard his words, she was also a bit startled, but she forcefully remained calm. Ling Yu, I'll go with you. I also want to understand this man. In fact, what she wanted to understand the most was why she had a sense of familiarity with him. Ling Yu didn't refuse his wife. He knew that every decision Chen Mingyu made was well thought out. So the couple attended Shangguan Lan's beard's enthronement feast together. The venue was a grandiose palace-style hotel. It was said that this place used to belong to the Shangguan family. When the couple arrived, they were shocked. Almost all the influential figures of Yanjing were present. Deputy Chief Agriculture Chong River, Deputy Chief Financial Officer Lian Luo, Deputy City Leader Zhou Dong, Head of the Dragon Kingdom Cultural Bureau Liai Hua, Head of the United Front Department Zhang Wei, too many to count. In addition to Chen Mingyu, the new president of the National Chamber of Commerce, it could be said that apart from the country's leader, all the high-profile figures at the national level were there to show their support. and all the figures were extremely respectful, waiting for the arrival of the renowned 6-star glory general of the Dragon Kingdom. That evening, no matter what official, no matter how influential, they all became background characters for Shangguanlong's beard. Because in this world, strength always determines who rules, and now the 100,000 southern Jiangnan troops loyal to Shangguanlong's beard were still in Yanjing, let alone the dignitaries. Even the country's leader had to be cautious. After the couple arrived, they kept looking at their watches, because the banquet had started early, but Shangguanlong's beard had still not made an appearance. What was he up to? At this moment, in a luxurious back room of the banquet, Shangguanlong's beard was about to make his entrance when he discovered an uninvited guest behind him. "How dare you!" Shangguanlong's beard shouted coldly with his back to the person. Deputy General Bai Ying was also startled, and immediately turned around to see an extra person in the room. Zhao Yuanzhao. Bai Ying quickly aimed his gun at him. Zhao Yuanzhao, however, remained expressionless. In the next moment, a voice came from the front door of the room. 6-star war god. "Shall we have a chat? Perhaps we have some common topics." Liu Yi soared. The soldiers outside the door immediately became alert. As long as Shangguanlong's beard gave the order, they would shoot these two uninvited guests to pieces. Hey, it turns out to be 2 funeral dogs. Shangguanlong's beard didn't give the order, he just looked disdainfully. This general is the 6-star war god. There's nothing to talk about with funeral dogs. You never know. Zhao Yuanzhao also raised a hint of a smile. Your father died so tragically back then. Don't you want to know something? Aren't you afraid of being overshadowed by his footsteps? Shangguanlong's beard's expression instantly changed. He immediately ordered Bai Ying, "You go out and guard the door. Without my orders, no one is allowed in." Bai Ying trembled slightly, but still saluted and obeyed. He never had to worry about the safety of the southern Jiangnan commander, because in his and his soldiers' eyes, the southern Jiangnan war god was invincible. "Speak. I'm in a hurry." Shangguanlong Whiskers sat directly on a gilded chair, legs spread apart, leisurely sipping wine, disdainfully ignoring the 2 people in front of him. Or should I say, 2 dogs? Liu Yejian was a cunning person as well, but upon seeing Shangguanlong Whiskers' demeanor, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. On the other hand, Zhao Yuanzhang, as if nothing had happened, sat down directly and nonchalantly said, "Don't you want to establish yourself as a king? Right now is clearly a rare opportunity. Do you still want to continue serving others?" Shangguanlong Whiskers raised his head slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp as an arrow. After a while, he revealed a disdainful smile. "Are you planning for me to rebel, then take over the Dragon Kingdom and rule the land?" Liu Yejian was slightly taken aback. It seemed that although this man was arrogant, he had a clear mind. "Is that not good?" Zhao Yuanzhang said. "We're here to negotiate terms. We can give you 70% of the land. We'll only take 30%. Shangguanlong Whiskers burst into laughter. On the other hand, Zhao Yuanzhang and Liu Yejian could only look at him in silence. 30% of the land? Who doesn't know that 30% of the Dragon Kingdom's land is nearly 3 million square kilometers, larger than most countries in the world? Shangguanlong Whiskers suddenly looked at them with a gaze that was infuriating. "But, do mere dogs deserve to occupy such a large territory?" It was a cutting insult. "Have you had enough?" Liu Yejian finally couldn't help but coldly retort, "We were defeated by the Ling Yu couple and the War Wolf division, not by you. If it weren't for our arrangements, could you have taken over Yanjing? You better not take advantage and act innocent." To their surprise, everything he said was true, and Shangguanlong Whiskers continued to laugh heartily. Liu Yejian couldn't help but look at Zhao Yuanzhang, his eyes showing a desire to kill this arrogant man. However, Zhao Yuanzhang signaled him not to act recklessly. Although Shangguanlong Whiskers' words were harsh, they were nonetheless true, and at this point, they were in a disadvantaged position and should endure it. The worst thing for a loser is to lose their composure and step towards total ruin. "Mr. Zhao." "Oh, no." "Mr. Zhao." "No, not even." "Mr. Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a disciple of a notable figure from the Eagle Sauce country, right?" Shangguanlong Whiskers deliberately provoked Zhao Yuanzhang, but Zhao Yuanzhang remained calm and gave a slight nod. "I also note that the notable figure tried to recruit Shangguanzi, but Shangguanzi refused his request and ended up dying miserably." Shangguanlong Whiskers openly mentioned his father's name and continued, "I believe your so-called 5 immortals also played a part in his tragic death. didn't they? That's right. Zhao Yuanzhang not only remained composed but also seemed proud. Anyone who defies that divine figure's actions is on a path of death, and you are no exception. Upon hearing this, Liu Yejian realized how ruthless Zhao Yuanzhang could be. He dared to provoke the southern frontier god like this, right here and now. Shangguan Longwhiskers burst into laughter. I've been waiting for you to treat me like this, Mr. Shuxian. You should know. While I may be a rebel, full of hatred toward Shangguanzi, I am not a traitor, nor a country seller. This statement served as an answer to both of them. Zhao Yuanzhang's expression turned cold and stern. Liu Yejian grew nervous. Although he had grown a lot, in front of Zhao Yuanzhang and Shangguan Longwhiskers, he was still a small fry. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanzhang smashed the window with one palm, then grabbed Liu Yejian and jumped out of the window to escape. Yet Shangguan Longwhiskers did not make a move to kill them. To him, Zhao Yuanzhang was still useful. And as for Liu Yejian, such a hedonistic person didn't even qualify to die by his hand. He simply adjusted his collar, a smirk playing on his lips as he leisurely walked out of the room and headed to the banquet hall for the night. Inside the banquet hall, hundreds of dignitaries, people who could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet, all waited in anticipation. This rare scene was truly remarkable. In the Dragon Kingdom, many arrogant individuals, I claimed to be above 10,000. But there was truly only one person who deserved to be beneath no one and above 10,000, an individual who would be the center of attention that night. Shangguan Longwhiskers. With 100,000 soldiers stationed in Yanjing, there was nothing to stop him from doing as he pleased. Therefore, whether it was the officials of Yanjing or the wealthy elite, even if they were well connected and extremely affluent, they dared not compare themselves to the southern frontier war god armed to the teeth. At the moment, they could only wait in the banquet hall like ordinary people. As for many of the so-called social elites of Yanjing, such as the experts who had slaughtered wolves and tigers before, most didn't even qualify to enter. Even those prestigious families who had fallen from grace, like the Tang family, Jia family, and those related by a thin line, they were only allowed to gather outside the banquet hall to prove that they had attended the 6-star war gods ennoblement ceremony. On the contrary, the Qin family from Cloud City received special treatment. This second-tier city's family not only had permission for all members to enter the Grand Hall, but also had front-row seats. When the 6-star war god appeared, they would be the first to see him. For others, it was a great honor, but whether it was Qin Ling Yu or Qin Qiangan, they didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Ruhan, in particular, kept muttering disdainfully, "If that southern frontier guy doesn't show up soon, I'm leaving." Hearing the child's words, Qin Zimai felt a cold sweat on her forehead. Of course, no one dared to do anything to Qin Ruhan, as there was another deity by her side, the newly appointed northern frontier marshal, Ling Yu. Some astute individuals, upon seeing this scene, already sensed that something significant was about to happen in Yanjing. They say two tigers cannot share one mountain. And with the two war gods gathered in Yanjing, some even heard that Shangguan Longwhiskers seemed to have his eye on Qin Mingyi. So it was strange that these two tigers weren't already clashing. But these onlookers just wanted to watch the drama unfold, keeping their mouths shut and not daring to speak out of turn. After all, Ling Yu and Shangguan Longwhiskers were entities they couldn't afford to provoke. If these two deities were to engage in battle, the only thing these people could do was quickly retreat to a corner to avoid being caught up in the turmoil. Unexpectedly, after waiting for 2 hours, Shangguan Longwhiskers didn't show up. Instead, Bao Ying appeared with a column of southern frontier soldiers, boldly declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 6-star war god has urgent matters to attend to. Please rest where you are, and when the 6-star war god appears, you can rise and greet him." This announcement sent shockwaves through many people in the room. However, despite being 100 strong, nobody dared to express displeasure or even move an inch. Some even immediately praised, "Who is the 6-star war god? We are fortunate to attend his ceremony, even if it means waiting for him for 3 hours, let alone 3 days and nights." Indeed, being invited to participate in the grand ceremony by the southern frontier war god is already an honor for us. We will definitely wait with reverence. If the 6-star war god does not appear, we will not move an inch. The flattering tone was becoming increasingly nauseating, but there was no help for it. Who would dare to offend even the slightest bit someone who was the 6-star war god wielding heavy military power? To put it bluntly, if they decided to kill you, they would just kill you. Who would stand up for you? Not even half a word would be spoken in your defense. After all, under absolute power, no laws were of any use. Qin Mingyu also furrowed her brow slightly. These big shots that countless people looked up to were now so humble in front of Shangguan Longbeard, indicating how serious the current situation was. The fate of the Dragon Kingdom was now in the hands of Shangguan Longbeard. With just a slight change of mind, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom could shift between heaven and hell. He could crush conflicts with others unilaterally, except when it came to one person. Then things could get terrifying, that person naturally being the man by her side, Ling Yu. Seeing that Ling Yu was getting impatient, Qin Mingyu quickly spoke up. Ling Yu, let's leave now. It wasn't that they were not showing face, but they simply didn't have so much time to waste with Shangguan Longbeard. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Ruhan, who had been bored at the banquet, was someone who held a grudge against the Qin family and wasn't very bright. As soon as she spoke, Qin Ruhan, who had already been impatient, stood up and complained, Fine, fine. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see if the Lotus platform has finished. What is this? Inviting our family here just to act high and mighty. Even superstars aren't this arrogant. It was Qin Ruhan again. Everyone shivered at her words. Qin Mingyu was also a bit scared and quickly urged, Ruhan, stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave, then just go quickly. Most people still didn't dare to offend Qin Mingyu and the Qin family easily, except for those who had grudges. Among those mingling in the banquet hall was someone who held a grudge against the Qin family and wasn't very smart. Tang Haozhen. Tang Hao. Hearing what Qin Ruhan said, how could he let this opportunity slip by? He immediately shouted loudly on purpose, Everyone, look, the Qin family is being disrespectful to the 6-star war god. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned towards him. Tang Hao got even more excited, trying to stir things up, and continued shouting, The 6-star war god defends the southern frontier, quelling the rebellion in Yanjing. How great are his deeds and labors? What does the Qin family think they are? They're just a family that knows how to pull strings and build power, yet they dare to be disrespectful to the 6-star war god. Everyone watched with amused expressions. All present were top-level figures. Those who could mingle at this level surely understood the phrase trouble comes from the mouth. They would naturally refrain from speaking recklessly if they could. Presumptuous. Gao Ying's angry shout indeed came. Tang Hao was extremely pleased. Could he not take advantage of this chance to borrow the knife to kill and get rid of the Qin family? Though Tang Hao was a coward, he was still a Tang. And of course, he had to take the opportunity to avenge his third uncle, Tang Ning. Today is the 6-star war god's coronation banquet. How can we allow anyone to make noise at will? Guards, slap his mouth. At Bao Ying's command, Tang Hao was scared silly. How could this be? Why was he the unlucky one? Before he could react, southern border soldiers immediately stepped forward, holding him tightly from both sides. Slap, slap. The sound of crisp slaps echoed continuously throughout the banquet hall. Tang Hao, the fool, of course, couldn't understand what was going on, but many clever people at the scene had already noticed the problem. Not only was the Qin family listed as top-class guests, but Miss Qin's word seemed to have been ignored by Bao Ying, whereas Tang Hao got into trouble for attacking the Qin family. Could it be that the 6-star war god was also afraid of the Qin family? More precisely, was he afraid of Ling Yu? Or was there another hidden reason? Ruhan, let's go. Ling Yu, however, ignored this farce. He didn't know what medicine Shangguan Longbeard was selling in his court, or wanted to find out what medicine Shangguan Longbeard was selling, so he deliberately intended to leave in a grand manner in front of Bao Ying and everyone. Although Qin Mingyu knew that doing so would be very disrespectful to Shangguan Longbeard, she would always stand by her husband's side, no matter what. She wouldn't ask her husband to do anything just to save face for Shangguan Longbeard. Everyone's expressions were very peculiar. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from around the banquet hall. Well-trained southern border soldiers instantly surrounded the entire banquet hall. The 6-star war god is here. With a solemn voice, a man wearing a military uniform, with his chest covered in medals, looking heroic and imposing, stepped out. It was Shangguan Longbeard, leading a group of mighty southern border generals into the scene, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. It was as if he was the sole emperor ruling the earth. War god. The 6-star war god is here. Countless people immediately cheered with "Zhou," whether genuine or feigned. Their faces were full of anticipation. Da Ying couldn't help but sneak a glance at Ling Yu, his heart racing. He was Shangguan Lanchu's confidant and naturally knew Shangguan Lanchu best, so he was really afraid that a terrifying clash might break out in the next moment when the two great war gods met. Shangguan Lanchu's gaze first fell on Ling Yu, then shot toward Ling Yu, sharp as an eagle's, extremely aggressive. Ling Yu's eyes were like lightning, not backing down as he met his gaze. As the two great war gods locked eyes for a moment, the people present seemed to feel the sky tearing apart, lightning flashing. But in the next moment, their stare-down was interrupted by the synchronized shouting of the southern border soldiers. War God! War God! Inside and outside the banquet hall, a full 10,000 southern border soldiers shouted in unison. It was overwhelming. This spectacle was unmatched in Yanjing. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Ling Yu's gaze also sharpened, showing a hint of respect towards Shangguan Lanchu. The southern border war god truly lived up to his reputation. Without strong military leadership, such momentum couldn't be generated. In fact, because the 10,000 southern border soldiers had entered the capital, Ling Yu had also crammed in some information about Shangguan Lanchu last night. Shangguan Lanchu, after the old drunkard left the southern border, was the most dazzling general, and was even hailed as the man closest to the glory war god. He bravely killed enemies, establishing extremely high prestige in the southern border, and also built an army absolutely loyal to him, the southern border Tiger Force, numbering a full 10,000. Every soldier in the Tiger Force was a standout selected through brutal training. They all had battlefield experience, tempered by fire and blood, and the murderous aura in their eyes, like that of northern soldiers, was something no other unit's soldiers could possess. Originally, it was thought that Shangguan Lanchu was just putting on a show, but unexpectedly, in the next moment, Ba Ying shouted, "Kneel to the six-star war god." What? Everyone was startled. The southern border soldiers, without hesitation, kneeled on one knee, as if ancient soldiers were saluting their marshal. After glancing at each other, someone took the lead to kneel. Gradually, the entire gathering of celebrities and dignitaries, whether out of admiration for the war god or fear of death, all knelt on one knee to greet him. The Qin family members also panicked and looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yu stood as still as a giant stone pillar in a stormy sea, unaffected by the waves no matter how big they were. Ling Yu, of course, did not kneel, but her heart suddenly felt cold, sensing that things were indeed heading in the direction she was worried about. Ling Yu, why haven't you kneeled yet? Shangguan Lanchu saw Ling Yu standing proudly and immediately spoke coldly. The people brought by the Qin family were all trembling with fear. After all, not everyone was as brave as Ling Yu. Facing such a situation along with the six-star war gods, not everyone could withstand it. There are no rules in the Dragon Kingdom that require kneeling to others, even to the country's leader. Ling Yu said calmly, "Bull." Behind Bao Ying, a general from southern Xinjiang immediately shouted at Ling Yu, "The southern Xinjiang war god not only saved your wife, but also risked his life to protect the Dragon Kingdom, showing you gratitude for your nation and superior rank. Now everyone admires and worships the six-star war gods, but you dare to disrespect them." Although he was aggressive, his words made sense and put a lot of pressure on Ling Yu. Ling Yu did not engage in a power struggle with his subordinate, but instead looked calmly at Shangguan Lanchu. "Do you want me to kneel? I wonder if you can bear it." "Haha, as the mighty six-star war god, can I not handle one kneel from a five-star general like you?" Shangguan Lanchu's eyes were proud, not taking Ling Yu's words as a threat. "Hear me. Kneel." The leader was Shangguan Lanchu's vanguard, named Rongyan. Not only was he hot-tempered, but he also had SS-level strength and could not bear any disrespect towards Shangguan. Ready to take action against Ling Yu. He only believed in the southern Xinjiang war god, paying no attention to the northern border war god, giving him a chance to experience the power of a southern Xinjiang general. Rongyan's aura was extremely fierce, and those nearby felt a sting, retreating, feeling pressure pushing down on Ling Yu. Everyone felt it hard to breathe. However, Ling Yu beside Ling Yu felt no discomfort. It wasn't her strength resisting the pressure, but Ling Yu shielding her from everything. "Adults are talking. Children should stay out of it. Get lost." Ling Yu roared, rebounding the scorching aura back at them all. Strong as Rongyan was, he spat blood and flew back several meters. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Even Bao Ying felt a chill. At that moment, Both he and the southern Xinjiang general understood where Ling Yu's confidence in facing Shangguan Lanshu came from. Such terrifying power, perhaps even surpassing that of the southern Xinjiang war god. With the thud, as Rongyan stopped rolling on the ground, everyone's attention turned to Shangguan Lanshu. Many couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ling Yu was too arrogant. With 100,000 southern Xinjiang soldiers in Yanjing, tonight was Shangguan Lanshu's 6-star war god appointment banquet, and he dared to humiliate his subordinates in front of the southern Xinjiang war god. Wasn't this a clear sign of disrespect to the 6-star war god? Crack! Without Shangguan Lanshu giving the order, numerous guns were pointed at Ling Yu. If Shangguan Lanshu said the word kill, this 5-star general would likely be shot into a hornet's nest. The Qin family members became tense immediately, especially Qin Zaimai and her husband, who came along for the ride, now regretted it and shouldn't have come. Even Qin Ruhan nervously grabbed her grandfather's sleeve and dared not speak out of turn. "Do you want to kill me?" Faced with the resolute stance of the southern Xinjiang generals on the scene, Ling Yu remained indifferent, provoking Shangguan Lanshu, "Feel free to shoot, want to try." At that moment, everyone's souls trembled. Ling Yu was truly brazen. Did he have a death wish? But Ying also trembled slightly as he looked at Shangguan Lanshu. The clash between the two war gods occurred too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they were ready to fight. Whether Yanjing would be calm or flow with blood all depended on the leader's decision. The atmosphere was burning. The hot temper of Shangguan Lanshu was well known to the people of southern Xinjiang. He dared to pierce a hole in the celestial palace. Wouldn't he dare deal with someone with a lower military rank? The situation was tense, and just as Qin Mingyu's husband and wife duo regretted their decision to follow along, Shangguan Lanshu suddenly opened his arms and stood in front of Ling Yu. Both Shangguan Lanshu and Ling Yu were surprised. "We are one in marriage. If you want to shoot, then shoot at both of us." At that moment, Shangguan Lanshu's gaze held a complex expression, like the weather in early summer, constantly changing. Ling Yu, on the other hand, although not afraid of Shangguan Lanshu, realized that escalating the conflict further was not a wise choice. A real man should be able to bend as well as stand firm, considering the bigger picture. "All of you, put down your guns," Shangguan Lanshu bellowed coldly. The well-trained soldiers of the fierce tiger army instantly put their guns down in perfect order, just like mechanical soldiers following orders. Ling Yu secretly admired this man's military management skills. Then, Shangguan Lanshu turned his gaze slowly towards Qin Mingyu, flashing a high arc with his lips. "Mingyu, having you attend my peak moment is truly wonderful." A seemingly simple sentence contained a thought-provoking meaning and deepened the conflict between him and Ling Yu instantly. "Is it you?" Hearing this, Qin Mingyu's memory was finally triggered. Remembering who this man was, it was no wonder she felt a strange sense of familiarity. She was only 6 years old that year. Qin Honshu took her out, and they were inadvertently drawn to a young beggar a few years older than her by the roadside. Although the beggar seemed destitute, there was a pride and elegance in his eyes that couldn't be masked. He sat quietly in a corner, observing the hustle and bustle, not begging from anyone. Out of curiosity and kindness, Qin Mingyu handed the beggar a stack of money and the bread she held. "Here you go." The beggar looked up at Qin Mingyu and froze for a long time. "What's the matter with you?" It wasn't until Qin Mingyu spoke again that the beggar snapped out of his daze. He wasn't grateful or happy, but just burst into laughter. "Little girl, do you think I'm a beggar? I'm a super wealthy big shot, richer than all of you. Don't be so full of yourself." Qin Honshu couldn't help but sneer at him. "You're all disheveled and covered in dust. What else could you be but a beggar? Ha ha. I'm just fed up with the old man at home, always making me practice this and that, so I just ran away." The beggar not only was proud, but also spoke with a mischievous smile. "I didn't expect to meet a super beautiful lady along the way. Unconsciously followed her to this city, squatting here for 3 years just to see that beautiful lady again." Beautiful lady? Qin Mingyu was curious and surprised. Such a little flirt. Qin Honshu couldn't help but chuckle. The beggar didn't care and continued. "Little girl, you look like that beautiful lady. I didn't have time to marry her, but once I reach the peak, I'll come back to marry you. Mingyu, don't pay attention to this little flirt, let's go." Qin Honshu pulled the young Qin Mingyu away, but Qin Mingyu couldn't help but look back, staring at the beggar's smile, then run back excitedly, asking, "Hey, how does that beautiful lady you were talking about look?" Could she be my mother? Qin Hanshu heard this and was slightly startled. Young master, stop fooling around. Your father wants you to come home. Before the little beggar could even respond to Qin Mingyu, several men in suits appeared and tried to forcibly take him home. Let go of me. I'm not going back. I have nothing to say to that guy who always thinks he's above everyone else. Even if I am in control of the military in the future, I won't support that jerk. The little beggar struggled desperately, even getting into a physical altercation with the men in suits. Although he fought like a little tiger, injuring two of the suited men, he was still forcefully tied up and taken away. Ha ha. Little beauty, wait for me. When I reach the peak, I will definitely come back to marry you. By then, you can do whatever you want. I'll let you be domineering. The little beggar mentioned peak twice in a row, leaving a lasting impression on Qin Ming. Yes, it's me. I've come back to marry you. Shangguan Longbeard was finally remembered by Qin Mingyu, feeling emotional and more aggressive at the same time. Hey, Ling Yu, for Qin Mingyu's sake, I won't kill you, but you better get out of here. Shangguan Longbeard intentionally provoked Ling Yu. One mountain can't hold two tigers, especially, and both tigers are interested in the same person. Today, he not only had to prove to everyone that the Southern Desert War God Ling Yu surpassed the Northern Territory War God, but he also had to fulfill the promise he made long ago. Reach the peak. Marry Mingyu. Let him be domineering. Anyone who insults the Northern Territory Commander-in-Chief will surely be challenged by the million soldiers of the Northern Territory. Before Ling Yu could respond, a stern shout came from the entrance. 3 powerful soldiers with terrifying auras walked in shoulder to shoulder, causing everyone to be fearful and clear a path. Yi, Dua, Wangang. The 3 were not high-ranking warriors, but the accumulated battlefield aura made them comparable even to warriors. This aura made many people present break out in cold sweat and inexplicably boiling blood. The appointment ceremony of the 6-star war god cannot be disturbed by anyone. Another deputy immediately shouted, and countless guns were aimed at the 3. Even Bao Ying was helpless. He was the only one with a clear mind in the Southern Desert. The escalating conflict between the Southern Desert and the Northern Territory will inevitably lead to a terrifying North-South war. Not only would it affect Yanjing, but the entire Dragon Empire and even the fate of the entire world would be influenced. Who dares to shoot? With one shot, it will be the beginning of a North-South war. Diyu's face was cold as steel, each word sharp. She was the strongest supporter of Ling Yu and would not allow anyone to disrespect her big brother, no matter who they were. Instantly, many people broke out in cold sweat. More and more Northern Territory generals appear, and the power confrontation officially took shape. The tension of this drama became more and more intense, suffocating everyone. What are you doing here? Ling Yu frowned, coldly questioning. He didn't want to start a North-South war. Subordinate deserves to die, but even if subordinate dies, I absolutely won't allow anyone to disrespect the Commander-in-Chief. Dua immediately knelt down. Yi and Wang Gang followed suit. The Northern Territory had always been united and fiercely supportive of its leader. Ling Yu was now the true Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Territory. Ling Yu furrowed his eyebrows even more. Ha ha, Shangguan Longbeard suddenly burst into laughter. Ling Yu, it seems your personal charm is not small either. The soldiers of the Northern Territory are willing to die for you. The word death intensified the atmosphere. The 2 commanders had been in a continuous show of force, making it feel like doomsday could arrive at any time. Ling Yu, in a tense moment, Qin Mingyu knew that only she could resolve the situation. Quickly grabbing Ling Yu's arm and softly saying, "Let me talk to Shangguan Longbeard alone." Ling Yu looked into Qin Mingyu's eyes. "Trust me," Qin Mingyu added. Ling Yu nodded slightly. "Okay, I trust you." Unexpectedly, despite Qin Mingyu's words, Shangguan Longbeard coldly and ruthlessly ordered, "Ling Yu is insubordinate. Detain him first." What? The entire audience was shocked once again. Ling Yu also furrowed his brow. It seemed as though Shangguan Longbeard was not afraid of starting a war. After all, Yanjing had 100,000 soldiers from the Southern Desert, while the Northern Territory only had a mere 20,000. Did he really want to fight and rebel? Let's see who dares to touch our Commander-in-Chief. Yi and the others immediately stood up, ready to fight to the death. Yi, step down. Ling Yu commanded. He wasn't afraid of the fierce tiger army, but he had a broader perspective than Shangguan Longbeard. If he fought Shangguan Longbeard, it would play right into the hands of Zhao Yuanzhao, Liu Yejian, and other remnants, as well as the 300,000 Holy Fire Army that had been stationed at the border of the Dragon Empire. It couldn't afford to ignite the recent unrest in Yanjing again. It was okay for him to be detained. Once he wanted to break free, there would be no restraint that could hold back this rebellious dragon. Despite Yizi and Due grinding their teeth, Ling Yu had given the order, and they dared not refuse. Take him away. Dao Ying had no choice but to give the brave order, even though the consequences of doing so were unpredictable. Mingyu. As Ling Yu was being taken away, he exchanged a trusting look with Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu pursed her red lips and nodded slightly in response. Seeing the couple endure humiliation for the greater good, Qing Qianggong sighed deeply. It seemed that his granddaughter and grandson-in-law had truly grown to a high level. Unexpectedly, just as Ling Yu was leaving, Shangguan Longbeard, who had been proud just moments ago, suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Commander! The whole audience was shocked once again. What was happening? Commander! Dao Ying hurried over to support Shangguan Longbeard. He knew the commander's physical condition best, having sustained heavy injuries from numerous battles on the front lines. The confrontation with Ling Yu had caused a strain, something not easily borne by an ordinary person. Now that Ling Yu had left, and the commander relaxed his will, the old injuries resurfaced. The commander of the Northern Territory was truly terrifying. The next morning, in a military barracks in Yanjing, the 10,000 Tiger Army was on high alert, and not even a mosquito could fly in without permission. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere was somber. The 6-star war god had suddenly coughed up blood and fallen unconscious the previous night, and still hadn't regained consciousness. In just one night, all 12 renowned doctors of Yanjing had assembled there. The scene of the 12 top doctors of Yanjing consulting together was a rare sight, even at a national medical summit. Of course, the only 6-star war god of the Dragon Empire deserves such attention. However, after examining Shangguan Longbeard, these doctors shook their heads in dismay. Seeing these figures, esteemed in the medical field of the Dragon Empire, looking worried, after assessing Shangguan Longbeard's condition, Ba Ying's frown deepened. If the Southern Desert War God were to suddenly pass away at this moment, he wondered what fate the Dragon Empire would face next. Don't just frown. Quickly explain the commander's condition. General Bao, the situation is dire. An elderly white-bearded doctor spoke up. The god of war is fighting for the country, accumulating to many internal injuries. Now, forcibly resisting pressure has caused the internal injuries to erupt, affecting all organs. All organs affected. Dao Ying widened his eyes in shock. He knew the commander-in-chief had a recurrence of internal injuries due to secretly competing with Ling Yu's momentum, but he didn't expect it to be so severe. Blame it on the Supreme Commander's refusal to admit defeat. He said that stubborn nature since he was young. If he were in good health, he wouldn't lose to Ling Yu. But with his current weak body, how can he compete head-on with the Northern Territory commander? I don't care. You are all renowned divine healers in Yanjing. You must heal the 6-star war god, or else. Ba Ying didn't finish his sentence. The threat implied was even greater. The 12 divine healers trembled slightly, exchanging looks of helplessness and fear. Dao Ying, seeing these people usually carrying the title of divine healers and collecting wealth in various ways, found it infuriating that they pretended to be ignorant when it came to saving lives. He erupted in anger. You divine healers, just seeking fame and fortune, right? If the commander can't be saved, I will expose you all, claiming you are all name seekers and even make you accompany him in death. The 12 divine healers were immediately shocked and terrified, but none dared to say they could save Supreme Commander Shangguan Lanfu. Come, Dao Ying, losing patience, directly ordered, arrest all these fame seekers. Yes. Immediately, a team of fierce soldiers appear and detain the 12 individuals. The onlookers were shocked and angered. They were divine healers, not deities. Supreme Commander Shangguan Lanfu was practically beyond saving. How could they revive him? Accused of seeking fame and fortune, and treated so disrespectfully, who could bear it? The group erupted in anger. Dao Ying, unfazed, had the military power in his hands, and with the ability to control life and death. Wait, I recommend one person. Perhaps he can save the 6-star war god. In this urgent moment, the eldest divine healer, Zhu Juzi, quickly shouted, if you can bring in the Ghost Doctor of the God Valley, you can definitely save the Southern Commander. The Ghost Doctor of the God Valley. Upon hearing this title, All the divine healers present were amazed, showing expressions of admiration and nodding involuntarily. In the medical world of Lone Wo, who didn't know that the ghost doctor of the God Valley was at the pinnacle, the ability to revive the dead, turning bones white, and techniques of near-death experiences, while he might not have all the abilities seen in novels, saving Supreme Commander Shangguan Longfu from critical internal injuries was definitely within his capabilities. Although they were known as the divine healers of Yanjing, compared to the ghost doctor of the God Valley, they felt that they understood nothing. They were not even in the same league. The ghost doctor of the God Valley, Dao Ying, although not a member of the medical field, felt that the name sounded familiar. Unfortunately, he couldn't recall at the moment. Then hurry up and contact him for me. General Bao, we would like to, but we don't have his contact information. The ghost doctor of the God Valley has always enjoyed traveling around the world. It might be difficult to find him. Someone immediately replied, Humph, I don't care. In any case, if Supreme Commander can't be saved, none of you will survive. But Ying threatened loudly again. The group of divine healers was on the verge of tears. It was truly an undeserved disaster. They couldn't find the ghost doctor of the God Valley, and with Bao Ying not standing down, as he was fiercely loyal to Supreme Commander Shangguan Longfu. Utilizing the information network in Southern Zhong, he searched for the whereabouts of the ghost doctor of the God Valley. Within a day, someone came to report, Deputy Chief Bao, the ghost doctor of the God Valley hasn't had any records of travel in the mortal world for a year, but he has a direct disciple here in Yanjing. Really? Who? Bao Ying was immediately thrilled. The current Northern Territory commander, Ling Yu. Hearing the subordinate's report, Bao Ying was taken aback. That's why the name sounded so familiar. Ling Yu was a good friend of Duanmu's old commander, the master of Ling Yu. This is bad. Besides not knowing if Ling Yu could save Supreme Commander Shangguan Longfu, even if he could, how could he do it? Not only did Supreme Commander want to take his woman, but he also tried to kill him. How could he repay kindness with enmity? It was impossible. General Bao, what do you think about this situation? The subordinate also understood Bao Ying's dilemma. He quickly advised, General Bao, you better quickly go and invite the Northern Territory commander out. If we can't get him to help treat Supreme Commander, Southern Zhong will collapse. Bao Ying sighed deeply. Even though he understood the reasoning behind it, just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. The relationship between the Southern Commander and the Northern Commander, what kind of enmity was this? Alas, although Bao Ying had never interacted with Ling Yu before, even in Southern Zhong, he had heard about the Northern Territory's Werewolf King like thunder. He was indeed a master of both medicine and martial arts, once rumored to be able to snatch lads from the god of death, although it might not be true. That he could put himself in Bao Ying's shoes and thought that he wouldn't intervene to save Shangguan Longfu, even if he wanted to save him. Saving him and then competing for the woman with himself. Only a fool would do that. Yet, despite thinking so, Bao Ying's legs moved uncontrollably and brought him to the outside of the cell. That as he stood in front of the iron gate where Ling Yu was held, Bao Ying's legs felt like they were filled with lead and unable to take another step forward. Inside the iron gate, Ling Yu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, standing with composure and asked, General Bao, do you have something to discuss with me? This. Bao Ying was immediately stunned. Is it related to Supreme Commander Longfu? Ling Yu spoke with conviction, as if he already knew what was happening. With his current abilities, he could sense Supreme Commander Shangguan Longfu's condition at the time. Bao Ying sighed again. He was a tough man, ready to sacrifice his life on the battlefield. If he had to ask Ling Yu for help, he would rather die than do so. That the Southern Commander was his idol, the faith of the generals and soldiers in Southern Zhong. Moreover, his life and death were related to the stability of Southern Zhong and the fate of Lone Wo. He had to do everything to save him. So, Bao Ying steeled himself and personally opened the door to the cell and stepped inside. Ling Yu turned around, silently watching him without any expression. The next moment, Bao Ying took off his military cap and placed it in his left hand, respectfully taking a step forward to salute Ling Yu. 4-star War General, Bao Ying of Southern Zhong, salutes the Northern Territory commander. His voice startled everyone outside. Many people gasped in amazement. What was happening? Did Supreme Commander Shangguan Longfu send you to execute me? Ling Yu mockingly asked. Bao Ying, truly frightened, suddenly knelt on the ground, loudly protesting. Lord Commander, you misunderstood. If your intentions towards Southern Zhong are hostile, I am willing to accept punishment not afraid, even unto death. But I only hope that, for the sake of Longwu's destiny, you can overlook past grievances and save Supreme Commander's life." "What?" When he said this, and suddenly kneeled, everyone outside the cell was amazed. The war god of Southern John was going to die, and the person who could save him happened to be the Northern Territory commander they had detained. In contrast, Ling Yu remained calm and prepared, seemingly expecting this, and even joked, "I knew you would come begging, otherwise, you wouldn't have let things go astray." The Northern Territory commander is indeed deserving of his reputation. Dai Ying was genuinely impressed, suddenly bowing his head earnestly and pleading, "Please, please save Supreme Commander Shangguan's life. As long as you agree, I am willing to give my life in exchange." "Get up," Ling Yu coldly ordered. Dai Ying raised his head in astonishment, but did not stand up. Ling Yu's eyes gradually became serious. As a Dragon Country war general, never kneel easily to beg others. "Understand? I understand the reason." But Bao Ying wanted to explain further, but seeing Ling Yu's gaze, he quickly stood up. "Kneeling to me, perhaps because you don't see me as an enemy, but if on the battlefield, kneeling and begging your enemy might only result in a fatal blow." Ling Yu first solemnly lectured him, then patted his shoulder. "I respect you as a loyal and righteous general, so I am willing to consider you a friend." Upon hearing this, Bao Ying trembled all over and quickly straightened his spine, saying, "Thank you, Commander of the Northern Region." Ling Yu nodded and continued, "I consider you a friend, so I would not take your life. And perhaps I can save General Shangguan Lantu's life, but why should I save him?" "Oh. Well," Bao Ying was indeed at a loss for words. "If you were in my position, would you save him?" Ling Yu asked again. Bao Ying gritted his teeth and thought for a while before saying, "My level of cultivation is still low, and I indeed lack the magnanimity to save an enemy or repay enmity with kindness. But I believe the commander of the Northern Region is a man of higher cultivation level than me and will prioritize the overall situation. General Shangguan's reputation intimidates the major feudal states in the Southern Region. If he's not around, the Southern states are sure to spark more chaos, and who knows how many men of the Dragon Country will die in battle, plunging the country into confusion." Ling Yu just smiled at the words. "Nice flattery, but it doesn't work on me. Do you think that I can die, but General Shangguan Lantu cannot? Is it a crime not to save him if he is attacking me?" Ling Yu's consecutive questioning left Bao Ying speechless and embarrassed. After all, when General Shangguan Lantu faced Ling Yu, he didn't try to dissuade him from his course. "Commander of the Northern Region, you have given me a good lesson." Bao Ying understood the reasoning and had to admit his mistake. "All right, you may leave now." Ling Yu waved his hand and added, "General Shangguan Lantu's fate should not be in your hands, and you cannot replace him." Bao Ying clenched his fists, pondered for a while, and then bowed to Ling Yu once again. He understood Ling Yu's intentions and agreed with his words. Soon, Bao Ying returned to the military headquarters. Seeing his despondent face, other Southern Region generals hurriedly asked, "General Bao, did Ling Yu refuse to help save General Shangguan?" Bao Ying sighed and detailed his meeting with Ling Yu to his colleagues. "General Bao, don't be too disheartened. Although Ling Yu didn't agree to help, he didn't explicitly refuse either. A strategist from the Southern Region immediately offered, if you want him to act, only that person can persuade him." "Who?" Bao Ying asked immediately. "General Shangguan," the strategist reminded. Bao Ying nodded understandingly. He had already suspected Ling Yu's intentions, and now that the strategist had also proposed the same, he could naturally join everyone in persuading the commander. Soon, Bao Ying and the Southern Region soldiers entered a large room. General Shangguan Lantu lay on the bed, his lips pale. Just a few days ago, he was fierce and bold, boasting about snatching someone's wife, but now he appeared on the brink of death, as if he could depart at any moment, a truly pitiful sight. Not waiting for Bao Ying to speak, this stubborn and strong six-star war god suddenly opened his eyes and even sat up on his own. "Commander!" Everyone was shocked. Bao Ying quickly rushed forward to support him. "Get out of the way!" General Shangguan Lantu was still very proud and pushed everyone back, saying, "I'm not weakened to that extent." The people could only stand still, worrying in place. "Commander!" Bao Ying hurriedly apologized. "I've invited 12 divine doctors, but they still can't cure you. Please forgive me." "Ha ha." General Shangguan Lantu didn't blame him, and instead laughed heartily. "Forget it. Doctors are not immortals, don't force them." Hearing this, Bao Ying and the southern region generals were even more admiring of the commander, tears welling up in their eyes. Bao Ying wiped his eyes and said with red eyes, "Commander, even though that's true, you are the soul of our southern region Tiger's army, the pillar of the dragon country. You cannot die like this." Sigh. Another long sigh. Others also knelt and echoed. The southern region cannot be without our commander. General Shangguan Lantu ignored them and suddenly asked, "What about Ling Yu? And where is Ling Yu now?" He was worried that Ling Yu had escaped and taken Qin Mingyu with him. Then he wouldn't be able to speak with Qin Mingyu nor fulfill the promise they made years ago. Bao Ying answered immediately, "Miss Jin has been waiting for you to wake up at the military headquarters, and Ling Yu is currently locked in the prison by me." Ha ha ha. General Shangguan Lantu praised enthusiastically upon hearing this. "Good, you've done well. The beauty is mine, and I have to deal with my rival." Bao Ying and the others felt extremely awkward. "You're in Ling Yu's hands, yet you dare to say such things? Ahem. Indeed." General Shangguan Lantu laughed and suddenly began coughing, followed by spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Commander." Everyone was shocked and tense. "I'm fine." General Shangguan Lantu continued to endure, laughing, "I want to see the beauty. Immediately bring Mingyu to me." Ha! Everyone was stunned. The commander had always kept away from the female charms, but who would have thought that he would refuse all other beauties for the sake of one woman? Bao Ying hesitated but still said, "Commander, why don't you go see Ling Yu first? Currently, only he can save you. If you go see his wife now, I'm afraid." He didn't dare to finish the sentence. Ling Yu wasn't a saint. If General Shangguan Lantu persisted in pursuing his wife, he would certainly not help. However, General Shangguan Lantu coldly smirked, "Why would I see that man? Let him rot in prison until he dies. I'll go meet Mingyu in private and infuriate him." Bao Ying, the commander, was goat in many ways, but his temperament was too childish. He just liked to pursue someone else's wife. So what? Others wanted to intervene and advise General Shangguan Lantu, but Bao Ying quickly signaled them to stop. He understood the commander's character well, and the more they insisted, the more it would backfire. "All right, hurry and bring Mingyu over to me. I want to have a good date with her." General Shangguan Lantu commanded again. Bao Ying could only sigh and comply, silently praying that nothing irreversible would happen, as he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. "President Qin, General Shangguan requests your presence soon." Qin Mingyu, guarded by southern region soldiers in a large room, received a message from Bao Ying. "All right." After a brief thought, Qin Mingyu nodded and followed him. She also had many things to discuss privately with General Shangguan Lantu. She believed that a dignified commander from the southern region could not be a despicable person. Otherwise, he wouldn't command such respect in the military. Besides, she trusted her judgment. If General Shangguan Lantu was once a beggar, his character couldn't be too low. "The moon, you finally came to see me." When Shangguan Longwhisker saw Qin Mingyu, he disregarded his weakened body and jumped up from the bed, excitedly walking over. As he was about to embrace her with his hands, Qin Mingyu quickly stepped back and politely reminded him, "General Shangguan, Mingyu is already a married woman. You must act with propriety." She knew Shangguan Longwhisker's personality, so instead of asking him to behave, she emphasized the need for herself to maintain propriety. Even so, Shangguan Longwhisker furrowed his brows tightly, kicking the chair beside him in anger. The force of his kick, even though he was a sick tiger, was considerable, and the chair was shattered directly. Even the guards stationed outside the door were startled. They wanted to go in and check the situation but were stopped by Bao Ying. "It's none of your business. Don't interfere." The guards quickly returned to their positions. "Damn it! Why can I let Ling Yu take the lead in such matters?" Shangguan Longwhisker paced back and forth in the room in frustration. Qin Mingyu, not a naive young girl, was not frightened by him but smiled and said, "General Shangguan, there are many beautiful and virtuous women in the world. If you need, I can introduce you to a few." "Impossible." Shangguan Longwhisker immediately waved his hand in excitement. "You are that ant's daughter. There will never be anyone in this world more beautiful than you." "That ant?" Bringing up this topic again, Qin Mingyu quickly took out her phone and showed him a prepared photo of her mother. "Do you mean her?" Unexpectedly, Shangguan Longwhisker, upon seeing the photo, immediately became like he was possessed, snatching the phone and excitedly exclaiming, "Yes, it's her. It must be her. Your mother, right?" Qin Mingyu nodded, feeling a bit excited herself. After all, she still wanted to know more about her mother. She asked, "Where did you meet my mother all those years ago?" "In Gisheng. I went to serve in the southern frontier, hoping to understand why the beautiful aunt appeared there. When I saw her, she was like a goddess descended from the heavens." "No, it's Queen Mother." "No, it's change. Anyway, she was both beautiful and had a divine and noble aura, not like an ordinary person." Seeing Shangguan Longwhisker's expression, Qin Mingyu understood the extent of her mother's charm back then. Even though Shangguan Longwhisker was infatuated upon seeing her, it was not to the extent of being consumed as he was now. Qin Mingyu also knew that what Shangguan Longwhisker cherished was actually her mother, and she was just a suitable substitute. "So, besides seeing my mother, did you see anyone else?" Qin Mingyu continued to ask. "Yes. At the time, I mistakenly entered a forest and saw thousands of people kneeling before your mother." Shangguan Longwhisker did not hold back. Those people were incredibly devout. "At the time, I was very puzzled because not all of those people were Miao tribesmen. But when they saw your mother, I could completely understand their devotion. I even nearly knelt down myself." Qin Mingyu fell silent for a while before asking, "So, in all your years in the southern frontier, did you find any clues related to my mother?" "Of course. I even learned that my father was one of her suitors." Shangguan Longwhisker's words once again shocked Qin Mingyu, but she did not interrupt him. "After I became the general of the South Frontier, I investigated and found out that your mother was the Saintess of the Holy Fire Organization. The headquarters of the Holy Fire Organization is in a maritime landlocked country to the south of the Dragon Kingdom. The headquarters of the Holy Fire Organization is in the Dragon Kingdom's south." Qin Mingyu became curious. "That's right, Filu country is actually controlled by the Holy Fire Organization." "What?" Qin Mingyu was surprised by this news. The Holy Fire Organization had long controlled a small country. "It's true. The Holy Fire Organization wanted to collaborate with my father back then to control the Dragon Kingdom. Even when their initial attempts failed, the organization wanted to incite a civil war in cooperation with my father." Shangguan Longwhisker did not hold back and revealed to Qin Mingyu, "Although my father wanted to control the Dragon Kingdom, he refused to be a traitor. He knew that behind the organization was not only the Holy Fire Organization, but also the forces of the Shadow Sauce country and the 5 immortals who had long infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom. Once a civil war erupted, the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably be divided and the consequences would be unimaginable." Qin Mingyu nodded. Just thinking about it made her understand the crisis level back then was no less than the current situation. "It seems your father is worthy of respect." "Hehe, I'll tell you. I never really saw him as my father. It was only because he was assassinated miserably for that matter that I acknowledged him as my father." Shangguan Longwhisker grinned. Qin Mingyu smiled slightly. With just that sentence, she grasped Shangguan Longwhisker's bottom line and knew what kind of person he was. Arrogant, cynical, but a man who held his principles. Perhaps Zhang Ping had seen through him the beginning, which was why he appointed him as the god of war of the South Frontier. Now Zi Teng also trusted him to lead 100,000 troops to guard Yanjing. "Mingyu, the Holy Fire Organization back then wanted to use the beauty and charm of your mother to launch a so-called holy war, but your mother staunchly refused and risked her life to escape the organization, fleeing all the way to Wucheng." Shangguan Longwhisker continued to recount the past, smiling smugly. "I'll tell you, her successful escape to Wucheng also involved my help." Qin Mingyu just smiled, not doubting what he said. Nor did it matter to delve into what he had done. Shangguan Longwhisker did not go into detail either, but suddenly gritted his teeth. "I never thought the Holy Fire Organization was so treacherous. Now they want to come back and take you hostage to launch a war against the Dragon Kingdom." Qin Mingyu also nodded with some trepidation. If she had been taken back by the Great King before, would she have been the one to launch a war against the Dragon Kingdom? It seemed that before Moa Fei and Moya hadn't told her the truth. That was the reason why the Holy Fire Organization was determined to bring her back. "Hehe. Mingyu, rest assured." Shangguan Longwhisker suddenly held Qin Mingyu's shoulders tightly, proudly saying, "As long as I'm here, the Holy Fire Organization can't take you hostage. I will protect you." Qin Mingyu's smile turned a bit awkward. She was wondering how to free herself from his grip, as this reckless and indulgent man actually wanted to kiss her directly. He was just domineering. No hint of romance or charm. Qin Mingyu was frightened, about to resist with all her might, when unexpectedly, Shangguan Longwhisker suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh. Even Qin Mingyu was startled. She didn't have that much strength. How could he? General Shangguan. Bao Ying rushed in with the soldiers of the South Frontier. Seeing Shangguan Longwhisker spitting blood and collapsing on the ground, they quickly lifted him onto the bed, keeping an eye on Qin Mingyu, as if they were afraid she would run away. I didn't do anything to him, Qin Mingyu hurriedly explained to avoid necessary misunderstandings. Luckily, Bao Ying remained composed and immediately instructed, "Quick, call the divine doctor to save him, and at the same time, have Chairman Qin of the Qing group return." Hope this translation helps. Early the next day, Shangguan Longsu remained in a coma. With every passing second, the chances of him seeing jobs and marks increased slightly. When he finally fluttered his eyes open, Bao Ying quickly hinted, "Commander, I heard that Ling Yu is very skilled at treating injuries similar to yours when he was in the Northern Territory. Why not give his abilities a try?" Shangguan Longsu of course knew about Ling Yu's deeds, as Ling Yu's reputation and military achievements had always overshadowed his own. He had always regarded the other party as a potential rival, hence why he now wanted to suppress Ling Yu. However, with his life at stake, he remained composed and seemingly reluctant to lower his proud head to ask Ling Yu for help. If he owed Ling Yu his life, how could he still have the face to marry Qin Mingyu in the future? Therefore, even if Shangguan Longsu died, he did not want to owe Ling Yu a life-saving favor. Bao Ying knew his personality well and already anticipated that he would not go, so he immediately said, "Commander, as a 6-star war god, how could you ask Ling Yu for help? But you are also the pillar of the South, the protective war god of the dragon country. You cannot afford to have anything happen to you. So let me go and ask ... Shut up." Shangguan Longsu interrupted him. After all, what difference would it make whether Bao Ying asked or he asked? But Bao Ying gritted his teeth and said, "For the commander's survival, even if I am to face military law, I have no complaints." After saying that, he stood up and left. "Stop right there." Shangguan Longsu hurriedly got up. Bao Ying, fearing that he would overreact, quickly turned back to support him. Shangguan Longsu knew he could not stop Bao Ying and coldly smiled. "I won't ask him for help. However, now that he is my prisoner, I want to see if he will plead for mercy to me." Hey. Sigh. Bao Ying was speechless internally, but although he found it amusing, he also felt relieved. The commander might reject asking for help verbally, but deep down, he hoped that if Ling Yu agreed to see him, things might take a turn. With Bao Ying's assistance, Shangguan Longsu soon arrived at the cell where Ling Yu was being held. The door had never been closed, let alone locked. Bao Ying knew that if Ling Yu wanted to leave, no prison could hold him captive. It was better to show an attitude like this. When Ling Yu saw Shangguan Longsu coming, he remained calm and composed, just as he had expected. During their confrontation the previous night, he knew this moment would come. Even though Shangguan Longsu might not be inferior in strength, his health was undoubtedly far below Ling Yu's. "Ling Yu, Bao Ying said you wanted to see me, so I have come to see you. Is there anything you'd like to say to me?" Shangguan Longsu deliberately spoke with his back turned. Things were hanging by a thread, yet he still had a sense of pride. "What did you say? Who wants to see you?" Ling Yu chuckled, showing no intentions of yielding. Shangguan Longsu's lips trembled slightly with anger as he turned around. Bao Ying, quick-witted as usual, immediately said, "Commander, calm down. I pretended to make that statement, so you would agree to see Ling Yu at my request." Then, turning to Ling Yu, he said, "General from the north, the commander came to ask for your help in treating his illness. Please be gracious and save a life." Ling Yu just smiled. How could he not see through Bao Ying's lie, trying to mediate between them? "Bull!" Shangguan Longsu shouted in anger. "How dare you deceive me? Do you know that's a capital offense? I deserve death." Bao Ying kneeled at once, but was secretly pleased inside. Shangguan Longsu's willingness to play along in the act proved that he also wanted to stay alive. Nonetheless, Bao Ying stood tall, resolute, and said, "As long as you, Commander, can survive and protect the fierce Tiger Regiment and the Dragon Country, I am willing to die for the cause." "You." Shangguan Longsu was very angry, but after a while, he sighed, turned with folded hands, and said, "HMPH, seeing your unwavering loyalty and your defense of the South, I will spare your life. Now get out of here and don't let me see you for 3 days." "Thank you for sparing my life, Commander." Bao Ying suppressed a smile, played his part in the act, and after pleading with Ling Yu, he left, closing the door behind him. With the cell door closed, there were now only two guardian gods of the dragon country left. Even though they were both on the brink of death, Shangguan Lansu still wanted to compete with Ling Yu in terms of momentum. However, when he could hardly bear the pressure, he quickly masked his demeanor with a laugh and said, "Ling Yu, I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to give up Mingyu to me, I will spare your life." Ling Yu, the esteemed commander of the South, the six-star war god, appeared as a child in his eyes. How could a person over 10 years old utter such words without suffering from a brain stroke? "Why are you silent?" Shangguan Lansu angrily said, "I am a 6-star, and you are only a 5-star. You are now my prisoner, so you have lost to me. According to the laws of the jungle, shouldn't you submit to me?" Ling Yu finally shook his head and smiled. "Are you tired? Huh?" Shangguan Lansu was stunned. "You put on such an act that it tires me out." Ling Yu sneered, "If you want to live, you don't have to ask me. Just stop thinking about Mingyu and stop opposing me." "Impossible. Mingyu is mine. I had her promised before you. You stole my woman first, and I am just taking her back now." Shangguan Lansu shouted as he attacked Ling Yu with a fist. Although he possessed supreme power, his current life-threatening condition made it impossible for him to fully unleash his strength. Ling Yu, expressionless, simply manipulated his energy, rendering Shangguan Lansu's fist ineffective. "Bastard!" Shangguan Lansu endured his injuries and persisted through gritted teeth. Ling Yu was somewhat speechless facing this war god with a childish demeanor who refused to admit defeat at any cost. Ling Yu had to resort to acupuncture to incapacitate Shangguan Lansu. Shocked, Shangguan Lansu exclaimed, "You know acupuncture too? As a disciple of the Shen Valley Ghost Doctor, how could I not?" Ling Yu chuckled. Previously, due to his injuries, he rarely used such techniques in combat, focusing more on medical practices. However, with his current strength surpassing his peak, using such methods was effortless. "Now, will you be honest?" Ling Yu stood up and asked, "Were you acquainted with my wife before?" Suddenly bursting into laughter, Shangguan Lansu proudly claimed, "Yes. 20 years ago, I promised to come back and marry her once I reached the peak of my power. I risked my life in the South, step by step to where I am today, becoming the sole 6-star war god of the dragon country. I must keep my promise, marry Mingyu in style, and ensure her happiness." Though he spoke with great enthusiasm and determination, almost resembling a plotline from a novel, Ling Yu only sneered, "Your promise is your own business. Did Mingyu agree to marry you back then?" Shangguan Lansu suddenly shook. Ling Yu knew that presumptuous individuals like him often lived in a self-centered world, believing everything revolved around them. "I don't care." Shangguan Lansu wept blood and said, "It's fate between me and Chen Mingyu. I have taken step by step to get to this point just to marry her. I also declared my intention to marry her before you did. Now, you are obstructing me. I will definitely kill you." Ling Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. From his perspective, Shangguan Lansu seemed ridiculous. But what if we looked at it from Shangguan Lansu's perspective? The story between him and Mingyu is indeed romantic. He has been striving to marry Mingyu all along to get to where he is today, so Ling Yu could understand his actions. However, Mingyu is already his wife. No matter who the opponent is, he will not allow it. So, Ling Yu calmly said, "Can you really kill me? Don't you have any doubt in your heart?" "You." Shangguan Lansu was even more infuriated. After a moment, he smirked confidently, "Ha ha. Ling Yu, with my current condition, I may not be able to kill you, but would you dare to watch me die?" Shangguan Lansu, despite appearing arrogant and brutish, still had his own thoughts. Ling Yu is the commander of the northern region, the leading figure of the North Sea Divine Needle, so Ling Yu must be very aware of his position in the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the southern region. As long as he is alive, the major southern feudal states would never dare to invade the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Shangguan Lansu was confident that Ling Yu would not stand by and let him die, as it would undoubtedly lead to the southern feudal states initiating war against the Dragon Kingdom under the instigation of the Shadow Sauce country. This would inevitably result in a massive loss of life and rivers of blood. However, Ling Yu suddenly chuckled, "Am I not supposed to just watch you die? We have no relationship, and you still want to steal my wife. Wouldn't it be a relief for me if you die?" "You." Shangguan Lansu was speechless with rage. If he were at his peak state right now, he would never tolerate such humiliation. he would immediately engage in battle with Ling Yu, disregarding the bigger picture. All he desired was the beauty. Unfortunately, reality did not cater to such desires. With his current condition, he was no match for Ling Yu, and his life was completely in Ling Yu's hands. This vulnerability pinched him hard. Ling Yu, will you really not save me? If I die, turmoil will erupt in the South Ju region. The Shadow Sauce country will certainly incite the southern feudal states to wage war against the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, countless Dragon Kingdom offspring will be killed in battle, families will be destroyed, and you will be the executioner behind the scenes. Shangguan Lansu shouted fiercely once again. This was his last resort, as he had no other trump cards left. Oh, how terrifying. Ling Yu still smiled casually. Is this your attempt to manipulate me? Shangguan Lansu was speechless. Even if war breaks out again, the root cause is not me. Are you trying to guilt-trip me? Ling Yu continued to mock. Don't think too highly of yourself. Are you stronger or more important than my master, Du Muwu? This question hit Shangguan Lansu's vulnerability directly, leaving him utterly disheartened. Even my master's life and death are uncertain. Does the Dragon Kingdom operate abnormally now? If you die, someone will immediately take over as the Southern Region Commander. The world cannot afford to lose anyone, especially in the Grand Dragon Kingdom, which will still stand proudly without you. If you die, I will recommend my master Chanfu to become the commander of the Southern Region, or even dispatch Mo Yin and Lin Qinglun there. They can lead the fierce army of tens of thousands to defeat the southern feudal states effortlessly. Do you believe that? Ling Yu's words completely deflated Shangguan Lansu. Don't you understand? A country produces various heroes because it is strong, not the other way around. Ling Yu pointed out, individual heroism can be fatal, and your arrogance is ridiculous. Take a good look at yourself. While Ling Yu had displayed feats of valor numerous times, even single-handedly turning the tide in battles against the Xia army, he was well aware that without the support of a powerful Dragon Kingdom and the formidable Wolf Division, he wouldn't stand a chance against tens of thousands of soldiers. No matter how others praised him, he remained clear-headed. On the other hand, Shangguan Lansu, who was anointed as a six-star war god at the young age of 33, had become inflated to the point of cognitive distortion. No one had dared to challenge him like this before. Hence Shangguan Lansu's current state of deflation. Ling Yu's piercing words had shattered his self-conceit, leading him to doubt his own life choices. Let go of your ridiculous pride. If you speak and act properly, perhaps I can consider your usefulness to the country, be your friend, or even save your life. Seeing him despondent, Ling Yu chose not to continue mocking him but spoke sternly. If you insist on remaining obstinate, then go ahead and perish. Farewell. With that, Ling Yu closed his eyes, signaling the end of the conversation. Shangguan Lansu, teeth clenched, body trembling in anger and frustration, yet reluctantly approached Ling Yu. If he died now, he would lose to Ling Yu completely. He did not want to lose the entire match, so he had to accept his current defeat. Ling Yu, however, continued. Do you truly wish to die? The esteemed war god of the South Ju region, now reduced to raving, yelled, Nonsense. I never said I wanted to die. Then what are you standing there for? Lie down and remove your clothes. Ling Yu ordered with the tone of an elder sibling instructing a younger one. Damn it. Shangguan Lansu gritted his teeth but begrudgingly obeyed, removing his shirt and laying down on the cold ground. Ling Yu opened his eyes, observing the scars on Shangguan Lansu's body, and silently admired the man. Despite his arrogance, his willpower was truly remarkable. His internal injuries were severe, and every part of his body was in dire condition. The pain from having the silver needle inserted was excruciating beyond words. Yet, Shangguan Lansu endured it without a sound, showing that the Southern War God had reached his current status not by luck but through sheer determination and resilience. Unbeknownst to Ling Yu's admiration for Shangguan Lansu, the latter also held respect for Ling Yu. As Ling Yu inserted the silver needle, Shangguan Lansu felt the agony in his organs gradually subside, replaced by a newfound comfort. This man, Ling Yu, was undoubtedly formidable. Just this medical skill alone was enough to make him envious for a lifetime. HMPH. Ling Yu, don't think that just because you saved me, I will be grateful to you. Sooner or later, I will marry Mena. Shangguan Lan Whiskers realized his situation improved slightly, but he forgot that his fate still lay in someone else's hands. Ling Yu had no choice but to make him suffer more. So you can also scream in misery. Ling Yu chuckled, Being too arrogant isn't wise. It will lead to a lot of suffering. Shan Guanlong Whiskers glared fiercely at him. A hero does not suffer losses, so Ling Yu endured. Ling Yu didn't let it go just because Shan Guanlong Whiskers kept quiet. He continued, "Don't worry. I won't kill you just because you desire my wife. Anyway, you can't take her away." Shan Guanlong Whiskers seethed with anger. Ling Yu shut him up with a sharp remark, then stood up and said, "Although I have treated your injuries with acupuncture and prolonged your life for a while, your internal injuries are too serious. You still need special herbs and a long period of recuperation to fully recover. During this time, you should try not to get agitated, and definitely don't think about trying to take Ming Yue from me, or else I will deal with you effortlessly. Perhaps only Dongxing Mountain has those special herbs. To completely heal Shan Guanlong Whiskers, someone might need to make a trip to Dongxing Mountain to seek the medicine." After finishing his words, Ling Yu smiled and then left the prison. Until he left, Bao Ying still didn't know that for a high-level master like him, the so-called prison was simply a joke. "Damn Ling Yu, I will make you kneel at my feet sooner or later." Shan Guanlong Whiskers kicked off the iron door in annoyance and left the prison. In the spacious room, Qin Mingyu was anxiously waiting when suddenly she heard a call from outside the room. "Ming Yue." Ling Yu. Hearing this voice, Qin Mingyu was a bit incredulous but quickly responded, "I'm here." The next moment, the door was pushed open, and indeed, Ling Yu walked in. Overjoyed, Qin Mingyu tightly held his hands and excitedly asked, "How did you get out?" Ling Yu didn't say anything provocative like "I can leave anytime I want." Instead, he smiled and said, "I've had enough fun, and we don't have time to waste here anymore. It's time to go." Qin Mingyu nodded. Although only 2 days had passed, the situation in Yanjing was still chaotic. As to prominent figures in the Dragon Nation's military and politics, they needed to play their part and couldn't afford to waste time dealing with Shan Guanlong Whiskers. However, as soon as the couple stepped out of the gate, a pair of southern frontier warriors blocked their way. "Halt!" Before any conflict could arise, Bao Ying hurriedly arrived from behind. The southern frontier commander has ordered that no one is allowed to stop the northern commander and Madame Qin from leaving, Bao Ying declared loudly. Just when Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu thought Shan Guanlong Whiskers had a change of heart, Bao Ying quickly added, "The Prime Minister of the Crossing Nation has requested to see both of you. Please hurry to the Congress." So that was the case. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu nodded and left the temporary military residence of the southern frontier commander. Although it was Crossing Peng's sudden request, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu knew very well that if Shan Guanlong Whiskers didn't intend to release them, they wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. This was why Ling Yu chose not to confront him directly at the beginning and opted for this approach instead. Not wanting to provoke that lunatic, he was afraid of what he might do. Soon, the couple arrived at the Congress. However, the place where Crossing Peng received them was not an official venue but rather an ordinary location. It seemed that they wouldn't be playing by the official rules. "You two have finally come out. Prime Minister Crossing Peng hasn't done anything to you, right?" Crossing Peng inquired first. It was evident that he understood Shan Guanlong Whiskers' difficult personality very well. "No, nothing has happened. Prime Minister, what urgent matters do you need us for?" Ling Yu cut to the chase. "I need your help with 3 major issues." Crossing Peng was straightforward. "After we discuss and decide, we may need to bring it up to the Congress for handling." "Please go ahead, Prime Minister." Qin Mingyu spoke up, a serious expression on her face. First is Commander Duan Mu. He has been brought back to Yanjing but remains in a coma due to severe injuries. Ling Yu tensed up upon hearing this news. "Where is the commander now? I must see him immediately." "Ling Yu, calm down." Qin Mingyu gently tried to restrain him. "There must be important matters that Prime Minister Crossing Peng wants to discuss with us. Let's hear him out before making any decisions." "Ling Yu, hold on. Commander Duanmu's condition can still be stable for a while, and I have arranged for specialized medical personnel to look after him. You don't need to worry for now," Crossing Peng reassured Ling Yu. "The second issue concerns the southern frontier. Initially, I thought external enemies would cause trouble in the north of the Dragon Nation, but unexpectedly, the southern Filu Kingdom first made provocations. This was likely arranged by the Shadow Sauce Kingdom according to the international situation. Based on the military information from the southern frontier, tens of thousands of troops have been deployed to the Dragon Nation's borders, and the enemy could launch an attack at any time." "The Filu Kingdom?" Ling Yu was surprised, while Qin Mingyu seemed more informed. Shangguan Long Whiskers mentioned that the headquarters of the Sacred Fire Organization is in the Filu Kingdom, so this incident is most likely orchestrated by the Sacred Fire Organization. Yes, that's right, Crossing Tang affirmed, but currently, we are not under too much pressure just from the Sacred Fire Organization. What we are concerned about is that the Filu Kingdom is being supported by the Shadow Sauce Kingdom. It seems that if we don't stand firm now and ready ourselves for a decisive battle, it won't be good for our Dragon Nation. This news shocked Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu. They had always believed that the Sacred Fire Organization wanted the Dragon Nation to become strong and rise to the top of the world again, so how could they collaborate with the Shadow Sauce Kingdom? However, Crossing Peng sighing and said, "Based on the information we've gathered, this alliance has indeed happened. After Mo Tu's failed election, he disappeared, and his loyalists have vanished from the Dragon Nation one by one. It looks like they are truly preparing for a showdown against us." The couple listened silently. Although they were knowledgeable when it came to international affairs and geopolitics, Crossing Peng had a better grasp than them. The great upheaval of the century has already begun, and the pace of global developments is faster than we imagined. Crossing Peng continued, "The Shadow Sauce Kingdom has been entangled by us and the Zhongda Kingdom on 2 other battlefields, unable to free themselves. They are trying everything to drag us down. We can't afford to be lenient anymore. We must take action and even confront the Eagle Sauce Kingdom directly." When he said these words, Crossing Peng's demeanor was noticeably different than usual. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Yu remarked, "So, Prime Minister, you called us here to lead soldiers into battle?" "Exactly." Crossing Peng admitted without reservation, "Commander Duanmu is unconscious, and Shangguan Long Whiskers, though brave, lacks a strategic perspective. Among all our figures, you are the only one who can lead effectively." This revelation sent a chill down Ling Yu's spine. Unexpectedly, the day had come so quickly. The fast pace of events was truly overwhelming, with challenges arising one after the other. "Prime Minister, if you want Ling Yu to lead the troops into battle, I'm afraid Shangguan Long Whiskers will throw a tantrum." Qin Mingyu expressed her concern. "Got it." Shi Peng followed with, "This is the third matter I wish to discuss with you. How to quickly stabilize Yanjing and Long Kingdom. Among them, Shangguan Longtu is the most challenging, as Yanjing still has 100,000 troops who are absolutely loyal to him. I want to appoint Ling Yu to lead the southern expedition immediately, but he will definitely not agree to it." The husband and wife nodded and fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Shi Peng continued, "Before inviting you both here, I had already discussed with my advisors. Currently, the remaining forces of Tang Ning and the Zhao family have not been eradicated, and it seems that the Morong family also needs to be handled to ensure the long-term stability of Yanjing. All of this requires military action, and I need Ling Yu to swiftly address this. As for Shangguan Longtu, from what I know of him, he will definitely not choose to rebel. However, he has a peculiar temperament, so if you ask him to accept Ling Yu's command for the southern expedition, he will surely be moody. Perhaps Chairman Qin's strategy of persuasion might be more suitable." Well, the husband and wife exchanged glances. Ling Yu seemed concerned, not for himself, but for his wife handling the matter with Shangguan Longtu. Wouldn't that be walking into the tiger's den? Then let's proceed as such. Qin Mingyu directly agreed. Ling Yu wanted to speak, but Qin Mingyu smiled at him, saying, "The head of the country is right. This is indeed the best method, and the situation is urgent. The international landscape is unpredictable, and both Long Kingdom and Yanjing must stabilize quickly. Only you can help the head of the country achieve this." Ling Yu sighed helplessly. "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility," Shi Peng quickly reassured Ling Yu. "General Ling Yu, I earnestly implore you right now." Finishing speaking, the dignified head of state even bowed to Ling Yu to make the request. "Mr. Head of State, please don't." Ling Yu hurriedly assisted him, saying, "Since the country trusts me so much, I will dedicate everything for the country. Thank you, thank you." Shi Peng was a bit tearful, politely holding Ling Yu's hands. Thus, the husband and wife had to split up once again. Before parting, Ling Yu found Lin Qinlong, who had recovered his health after 2 days of recuperation. "Ha ha. Ling Yu, rest assured." Upon hearing Ling Yu's instructions, Lin Qinlong immediately thumped his chest excitedly. "With me here, no one should even think of touching Mingyu. Dealing with Shangguan Longtu, that sickly guy, is like playing around for me. Let's not be reckless." Ling Yu reminded Shangguan Lanchu only has internal injuries. I've treated him with acupuncture, and his strength is still very formidable. Please don't engage in conflict with him." Though Ling Qinglan wanted to speak, Qin Mingyu interjected, "I'll talk to Shangguan Lanchu personally, and Qinglan will protect me. He won't act rashly, right?" "Qinglan?" Qin Mingyu glanced at Ling Qinglan, who was utterly confused and immediately nodded. "Absolutely. Whether it's Dragon Beard or Snake Whiskers, if they dare bother you, I'll beat them up." Ling Yu still had some worries, but Qin Mingyu assured him again, "The bigger picture is crucial. Don't worry about me anymore." Ling Yu could only nod and quickly led a small force to the Zhao family. After Zhao Yuanzhang's rebellion and attack on the parliament, the Zhao family in Yanqing was ordered to be seized by the head of the country. Now that Ling Yu arrived with troops, it wasn't for a fight but tactical discussions in the Zhao family mansion. When Ling Yu reached the mansion's entrance, Zhao Wenjin and Mo Shu were waiting there. "Oh, Ling Yu, you've finally come. Quickly open the Zhao family's seals," Mo Shu urged eagerly upon spotting him. It wasn't that he had anything to gain from the Zhao family or that he was fiercely loyal to them. It was Zhao Wenjin's analysis that her brother must have anticipated Ling Yu's return to the Zhao family and likely left some clues behind. When Zhao Wenjin contacted Ling Yu, she had already informed him. "All right." Ling Yu waved his hand and had the Zhao family seals opened without delay. Zhao Wenjin and Mo Shu couldn't wait to enter. Ling Yu, however, didn't rush and surveyed the surroundings as if expecting someone else. But when no one appeared, immediately, he followed them into the Zhao family residence. Found it. Soon after, Zhao Wenjin indeed found a paper letter beneath a tree in the backyard. It was a spot where she and her brother used to bury letters secretly during childhood, their secret base for communication. "Wenjin, when you read this letter, brother should no longer be in Yanjing. I predicted that Zhao Yuanzhang and the Willow Leaf Sword's occupation of the parliament would definitely fail. Of course, in case they succeed, brother will come back to retrieve this letter." Seeing this, Mo Shu couldn't help but sarcastically comment, "So this is how the great master predicts things. Isn't this cheating?" 100% accurate. Ignoring his comment, Zhao Wenjin and Ling Yu both believed in Zhao Wuji's wisdom. If Zhao Yuanzhang fails, he must leave Yanjing, and I will leave with him. According to my estimation, he will join forces with the Tang family and other factions, possibly preparing for another civil war in Long Kingdom. So Ling Yu must strike them down before they are ready to wage war, or it will lead to endless troubles. Hearing this, both Ling Yu and Zhao Wenjin nodded, feeling nervous. The internal and external situation now, if a civil war were to break out in Long Kingdom, they would surely lose to the Kingdom of Shadows in the battle for the century. Brother had some information about the Tang family's secret military arms hidden. Zhao Wenjin then took out a map from the letter depicting numerous red dots, representing the weapons that Tang Ning had secretly amassed for years. According to Zhao Wuji's estimate, there were over 300,000 troops. Ling Yu gasped in shock. With the Three Saints organization now colluding with the Kingdom of Shadows, if Zhao Yuanzhang and the Willow Leaf Sword's forces cooperated with them, Long Kingdom would be doomed. If my speculation is correct, they will gather their forces at 3 locations, which I've marked here, most likely at the border with Kala Three Kingdoms. The letter ended here. Though Zhao Wuji didn't mention his own situation in the letter, Zhao Wenjin urgently pleaded with Ling Yu, "Please, quickly ascertain the locations based on the information my brother left, and send troops to rescue my brother. I fear that once he's of no use, Zhao Yuanzhang will kill him." Ling Yu nodded. "All right, I'll immediately dispatch personnel to investigate the locations based on your brother's information. Once we locate Zhao Yuanzhang and your brother, we'll arrange troops right away. Wenjin, don't worry. Your brother is incredibly wise and will be safe." In reality, Ling Yu had also worried before that Zhao Wuji might betray him at any time. However, up to this point, he couldn't fully trust Zhao Wuji. But the situation in Long Kingdom and the Zhao family's circumstances pushed them, siblings, to rely on him. Given this, he wouldn't let Zhao Wuji die. He might even be able to assist in the upcoming final battle. In addition to searching for the information left by Zhao Wuji, Ling Yu also instructed people to carefully search the Zhao family again to see if there were any other important information. Although a lot of things were found, Ling Yu had not had time to look at them yet. When he came out of the Zhao family, he saw several people coming towards him. The way they entered the scene, TSK, each one more flashy than the last. First, Mo Yin came riding on a tiger from a high place, with a stunning beauty hugging him tightly from behind, a typical move to impress a girl. The beauty was naturally Tang Yan, but Ling Yu didn't know what had happened in between. Seeing this scene naturally surprised him. Hey, Ling Yu, we're here. The old drunkard naturally couldn't be outdone, also landing on the wall of the Zhao family riding a silver dragon, and accompanying him was Tang Zhujuan. What's going on? Ling Yu was surprised and laughed. It seems that while we were apart for a few days, you guys also had some good stories. Heh, sort of. Chen Fu laughed, saying, although my wife is gone, I've found my daughter. Hearing this, Ling Yu was also quite relieved. He was most afraid that the old drunkard would be left with no one to rely on. But now that he has Tang Zhujuan as his daughter, he felt much more at ease. But the next moment, there were more arrivals. Ling Yu, are you well? A familiar voice came from the sky. Ling Yu was pleasantly surprised. Is it Mentor Lesheng? Although Shangguan Fengling did not appear, he could still use his unique long-distance sound transmission technique to communicate with Ling Yu. That's right. I facilitated those to father-daughter pairs as a small compensation to you. Compensation? Ling Yu frowned. Mentor, last time you saved me in front of the Nangong family's doorstep. You have my great gratitude. Why compensation? It's an apology on behalf of my unruly little brother. Tizanix caused you trouble and wasted two precious days of you and your wife. Shangguan Fengling continued. It finally dawned on Ling Yu. Mentor, so you're the sister of Shangguan Lansu. Ha. She's called Shangguan Fengling. The old drunkard hurriedly introduced her. She's sort of my junior sister, so you could say she's half your master's senior sister. Ling Yu's eyes widened, and he followed up. No wonder I thought Shangguan Lansu had some of your influence. Could it be that you also taught him the art of the spear? No, not at all. Chen Fu negated. I didn't even formally teach you. How could I teach him? I taught him. Shangguan Fenling's voice echoed. Back then, the glorious war god taught Chen Fu, and I watched from the side. But being a mere woman, I'm not suited to handling cumbersome long spears. So I noted down some moves and then taught him. I see now. Ling Yu nodded, finally understanding the whole story. Before he could continue speaking, the old drunkard quickly said, I didn't teach you the spear technique. Not out of stinginess. It's just that this set of spear techniques may not suit you. It was created by your grandfather, and I haven't learned the true essence. I'm afraid of passing on misinformation. If there's a chance, let your ancestors personally teach you. That old immortal is much better than me. I understand. Ling Yu waved his hand. But now is not the time to discuss this. I've called you here for a specific reason, and it was the national chief who asked me to contact you. Go ahead. Mo Yin finally found a chance to speak, otherwise, he had no presence. Since we've accepted the current national chief's appointment, we're ready to continue working hard for the Dragon Kingdom. That's great. Upon hearing Mo Yin's words, Ling Yu felt like he had just swallowed. No. 100 calming pills. The national chief tasked me with eradicating the remnants of the Zhao, Tang, and Murong families, stabilizing the Dragon Kingdom, but I'm stretched thin. I need your help. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Fu immediately clenched his teeth. That's great. Even if you hadn't asked for our help, we were ready to go after the Murong family ourselves. Oh. Ling Yu suddenly became curious. You had a confrontation with that hooded figure at Chanwan Mountain. Don't you have a guess about who he is? Mo Yin suddenly asked again. It dawned on Ling Yu, and he responded to Mo Yin, saying, to be honest, at the time, I only felt that the person in the black attire had high martial skills, even surpassing you. My full-strength counter-dragon palm couldn't even harm him. But now, hearing what you all are saying, I've guessed his likely identity. He must be a master from the Murong family, with martial arts skills exceeding those of Murong Qian. It must be Murong Qing for sure. The old drunkard immediately added, he used the shifting stars technique just to withstand your full-force counter-dragon palm. When we chased him, he even used another Murong family supreme technique, fluttering butterfly steps, to escape from our pursuit. Murong Qing. Ling Yu shuddered again, from the sound of it. Does he have some deep hatred with you guys? Thanks to him, I was wronged in the past, forced to join hands to fight down a cliff so that I could finally return to the Dragon Kingdom. Mo Yin said, in a deep voice. Tang Yun couldn't help but interject. The despicable Murong family dared to frame my father. We can't let them off easily. Tang Zhujuan pursed her lips, but didn't casually interrupt like Tang Yun. That's not all. Chen Fu suddenly gritted his teeth. The one who disguised as Mo Yin and pushed Xinyan and Zhu Zhuan down the sea. That must be him. That guy is well versed in various martial arts, with high inner energy cultivation. Apart from him, no one could impersonate Mo Yin. In that case, I have a bit of time now. We should all go to the Morong family together. Ling Yu quickly said. Heh. Ling Yu, do you doubt the strength of the three saints? Dragon, Tiger, and Feng. At this moment, two more women arrived at the Zhao family gate. Tang Xinyi and Snake Spirit's sister. Snake Spirit's sister deliberately provoked Ling Yu to make him pay attention to her, and to pick up where she left off. No. Ling Yu quickly chuckled. I'm just trying to improve efficiency. With a few saint-level experts helping me, let's quickly tidy up at the Morong family, so I can lead the troops to eradicate Zhao Yuanzhang and the Willow Leaf Sword. Heh. Look at you, still able to talk. Let's go. Chen Fu grinned. However, Ling Yu didn't set off immediately. He checked the time. Just at that moment, the two leading male and female characters arrived. Morong Zi and Morong Ji suddenly came down. Zi bowed to the prominent figures around. Ling Yu, sorry for my inferior cultivation, thus being the latest to arrive. Hope I'm not too late. Better late than never. Ling Yu laughed. Let's go. Today, you two are the main characters, and we're here to assist you. After all, the Morong family is different from the Zhao family, Tang family, and Willow Leaf Sword members, who have been classified as outlaws. The Morong family has yet to be convicted, so forcibly invading doesn't align with the rules and might backfire. But Zi and Ji have a legitimate reason to return to the Morong family, to settle the score with Morong Chia father and son. Tia Shao. Oh no. Tia Shao. The steward of the Morong family rushed into the martial arts hall, looking flustered. Apart from Morong Chia, Morong He, and many disciples and martial servants of the Morong family were practicing martial arts here. With the dust settled on the national leader election, the Morong family needed to maintain a neutral political stance and focus on their martial training. Seeing the urgent situation, they all furrowed their brows. What's the rush? Are we going to lose face? Morong Chia flung a martial servant aside and coldly rebuked the steward. Chia Shao, there are people outside seeking revenge. The steward reported. Only then did Morong Chia turn serious, squinting as he asked, who has the guts to cause trouble, and how many people did they bring? Morong. He also sensed trouble brewing. Everyone knew not to mess with the Morong family, so those who dared to seek revenge were not naive. They must be formidable opponents. Chia Shao, just 3 individuals, but all of them are no ordinary foes. The steward lamented. We tried to stop them, but they easily defeated our people. What? Just 3 people? Morong Chia's martial artists around him were astonished. Only 3 individuals dared to stir trouble at the Morong family and even attacked. It was as if they had a death wish. Who are they? Speak up. Morong Chia's patience was running thin. Just as the steward was about to respond, a cold female voice rang out from behind. HMPH. Haven't you finished reporting yet? It seems the efficiency of the Morong family is quite disappointing. The prestigious Morong family was unexpectedly intruded upon. A situation almost unbelievable. But when they saw the 3 figures before them, no one in the Morong family found it strange. They were all extraordinary martial artists. Zi, Qi, Ling Yu. It is indeed you. Morong Chia clenched his teeth, visibly tense, facing not only Zhao's formidable skills, but also Ling Yu's presence. He couldn't help but feel on edge. Ling Yu remained silent. The main characters today were Zi and Ji. He was merely here to witness the commotion, having brought no additional personnel or the Saintess to avoid stealing the limelight or scaring children. What are you here for? Morong Chia bit down hard. To barge in without my permission. Do you have a death wish? Ji, noticing his fierce countenance, was ready to engage verbally with him. However, Zi gestured for her to step aside. As the former first king of Dark Knight Island, he maintained a calm demeanor and avoided unnecessary confrontations. We are here to reclaim control of the Morong family, Zi stated directly. His voice was calm but sent a shiver through everyone present at the Morong family. Morong Chia was no exception, but he feigned composure, coldly smiling. Take over the Morong family. Are you kidding me? On what grounds? Ji couldn't tolerate the situation and was ready to act directly. Words alone couldn't resolve such matters in her eyes. At this moment, Ling Yu interjected at the right time. I can testify to this. I am here as a neutral party. Ling Yu, The current commander of the Northern Territory with 20,000 troops in Yanjin had words that demanded everyone's attention. HMPH. Those are all ancient history. I know nothing about it. Marongchia, realizing the lack of a valid argument, resorted to playing tough. Even if your father did not steal the scripture, he lost in combat to my father, so the family affairs are none of his concern. Exactly. Chia Xia is right. Someone immediately supported Marongchia. After years of management, the entire Marong family had long been leaning towards Marongchia and his son. No one would stand up for Maronghe now. Hold on. Z stopped his irritable younger sister and calmly smiled at Marongchia. Since it is confirmed that my father did not betray the Marong family, and the scripture was stolen by the Zia family, this is a case of mistaken accusations against our family. While a confrontation was inevitable, standing on the moral high ground was crucial for Zianji. True kingship went beyond sheer martial prowess to complete conquest from within. Yes, this I can confirm. I am here as a third-party witness, Ling Yu interjected at the right moment. Marongchia was taken aback by the sudden appearance of these elder figures. Today, decisions at the Marong family were out of his hands. Next, 3 men and a woman descended from above, their imposing aura palpable as they landed without a sound, demonstrating a level of cultivation that overshadowed Marongchia. Senior Master Gan, Senior Master Kone, Uncle Ri, Aunt Yue, I am here to present a case. Marongzi hastily paid respects to the Fur elders. Although Ji's expression was cold, she followed suit. Marongchia and his companions also followed suit, though Marongchan's expression was especially grim, as the elder's presence signified that he no longer held sway over the family. Ah, it turns out Marongchen's children have returned. Senior Master Gen stroked his beard. Seeing your cultivation, you are no less than your father in his prime. This is truly commendable. Z merely nodded. You must be the current northern commander, Ling Yu? Senior Master Gen inquired. Indeed. Ling Yu nodded, maintaining a dignified demeanor. I never expected such talent from the Northern Territory. Back in the day, the 4 of us fought against Tuanmu in a 4-on-1 battle with no clear winner. I wonder how the current Northern Commander compares to Duanmu of the past. Senior Master Gen seemed eager for a challenge, but Ling Yu responded, Duanmu is my master, so his strength surpasses mine. Today, Z seeks justice for the Marong family. I have no intention of sparring with the 4 of you. If you insist on a confrontation, I will concede. Ha ha. Elder Gen Yuan burst into laughter, then said, after a while, young man, you are quite flexible. However, the 4 of us are far beyond our level from years ago. Dealing with you alone is more than enough. To gang up on you would be unfair. Ling Yu just smiled casually, not wanting to compete with someone he was meeting for the first time. If they wanted to boast, he would let them. She was furious. If it weren't for other matters today, she would have personally taken action to test the strength of Ling Yu in front of today's top expert for daring to be so shameless. All right, Shaoshan. Elder Gan suddenly called out. Here. Marongchia had to show respect to him. Even though he was the young master of the Marong family, he couldn't suppress these elderly elders unless his father returned. And together, they could make these 4 elders listen to them. If someone within the family challenges you, then defeat them with your strength. This way, you can secure your position as the young master, Elder Gan said, and Marongchia frowned. If he had confidence in winning, why would he waste time? He would have shown off a long time ago. Shaoshan, what are you waiting for? Lady Yue is also watching. Don't embarrass your father. Elder Yue also spoke up. Marongchia then cupped his hands and said, yes, I will teach him a lesson now. With that, he leapt forward with his sword. Ling Yu couldn't help but admit that compared to when they were at Changwang Mountain, this guy had, indeed, made progress. Not in terms of skill, but in using his abilities more effectively. It seems like he received guidance from a master in the past few days. Please. Zia also drew out his sister's sword and walked out slowly. Even though he easily defeated Marongchia a last time, he couldn't afford to be careless at this moment. Everyone else stepped aside. On the other hand, Marong and Suzia and other family members didn't have much faith in Marongchia. They still vividly remembered his defeat a few days ago. Just a few days later, having another fight, Marongchia would surely lose again. However, this time, Marongchia was much calmer than the last time, not even taking the initiative to attack. Since you're not attacking, then it's my turn. Xia became more vigilant, not seeking an easy victory this time, just aiming for a stable win. His attack was quite ordinary, using a graceful sword technique that lacked real killing power. The Fur Elders couldn't help but furrow their brows. Was this the extent of Moran's descendants' abilities? It seemed like they hadn't fully grasped the essence of Morong family's techniques. Morong Chia snorted, easily deflecting Xia's sword. But the next move from Xia changed to the cold wine falling leaves sword, with smooth transitions and a sudden increase in attacking power. Morong and others were amazed. Even after 30 years, they wouldn't achieve Xia's level of mastery. Finally, the Four Elders dropped their contemptuous expressions. However, the gentle sword moves couldn't harm Morong Chia. Learning from his past mistakes, Morong Chia didn't use any flashy moves this time, and aimed to clash head-on with Xia using straightforward techniques. This time, Xia and Ling Yu were certain that Morong Chia had indeed received guidance from a master in the past few days, hiding his major flaws and showing significant progress. Although his internal strength was unusual, utilizing half of the reverse dragon scripture gave him a power level of SSS. As long as he didn't expose any major weaknesses, Xia, with only SS plus strength, couldn't find a way to defeat him. In desperation, Xia had to resort to more unpredictable moves. Thus, this battle at the moment was the complete opposite of their previous one at Chanwan Mountain. Morong Chia stood solid like a mountain, while Xia was forced to be extravagant. I never expected this. Even Morong and widened their eyes in astonishment. When did Xia elevate his talent? So Xia also found Morong Chia before him very unfamiliar, even sensing a shadow of the family head. Morong Qing, Xia, my brother. Ji's nerves were on edge. Although Xia wasn't losing ground in the battle, Morong Chia was just defending without attacking, but it was clear that Xia was using up more energy. At this rate, they would end up in a protracted battle where Xia would eventually lose due to exhaustion. The Four Elders agreed with this assessment. They marveled at this generation producing to such geniuses, thus Morong's family's future was secure. Yet, Morong Chia was the true heir. Only Ling Yu remained calm, his perspective differing from everyone else's. As the saying goes, Xia was a battle genius even without his certainty of victory, and Morong Chia would have to wait 100 years before defeating him. Ha ha, Xia, weren't you feeling proud? Didn't you think highly of yourself and enjoy acting as a mentor? What happened now? Why can't you defeat me? After blocking Xia's attacks around 20 times, Morong Chia started to show off. Luckily for him, he had his father's guidance. Morong Qing had only told him that their family was neither a fierce tiger nor a peacock but a Zhuangwu black tortoise. Their supreme skill, the shift of the mutable stars, was meant for defense, finding the opponent's weakness in defense and then defeating them in one stroke. This was the highest level of using their opponent's moves against them. In the past, he had been wrong, always pursuing flashy and extravagant moves, exposing his weaknesses and allowing the enemy to take advantage of this. Now he would never be so foolish again. With a swift move using the shift of the mutable stars, redirecting Xia's full force strike, Morong Chia saw the dawn of victory. Conversely, Xia, who couldn't break through, appeared anxious. Although he didn't shout or show it on his face, his techniques had lost their agility. Now is the time. Morong Chen noticed a blatant flaw in Xia's Fisherman's Song and Sunset Glow sword technique and couldn't contain his excitement, attempting to counterattack using the same move. However, Xia suddenly smirked, seamlessly changing the Fisherman's Song and Sunset Glow into a straight line attack like an aurora. The Four Elders trembled at this unexpected change. Having a deep understanding of Morong family martial arts, they knew that the Fisherman's Song and Sunset Glow sword technique was a more intricate move used for a surprise attack from behind, much more sophisticated than a straightforward linear attack. But in terms of speed in killing the enemy, the straight line aurora was much faster. At this rate, Morong Chia would be the first to be pierced by Xia. Damn. Although Morong Qian's talent wasn't as exceptional as Xia's, he wasn't one to be easily defeated. Realizing he had been tricked, he immediately changed his technique, using the sword rising through the blue sky move to counteract the enemy. Little did he know, Xia's smile grew wider. People hardly change their nature easily, and martial arts are no exception. Xia had already anticipated that Morong Chia would respond in this way. No. Elder Yue also noticed Xia's hidden move. Seeing Xia taking advantage of Morong Qian's tactic change to strike, she decided to launch a sneak attack with a stone, aiming at Morong Xia. Xia, My brother. She noticed Elder Yu's despicable act and couldn't help but cry out in shock. You despicable person. Ling Yu, who couldn't tolerate such underhanded tactics, directly used his bright sun-capturing dragon claw to snatch the hidden weapon out of the air and tear it to shreds. The eldest of the Moon faction was shocked and lost color. How could there be such magical martial arts in the world? The other three elders also widened their eyes and stared at Ling Yu. Especially the eldest of the Gan faction couldn't help but sneer. It seems I need to reconsider whether what I just said is accurate. Are you possibly even stronger than Zhaoshan? Ling Yu, however, sneered at his words, disdainfully said, It's a pity that you are elders of the Morong family. Yet even the elders are so despicable. It is evident that the Morong family seems to have long lost its glory from within to without. What did you say? The Morong family group was irritated by his words, each looking excited, showing an attitude of wanting to settle the score with Ling Yu. I speak the language of the dragon country. Ling Yu, however, was fearless. Facing the three masters of the Morong family as if they were nothing, he continued to speak loudly. The current Morong family is in a terrible state. If you continue to let Morong Chia father and son manage the Morong family, I can see that the Morong family will collapse sooner or later. Outrageous. The eldest of the Moon faction still felt no shame, even thinking that Ling Yu was talking nonsense, and directly attacked Ling Yu. Since they were elders of the Morong family, the techniques they used were also from the Morong family. Although the internal strength of the Moon faction's elder was definitely not as good as Morong Chia, who had practiced the reverse dragon scripture, experience counts, and his technique was more skilled than Morong Chan's. Facing Ling Yu's unpredictable martial arts, no matter how exquisite their techniques were, they were useless. Ling Yu dodged and immediately struck back with a palm. The Moon faction elder gasped, hastily using his life-saving skills to narrowly avoid calamity. But he was already in a very awkward position. If you insist on being unreasonable and resort to violence, then I have no choice but to oblige. Ling Yu didn't want to kill with that pawn just now, otherwise he wouldn't have held back. His attitude now was completely different from before, pointing at the four elders. But you won't be able to handle the consequences. The four elders seemed to hear a big joke. The eldest of the Gan faction burst into laughter. The four of us together have roamed the martial arts world for decades and have never been defeated by anyone. You brat dare to be so arrogant at a young age. Really ignorant. Ling Yu was already tired of talking to them. He had not made a move, only concerned about the feelings of Z and G siblings. But now he had to speak up. The Morong family has already deviated from the right path. It's impossible to restore order by reasoning and conventional means. Destroy to rebuild. Let's overthrow the current Morong family first, then consider rebuilding it. Z immediately nodded. He was a low-key and insightful person, and he already understood this principle. Damn it! Kill the three of them. Morong Chia also knew he couldn't defeat Z in a one-on-one battle, so he disregarded any notion of martial virtue. At that moment, although there were some clear-minded individuals in the Morong family, most of them remained motionless, like Morong He. But more warriors followed Morong Chia in attacking Z and G. As for dealing with Ling Yu, naturally, it was the four elders of the Morong family. Ha ha, if you insist on acting, then don't blame us for taking advantage of your weakness. The eldest of the Gan faction was shameless, smiling at Ling Yu. Let me see if you have the strength of Duanmu Wu. Before he could finish speaking, the eldest of the Moon faction had already taken out a long whip and attacked Ling Yu. The youngest of the brothers proceeded to coordinate with two other elders, immediately launching a joint attack on Ling Yu. Even though Ling Yu had mastered the art of changing forms, in the face of the three top-level SS Plus masters attacking together, he was momentarily forced into a passive position. Hehe. Truly deserving of 100 years of martial arts, 1,000 years of Morong. At the top of the Morong family, Chen Fu and Mo Yin had long been waiting. However, the two of them did not rush to make a move. Although the four elders of the Morong family were formidable, even a holy level master would have to be vigilant when facing all four of them together. They also wanted to see where Ling Yu's limits truly lay. Especially Mo Yin, he vividly remembered the battle on Chanwang Mountain, where he and Morong Chia and Red Sparrow had failed to defeat Ling Yu after more than 100 moves. How could these three now possibly succeed? The eldest of the Gan faction also noticed that this young man was seemingly even fiercer than Duanmu, who from the same period. As the three elders gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, he suddenly shouted angrily, Ling Yu, don't be too arrogant. Today, let me show you the power of our evolving star array. With the involvement of the eldest of the Gan faction, the four of them moved as one, their figures flashing simultaneously, like the stars changing in the night sky. Ling Yu immediately became vigilant. He had never faced such a combined force of four experts before and had to be on full alert. Here we go. The four suddenly transformed into four residual images and attacked Ling Yu. Their movements were as fast as lightning, like four meteors streaking across the night sky, with a fierce momentum directly pressing on Ling Yu. Ling Yu's face became serious, but he remained calm. Taking a deep breath in advance, the power of the blazing sun counter-energy technique surged within him, the inner energy surging and billowing. Roar! The four dragons returned to the sea from the northern dragon palm. Instantly, a majestic aura like four giant dragons breaking through the sea burst out. Even though all four were top-level experts, they had to join forces to withstand Ling Yu's palm strike. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu took a step forward, his figure disappearing in an instant, escaping from their formation, leaving only a faint remnant image behind. Damn, how did that kid, how? The eldest of the Moon faction looked astonished. Where was the air of transcendence they had just exhibited? At this moment, their self-esteem had already suffered a serious blow. Many years ago, they were leading figures in the Dragon Nation martial arts community, and with their strength, they could have easily surpassed others to become the top 8 great masters if they were willing to abandon the Morong family. They had thought that besides the top experts of the Morong family, there would be no one in the world who could match their individual strength. Yet today, even when 4 against 1, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Next moment, Ling Yu suddenly appeared behind the eldest of the Moon faction, unleashing a fist strike, fierce whine like a blade, carrying a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The Moon faction elder was greatly shocked, his face turning pale. Why did it seem that Ling Yu always wanted to kill her? Fortunately, the eldest of the Gan faction reacted quickly, turning around and delivering a palm strike, clashing with Ling Yu's fist. Doom! With a loud bang and surging energy waves, both of them retreated a few steps. Unlike the eldest of the Gan faction, Ling Yu did not stiffen at all. His eyes were cold, and he could easily move again, instantly appearing in front of the eldest of the Sun faction. This time, he kicked out, as powerful as a broken bamboo, directly targeting the chest of the eldest of the Sun faction. The eldest of the Sun faction's expression changed, hastily blocking with his arm. However, Ling Yu's strength far exceeded his expectations. With a dull sound, the eldest of the Sun faction was kicked and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Wow! The fierce battle between here and the earth was so exciting that it caused other high-ranking members of the Morong family to stop and watch. Seeing that even with the 4 elders teaming up, they couldn't defeat Ling Yu, they looked at each other with expressions of disbelief and fear. Chen Fu, it seems that your disciple has already surpassed you. Mo Yin, who was watching from above, couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old ones. Having such a disciple can definitely add luster to my name. It's also proof that I am better than you. Not only did Chen Fu not get angry, he was even proud as he took out a gourd of wine and started drinking happily. Mo Yin smiled faintly. In terms of actual strength, Ling Yu was similar to him, but this kid truly lived up to being a descendant of the 5S Glory War God, born with a natural talent for battle. Confronting the strong with strength was what made him truly fearsome. During battles, he always performed extraordinarily, and measuring him based on paper strength was unreliable and would likely lead to great losses. At this moment, the 3 remaining elders, upon seeing this, had a hint of fear in their eyes. They knew that Ling Yu's strength was far beyond ordinary, and they had to give their all regardless of the consequences to defeat him. So, the 3 simultaneously unleashed their internal energy, their figures turning into 3 streaks of light that intertwined and struck at Ling Yu. Come on! Ling Yu, having completed his warm-up, entered his best condition and stood unwavering against the 3's attacks. Elder Gan sneered, his figure transforming into a ghostly form. Even Z sighed in amazement. Facing Elder Gan alone was already unsure of victory, let alone the combined assault of the 3. Yet, Ling Yu closed his eyes and relied on intuition to predict the movements of the 3. The instant Elder Gan attacked, Ling Yu pushed him back with 1 palm strike. The other 2 elders tried to take advantage of the situation, but Ling Yu easily repelled them as well. What kind of martial art is this? Elder Yue trembled with fear. The rest of the elders were equally astonished. After practicing for decades, they had never seen such a bizarre talent. For the first time, Ling Yu cast a psychological shadow over them. However, bearing the responsibility of guarding the Morong family, they gritted their teeth and continued their assault even though they were starting to feel overwhelmed. As time passed, the breathing of the four elders became erratic, their faces pale, sweat dripping from their foreheads, clearly indicating that they had expended a significant amount of internal energy and stamina. What truly terrified them to their core was that Ling Yu remained spirited and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. One should not bully the young with their age, but it's not right to bully the old either. Since you won't attack, then it's my turn. Ling Yu didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. His figure flashed and he appeared behind Elder Yue, striking with his palm. Elder Yue felt a sense of impending doom. Just because I ambushed Z earlier, did you have to put me in a life-threatening situation? At this moment, she felt despair, but couldn't anticipate a shadowy figure suddenly appearing and using a technique to redirect Ling Yu's palm strike. Dang! Ling Yu's palm strike crushed a building belonging to the Morong family. The spectators gasped in shock, some even fleeing in panic. However, in the next moment, someone excitedly shouted, "The Patriarch is here! The Patriarch has emerged!" Father! Morong Jia also ran over excitedly. However, Morong Qing raised a hand to signal him to stay back, then praised Ling Yu. Truly a hero emerging at a young age. Despite your young age, you have already outmatched the four elders of our Morong family. I truly admire you. May I ask for your esteemed name and the divine lineage you hail from? Heh. Morong Qing. Don't act tough in front of my disciple. The dragon and tiger twin saints, who had been hunting, seeing a big fish finally come out, immediately descended as silvery and golden streaks of light from above. The collision of their momentum with that of the Morong family caused dust to fly everywhere, suffocating those with lesser cultivation levels, nearly causing them internal injuries. It turns out that the dragon and tiger twin saints have graced us with their presence. Please forgive our disrespect. May I ask what brings you both here? Morong Qing continued to maintain a casual demeanor. In contrast, Morong Jia was visibly less composed. Initially, dealing with Ling Yu alone was troublesome enough. Now with the dragon and tiger present, he seemed completely disoriented. His fear of Mo Yin was even greater than his fear of Ling Yu. Hey, are you going to keep pretending? Chen Fu, looking annoyed, tapped his ear. Mo Yin, I don't like wasting words with someone like him. Do you want to say something to him, or should we just start fighting? Mo Yin nodded slightly and directly asked, Morong Qing, were you the mysterious figure in black that appeared at the summit of Chanwan Mountain? What? Su Ziai, Morong He, and the others were suddenly shocked. Though they were present at the time, they had never thought that the mysterious figure in black was actually the patriarch of the Morong family. Haha. Mr. Tiger Saint, your return to the Dragon Kingdom is a great thing, but you seem to have mistaken me. Morong Qing denied with a smile. You can't be mistaken. Ling Yu immediately pointed at him. That day, I exchanged a palm strike with you, and I greatly admire your strength. My full-force dragon reversal palm couldn't even touch you. Meeting you again today, I understand that you possess the Morong family's pinnacle skill, the star-shifting fighting technique, which is far more powerful than what Morong Jia practices. Your century-old martial art, the thousand-year legacy of the Morong family, truly lives up to its reputation. Comparing my feelings from before and now, I'm certain I haven't mistaken you. You are the one in the black attire. Morong Jia clenched his teeth in frustration, wondering how long he would continue to be humiliated by Ling Yu. Everyone from the Morong family looked at Morong Qing, eagerly awaiting his response. They had always believed that the patriarch had been secluding himself all this time. Haha. Morong Qing finally laughed and said, Ling Yu, I equally admire your strength. You are one rank stronger than Ziqie, but I believe if Ziqie continues to work hard, he still has a chance to surpass you. Are you admitting it then? Ling Yu smiled faintly, dismissing the comparison between himself and Morong Jia. Indeed, Morong Qing admitted readily, as there was no point in denying the obvious. I had just emerged from seclusion that day and found myself at Chanwan Mountain coincidentally. I had no intentions of alerting anyone, but when I saw my son in danger, I had to intervene. Before he could finish, Mo Yin immediately exclaimed, That's right. You repeatedly impersonated and schemed against me in the past. It was all you. Morong Qing. What? The The Morong family was completely astonished. Even Morong Chia looked at his father with a sense of unfamiliarity. They had no idea about Morong King's past actions, only that he was very mysterious and unpredictable. Lord Tiger Saint, you have misunderstood me. Morong Qing denied this time. I am mediocre in martial arts. How could I possibly impersonate you? Moreover, what purpose would I have in impersonating and scheming against you? The Morong family has never meddled in external political affairs. That's enough. Mo Yin cut him off directly. You may deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I recognize those eyes. You are the expert who prevented me from leaping off the cliff that day. I'm here today to find out why you did that. Prepare yourself. Mo Yin is not someone who likes to talk too much. Since he was convinced that Morong Qing was the mysterious black-clothed person from years ago, he directly attacked Morong Qing. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Mo Yin's fierce and aggressive fighting style created a stir at the scene. The already chaotic Morong family estate suddenly became even more shattered. This duel was no less intense than Ling Yu's one-on for battle against the four elders. Not only the members of the Morong family, but even experts like Ling Yu and Zi were amazed by the spectacle. Mo Yin was like a fearsome tiger, while Morong Qing seemed like a delicate butterfly in comparison, making it difficult for the tiger to unleash its full power. The continuous shifts in fighting styles, paired with other techniques, cleverly leveraging force against force, made it very challenging for Mo Yin. Just as the two seemed evenly matched in their fight, a cold light suddenly flashed by. Immediately after, a silver dragon flew into the scene. Even someone as strong as Morong Qing was startled and quickly jumped back onto a tree. Mo Yin frowned at the meddlesome old drunkard. The old drunkard grinned and said, "Hehe, today, it's not about a competition, but about seeking revenge as allies. Moreover, the Morong family just ambushed us and outnumbered us, so let's fight together, no matter if the opponent is one person or 1,000. Good. Anger." Mo Yin pointed at Morong Qing standing on a high place, gritting his teeth. "How will you deny this now? Although you deliberately used different techniques from before, do you think I wouldn't notice? Are you the black-clothed person from back then? Hehe. When one wants to accuse, there's no lack of excuses." Morong Qing refused to admit. "Today, you two, the Dragon and Tiger Saints, and the Northern Territory Wolf King are ganging up on my Morong family, planning to fight us together. Even though members of the Morong family may die in battle, we will not accept any baseless accusations. Father is right." Morong Jia suddenly brandished his sword. "For our 100 years of good reputation, we will not allow anyone to slander us." Seeing the father and son from the Morong family react this way, Ling Yu furrowed his brow. What excellent acting skills they had. Hehe. Morong Qing, do you still want to argue? Chen Fu couldn't bear it any longer. Your hypocrisy cannot conceal the truth. Have you forgotten the night you tried to assassinate Zhang Ping, and I used the King Yun leverage against you suddenly? For so many years, you might have improved using that technique, but the style and essence were just like that night. Can you name anyone who could have possibly dodged my ultimate move using that technique? Morong Qing was momentarily stunned. Morong Jia was also puzzled. Though they knew King Yun leverage, Morong Qing couldn't have avoided Silver Dragon Spear Saint's ultimate move without getting hurt. Moreover, he didn't fit the age profile. Ha ha ha. Morong Qing, realizing his cover was blown, ceased pretending and admitted with a loud laugh, "Yes, I was the black-clothed person from back then, and it was me who impersonated Mo Yin to pursue Tang Zinshan. Finally, you admit it. I recognize you as an extraordinary figure." Chen Fu pointed at Morong Qing, questioning through clenched teeth, "Why did you do this? What benefits did your Morong family gain from these actions?" The Dragon and Tiger Saints never expected Morong Qing to answer. Unexpectedly, Morong Qing coldly chuckled. "You want to know? Then follow me." With that, he swiftly vanished. Before the Morong family could react, the Dragon and Tiger Saints disappeared as well. Left behind were Ling Yu and the others facing off with Morong Jia and the rest. "Ling Yu, what else do you want? The Morong family will never be handed over to the remnants of Morong Chen." Morong Jia grew nervous upon seeing Ling Yu's eyes. The four elders, who were arrogant moments ago, now lost their sharpness and dared not speak as boldly. Ling Yu stated in a grave tone, "Competing has lost all meaning now because Morong Jia has already lost. I will ask one thing. I support Zi to replace his father and lead the Morong family. Kus supports and who opposes." Despite lacking any anger and speaking calmly, Ling Yu's words carried unrivaled dominance. After all, he was the commander of the north. In Yanjing, there were 20,000 northern soldiers at his disposal, along with 1 million troops from the north. When Narongchia hadn't lost the battle, other Morong family members had reason to continue their loyalty. Now, what's their stance? Standing with Narongchia wasn't just disrespecting the family rules, but directly opposing the commander of the north. Some hesitated. Who dares to oppose? Speak up, Ling Yu demanded, noticing the lack of response. Again, no one opposed, not even the 4 elders. You can't do this. Narongchia panicked, trying to threaten. My father is still the family head of the Morong family. You cannot betray me. I will. But no matter what he said, no one dared to support him. Of course, no one would voice support for Z either. They remained silent, and willing to be the first to stick their neck out. Since no one opposes, from now on, Z and G will be the ones directing the 4 major families. Ling Yu declared decisively. G stood proudly, looking at the Morong family members. Z didn't expect these people to accept the outcome so quickly, knowing he didn't have that power alone. However, as long as they didn't object, he would gradually establish control over the Morong family and make them genuinely obey him. Ling Yu didn't leave but instead watched the direction in which Morong Qing had departed. He knew very well, unless the old drunkard and Mo Yin took care of Morong Qing, there was no way Z could take over the Morong family. Elsewhere, Chen Fu and Mo Yin continued their pursuit of Morong Qing. When they caught up to him in the back mountains, Chen Fu used his 6-character gun Mangdao to aim at Morong Qing. Mo Yin unleashed a powerful attack, hoping to send Morong Qing to his demise. Morong Qing quickly used all his strength, employing his shifting techniques to divert the attacks of the 2 men. He then quickly called out, "Gentlemen, please stop. Listen to what I have to say." Mo Yin saw no reason to listen and was ready to continue his assault. However, Chen Fu interjected, saying, "Let's hear what he wants to say. The 2 of us against him is just a matter of time before we can finish him off." Mo Yin finally relented. "You 2 have remarkable skills, and I deeply admire that." Morong Qing extended his hand with a smile. "It's a shame, however, that the 2 of you lack wits. You've been played by a woman your entire lives, which is truly regrettable." Upon hearing this, Chen Fu's killing intent intensified, and he coldly warned, "Do you want to die right now?" "Ha ha ha." Morong Qing laughed. "I speak the truth. In fact, I've been watching both of you since the great martial arts competition 30 years ago. I even wanted to invite you both to join the Morong family back then, to collaborate on a grand plan." "What a pity." "What a pity for what?" Mo Yin asked in a deep voice. "It's a pity that the Shangguan family got Mr. Mo Yin first, and the Tang family seduced Mr. Chen Fu over using a beautiful woman." Morong Qing sighed. "If the Morong family had your support back then, the Dragon Country would not be in its current state." "Heh. So what kind of situation do you want?" Chen Fu asked with a smile. Morong Qing and the martial saints were having a conversation, not holding back at all. With heads held high, Morong Qing said, "Back then, if my Morong family could have had 2 experts assistants, my father, Morong Zhuang, would definitely have become the country's leader." Morong Zhuang. Upon hearing this name, both Chen Fu and Mo Yin were slightly shocked and lost in memories. 30 years ago, there were indeed 3 people running for the country's leader position, but one person eventually dropped out, and that person was named Li Zhuan. Although they were not familiar with Li Zhuan, their status and position allowed them to hear some rumors. Li Zhuan was rumored to be the illegitimate child of a certain big shot and was also an influential elder in the Morong family, but who knew his real name was Morong Zhuang. That's right, because the Morong family does not participate in politics, so my father always used the name Li Zhuang to enter the political arena. Very few people knew that he was from the Morong family. Morong Qing continued. "Moreover, my father has a very honorable identity, so honorable that even Mr. Shang Guanyan is willing to spare no effort to push him to the position of country's leader." Shang Guanyan. Upon hearing this name, both of them fell into their own memories. The words Tiawu simultaneously lit up in their minds. Because of their unparalleled martial arts skills in the past, they had each faced a challenge from a master, who was the #1 master of the Tiawu organization, Shang Guanyan. Although they did not lose at the time, they felt that no matter what, they could not defeat each other, and if the battle had continued beyond 300 moves, they would have surely lost. That's right. Mr. Shang Guanyan is the elder brother of Shang Guanzi. Back then, he took a different path from Shang Guanzi. He utilized immense wealth to establish the Chia organization, recruited tens of thousands of martial artists, and even had various research bases of his own. Marong Qing proudly said. However, such a prominent figure holds my father in great respect, even willingly calling my father his master. Why is that? Mo Yin finally couldn't help asking. Great question. Marong Qing's expression became even prouder, as if his eyes were shining, because my father is the illegitimate son of Princess Chan Mei, a man with true imperial bloodline. Ah, imperial bloodline. Chen Fu widened his eyes. It wasn't astonishment, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. Mo Yin also furrowed his brows and said, Princess Chang Mei, isn't she the little princess of the last emperor, so she also has an illegitimate child? That's right. Marong Qing didn't care what others thought and remained proud. My father is her illegitimate child, and my Marong family has the bloodline of the imperial family. So what? Chen Fu couldn't help but ask, just because of this, Shang Guanyan wants to push your father to be the country's leader. Exactly. Marong Qing immediately replied. Shang Guanyan's grandfather was the greatest master in the palace at the time. The Shangguan family also received imperial favor, evolving into a powerful family. That's why he is loyal to my father, truly wanting him to become the country's leader. Then what about Shang Guanzi running for the country's leader position? Mo Yin followed up. Good question. Marong Qing's expression slightly changed, gradually showing some annoyance. Because our relationship with the Shangguan family is close, our forces overlap. If both of them ran for the election together, it would split the votes. We would definitely lose the election, so my father withdrew from the race. Why did your father withdraw, and not Shang Guanzi? Mo Yin continued to inquire. Heh, I might know that. Chen Fu suddenly cut in. It seems that someone was digging into Li Zhuan's background back then. It was said that there were a lot of scandals about Li Zhuan that couldn't withstand scrutiny, so he quickly withdrew from the election. Mo Yin's mouth curled up suddenly, looking like he knew something he wasn't saying. Seeing the suggestive exchange between the two, Marong Qing became even more annoyed. Humph. Those are all despicable tactics of the John Ping faction. That's why I hate John Ping to the core and have always wanted to kill him. It's just that my strength was inferior to Qian Ri, so I had to endure until last year. Well, turns out it was indeed you who launched a surprise attack on John Ping. Chen Fu immediately widened his eyes, the killing intent getting stronger. After all, he had also protected John Ping before, so there were emotions involved. Mo Yin also nodded, his voice growing serious. There has always been someone trying to pin the blame on me for the attack on John Ping. Was that also your doing behind the scenes? Why have you been framing me like this? Ha ha. Marong Qing suddenly burst into loud laughter. Tiger Saint, what I did was indeed wrong, but please let me explain. I'll give you a chance to explain. Mo Yin suddenly emitted a murderous aura, his eyes fierce, but if your explanation doesn't satisfy me, I'll kill you on the spot. Marong Qing wasn't afraid of his killing intent, and continued with gritted teeth. My father had an agreement with the Shangguan family back then. As long as Shang Guanzi became the country's leader, we would consolidate our forces and, after 5 years, hand it over to my father, allowing him to restore the glory of the imperial family. Chen Fu listened with a cold smile that didn't interrupt him. Marong Qing continued, but because of a person named Tang Xinshan, our grand plan was ruined. Can we not kill her? Ah, I see. Chen Fu finally understood the reason why Marong Qing wanted to kill his wife. With a sneer, he said, if you wanted to kill Xinshan openly, why pretend to be Mo Yin? Mo Yin's fists were clenched, his knuckles clearly visible, and his veins bulging. It's because we wanted to frame Shang Guanzi. That guy wasn't actually in sync with his brother, Shang Guanyan. Later, I found out that he actually wanted power for himself. Marong Qing also boldly admitted, finally getting excited. When John Ping was elected as the country's leader back then, our Marong family immediately internally formulated two plans. First was to assassinate John Ping, and then to ruin Shang Guanzi. Only this way could my father ascend to the position of the country's leader. I see. Mo Yin's fists were creaking as he clenched them. As the #1 martial artist under Shang Guanzi, you impersonated me and killed people, all to frame Shang Guanzi, tarnish his reputation, and sabotage his political capital. Exactly. Marong Qing said self-righteously. Tiger Saint, we plotted against you for the greater good, not because we had a personal vendetta against you. Please accept my sincere apology now. With that, he immediately bowed 90 degrees. However, Mo Yin couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, he was laughing out of anger. Chen Fu also found Morong King's shamelessness somewhat amusing. But then, almost simultaneously, the two of them roared with killing intent. You have ruined my entire life. Do you think an apology can make up for it? You killed my wife and made me lonely for nearly 30 years. I want your life. After they finished shouting, one lifted a gun while the other pounced like a tiger, both aiming to take Morong King's life. Morong King was instantly taken aback, cold sweat running down his forehead. When the Dragon and Tiger Saints joined forces, who in this world could stand in their way? The Morong family. Ling Yu announced that Zia would be in charge of the Morong family, but Morong Chia and several elders still laid the resistance. How could they surrender without a fight? So, Ling Yu and Zia, as well as Ji, the siblings, once again fought against the Morong family members. The two sides were evenly matched at first, but in the next moment, soldiers from the northern border poured in. Once targeted by the infrared sniper rifle, the elite fighters of the Morong family wilted. Morong Chia and the three remaining elders sensed the danger and heard commotion from the hills behind. Quickly withdrew before the soldiers from the north fire. Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll kill them, Yizi coldly warned, firing a few shots at Morong Chia and the other elite fighters, but unfortunately missed. Ling Yu originally wanted to spend some time here, but seeing the chaos in the hills as if it were doomsday and Morong Chia and the others heading in that direction, worried that the Dragon and Tiger Saints would be outnumbered, quickly ordered, Yizi, DUA. Listen to my orders. Yes. The two immediately saluted in response. Temporarily detain all members of the Morong family in place. Anyone who dares to resist or escape will be shot on the spot. Ling Yu didn't need to mention any charges. With guns in hand, it was as simple as follow me. Yes. Yizi and Due immediately acknowledged. Ling Yu leapt up and pursued quickly. At that moment, in the hills, Morong Qing used the supreme skill Star Shift to transfer the attack of the Silver Dragon Gun Saint to Mo Yin. Mo Yin was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. The Dragon and Tiger Saints never expected that, despite more than 30 moves in their joint efforts, they still couldn't defeat Morong Qing. Although his Star Shift technique had a clever way of using force against force, in a one-on-one battle, neither of them had any certainty of defeating Morong Qing, who had undoubtedly reached the strength of SSS+. Fortunately, today was about seeking revenge, not a competition. Continuing this way, Morong Qing was as good as dead, and even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Go to hell. Chen Fu prepared to make another move with his spear. But at that moment, four figures descended from the sky and landed around Morong Qing. Father, Lord of the family. It was Morong Chia and the three elders. 2 against 1 turned into 2 against 5 in an instant. Mo Yin couldn't help but exchange a glance with Chen Fu. Although they sensed something was amiss, there was no backing down in their eyes. Father, we will fight them alongside you. Morong Chia had been holding his breath for a long time, determined to use the strength of his father and the elders to deal with the Dragon and Tiger Saints, and let out a breath. Stop. Morong Qing raised his hand to stop them. Morong Chia was puzzled. Did his father also fear Ling Yu catching up? Both of you, please pause. Morong Qing remained calm, hands behind his back, sternly asking, the martial arts of the Dragon and Tiger Saints are truly unmatched. I admire you. However, our Morong family also has many skilled fighters, and might not be overmatched by you. For example, with you two facing our 5, who is more likely to win? Humph, of course, you have a bit more advantage. Mo Yin immediately sneered. But today, we are here to avenge Din Tia and ourselves. No matter how many people the Morong family brings, we will not yield. Morong Chan's mouth trembled. All right. Morong Qing continued to flatter. The Tiger Saint is indeed magnificent. I know both of you have the determination to kill me. As long as you agree to my 2 conditions, I will lift my hands up for you to kill me now. Father, Morong Chia was taken aback. If his father dies, what would he do? What about the Morong family? Zi Chia, don't speak for now. Morong Qing called out to Morong Chia, then turned to Chen Fu and Mo Yin. How about it? Hey. We might as well hear the conditions first. Chen Fu wasn't in a hurry. They could always choose not to agree, but it would be interesting to see what Morong Qing was offering. All right. Morong Qing directly stated, the first condition is that you must ensure Ziqian's survival, at least for the next 30 years. What do you mean? Chen Fu laughed immediately. The past is not his concern, we can spare him, even prevent others from killing him. But if he falls ill and dies prematurely, how can we guarantee that? As long as both of you promise he won't die from accidents, his natural life and death have nothing to do with you. Miranching responded. And the second condition? Mo Yin asked immediately. The first condition was somewhat accepted by them, as they weren't interested in Miranchang's life or death. All right, Miranching said. As long as you promise to join and be loyal to the Chanwu organization for life, you can take my life now. What? Before the two saints could be surprised, Miranchia was the first to shout. Was father really willing to exchange his life for these conditions? Is it possible that Chang Guanyan, this king of Chanwu, really wants to support the so-called emperor's bloodline to control the Dragon Kingdom sincerely? Chen Fu immediately asked. Ling Yu had arrived by now, but he listened to their conversation and chose not to interfere, to avoid influencing their decision-making. That's right, I trust Chang Guanyan. He is not only a close friend but also a life and death brother of our Mirong family. Miranching stood with hands behind his back, his eyes shining. Chen Fu and Mo Yin exchanged glances. Ling Yu couldn't believe that the Chanwu organization wasn't aligned with the Holy Fire organization. The three saints surely couldn't be going to such lengths to control the Dragon Kingdom. Were they just pawns in the Mirong family's game? Was he unaware of the situation, or did Miranching fall victim to manipulation? Ha ha. Finally, Chen Fu took a sip of wine and burst into laughter, disdainfully mocking. There are fools every year, and this year is especially abundant. One Zia Shan is already enough, but it turns out the Mirong family is also dreaming of becoming emperors. You. Miranchia became agitated. Miranching still stopped him. That's right. Have you even read any books? How can you be filled with thoughts of rebellion? Even Mo Yin couldn't help but look down on them. Are the Mirong family only good for martial arts, with such a lack of knowledge in other areas? Your ridiculous dream will never come true. So, you're not going to agree? Mirong King's eyes changed, with a noticeable change in his aura. The two saints could feel that he might not have been using his full strength before. This guy was probably SS plus in strength. Of course, we can't agree. Chen Fu smashed the wine gourd to the ground, clenched his fist, and said through gritted teeth, the grudge of killing a wife cannot be treated as a business deal. I'll either die in battle, or, if I survive, I will definitely kill you myself. That's right. I feel the same way. Mo Yin also showed his determination, his killing intent evident. I not only want to avenge Din Chia, but also seek vengeance for myself. HMPH. Afraid you'll regret the more you seek revenge. Miranchia also brimmed with battle intent, ready to fight alongside his father and the others, fearless. But Miranching shouted loudly, Stop. Retreat. We need to retreat now. Miranchia and the others were perplexed. It wasn't until the next moment that Ling Yu appeared. Come on, old drunken fool. Ling Yu didn't waste any words and directly approached the three senior elders with a few palms as soon as he entered the scene, forcing these annoying people away. All right. Chen Fu also brimmed with battle spirit and shouted, Mo Yin, let's begin too. No need for your command. Mo Yin directly attacked Miranching with a fierce animal fist. Ha ha, still so arrogant. Chen Fu didn't get angry but instead laughed. Mo Yin was terrifying as an opponent, but as a teammate, he made things very easy. The higher his battle spirit, the more relaxed Chen Fu felt. Seeing the opportunity, as Miranching dodged Mo Yin's attack, Chen Fu directly thrust his spear at Miranching from behind. Just as success seemed imminent, Miranchia exclaimed, Father, be careful, and quickly used his sword to block Chen Fu's spear. Ha ha, adults are fighting. Little kids shouldn't interfere. Chen Fu casually flicked his silver spear like a soft silver dragon, sending Miranchia flying. Miranchia was shocked by the stark difference between his SS plus strength and the SSS level of the celestial level fighters. Luckily, with his father there, Miranching swiftly removed the force and momentum from his body, ensuring a safe landing. Chia, you have too little real combat experience. The gap in the use of techniques compared to the three Shura warriors who returned from hell is significant. You still need more training. Miranching sighed. Father, then today, I will fight alongside you to resist these dragon and tiger saints together. Miranchia was eager for battle. I don't expect to win, just not to lose. It will be a good tale to spread in the future. No, we can't even fight a bit. Mu Rongqing knew much better than him. To outsiders, a matchup of an SSS plus expert and an SS plus expert against two SSS level experts should seem evenly matched. However, the reality was different. The gap between SS plus and SSS was immense, and Mu Rongqing, sheltered and inexperienced, couldn't even last 3 moves against either of the Saints. Moreover, the rating system was absolute. Dead. The current strength of the Dragon and Tiger Saints seemed even more formidable than their peak. Joining forces against two, the father and son were still at a significant disadvantage. Not to mention the 3 senior elders who were undoubtedly no match for Ling Yu, so there was no chance of winning for the father and son. Little brat from the Mu Rong family, if you can't handle it, don't blame us for picking on kids. Chen Fu's silver spear thrust forward once more, full of imposing momentum, leaving no room for respite. Mu Rongqing was alarmed. Fortunately, his father swiftly executed the Shun Fun Dongwo technique, carrying him to safety. Qian, run. We can't turn the tide today. Seizing the moment, Mu Rongqing quickly urged his son. Father, where can I run to? Mu Rongqing was on the verge of tears. Without the Mu Rong family or father, what could he achieve alone? He used to think he was a great fighter, a young prodigy, but now, unable to defeat even Mu Rongzi, his confidence plummeted. Escape the Dragon Kingdom, find the King of Heaven's martial arts, he will surely help you. Mu Rongqing understood his son's current state and encouraged him. You are still too young. In time, you will surpass your father's abilities. Father believes in you. But before the words could sink in, the attacks of the Dragon and Tiger Saints overwhelmed them, blocking all escape routes. Mu Rongqing knew that neither he nor his son could escape unscathed. To protect his son, he pushed him away. Then with a fierce shout, he launched the Dujuan Shinji technique. Yet, despite his efforts, Mu Rongqing couldn't inflict a fatal blow on the Saints, who immediately retaliated. Mu Rongqing, I want your life. I will avenge Zinshan. The power of the word combined with the techniques of the fierce tiger fist and the flowing spear, causing devastation. Against such an onslaught, all the evasive techniques proved futile. Moreover, Mu Rongqing was in no condition to execute them. Still, driven by the will to survive, he tried to use King Yun's trick to escape. However, his right leg was instantly pierced by the silver spear, followed by a crushing strike on his right shoulder. Falling heavily to the ground, Mu Rongqing was now a severely disabled person, his leg and arm gone. Blood flowed freely. Ling Yu couldn't help but inhale sharply at the sight. This was the inevitable outcome of making enemies with the Dragon and Tiger Saints. Lord Master. The 3 elders also cried out in horror. They never dreamed that the master of the Mu Rong family could be defeated by someone else. Chen Fu and Mo Yin quickly reached Mu Rongqing. Lying on the ground, Mu Rongqing gazed up at the sky, a smile of mixed emotions on his blood-stained lips. Upon the great wall, I declare alone, aging before the mirror, gray hairs first shown. Unfulfilled ambitions lead to an early death, leaving terrors for future generations to bemoan. Through rough waves, there will be times to ride, straight to the summit and skyward glide. Chia, never disappoint your father. Seeing this person still able to recite poetry on the brink of death and even display a serene smile, Ling Yu frowned. The next moment, a silver spear pierced Mu Rongqing's heart. Chen Fu coldly snorted, Die then, causing the deaths of so many people. And you want to die as a tragic hero. Mo Yin remained silent, despite recognizing Mu Rongqing as a character stronger than himself, next only to the God of War. Unfortunately, their paths diverged irreconcilably. After dealing with Mu Rongqing, Ling Yu returned to the Mu Rong family and threw the half-dead 3 elders into the Mu Rong family courtyard. Dang. Looking at the 4 elders lying neatly on the ground, those who surrendered to the Mu Rong family couldn't help but sigh one by one. Just yesterday, they had great faith in the Mu Rong family and couldn't believe anyone could shake the strong foundation of the Mu Rong family. But who would have thought that today the foundation of the Mu Rong family had crumbled? Mu Rongqing is dead. Mu Rongqing has fled. Z. What do you plan to do next? Ling Yu no longer helps Z make decisions. It's time. The mastermind behind those events was Mu Rongqing. Since he's dead, our family's feud should end here, Z said, indifferently. However, Ling Yu brother, if you need to rebuild the Mu Rong family, I can manage the family for you, Z calmly stated. This statement revealed Zhao's wisdom. The existence of the four major families should not be without purpose, especially since he was not one to seek fame and fortune. If there was no need for their existence, he and his sister wouldn't want to waste time and effort taming these people. But Ling Yu replied, "Then I'll leave it to you, Z." Both were clever individuals with broad visions, so they didn't need to dwell on details in their conversation. If the Morong family was on their side, it would mean a powerful force in Yanjing in the future, playing a significant role in the stability of Yanjing. "All right, I'll tame these people," Z said, his gaze shifting to the group of Morong family experts controlled by the Wolf warrior soldiers. Morong was the first to express, "Z, I'm willing to serve you." He realized that Z was definitely more capable than Morong Chia, and under his leadership, the Morong family could definitely advance to a higher level. "I'm willing to." Since Morong Ching obtained the position of head of the family through despicable means, then naturally, you should be the head now. One by one, they all expressed their loyalty. They all just wanted to gain the benefits of aligning with someone powerful. In the end, even the four elders of the Morong family pledged their loyalty to Z to save the Morong family. Seeing this, Ling Yu didn't waste any more words and directly told Z, "You handled this. Let me know if you encounter any trouble. I detest traitors the most." This warning was clearly directed at the Morong family members. Although he believed they wouldn't turn against him, an extra layer of caution wouldn't hurt. Z simply nodded, everything understood without speaking. Ling Yu trusted Zhao's abilities and led the Wolf warriors to retreat, no longer concerned with the Morong family's affairs. "Father." As Ling Yu and Chen Fu and Mo Yin left the Morong family, they saw Tang Yun and Tang Zuchen hurrying over. They had been waiting outside, listening to the orders. Ling Yu and Chen Fu had been moving discreetly, and the two girls had not seen them enter or leave until now. "Are you all right?" The two daughters each showed concern for their father. Despite differing thoughts, this scene appeared comedic to Ling Yu, an outsider, who couldn't help but laugh. Before the Saint and the daughters could start talking, Ling Yu suddenly spoke, "Old drunkard. Mo Yin, I see you are happy now. I have a great proposal." "What proposal do you have, kid?" Chen Fu, always vigilant, asked. Mo Yin and the Tang sisters also looked at Ling Yu with different expectations. "You and Mo Yin are good buddies. Now that you're closer than ever, you could officially become sworn siblings." As Ling Yu's words sank in, the old drunkard and Mo Yin were truly shocked. Their expressions showed some resistance, even though they did have a strong bond. But at their age, becoming sworn siblings was somewhat awkward. However, Tang Yun immediately shook Mo Yin's arm and said, "Dad, I think it's a great idea." She wanted to continue expanding her influence, as the world was all about connections and networks after all. "I agree too," Tang Zuchen quickly added. She thought differently from Tang Yun, and believed the old drunkard was lonely, and having an additional brother would be a good thing. Hey, what's your real intention in making this suggestion?" Chen Fu, who knew Ling Yu best, squinted and asked. Without playing games, Ling Yu responded, "I want to unite you all into one big family. Then you can manage the Tang family, stay in Yanjing, and continue supporting the national leader." Ling Yu was straightforward, aiming to consolidate the Morong and the Tang families, as having two major families would ensure stability in Yanjing. "Great, I agree." Tang Yun was the most excited. She didn't shake Mo Yin, but she was fervent, saying, "Dad, aren't you and Uncle Chen determined heroes who aim to revive Lone Wo? Now that you've been conferred the title of Dragon and Tiger Saints, you should serve Lone Wo, the people of Yanjing, and the country." Her words carried great conviction. Tang Zuchen couldn't articulate like Tang Yun, but she also approved. The four major families in the past, except for the Nangong family, were all vying for power and causing harm to the nation. If we can reorganize the four major families to work together for the nation, it would be excellent for the people of Lone Wo. Hey, I can't keep up with you young ones." Chen Fu chuckled and said, "If Mo Yin, that guy who's always in a sour mood, doesn't object, I'll lend a hand." "Old drunkard, your mouth is too foul, isn't it?" Mo Yin retorted immediately, then added, "I regret giving up sweetness back then. It's a lifelong regret. Joining the Tang family in this way, becoming a member of the Sweet family, is a good choice. But I have a condition." "What condition? Go ahead." Ling Yu immediately asked, eager to push this forward. Not only would it benefit the four of them, but it would also stabilize the entire situation in Yanjing. "For the position of family head, I want to compete in a martial arts competition against Chen Fu. Whoever wins becomes the family head. Mo Yin was indeed a martial enthusiast, as he always steered the conversation back to his passion. Ling Yu smiled and looked at the old drunkard. Oh, this is too troublesome. Chen Fu laughed. But I have no reason to fear you. We'll compete every New Year's Eve, and the winner becomes the family head. However, I'm older than you, so this year, it will be me, and you'll have to listen to me. Are you trying to take advantage of me again? I won't stand for it. Mo Yin objected. Let's have a match now. Huh, you're serious? Chen Fu immediately raised his spear and launched a surprise attack. Ha ha. Let's do this. The two of them started fighting right away. Ling Yu shook his head watching them, but it seemed more like a friendly spar with no real harm. With the Moran and Tang family affairs settled, only the Zhao family remained. Conveniently, at that moment, Yizi hurried over to report. Commander, according to the information left by Zhao Wuji, we found Zhao Yuanzhang and Liu Yujian's whereabouts. All right. Where is it? Ling Yu also felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. It's really like asking and receiving. In the Canaan region. Yishao's response made Ling Yu slightly startled, but upon further thought, it made sense. The Canaan region was a disputed land between the Dragon Kingdom and the Kasen Kingdom. Although it belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, control was not in their hands. By going there, they could avoid the relentless pursuit from Yanjing. However, the revival of the Dragon Kingdom was imperative. These remnants, who engaged in private armed activities and colluded with internal and external forces to subvert the Dragon Kingdom's authority, had to be completely eradicated for the Dragon Kingdom to regain stability. Yizi, DUA. Listen up. Yes, Commander. Immediately organized the War Wolf Brigade, ready to move out to Canaan at any time. Upon hearing Ling Yu's orders, Yizi and DUA were both extremely excited. After exchanging a glance, they immediately responded in unison, as you command. Ling Yu wasted no time, and immediately, went to find Xi Peng, preparing to lead the War Wolf Brigade to evacuate Yanjing. He believed that his wife could definitely persuade Shangguan Longbeard to restore peace to Yanjing. On the other side, Qin Mingyu and Lin Qinglan had already arrived at the temporary military office in southern border. Mingyu, why are you here to see me again? Shangguan Longbeard, who was still recuperating from his injuries, rushed out of the room upon hearing that Qin Mingyu had arrived. Just like in the past, he still looked unkempt. In fact, he had good looks and a well-built physique, being a young master from a prestigious family, but he was too casual, even without shaving his beard, appearing a bit scruffy. Seeing this guy's appearance, Lin Qinglan couldn't help but smirk. Mingyu disliked sloppiness the most. This guy wanted to compete with Ling Yu. Dream on. The only one who could compete with Ling Yu was Lin Qinglan himself. Before Qin Mingyu entered, he was warned not to speak out of turn, so even though he had many thoughts in his mind, he kept his mouth shut like a zipper. Therefore, Shangguan Longbeard didn't notice him at that moment. Commander Shangguan, how are your injuries? Qin Mingyu still expressed her concern first. Even though she didn't like Shangguan Longbeard, she and Ling Yu needed this friend, so it was best not to ruin the relationship. Ha ha, just minor injuries, it doesn't affect me. Shangguan Longbeard waved it off with a smile. Ling Qinglan couldn't help but sneer. Although he was resting for the past 2 days, he knew that Shangguan Longbeard was in trouble and now he was acting all stubborn in front of the goddess. As long as it doesn't affect you, that's a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that if there's a war in southern border, Commander Shangguan can also take the field. Qin Mingyu immediately brought up the main topic. A war in southern border. Shangguan Longbeard immediately frowned, then smirked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those little countries in the south have long been intimidated by me. How dare they cause trouble? It's the Holy Fire Organization and the Shadow Sauce Kingdom that are stirring up trouble. Lin Qinglan wanted to hold back, but he couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. How did you become the commander of southern border? Was it through a lucky draw? Don't you know that all the wars in this world result from the games played by major powers? Whether there's war or not, can those small countries decide on their own? Shangguan Longbeard immediately glared at Lin Qinglan. Qinglan, watch your words. Qin Mingyu quickly stopped Lin Qinglan to prevent the two from bickering endlessly. Lin Qinglan could only smirk and shut his mouth. As Qinglan said, the Shadow Sauce Kingdom has never forgotten about us. The Three Saints organization has always wanted to control the Dragon Kingdom. This time, after Mo Tu's failed presidential election, they didn't want to wait any longer. Perhaps they are colluding with the Shadow Sauce Kingdom, stationed troops on the border of southern border, ready to start a war at any moment. After Qin Mingyu finished speaking, she added, Commander Shangguan should have known about these matters, right? Humph, of course I know, Shangguan Longbeard said proudly. But with me and my 500,000 tiger army, I don't believe they have the guts to trespass on the Dragon Kingdom's border. They already have. Ling Qinglong couldn't stand his arrogance any longer, so he directly replied, during the 2 days you were unconscious, the Feilu Kingdom has sent provocations twice to the Dragon Kingdom and even organized civilians to intrude into Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters. Do you really think everything will be peaceful just because you're here? Shut up. Shangguan Longbeard was about to make a move against Ling Qinglong. Qin Mingyu was startled and quickly stood up, spreading her arms to stop Shangguan Longbeard. Qinglong, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. Qin Mingyu had no choice but to reprimand Ling Qinglong. Ling Qinglong grinned and said, I promise not to speak anymore, adding silently in his mind, unless I can't help it. Qin Mingyu also knew that Shangguan Longbeard was now eyeing Ling Qinglong, so she had to quickly divert his attention back. Directly, she said, the president has decided to fight a decisive battle for the revival of the Dragon Kingdom, teaching the Feilu Kingdom a lesson and eradicating the Holy Fire Organization, while boosting our national prestige, so they don't keep an eye on the Dragon Kingdom. Hehe, a wise decision. It should have been done long ago. Shangguan Longbeard immediately clutched his fist, showing his eager intent for battle. However, Qin Mingyu continued, in order to win this crucial battle that determines the national fate, the president has decided to unite the North and South, forming the strongest team. What? Uniting the North and South? Shangguan Longbeard furrowed his brows. The Feilu Kingdom only has over 100,000 troops. Even if combined with the Holy Fire Organization's 300,000 army, it's still fewer than 500,000. My 500,000 tiger army can easily deal with them. Commander Shangguan, in such a critical battle, we must not underestimate the enemy. Upon hearing Shangguan Longbeard's words, Qin Mingyu became more certain that Xi Peng's decision was correct. Shangguan Longbeard had the strength, but leading the alliance posed great risks. Humph, if Ling Yu wants to join, let him. What's the harm in letting him share some credit? Shangguan Longbeard, although proud, was still open to advice. But Qin Mingyu promptly smiled and said, that's good then. I was worried you wouldn't welcome him, with him as the leader. Uniting you in the north and us in the south, you will surely achieve an epic battle. What? Shangguan Longbeard was so surprised that he almost jumped up. Even Bagu behind him was the same, but upon careful consideration, it made sense. If he were the president, he probably would let Ling Yu lead, while Shangguan Longbeard would be at the forefront. I meant by uniting you and Ling Yu, you'll definitely create an epic. Qin Mingyu wanted to prevent him from getting angry, so she chose her words carefully. No. Shangguan Longbeard hurriedly interrupted, his eyes becoming extremely terrifying. I asked about the previous sentence. Ling Qinglong was a bit afraid. This guy's gaze seemed like he wanted to kill. Although Qin Mingyu was a little worried, she still smiled, feeling quite confident that she could persuade this man. Shangguan Longbeard couldn't wait for her to repeat it. Instantly, he burst into anger, punched a chair into pieces and roared. Why should I, a dignified commander of southern border, allow someone from the north to lead? If I agree, how will I face anyone in the future? How will my status be positioned? I absolutely will not agree to this. Ling Qinglong looked a bit worried as he gazed at Qin Mingyu. This Shangguan Longbeard was even more naive than him, and if not handled well, he could be a ticking time bomb. However, Qin Mingyu still smiled and said, General Shangguan, I understand your feelings, but please listen to me. What else do you want to say? Shangguan Longbeard still raised his voice. If it wasn't for you, I would have kicked someone else out a long time ago for daring to say such things in front of me. Will you listen to me then? If not, I will leave immediately. Qin Mingyu had to use her charm to calm Shangguan Longbeard down. HMPH. After venting, Shangguan Longbeard still suppressed his anger. So, Mingyu, what else do you want to say? I'm listening. All right. Qin Mingyu knew Shangguan Longbeard's personality. Soft words wouldn't work, and she had to sweet-talk him. She smiled and said, General Shangguan, do you like playing games? Playing games? Shangguan Longbeard was slightly surprised by this sudden topic from Qin Mingyu, but he still smiled. Ha ha, I love playing games the most. I do too. Qin Mingyu continued. When I play games, I always like to use weaker characters to achieve the final victory, making me seem even stronger. Shangguan Lanshu could become the chief commander of Southern Frontier not just based on his martial prowess. He frowned and asked, Mingyu, are you suggesting that I use a lower position to defeat Ling Yu? Of course, Qin Mingyu didn't think so, as she supported Ling Yu in her heart. But she had to placate this man, and had to smile. This is called a comeback. In stories, whether they are short plays or novels, the protagonist always starts with a low position. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lanshu suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Makes sense. Dao Ying behind them chuckled. Lin Qinglan also found it amusing. This guy's pickup artist tactics were too simple. Shangguan Lanshu, of course, knew it was a pickup artist move, but it also depended on who was carrying out the tactic. Men like to show off in front of women they like, and he was no exception. He wanted to prove to Qin Mingyu that he was better than Ling Yu. But Qin Mingyu knew that this alone was not enough and continued. General Shangguanzi lost in the election to Zhang Ping. You still defended the Dragon Kingdom for Zhang Ping, proving that you have a sense of national righteousness. A hero who can be flexible. Hehe, of course. Shangguan Lanshu immediately said proudly. I know well what is good for the country. Shangguanzi couldn't even manage his own son. Why should he manage the country? What about you? Qin Mingyu suddenly asked back, do you think you can manage the Northern-Southern alliance well? Well, Shangguan Lanshu suddenly looked awkward, wanting to be proud but unable to say it. Although he was not convinced by Ling Yu and wanted to defeat him, during the brief encounter with Ling Yu, he was clear that there was a gap in thinking between them. Ha ha! General Shangguan, Mingyu likes men who consider the big picture, not those who are overly competitive and seek glory. Ling Qinglan couldn't help but laugh. Otherwise, Ling Yu is a 5-star war god, and you are a 6-star. She should have liked you long ago. Well, Shangguan Lanshu suddenly didn't know how to respond. He could consider the big picture, but how could he obey Ling Yu's orders? If you want to prove that you are stronger than Ling Yu, a hero who can be flexible, this is the best opportunity. Qin Mingyu smiled and said, I also believe I've chosen the right person. You are a loyal and talented general. Not someone who is arrogant but a hero who listens to the country's orders. Shangguan Lanshu clearly understood this, and hadn't seen Ling Qinglan as a rival. When Qin Mingyu agreed to his request, he laughed heartily and immediately asked Bao Ying to make arrangements. Before the government's orders came, he wanted to enjoy the happy time of playing with the beauty. This was what he had dreamed of in the past. Qin Mingyu also believed in Shangguan Lanshu's character, especially with Lin Qinglan around. She believed he wouldn't overstep. Just as they were about to depart, she suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Mingyu, what's wrong? Both men noticed something was wrong and quickly came over to check on her. I'm fine. Qin Mingyu tried to hold on, forcing a tired smile. She didn't want Shangguan Lanshu to misunderstand that she was faking it, and it was just about going sightseeing and enjoying food. A little discomfort could be endured. But as she was about to get on the car, she suddenly fainted. Mingyu. The two men were shocked and quickly cancelled the trip, letting Qin Mingyu rest on the bed. Shangguan Lanshu even asked Bao Ying to find a famous doctor, absolutely not allowing the beauty to have an accident in front of him. Lin Qinglan was also puzzled. No matter how much of a guardian Saint Guardian was, he was not a personal maid. When the Saintess was doing certain things, it was inconvenient for him to provide personal protection. Just now Mingyu woke up. She said she wanted to take a bath, so I stood outside the room guarding. But when you arrived, I came in with you. Ling Qinglan was more anxious than Shangguan Lanbai. Bao Ying, quickly find out where Mingyu is. I need to see her right away. Shangguan Lanbai was very anxious because he had a premonition that Qin Mingyu's disappearance would be very strange and related to her sudden headache and fainting. Yes, Bao Ying did not dare to delay and immediately dispatched his subordinates to investigate, while personally retrieving surveillance footage. What he found was shocking. Qin Mingyu had actually left the room through the window by herself. Her eyes looked very strange. How is this possible? Lin Qinglan stared at the surveillance footage, his eyes almost popping out. It was because the woman in his mind, who was aloof but fragile, had become a skilled martial artist who could fly over rooftops and walls. Shangguan Lanbai was also surprised and murmured, a true immortal. In the footage, Qin Mingyu, wearing a white nightgown, exuded a hint of etherealness. The way she danced seemed just like a celestial being untouched by the mortal world. Damn it. Is it time to be amazed now? Ling Yu's eyes look very wrong. I feel like she's possessed. Even a rough man like Lin Qinglong noticed this, so it was even more evident to others. That doesn't seem like possession. I feel like she's being controlled. Shangguan Longbao gritted his teeth and said, "It's like the Black Miao curse." Black Miao curse? Ling Qinglong widened his eyes. You know about the Miao curse? Upon hearing this, Bao Ying couldn't help but tease the general. General Shangguan is a distinguished war god of the southern frontier. He has encountered all sorts of forces in the south, so of course he knows about the Miao curse. Ling Qinglong nodded. In fact, he had also been to the southern frontier before, though not as extensively as Shangguan Longbao. He had heard that the Black Miao curse was very powerful, especially the beautiful Black Miao women. They were very terrifying. But at this moment, Shangguan Longbao suddenly slapped his thigh. I knew that great sage king looked somewhat familiar. It turns out he was the previous Black Miao king. Bao Ying. I understand. Bao Ying, as Shangguan Longbao's trusted aide, did not need specific instructions. He immediately, using the Southern Frontier's information network, gathered all the information on the Black Miao in a short time. What he found was shocking. Isn't this Moon Fairy Auntie? On the information about the Black Miao kings throughout the generations, Shangguan Longbao saw a photo of Ling Yu's mother. It's Ling Yu's mother. Ling Qinglong also exclaimed. He had liked Ling Yu for so many years, so of course he knew what her mother looked like, even though the woman in the photo was dressed in the elaborate attire. The Canaan region. There are few buildings here, with wild mountains and ridges everywhere, and the people here still live a semi-primitive life. However, the passing tanks and modern soldiers moving forward seem a bit out of place in the surrounding environment. Zhao Wuji stood on a hill, silently watching the scenery below. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanzhang's voice came from behind him. Wuji, we are now allied with the Willow Leaf Sower, which means the Zhao family and the Tang family have merged, commanding a force of 200,000 troops. As long as we can integrate smoothly, we can definitely dominate the region. Zhao Wuji turned around, first saluting, then looking at his father with a slight curve in his expression. Father, why did you suddenly tell me this? You were called the most intelligent child by that adult. Don't you know why I said this? Zhao Yuanzhang said, as he walked to his side, overlooking the integration of the troops below. Although it's still somewhat chaotic, being able to organize in such a short time is quite good. Father, do you still not trust me? Are you afraid I will turn against you? So you have to tell me that we are powerful and fully capable of ruling on our own. Zhao Wuji said calmly. Isn't it so? Zhao Yuanzhang looked at him seriously. You used to enjoy winning against the stronger opponent. Now, if you're given 200,000 troops, do you have the confidence to fight against Ling Yu again? Zhao Wuji smiled, knowing that his father wanted to hear him say yes, but he still said no. Zhao Yuanzhang's expression did indeed turn disappointed, even angry. After a while, he sighed. Why, even at this point, you still refuse to help me? I'm your biological father, and no one can take anything from the Zhao family away from you. But, Zhao Wuji smiled before saying, you are no longer even the capital of Yanjing, and the Zhao family's power is also being dealt with by Xi Peng and the Congress. How much does the Zhao family have left now? Is it still the same Zhao family and Tang family as before? Zhao Yuanzhang also smiled. Those are all insignificant. In the end, the world is all about power. As long as we have arms, we have everything. Didn't you say that intelligent people always like to challenge difficulty? Yes, I enjoy challenging difficulty. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and smiled. Both father and son were intelligent people, so Zhao Yuanzhang naturally understood what Zhao Wuji meant by challenging difficulty, and the conversation did not end there. Zhao Yuanzhang just suddenly sighed and continued. Wuji, do you know that your teacher has published an article? If you're talking about predicting that Long Kingdom will deal with the Fei Donkey Kingdom, then I've read it. Zhao Wuji said, your teacher is very powerful. He can predict the strategic moves of a great nation in advance. Zhao Yuanzhang praised. Indeed. Zhao Wuji smiled. His predictions are similar to mine, but his reputation is much greater than mine, so when it is published, it has a great impact. Your teacher's greatness is not just that. You are one of his most talented students. If you go and pledge allegiance to him, we can get his help. By then, dealing with Ling Yu and the Long Kingdom will be more certain, right? Zhao Yuanzhang said. Of course, Zhao Wuji knew what he meant, and even anticipated that his father would ask him to do so. So he had no ripples in his heart at this moment. You don't agree? Zhao Yuanzhang sought his lack of response and continued to pressure. Your teacher holds a remarkable position in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. If we join him, we can receive unimaginable support. Why do I have to go and pledge allegiance to him? Zhao Wuji finally responded. Isn't your teacher supposed to be more powerful than my teacher? Is he a god? Is he controlling the Sauce Kingdom, even the god behind controlling the whole world? Zhao Yuanzhang trembled slightly. His eyes slightly widened. Wuji, do you know about this? God and the 5 immortals, a god who can cultivate 5 immortal figures like you. Even if I haven't met him, it's not hard to guess who he is, right? Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and smiled slightly arrogantly. You want me to pledge allegiance to my teacher, but still want to hide your identity from the public, not wanting to be a traitor in the open, just putting the blame on me. Isn't this asking both of us to do it? How dare you? Zhao Yuanzhang fiercely slapped Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji couldn't resist at all and flew several meters away. But as he lay on the muddy ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, there was no anger in him at all. Instead, he got up, smiled and said, You won't kill me because I still have some use, right? Wuji, you are too clever. Zhao Yuanzhang sighed. That's also why I don't like you. If it were Wu Jie, he would definitely do as I said. Unfortunately, fools are destined to fail. Zhao Wuji's smile remained proud. Smart people know how to survive. You won't live long either. Zhao Yuanzhang said somewhat regretfully. I know you are waiting for Ling Yu to come, but I'm sorry to tell you, he won't come. Zhao Wuji's smile remained. It seems you have already guessed my every move. After all, you are my son. Zhao Yuanzhang's eyes were unusually proud. Ling Yu will be lost in the swamps and mountains of the western region. At this moment, Ling Yu had already led 20,000 Northern Army troops and arrived in the southwestern region of the Western region in just 2 days and nights. Such commanding combat skills were beyond ordinary people. However, in front of him was wilderness with no signs of human presence. Report to the commander, a strange mark has been found ahead. When Ling Yu heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. When he arrived at a big tree, he found a fluorescent map. Zhao Wuji, it must be that guy who left this. Ling Yu was also very familiar with Zhao Wuji, having seen his writing and paintings. At a glance at the style, he knew it was definitely left by him. Others couldn't understand, but Ling Yu saw through it quickly and soon found the way through this maze of swamps. The land of Canaan. After Zhao Yuanzhang confidently said those words, a voice immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Mr. Shuxian, I don't think the marsh and mountain forest you had people set up can trap Ling Yu. Following the sound, they saw Liu Yijian. With a slight smile on his face, he walked over holding a strange pen. Sorry, do you mind if I interfere with you and your son? I've discovered some interesting things. Zhao Yuanzhang and Zhao Wuji both remained silent, just silently watching the pen in his hand. This pen, when drawn during the day, shows nothing. But when night falls, it gradually emits light. Liu Yijian said proudly, glancing at the Zhao father and son. Young Master Wuji, you used to enjoy playing with this kind of toy, right? Immediately, Zhao Yuanzhang glared at Zhao Wuji, already knowing what he had done. Liu Yijian continued triumphantly, the person who set up the marsh must also leave a way for themselves to pass through, otherwise they will drown in the marsh. As long as you find this path, then with the terrifying mobility of the Warwolf troops, a path can be quickly paved through. It shouldn't take much time. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji chuckled, pushing his glasses and saying, Assistant Liu, it seems you are more impressive than Tang Ning. Ha ha, to receive praise from young Master Wuji is my greatest honor. Liu Yijian laughed. It was as if they had returned to their previous status, but the feeling was completely different. How could Zhao Wuji, being so astute, not notice? This guy was smart enough to deduce that this assistant, taking over Tang Ning's position, was now almost on par with him. Why did he suddenly speak that way today? Was it simply because Saint Ru had appeared? Also, thanks to young Master Wuji's help. Otherwise, Canaan wouldn't have become the burial ground for Ling Yu and his troops. Liu Yijian continued. Oh, what do you mean? Zhao Wuji asked. Zhao Yuanzhang frowned, realizing that Liu Yijian not only saw through Zhao Wuji's tricks, but also turned the tables on them. Were young people nowadays so excellent? Liu Yijian did not directly answer, but looked at Zhao Yuanzhang and said, Master Zhao, I have arranged for our joined forces to set up an ambush on the essential route in the eastern part of Canaan. When Ling Yu's army arrives, he will be in for a big surprise. Great. Zhao Yuanzhang immediately gave Liu Yijian a thumbs up. No wonder Tang Ning values you so much, even bringing you all the way to Yanjing to serve as his assistant. You truly have talent. Master Shuxian, you overpraise me. Liu Yijian humbly replied. Have you seen anyone recently? Zhao Wuji finally couldn't help but ask. Liu Yijian was slightly startled. Zhao Yuanzhang also looked surprised. Let me guess. Zhao Wuji continued. From the way you just referred to my father as Master Shuxian, you should also be one of the 5 immortals. Liu Yijian was astonished again. Even his body trembled slightly. He understood now. Zhao Wuji didn't see him contact the 5 immortals, but deduced it through wisdom. If this guy turned into an enemy, it would be terrifying. Haha. Liu Yijian laughed heartily and said, after a while, that's right. And he is the newly appointed immortal, replacing Tang Ning's chess master. Even Zhao Yuanzhang was slightly surprised by this, as he didn't even know who the new chess master was. He felt a sense of unease inexplicably. I see. Zhao Wuji continued. Is he from the Dragon Kingdom or a foreigner? The infiltration methods of Shadow Sauce Country are admirable. It's impressive for them to have infiltrated to your side so quickly. Haha. I'm honored by Shadow Sauce Country's regard, which proves my ability. As for the new chess immortal's identity, I regret to inform you I cannot disclose it at the moment. Liu Yijian laughed. Zhao Wuji looked at his smile and also smiled silently. Well, I have prepared some food and drinks. Let's move to a high place. Enjoy the food and drinks while waiting for Ling Yu and his troops to come Mandai. Liu Yijian suggested, gesturing to Zhao Yuanzhang. Good. Zhao Yuanzhang said, immediately. Wuji, let's have a good chat tonight. I really hope you can help your father and assistant Liu create an era for us. Zhao Wuji smiled but remained silent. How could he not know that the arrangement between Liu Yijian and Zhao Yuanzhang was to prevent him from secretly informing Ling Yu again? So he only nodded. Otherwise, it would be impolite not to drink and be penalized. The 3 soon stood on high ground and chatted. Zhao Yuanzhang and Liu Yijian kept a close eye on Zhao Wuji, ensuring he couldn't make any moves or contact Ling Yu. As the day gradually brightened, Zhao Wuji vaguely saw the situation in the eastern part of Canaan. Ha, young Master Wuji, how do you feel about our ambush? Liu Yijian, also by his side, said proudly. When Ling Yu emerges from the marsh and forest, he will inevitably pass through the rugged mountain road into Canaan. Our other troops are coming from behind, and they are bombarded by landmines and artillery, with their retreat suddenly cut off. Oh, how exciting that scene will be. Just thinking about it gives me a thrill. Indeed, it will be an exciting scene. Zhao Wuji also chuckled. Young Master Wuji, in terms of military tactics, I admit I am far inferior to you, so I would like to ask you to confirm whether we will succeed this time. Liu Yijian suddenly asked seriously. Before Zhao Wuji could respond, Zhao Yuanzhang affirmed, since Ling Yu only made it through the marsh thanks to Wuji's guidance, he has only one path to take, which will surely lead to the ambush. I must commend Assistant Liu for this brilliant move of outsmarting the enemy. It truly showcases all our tactical skills. Haha. Master Shuxian, you flatter me. Liu Yijian couldn't help but laugh. Who was Zhao Yuanzhang? He was such a cunning fox able to outwit Zhao Wuji. To receive his praise, Liu Yijian felt quite extraordinary. Wuji, when Ling Yu is dead, contact Lord Ashan. We need to cooperate with the Shadow Sauce Country, gain their support to launch a counterattack against the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Yuanzhang said again, his eyes now sharper than before. This was his last chance for Zhao Wuji. However, Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, Father, Ling Yu won't die. The ones who will die are us. What? This statement from Zhao Wuji surprised even the triumphant Liu Yijian. Having escaped death at Ling Yu's hands so many times, he believed he would have the last laugh. Now, being outwitted by Zhao Wuji, he couldn't possibly lose to Ling Yu. Just then, a figure leapt up. Who's there? Liu Yijian has higher cultivation than Zhao Wuji but lower than Zhao Yuanzhang's. However, he was the most surprised among the 3 present, as Zhao Wuji had predicted this person would come. Zhao Yuanzhang had noticed even earlier, but he never expected that this person would be Erbo. Why are you here? Zhao Yuanzhang had a sense of foreboding and no longer displayed his usual composure, questioning in a cold tone. Sir, you must escape quickly, or it will be too late. Earl Bo sighed deeply. Zhao Yuanzhang, however, stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Liu Yejian also stared at Zhao Wuji with wide eyes, sensing an extremely ominous premonition. In the next moment, a huge commotion came from the north. Zhao Yuanzhang quickly looked towards the north with Liu Yejian, and even from a distance, they could see billowing smoke and dust rising from the north, clearly indicating a large army rapidly approaching from the north. Lord Wuji, your father and I kept an eye on you all night. How did you contact Ling Yu? How did they appear from the north? Liu Yejian looked disgruntled. This time, he didn't lose to Ling Yu but to Zhao Wuji. You don't need to feel defeated. Zhao Wuji looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. He pushed up his glasses and smiled, saying, the reason I could defeat you this time was simply due to information asymmetry. I am a mole among you, using your information to feed back to Ling Yu. However, to be honest, Ling Yu and the Werewolf Corps' combat strength indeed far exceeded my imagination. Zhao Wuji was not intending to flatter or scare Zhao Yuanzhang. Even though he had commanded the Werewolf Corps during the extermination of the 5 Poison Sect, the Werewolf Corps led by Ling Yu was simply remarkable in terms of agility compared to other Werewolf Corps leaders. They arrived at Canaan so quickly, one could say it was like a godsend. Zhao Yuanzhang also sighed and looked at Earl Bo, his eyes showing a lot of bloodshot veins. Earl Bo, was it Zhao Wuji who informed you in advance, allowing you to secretly contact Ling Yu and tell him where to attack Canaan? Earl Bo nodded. I never expected that the one betraying me was you. Why did you do this? Zhao Yuanzhang was filled with killing intent, not only towards Earl Bo but also towards Zhao Wuji. Lord, whether you choose to kill or mutilate me, it's all up to you. Sighing, Earl Bo also sighed deeply. I have served you and the Zhao family for over 30 years. I have always been loyal to the Zhao family in the past. Regardless of whether you asked me to kill someone or to take over the parliament, I would obey your orders, even if it meant dying afterward. But this time, after listening to Lord Wuji, I finally made the difficult decision. Zhao Yuanzhang shouted again. What did Zhao Wuji say to you? Regardless of any past failures and setbacks, no one had seen Zhao Yuanzhang so out of control before. It was because he knew very well that this failure might not give him a chance to make a comeback. Lord, no matter whom you support as the leader of the country, no matter how you wanted to fight for power before, that was all our internal affairs as the people of Lone Wo. Earl Bo was full of sadness, that now you are colluding with external forces, trying to invite trouble into Lone Wo. If you succeed, Lone Wo may be divided, and we will become eternal sinners of Lone Wo. Our ancestors, our children, our relatives, and our families, they are all people of Lone Wo. We cannot divide the country they live in. Zhao Yuanzhang listened, closing his eyes. Liu Yejian felt something was wrong and quickly ran away. The 3 Zhao family members did not pay attention to Liu Yejian. Earl Bo was still kneeling in front of Zhao Yuanzhang, crying painfully. The master has treated my family with great kindness. Today, I listened to Lord Wuji and betrayed the master. Please let the master sanction me to die. After a while, Zhao Yuanzhang slowly opened his eyes, ignoring Earl Bo and looking at Zhao Wuji coldly, saying, Are you not afraid of death for doing this? Afraid? Zhao Wuji nodded, pointing at Earl Bo. I believe he is also afraid. Earl Bo trembled in agreement. Zhao Wuji continued, but a strong person should not do wrong things just because they are afraid. I admit, Zhao Wuji, am definitely not a good person, perhaps even a bad person, but I know for sure that there are things that must not be done, especially when you know you are being used as a pawn. Zhao Yuanzhang smiled but did not speak. Father, you have been manipulated for most of your life due to your desires. What have you gained in the end? Do you think by siding with Shadow Country, those people will treat you as a person? Zhao Wuji said. Not to mention Tang Ning, he is dead, and they will arrange for someone to replace him immediately. He thought he was important in his lifetime, but after death, he realized he was just a clown, leaving behind an eternal infamy. Compare that to Earl Bo. Although he is just an old slave, once people know what he did, they will respect him even after his death, not despise him for his humble status. Our Lone Wo saying goes, people will eventually die, some are lighter than a feather, some heavier than Mount Tai. If I, Zhao Wuji, die, I want to die without being cursed, to not become a sinner of our nation. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhang finally smiled contentedly. In the next moment, Ling Yu and a rapid response unit arrived like a godsend along with him. Approaching them, Ling Yu quickly sent the frontline units based on the information provided by erupts, while the main forces were still ambushing and attacking enemies in the eastern part of Canaan. The ambush forces were cut off from the rear, instantly leading to their disintegration. As for the nearby troops, they had already been swiftly dealt with by the elite forces led by Ling Yu. These armed forces, despite their imposing presence, were no match for the 20,000 elite troops from the Northern Territory. They were just a motley crew. Seeing the situation on the ground, Ling Yu couldn't help but say, "Did I arrive late? Zhao Yuanzhang, are you planning to resist or surrender?" Zhao Yuanzhang looked at Ling Yu, his eyes regaining the dignity of a lord, and smiled. "Although I would like to test the strength of the Northern Territory war god, I don't want to be a pawn for others anymore." Oh. Ling Yu was surprised by this unexpected response and looked at Zhao Wuji. "Are you so powerful that you can reverse brainwash your father?" "No." Zhao Wuji quickly disclaimed such a grandiose title. "My father was just previously put by his former teacher and misled, but now he has figured it out himself." Ling Yu remained solemn. "Zhao Yuanzhang, have you made up your mind? You are the mastermind who attacked the parliament, committing an act of rebellion. At your age now, even if you surrender, you might have to spend the rest of your life in prison." Zhao Yuanzhang chuckled. "What if I resist?" Ling Yu replied responsibly. "Then today you most likely will go play chess with Tang Yang." Zhao Yuanzhang casually smiled, patting Zhao Wuji on the shoulder. "Zhao family, it's up to you from now on." After saying that, he placed an antidote in Zhao Wuji's palm. Zhao Wuji felt a strange sense of emotion, realizing for the first time the love of a father. He now saw his father smile and felt his soul tremble slightly. Ling Yu didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After having Yubing take Zhao Yuanzhang away, he observed the battle situation from a high ground. The 20,000 Northern Territory warriors had completely taken control of the situation. He walked towards Zhao Wuji, genuinely sighing, "I still don't quite like you, but with you cooperating in battles, it feels not bad." Zhao Wuji smirked. "Are you trying to recruit me into the Northern Territory forces? One-star chief of staff, would you be willing to take on the role?" Ling Yu responded without hesitation, smiling directly and saying, "If you want to rise to higher military ranks, you have to back it up with battlefield achievements. I won't give you any shortcuts." Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and the corners of his mouth turned up with a new interest and fighting spirit. "I love playing upgrade games the most." Joining forces with Zhao Yuanzhang and Liu Yejian to counterattack the Dragon Kingdom would definitely be an exciting game, but he did not participate in such games. He couldn't say why, not because of any patriotic sentiments or not wanting to be a national villain, perhaps simply because he would be opposing his sister. He had been on the wrong side, and even someone who loved playing games would not be interested. Now that he was on the right side, he could fight alongside his sister. Zhao Wuji's interest immediately peaked. "Then tomorrow morning, let's report to the Eagle Camp in the Northern Territory." Ling Yu smiled knowingly and casually handed him a shoulder emblem of a war valve, tossing it to him. Zhao Wuji caught it. The two exchanged a smile, and Ling Yu went to deal with the battle situation. After a day of extermination battles, the forces organized by Liu Yejian and Zhao Yuanzhang were annihilated and captured. Reporting to the commander, "We did not capture Liu Yejian. According to intelligence, he escaped towards the Ka-3 kingdoms." Yizi quickly came to report to Ling Yu. Ling Yu frowned, not expecting that even a slight old fox like Zhao Yuanzhang had been taken care of. Yet Liu Yejian managed to escape from Cloud City to now. "Today, even if you are a fox with 9 lives, I will still execute you." Ling Yu gritted his teeth lightly, deciding to personally deal with this old opponent. "Yizi, to Yue, immediately launch a drone reconnaissance, lock onto Liu Yejian's escape location, prepare vehicles, I want to personally hunt him down." Yizi and Due were slightly surprised but immediately accepted the order to make arrangements. Ling Yu drove an off-road vehicle to track Liu Yejian based on the information. From the Canaan zone to the border of the Ka-3 kingdoms, there was only a few hundred kilometers of road. Liu Yejian was also escaping by car, leaving inevitable traces for them to follow. Upon entering the border of the Ka-3 kingdoms, there was a jungle, and after Ling Yu entered the jungle, he discovered that Liu Yejian's car was parked outside the wilderness. There was obviously no road ahead, only abandoning the car and proceeding on foot. Although Ling Yu had brought along his subordinates and language ice, the others didn't have his driving skills and were falling behind. Ling Yu first checked the vehicle left by Liu Yejian to confirm if he had truly left. As he approached the vehicle, he suddenly heard a faint yet familiar sound. Years of life and death experience allowed Ling Yu to instantly sense danger, and he quickly jumped back. Doom. Almost simultaneously, the car left by Liu Yejian exploded. Damn. Liu Yejian, hiding on the mountaintop, angrily smashed the detonator on the ground and quickly fled into the dense forest. He hadn't expected Ling Yu to be so extraordinary, almost like a monster. How could he not be blown up like that? With this kind of combat talent that seemed like cheating, how could he be killed? Ha ha ha. Ling Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Although he had almost been blown up and was a bit embarrassed, his deep knowledge of firearms made it impossible for him to not realize that Liu Yejian's car was rigged with a remote-controlled bomb, proving that the man was definitely nearby. He deliberately used a powerful inner force, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire forest. After hearing his laughter, Liu Yejian's spirit was crushed. Being faced with death for the first time, he felt a bit on edge. Liu Yejian, go ahead and run. Hide like a dog. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will definitely tear you to pieces alive. Ling Yu tried to intimidate Liu Yejian. Liu Yejian's whole body trembled, crouching in a secluded spot without daring to move, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead non-stop. Ling Yu casually struck with a breaking dragon palm, aimlessly, knocking down and breaking a clump of underbrush. He felt a strong wind coming from the side of the bush, and Liu Yejian, lying on the ground, closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. What to do? If he continued like this, he would undoubtedly die. It was even more terrifying to be afraid of death than to die. Right now, he would rather be hit to death by Ling Yu than suffer this fearful torture. Ling Yu struck several times consecutively, causing chaos in the forest. However, the forest was vast. Even with the assistance of the sun, he alone could not completely destroy it. Ling Yu leapt onto a large tree. Drones flew overhead for reconnaissance. Through his earpiece, Diyu's voice immediately sounded, "Commander, we didn't find Liu Yejian." "Good." Ling Yu responded. Not finding Liu Yejian was actually good news, indicating that the man had remained hidden in the forest after setting off the explosion. Ha ha ha. Ling Yu burst into laughter again, his gaze sharp as he shouted, "Liu Yejian, don't resist in vain. Come out and accept your death. I'm simply catching a fish in a barrel now. There's nothing to be proud of." Continuing to play hide and seek is pointless. His tone and choice of words completely changed. This was psychological warfare tactics. Ling Yu's psychological pressure on Liu Yejian was indeed great. After so many experiences, Ling Yu was already a demon in Liu Yejian's mind. Hearing Ling Yu's authoritative words, Liu Yejian's heart felt as if it was pounding. "If you don't come out, I'll slowly torture you to death." Ling Yu continued to use the breaking dragon palm, hitting randomly, creating a true game of cat and mouse. Liu Yejian felt that his doom was getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, any movement he made would be spotted, but staying still would mean waiting for death. Either way, it was death. However, at this moment, a voice in a foreign language came from the sky. "Hey, let me challenge the god of war." Liu Yejian was immediately delighted. In contrast, Ling Yu frowned. Suddenly, a figure dressed in peculiar clothing and holding a special foreign sword leapt out from the forest, heading straight for Ling Yu's head with a powerful swing. The speed was incredible, without any fanciness of Dragon Kingdom style. Luckily, Ling Yu had quick reactions. After a moment of shock, he immediately caught the sword blade with both hands. The other party exclaimed, in a foreign language, "Truly worthy of the Dragon Kingdom war god, to be able to catch my sword with your bare hands." But the next moment, he twisted the sword. Ling Yu quickly let go, but drops of blood could still be seen on his palms. The opponent's strength was at least at SSS. Although Ling Yu had fought alongside foreign experts on the battlefield before, they paled in comparison to Dragon Kingdom experts. Thus, encountering a formidable foreign expert like this for the first time was a new experience for him. On the other hand, Liu Yejian was immediately excited, not expecting that the new chess immortal would come to his rescue at this crucial moment. He had never thought he held such great value. Could it be that this foreigner simply wanted to test Ling Yu's strength? Then he was undoubtedly in big trouble. Liu Yejian didn't care about the other party's intentions. He quickly got up and ran. "Hehe. Do you know how powerful my Yin Kingdom swordsmanship is?" The expression of Shin Quixian was quite proud. He was born into nobility and had remarkable talent in swordsmanship from a young age. Not only that, he also cultivated internal energy under the guidance of a master since childhood. Originally, his childhood dream was to become the world champion in swordsmanship. However, at the age of 8, he easily defeated the national swordsmanship champion, and since then, he looked down on martial arts in sports categories. Later, he began challenging martial arts experts with his swordsmanship, and at the age of 18, he became unbeatable across the country, acclaimed as a grandmother of swordsmanship. From then on, his pride reached its peak, and his goal shifted to defeating martial arts masters worldwide. However, upon encountering a certain individual, he realized that there were indeed divine beings in the world. The divine being bestowed upon him the name Kixian and tasked him with defeating the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, which excited him greatly. Even though he disliked the title of Kixian, he was always ready to change it. After injuring Ling Yu with a single move, his inherent arrogance surged again. Indeed, quite yin. Ling Yu landed on the ground, looking at the trivial bloodstain on his palm, a smirk on his lips. Despite being struck, apart from the sudden attack from the opponent, it was also due to his lack of familiarity with hand-to-hand combat with weapons and the opponent's tactics. Now facing a direct confrontation, he felt he wouldn't be at a disadvantage anymore. However, the opponent was not from the Dragon Kingdom and didn't understand his pun, mistaking Ling Yu's admission of strength as arrogance. "You are the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, Ling Yu." The title of war god was given by others as a false title out of respect, but my true name is indeed Ling Yu. Ling Yu said with a smile. "Hehe, I am Alexander San, the Marquis of the Great Yin Empire. Remember my name, you can seek revenge from me in your next life," Sam said boastfully. Ling Yu just smiled. Since he understood that the opponent intended to kill him, he had no room for mercy. Die. Sam attacked Ling Yu again. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom people, foreigners rarely held back, and he also knew that Ling Yu had reinforcements behind him. He didn't want to take any risks. His Z-sword style was unique, with intricate variations. However, against Ling Yu's versatile tactics, he couldn't gain an advantage. Ling Yu lunged back, picking up a long tree branch from the ground, and thrust it directly at Sam's vital point. Sam looked in horror at his vital point, finding it hard to accept that his move was effortlessly countered. The Dragon Kingdom has an ancient saying, "A mere inch longer, a lot stronger." Ling Yu laughed. "No matter how exquisite your swordsmanship, it's useless. If the opponent leaves your attack range and retaliates with a bigger attack range, your moves become ineffective. Damn it. Spare me the lecture." Sam swung his sword horizontally, trying to cut Ling Yu's wooden stick. His sword was a Western famous sword and easily accomplished the task. However, a smile played on his lips, suddenly feeling excruciating pain at his vital point. Ling Yu had preemptively exerted force before Sam cut the wooden stick, causing the broken stick to pierce his vital point, leaving a massive bloody hole that kept gushing blood. Ah! Sam fell on the ground, writhing in pain. Ling Yu was unaware of his true identity and merely thought he was a rare foreign expert. At the moment, his focus was on chasing Liu Yujian and had no time to deliver a fatal blow to Sam. But given his injuries, survival was unlikely. Liu Yujian. Ling Yu chased after Liu Yujian, who was fleeing, unfortunately letting him escape, seeming to have entered another country. "Commander." At that moment, the voices of Yubing and others came from behind. "Damn it! Liu Yujian has escaped to another country. Quickly take off the military uniform and follow me into that country. Today, we must kill that guy." Ling Yu didn't want to let the opportunity slip. Unlike the Liu Yujian and Zhao Wujin, he was ruthless, lacking any humane or nationalistic views. Allowing him to escape would result in endless trouble. "Commander, please do not pursue further." Yubing suddenly blocked his way. Just received a summons from the head of the nation, saying that the parliament has passed a secret resolution. The commander must lead immediately to deal with the Filu Kingdom and shake off global hostile forces to achieve the strategic goal of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. What? Ling Yu frowned slightly. Although the resolution was discussed with him and his wife by Zai Pei earlier, he was surprised at how quickly it was passed by the parliament. It seemed the international situation was changing faster than expected, hastening the collapse of the Epoxy Kingdom's hegemony of decades ahead. "Please hurry back to Yanjing, as there may be other urgent matters waiting for you." Yubing's expression was somewhat strange. Ling Yu also sensed something amiss, but he had to return to Yanjing immediately upon the head of the nation's summons. It was only when Diu arranged for a helicopter and accompanied Ling Yu on the flight back to Yanjing that Jiaxiao breathed a sigh of relief but quickly worried and asked, "Yubing, have you not informed the commander about the disappearance of the madam?" Yubing sighed and shook his head. "I dare not. I fear that once the commander knows, he will rush straight to Nanzhou. That would jeopardize national affairs." Yexia also nodded in agreement. As Ling Yu's most loyal subordinates, they received a message from Lin Qinglan, which was incredibly complex. They knew Qin Mingyu was most crucial to Ling Yu, but the southern expedition and organizing the army were what the commander had to prioritize. If the commander headed to Nanzhou now, the head of the nation would have no choice but to let Shangguan Lan to lead. Afterward, Ling Yu landed in Yanjing the next day and met Zai Pei at the parliament. "Ling Yu, obey the order." Zai Pei, at a special meeting of the parliament, in front of many prominent figures, specifically awarded the commander's seal to Ling Yu. "The Filu Kingdom has repeatedly encroached upon our Dragon Kingdom's sovereignty, even propagating various threats against our Dragon Kingdom internationally. We must teach them a lesson, hurt them, until they stop. You are now appointed as the Great Dragon Marshal, granting you the Southern Expedition Seal. Secretly mobilize the troops within 10 days and completely defeat the Filu Kingdom's army. Permanently dismantle their ability to continue military provocations against the Dragon Kingdom." "Yes, sir." Ling Yu went through the motions, saluting the head of the nation and accepting the seal. After the secret meeting adjourned, Zai Pei spoke privately to Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, defeating the Filu Kingdom's army is only the front mission. In reality, you bear a much more arduous task, which cannot be made public. Please clarify, head of the nation." Ling Yu responded promptly. Based on the intelligence collected from Nanzhou, the forces behind manipulating the Filu Kingdom's regime are the Holy Fire Organization. They have officially partnered with the Epoxy Kingdom to secretly build a military base in the northern region of the Filu Kingdom, intended for future wars as a bridgehead to subvert the Dragon Kingdom. Zai Pei, with a worried look, explained to Ling Yu, "Our Dragon Kingdom is currently using the conflict with the Epoxy Kingdom as an excuse. But in reality, we need you to go deep into enemy territory and secretly eliminate the Holy Fire Organization, destroy their military base being built in secret with the Epoxy Kingdom. Because the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Epoxy Kingdom affects the global landscape, and the Holy Fire Organization is not a public national force. The current private military confrontation has an understanding from both sides. Regardless of the outcome, it will not be publicly exposed. Therefore, your military actions will be severely restricted." Ling Yu nodded. As a seasoned veteran in the war zone, he was no stranger to such matters a long time ago. When a country sends out troops, it must be done in a reputable manner. The Dragon Kingdom attacked the Fei Donkey Country due to their provocations and offense against the Dragon Kingdom's sovereignty. However, the Holy Fire Organization was a hidden force. If the Dragon Kingdom's troops enter another country's territory to eliminate forces there, it would not be acceptable internationally. If exposed, they would be criticized for aggression by international hostile forces. However, Ling Yu still asked explicitly, "How many troops can I currently mobilize openly?" "In reality, at most, it won't exceed 100,000. Xi Peng responded, "But you need to be capable of not exposing it to the outside world. You can command the troops in the north border and south Yangtze of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyway, our core goal is to completely destroy the Three Holy Organization and crush Shadow Kingdom's secret plan. But once exposed to the outside world, the Dragon Kingdom was very likely to be forced to terminate this military action due to international public opinion. By then, we will be at a disadvantage in combating with Shadow Kingdom's century-changing situation. But if we win, with the combination of the international situations in the west and the center, our Dragon Kingdom will basically secure victory and have the discourse power for the next century." Ling Yu's expression grew solemn, and he breathed a sigh of relief only after hearing this. "National Commander, I understand. Good. I trust you." Xi Peng patted Ling Yu's shoulder and continued, "I also hope that when you lead the army into the southern Marquis territory this time, you can retrieve your wife. Both of you, in military and civilian aspects, are important assets of our Dragon Kingdom." Ling Yu's eyes gradually widened. It was only after a while that he exclaimed in astonishment, "National Commander, what do you mean by that? Retrieve my wife?" Ming Yu, looking at his reaction, Xi Peng was also surprised. "Ling Yu, Don't you know yet? Your wife went missing 3 days ago. According to General Shangguan's report, she went alone towards the South Yangtze direction. What? Ling Yu was utterly shocked. Ming Yu had been missing for 3 days. Why didn't anyone report this to him? The next moment, he tightly grasped Xi Peng's shoulder. National Commander, please tell me in detail why Ming Yu went alone to the South Yangtze. Is this news really true? Absolutely certain. Xi Peng did not blame him for speaking out of turn and quickly explained. According to General Shangguan's report, your wife was most likely poisoned with the Black Miaogu, and thus controlled. She most likely has returned to the Holy Fire Organization. Ling Yu then released his grip, retreated to steps dazedly. Black Miaogu. How could this happen? What was Lin Qinlan up to? And why did General Shangguan let Ming Yu get into this situation? Ling Yu. Don't be too sad, and don't act recklessly. I hope you can consider the bigger picture, Xi Peng hurriedly advised with a worried look on his face. Ling Yu remained calm, not rushing to go to the South Yangtze immediately, but after a respectful gesture, he left the parliament with a composed demeanor. Easy. Dua. And Wang Gang. Attention. Ling Yu quickly returned to the temporary military residence in the north border in Yanjing, without blaming his subordinates for the delay. Instead, he immediately took out the command for the southern expedition and issued it aloud. Yes. The 3 of them promptly saluted with their heads held high. Seeing Ling Yu being appointed as the Grand Marshal for the southern expedition, they were even more excited than him. This indicated that the north border was now the core of Dragon Kingdom's military strength. Wang Gang. Here. You are ordered to return to the north border immediately. Fortify the defense of the Dragon Kingdom's north border and mobilize 30,000 troops, ready to follow my command for the advance to the south. Yes. While Wang Gang promptly responded to the orders, after he put down his hand, he couldn't help but wonder, Commander, is it necessary to mobilize 30,000 troops to deal with a small FEI donkey country? This is to prevent the interference of Shadow Kingdom. Ling Yu had received a secret mission bestowed solely by the national commander, and he couldn't disclose it to his inner circle, so he gave a random excuse. Understood. Wang Gang acknowledged again. Dua, you are responsible for the military logistics, ensuring that within 3 days of my order, the 30,000 troops can reach the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom for support. Ling Yu further instructed. Yes. Dua responded immediately. Ling Yu then looked at Yizi, his gaze suddenly turning slightly angry. Yizi sensed that something was amiss. However, Ling Yu didn't erupt in anger but spoke firmly. Yizi, I order you to lead 1,000 elite Volf battalion troops. Within 3 days, you must confirm the precise location of my wife from me. Indeed, Yizi knew that Ling Yu was already aware of the disappearance of Qin Mingyu and that they had hidden it from him to prevent him from rushing to the South Yangtze immediately to find his wife. Yes, Commander. Yizi had no choice but to accept the order. His teeth clenched. If we fail to locate Dig's sister-in-law within 3 days, I am willing to accept military discipline. Ling Yu knew of his determination, but didn't comment. He simply waved his hand, signaling for them to act immediately. The matters pertaining to Yizi and Wang Gang were urgent, so they left promptly. As for Du's logistics arrangement, it wasn't urgent for the time being since the troops had not been assembled, so Ling Yu stayed back and said, Commander, do you now plan to visit the old commander? Although Ling Yu was anxious to find his wife, it was futile to do so without any lead on Qin Mingyu's whereabouts. Since the national commander had appointed him, he had to remain calm and prioritize the bigger picture. Upon hearing Du's reminder, he nodded immediately. Soon, Ling Yu arrived at a high-end special hospital in Yanjing. This institution specialized in treating top government officials, and besides Duan Wu, Zhang Ping, who was still in a vegetative state, was receiving treatment. Ling Yu didn't have time to inquire about Zhang Ping's condition, heading directly to Duan Wu's ward. The room was spacious, bright, and spotless. The medical facilities were top-notch in the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, despite the excellent conditions, Duan Wu had been lying here for over a week without waking up. Ling Yu personally examined his former mentor's condition, his brows furrowing tightly. Commander, are you confident in saving the old commander? Dua waited for him to finish the examination and immediately inquired. Having been in the North's border for many years, Duan Wu had also nurtured her, and she considered him like a father figure. No. Ling Yu shook his head, sighing. The old commander was struck by a powerful individual, his vital energy cut off, later forcefully bursting, causing internal injuries beyond death's reach. The old commander survived because of his high cultivation level and timely rescue measures. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. Duel nodded sorrowfully. Ling Yu sighed and suddenly said, I may not have the ability, but I wonder if my other master can help. The conditions of the old commander and Lu Wudao are similar. I must find a way to save them. Boss, are you talking about the Divine Valley Ghost Doctor? Duel's eyes lit up immediately. With the boss saying so, then old Hansen and Lu Wudao still have hope. She almost idolized Ling Yu to a blind extent. As long as the commander hasn't given up, he will definitely succeed. Yes. Immediately contact Bixing Village and see if the master has ever left. Yes. Duel promptly obeyed. After they wiped out the scum in Dongxing Mountain, they established a base near Bixing Village, with people stationed there. If someone leaves Bixing Village, they would surely have a record. Soon, Duel reported back, Boss, since we stationed at Bixing Village, no one has come down from the mountain, and we haven't allowed anyone to go up the mountain. Good. Ling Yu nodded. Arrange a helicopter immediately. We need to get to Dongxing Mountain as soon as possible. Yes, boss. Duel went to make arrangements. However, even with a helicopter, flying from Yanjing to Dongxing Mountain in Nanzhou, with preparation time, would take almost a day. At this moment, the fleeing vagabond Luan Yejian in the Three Coffee Kingdom was still lost amidst the high temperatures and the smell of cattle dung. He had only heard about it before, but after coming to the Three Coffee Kingdom, he realized that the living conditions for the common people here were even more harsh than he had imagined. He truly couldn't understand why such a trash country dared to consider Longwo a rival on the international stage, and they keep claiming to be a superpower all the time on the internet. It was truly outrageous. At that time, in order to escape, he just drove away without any communication devices on him, nor any Three Coffee Kingdom currency. At the moment, he didn't know how to leave this country. If this continued, he would end up staying in the Three Coffee Kingdom as a wandering beggar, resorting to thievery or even robbery. Forced, Luan Yejian used his martial arts skills and stole a chicken curry. When he was about to hide and eat it, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of military personnel. What is this? Luan Yejian's expression was very exciting. Could it be that the Three Coffee Kingdom was truly a superpower? To get caught so quickly for stealing a chicken curry? Wasn't it said that men here could steal lizards without consequences? Are you Mr. Luan Yejian? The leading officer, speaking fluent English with a Western accent, approached him. Luan Yejian felt something was wrong but nodded nevertheless. Come with me. A big shot wants to meet you. After saying this, the officer turned and walked off. Although Luan Yejian didn't know who the big shot was, he had some guesses in his mind. Nonetheless, he never expected to be brought out to sea and onto a military ship. Though Luan Yejian was well-traveled, it was his first time entering a military ship, and the sense of oppression was even more shocking than he had imagined. Wait here. The officer instructed him to stay on the deck and went inside the ship with his men. Initially, Luan Yejian was submissive and even wondered about the officer's identity. Last time it was Sam who contacted him, revealed his identity, and explained that the Shadow Nation wanted to collaborate with him. But this time, the officer didn't reveal any information about himself. Luan Yejian was intelligent and understood that he no longer had the leverage he previously had. Earlier, he had Tang Ning's weapons and his own strength, but now he was a complete loser, having lost everything. In the eyes of those Western folks who only value capital, his utility might have diminished completely. Hence, taking advantage of no one watching him on the deck, he sneaked closer to a room in the ship's interior, acting furtively but afraid of being discovered. It was his furtive actions that allowed him to overhear a conversation between the foreigner and the officer who brought him there. Was it the big shot who asked you to bring the person from Longwo here? That's right. The big shot will select one person among you to work for him, and there are other candidates too. Damn, how can a declining loser like him compete with me? I am a senior officer from the Flyers country, with an absolute advantage when fighting in my homeland. The foreigner spoke arrogantly and even clandestinely handed something to the officer, lowering his voice. Can you tell the big shot that the damn person from Longwo couldn't be found? No, that won't do. The officer glanced and pushed the check back. In that case, the big shot will think I didn't handle things well. In a densely populated country like the Three Coffee Kingdom, it's normal not to find a loser, right? The foreigner handed another check to the officer. Oh well, You get me? The officer took the check this time, whispering, "That person is already on the ship. What should we do?" "Person? What person? Who saw him?" The foreigner pretended to be confused. Seeing this, Luan Yejian clenched his fist, gritted his teeth. That bastard from the Flyers country wanted to destroy him. He had escaped several times from under the war god of Longbo's hands. How could he die at the hands of such a person? Seeing the two finish their conversation, Luan Yejian quickly retreated, pretending not to have heard anything. Soon enough, two brown-skinned individuals from the Flyers country approached him, and from their looks, it was evident they were from the Flyers country. "Come with us," the two said in English before turning and walking away. "Where are we going?" asked Luan Yejian with a forced smile. The two men ignored him, continuing towards the deck facing the sea. Feigning panic, Luan Yejian asked again, "Where are we going?" "Please, to hell." The two suddenly turned back, pointing a silenced gun at him. With Luan Yejian's current skills, had he not been prepared, he would have definitely been shot by the frantic firing. However, before they could shoot, he raised his palms and broke the arms holding the guns. "Ah!" The two men screamed. The officer heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing his subordinates had not taken care of Luan Yejian, he cursed on the spot. "Hell!" He attempted to draw his gun, but Luan Yejian was quicker. Luan Yejian fired two shots at the officer, leaving two holes in his arms. "Ah!" The officer also screamed. Luan Yejian swiftly dealt with the two lackeys, then advanced towards the officer from the Flyers country, with a handsome face, but an evil smile that made him appear extremely sinister to the Flyers country people. What are you going to do?" The officer from the Flyers country was petrified, fell to the ground, and scrambled backward, his buttocks dragging. Luan Yejian, slowly approaching, looking extremely cool-headed, though the smile he wore made him seem exceedingly cruel to the Flyers countryman. What do you want to do?" The Flyers officer was petrified, backing away with a look of horror, his legs dragging behind him. You don't kill me, right?" The Flyers officer was anxious and began to babble in panic. Luan Yejian just wanted to slowly torture him to death, but unexpectedly, had an unexpected harvest. So it was Ashavan who came to the eastern region. It seems he wants to personally deal with Longbo. However, soon he stared at the Flyers officer with a cold sneer. "I can't kill you, so that means you can kill me." The Flyers officer was left speechless. "Better to let me handle the world, than let the world handle me." Luan Yejian gritted his teeth and roared ferociously, aiming at the Flyers officer's head with his gun, firing relentlessly in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. Cruel, bloody, toof, toof, toof. Until the bullets ran out, the head of the flying donkey officer was already full of bloody holes, and blood flow like water all over the deck. Yejian was meticulous, kicking the opponent into the sea. Then, after tearing off the clothes of the recently killed little brother and kicking the other person into the sea, he slowly cleaned up the blood at the scene. After all this, he did not stay on the deck waiting for a summons, but quietly slipped into the interior of the battleship on his own. After all, the officer took the bride, fearing he wouldn't be able to see the real big shots through him. Based on what he had just seen, Yejian directly knocked on the door of an inner room. "Who's there?" A slightly angry voice came from inside, clearly annoyed at being disturbed. "It's me." Yejian didn't say much, just replied with one word, and in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, there was silence inside for a moment, and the door opened on its own the next moment. Yejian took a deep breath and pushed the door to enter. To his surprise, there was only an old man inside, facing away from the door. Yejian bowed respectfully to the old man behind him. "What old man?" The old man's voice was annoyed, still not turning around. "Simply amazing. If it were an ordinary person, it would surely be embarrassing at this point." However, Yejian remained unfazed, still full of confidence. "Although I have not seen the appearance of the senior before, but the senior speaks the language of the Dragon Kingdom, can also track my movements, and bring me here. Besides a sage who possesses exceptional wisdom and insight into all major and minor affairs in the world, there should be no one else." Ha ha. The old man suddenly changed his attitude and laughed. "I didn't expect that someone still remembers my title in the Dragon Kingdom from back then." Yejian immediately complimented. "Although the senior has long left the Dragon Kingdom, your legend still persists in the Dragon Kingdom. This little brat You have a sharp tongue, but your wisdom is lacking a bit. The old man still had his back to Liu Yejian, recounting his achievements. You faced Ling Yu, from Cloud City stealing women, stealing the heart of the sun, to vying for the chairman of the General Chamber in Yanjing, and even in the end retreating in defeat to Canaan in the battle for the country's leader. You have never won once. Liu Yejian felt deeply humiliated, but on the surface, he truly didn't seem to care. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. As long as I am still alive, the final outcome is still unknown. Ha ha. The old man laughed again, finally turning around. Liu Yejian was surprised by his appearance. It was indeed Ashuan, the chief strategist of the Shadow Sauce Nation. This is the reason why I summoned you. Although you may be slightly less intelligent than Zhao Wuji, you are even more shameless than him, and more ruthless. Your future achievements will surely surpass his. This statement from Ashuan was indeed true, but it also had a purpose. He understood the power of affirmation very well, especially for someone of his caliber. Giving affirmation to others would be taken as the truth. In the past 20 to 30 years, he had nurtured a group of influential intellectuals in the Dragon Kingdom for the Shadow Sauce Nation, mostly by this means. Firstly, they created a deity. The Shadow Sauce Nation turned him into the smartest person, and then every word he spoke in front of these influential intellectuals was taken as truth. When the actions of the Dragon Kingdom contradicted his words, these influential intellectuals of the Dragon Kingdom would stand on his side and fiercely attack their own country. Now, he wanted to cultivate a vicious dog that would bite its own homeland, and that was Liu Yejian. Thank you for the affirmation, sage. Liu Yejian was indeed quite excited. No matter how many praises he received, they couldn't compare to Ashuan's affirmation. After all, Zhao Wuji's reputation was all granted by him. I hope that when you deal with the Dragon Kingdom, you can be more ruthless than when you dealt with your father, and even more ruthless than when you just dealt with the Flying Donkey Nationals. Ashuan suddenly asked seriously, can you do it? Liu Yejian didn't answer, just showing a fierce expression. My father is already buried. Do you need me to kill the rest of the members of the Liu family to prove my determination? Seeing him like this, Ashuan was a bit amazed. But then he laughed heartily. With your words, I can entrust the task of defeating the Dragon Kingdom to you with peace of mind. Rest assured to leave it to me. No one knows better than me how to deal with Ling Yu. No one knows better than me how to fight against the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Liu Yejian slapped his chest. He had nothing now. Only by joining the Shadow Sauce Nation could he have a chance to turn the tables. Do you know why I met you here? Ashuan suddenly asked. The self-proclaimed clever Liu Yejian finally shook his head. Ashuan pointed outside the window, because I know that you are the one I will ultimately choose to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. I want to show you something interesting at sea. Liu Yejian quickly looked out the window, and on the other side of the K3 Sea, there was a huge merchant ship. The merchant ship was fully loaded and sailing towards the direction of the Flying Donkey Nation. You will definitely be interested, Ashuan said, then walked out of the room directly. Liu Yejian followed him onto the merchant ship, only to discover that this warship was escorting several merchant ships, and there was not just one warship around, indicating the value of the merchant ship. There were Shadow Sauce Nation soldiers on the merchant ship, armed. As Ashuan walked by, everyone saluted him, showing his extraordinary status. Soon, a soldier brought a box to Ashuan. Open it. After Ashuan ordered, the box was opened. Seeing what was inside, Liu Yejian was completely stunned. The sun, the heart of the sun. After a while, Liu Yejian muttered, his eyes fixed. He was well aware of the magic of the heart of the sun. When the Qin family had one, the whole world fought over it. A box full of hearts of the sun, if used properly, could probably destroy the entire solar system, right? However, Liu Yejian quickly changed his mind. No, this is not the heart of the sun. This is different. Ha ha. That's right. Ashuan also laughed heartily. This is the sunstone, not the heart of the sun. We have plenty of sunstones, but there are only 2 hearts of the sun. Liu Yejian nodded, listening attentively. Although the sunstone has less energy than the heart of the sun, it can still enhance the cultivation of martial artists. We will conduct experiments together with the Qianwu organization in the Flying Donkey Nation to create a terrifying army of supernatural abilities. Ashuan also suddenly opened his hands. This cooperation may also involve the Holy Fire organization. When we have this army, we will seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale war against the Dragon Kingdom, completely annihilating the Dragon Kingdom and ensuring the eternal hegemony of the Shadow Sauce Nation. Liu Yijian also couldn't help but gasp in awe. However, he soon smiled grimly. I will do my best to help the Sage and the Shadow Sauce Nation complete this mission. Good. With you and your fellow Dragon Kingdom compatriots, we will be truly familiar with each other when we deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Haha. Ashawan laughed with satisfaction again. On the other side, the next day, Ling Yu arrived at Dongxing Mountain unexpectedly only to be approached by someone upon arriving at Bixing Village. Reporting to the chief, there are people in Bixing Village today waiting for your instructions. Should I let them up? Who are they? Ling Yu asked curiously. He said he knows you. The subordinate immediately reported. Knows me? Ling Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but since the person didn't provide a name, he continued to ask to no avail. He wanted to see who it was and why they had come to Dongxing Mountain at this time. Upon entering the house in Bixing Village and seeing the person, Ling Yu and Due exclaimed in unison, It's you, Chief Ling Yu, General Due. What a coincidence. The person also smiled and approached them, followed by a few subordinates, without any restraint. This person was none other than the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, and also one of the sons of Duanmu Wu, Duanmu Hui. Ling Yu and Due had met him in the Northern Territory before, but the martial and battle worlds had little intersection, so they didn't have a close relationship with him, just acquaintances. Later, they had met at the Peak Tournament in Southern Continent, but there hadn't been any in-depth conversations. Ling Yu remembered the vice chairman Wang Zhang behind him more vividly. Chairman Duanmu, what are you doing here? Ling Yu asked immediately. Before Chairman Duanmu could answer, Due quickly reported, Vice Chairman Wang Zhang used to request to go to the Bixing Mountain every 6 months for information, but we had always declined. Information? Ling Yu was even more curious. Chairman Duanmu's vice, Wang Zhang, stepped forward to explain. Indeed, our Martial Arts Association is responsible for collecting information on martial artists nationwide, ranking them accordingly. Besides collecting and analyzing a large amount of data, we also rely on a mysterious place in North Star Mountain for information on some advanced martial artists. Oh, Ling Yu's expression became more complex. He didn't expect this. Do you know what is beyond the mountain top? Hearing Ling Yu's question, Wang Zhang immediately became embarrassed and scratched his nose. Chairman Duanmu smiled bitterly. Chief Ling Yu, in fact, we've never been up there. Even though you controlled it before, our people have only reached the mountainside and were sent back after obtaining the information. To those above, we are just lower-class people. Lower-class people? Ling Yu's brows furrowed even more. He recalled a scene 2 years ago when he and Qing Yuxuan had encountered Yi Shao's group at the mountainside. They indeed looked down on them, as if they were intruders in the realm of higher-class people. That's right. Chairman Duanmu suddenly lowered his voice and whispered in Ling Yu's ear. Rumors say that above the peak, there is a divine being beyond human imagination. Ling Yu trembled slightly. The names of the 3 gods and 7 saints were famous in the martial world of the Dragon Empire, but Ling Yu had already fought a saint-level expert and had never seen any of the 3 gods. Today, he finally heard about one of them, unexpectedly in Bixing Village so close to him. Have you seen him? Ling Yu didn't bother to control his voice. Everyone here was someone he trusted. Chairman Duanmu shook his head. No, but I have never doubted it. Ling Yu didn't press the matter further. Seeing the thick book in Wang Zhang's hands, he asked out of curiosity, is that a file that contains information on all martial artists in the Dragon Empire? Wang Zhang was taken aback. Chairman Duanmu knew he needed Ling Yu's permission to go up the mountain today, so he didn't hide it. Indeed, it includes files on the 7 saints and also the martial arts data of the 2 main chiefs. Then I must take a look. Although Ling Yu believed that martial arts victory was not solely determined by textual data, but also by factors like state of mind, determination, and environment, he still wanted to see the information on the 7 saints. He was also a bit curious about the accuracy of the data. Chairman Duanmu gave Wang Zhang a glance. Wang Zhang handed the thick file to Ling Yu. By just touching it, Ling Yu could tell that the file was high-tech, easily updatable with text and pictures. Although it might not be the original copy, it didn't hinder his perusal. Flipping through it casually, he unexpectedly found the information on Due. Oh, even my information is in here. Although DUA wasn't keen on martial arts ranking since her expertise was in using hot weapons, she was still curious about her own information. She was rated as a plus, skilled in quit techniques. Ling Yu found the evaluation quite accurate, and even to-use techniques were recorded. It was indeed an authoritative martial arts institution, very rigorous. Continuing to flip through, he saw information on whip users, until he came across a noted card slot, the ceiling for whip users, and another familiar face. SSS, Qian, weapon, Lalon dance whip. The last updated date was on the day of Ling Wujin's rescue, but was marked with the words missing. Since you know the date of her last battle, why don't you know if she's alive or dead? Ling Yu asked curiously. There was no confirmation of her body. Chairman Duan Mu immediately replied. For key matches, our martial arts association always has someone responsible for confirming afterwards. Our people went to the major battle location, but didn't find Qi Yan's body, so marking her as such is also precautionary. Ling Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh, expressing a silent hope that the old friend was still alive. He still wanted to personally face her fourth whip and see its power. But for now, he continued to flip through. Skipping the unfamiliar martial artists, he eventually came across the data on the 7 saints, Representative Dan Saint, Tang Xinyan, SSS. Ling Yu was once again taken aback. It was fortunate he had looked through this material, as he didn't expect there to be so much hidden information. What does this representative signify? Ling Yu stared at Chairman Duan Mu, suspecting that even the old drunkard and Mo didn't know about this. I won't hide the current situation from you, Chairman Duan Mu said frankly. In the past, the Mo family held the information on all martial artists in the world. It was only when it reached Mo Qing that he transferred this responsibility to our martial arts association, and he was the one who informed me about the existence of the divine being hidden in Dongxing Mountain. Now that Mo Qing is dead, I'm not afraid to tell you all the secrets. You know I'm a martial fanatic. I just want to rank all martial artists in the world. That's my greatest joke. Glancing into his eyes, Ling Yu immediately chose to believe his words. He didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. As for this representative, originally, Tang Xinchen was one of the new 7 saints, with strength surpassing Tang Xinyan. After her death, Tang Xinyan took her place. Can you be certain that Tang Xinchen really died? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask. Even Tang Xuexuan had survived, so why did she die? This didn't seem logical, especially knowing that her strength had reached the terrifying level of a saint. According to the law, if someone has been missing for more than 4 years, they can be declared dead. Since Tang Xinchen hasn't had any news for over 20 years, she has already been declared dead. President Duan Mu replied directly. Ling Yu just smiled and remained noncommittal as he continued reading. Silver Dragon Spear Saint, Chen Fu, SSS, Fierce Tiger Martial Saint, Mo Yin, SSS, Fire Phoenix Zither Saint, Shangguan Fingeling, SSS. 3 consecutive evaluations of SSS, and they were also labeled with the title of Mid-3 Saints. This was unexpected to Ling Yu, especially since Mo Yin had such a strong presence, sweeping across most of the Dragon Kingdom and defeating opponents everywhere, but was still only at the Mid-Saint level. So, what was the evaluation of the top 3 saints? Black Miao Great Saint King, Miao Mingli, SSS+, currently 80 years old, skilled in using witchcraft, killing invisibly. Heavenly Martial Great Saint King, Shangguan Yan, SSS+, currently 72 years old, skilled in various martial arts, the ultimate warrior, with deep ties to the Moran family. Eternal Great Sage, Ashan, SSS+, currently 78 years old, profound martial arts, skilled in strategies and swift kills. After reading the information on the top 3 saints, Ling Yu furrowed his brows deeply. All 3 were enemies. Their strength surpassed that of the Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix Saints. If these 3 joined forces, the level of terror would be unimaginable. However, Ling Yu was not intimidated. If that day were to come, he would definitely not back down. As he continued reading, he even found files on himself and Shangguan Longbeard. Ling Yu, SSS, Master of the 1,000 Transformations returning to origin method paired with the Northern Region Severing Dragon Palm. Peerless in a world. Although the information was quite comprehensive, including his resume, there were still gaps in his martial arts background. For example, his self-created Fiery Sun rebellious skill was not documented. It seemed that the information from the Martial Arts Association was not complete. When was this data last updated? Ling Yu casually inquired. Commander Ling Yu, this data is up to the first day of the new year and includes your feat of defeating 3 opponents with 1 move undefeated. Wang Zhang immediately and respectfully replied, with a touch of nervousness. Although you didn't lose at that time, it seemed that going further would have been difficult, and you didn't display a strength superior to Mo Yin. So, Wang Zhang was worried that Ling Yu might be unhappy, thinking that he was at least above Mo Yin, and might even challenge their authority. However, Ling Yu just responded with a grunt and turned the page. Seeing the surprised expressions on Wang Zhang and others, Bue also couldn't help but smile. Only people like them, who were so keen on data, would pay so much attention to these details. The terror of the commander could not be reflected by mere statistics. Ling Yu mainly wanted to see the information on the 7 saints and had lost interest in continuing to look through the data. After seeing that Shangguan Lonbeer was also SSS level, he didn't bother to look at the rest of it and handed the file back to Wang Zhang. I was actually thinking of heading up the mountain as well. Since you all want to go up, let's go together. Even if Ling Yu didn't want to give face to the Martial Arts Association, he had to give the old commander's son some face. Besides, they probably knew more about the Northern Star Mountain, so they might be useful. Upon getting Ling Yu's approval, President Duanmu and the others were naturally delighted. After all, the information on the sacred level would have to come from those on the mountain. Although the people going up the mountain were all martial artists, climbing the mountainside took half a day, and they only reached the mountainside in the evening. Halt! The person guarding the building, just like last time, sternly stopped them, saying, "This path is impassable. If you value your lives, leave the mountain quickly." Ling Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows at their attitude. They had agreed to guard the foot of the mountain in exchange for medicinal herbs, and yet they still treated them this way. Due clearly understood Ling Yu's thoughts and whispered, "Boss, in their eyes, we are just like ants. Maybe even you're forgotten. When we came to collect medicinal herbs before, they treated us like beggars." Ling Yu nodded and remained silent for the time being. President Duanmu and the others moved forward. "We are from the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association, here to collect information," President Duanmu said very respectfully. "Oh, so you're here for the scriptures. Just wait here." The 2 gatekeepers still had their eyes half closed as if they couldn't be bothered, and someone went inside. By now, the rain was pouring down heavily, but the opposite side still didn't let them in, just like last time. "Can we come in to take shelter from the rain?" Ling Yu directly asked. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper coldly shouted, "How dare you? Do you think you lowly people can enter inside?" It was the same threatening tone as before. Ling Yu, as the commander of the Northern Territory, especially now at the Dragon Kingdom had begun a strategic counterattack, had no intention of backing down or giving in. A retreat now would only lead to more frustration, so he directly led the way inside, saying, "We have worked together before. I cannot accept your poor hospitality. The rain is too heavy, and we need to come inside to take shelter." Due naturally followed. However, President Duanmu and the others were shocked. Morong Qing had told them that those who lived on the mountain were different from them, the chosen ones. Anyone who crossed the boundary wouldn't return alive. But Ling Yu and Due had already stepped inside. The gatekeeper initially wanted to stop them, but sensing a familiar scene, he remembered that Ling Yu had caused trouble for them over a year ago. Well, let them in. They wouldn't make it past this checkpoint anyway. Seeing that the gatekeeper didn't stop them, President Duanmu and the others also didn't want to stand outside in the rain, so with a brave heart, they hurriedly followed inside. They also wanted to know if the mountain top was really a paradise beyond this checkpoint. Once Ling Yu and Due were inside, they didn't continue forcing their way through. But in the next moment, a group of people came down from above and entered the building. The leading man was well-dressed, with a proud look in his eyes. Wasn't this the extraordinary Yi Xiao from last time? Bull. Yi Xiao either didn't see them, or acted as if everyone here had amnesia. He did not recognize Ling Yu at first glance but sternly shouted, "Who do you think you are? Who gave you permission to enter? Do you know what lies beyond this checkpoint? And whether you are qualified to reach there?" It was very harsh. Even though President Duanmu and Wang Zhang were prominent figures outside who commanded respect, they didn't dare defy Yi Xiao at this moment. They were martial artists too and could sense the aura emitting from Yi Xiao and the people behind him. Of course, Ling Yu also felt it. He had experienced Yi Xiao's power before. Now, After refining the fiery Sun rebellious skill, he awaited the approaching opponent. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The aura emitted by Yi Xiao was somewhat similar to his own. "We are here to find someone and retrieve something." Ling Yu finally spoke up. "The rain outside is too heavy, so we came in to take shelter. Once we have what we need, we will leave immediately." Looking for someone, Yi Xiao finally turned to Ling Yu. After all, when it comes to retrieving things, he knows his way around, and it's rare for someone to come here to find a person. "Oh, it's you." Seeing Ling Yu, Yi Xiao's expression noticeably changed. Although his gaze still seemed to be looking at ants, at least it was a different kind of ant. "Yes, it's me," Ling Yu said. "I came to find the ghost doctor of Shenghu. If you know where he is, please help notify him." He was polite enough. However, Yi Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard a joke. "You kid are still the same straightforward person. Didn't I tell you last time that it's forbidden to look for people here?" "Why?" Ling Yu asked in confusion. But Yi Xiao remained aloof, impatiently saying, "I don't need to explain to ants like you why. Just do your job properly." Seeing the tension between the two escalating, Chairman Duan Mue and others dared not interfere. Ling Yu was already prepared to go on a mission and didn't have time to waste here. He sternly said, "If you can't help inform me, then I'll have to go find him myself." Hey, go ahead and try." Yi Xiao seemed to be waiting for Ling Yu to say that. After all, last time they fought, there was no clear winner, and he was humiliated by a lower-ranked person. This time, he was determined to beat this inferior person. "Excuse me." Ling Yu paid no attention to him and headed for the building. The people around gasped in surprise. Even Yi Xiao didn't expect this guy to be so foolish, not realizing he was walking towards his doom. Die. Yi Xiao suddenly attacked the foolish man. Ling Yu was not foolish and understood his words. He had to find his master quickly and didn't have time to waste. He swiftly dodged Yi Xiao's attack with a counter-move. To his surprise, Yi Xiao's power surged once again. Ling Yu nearly fell for it. He quickly evaded and countered with a powerful move that resonated throughout the room upon landing. It was evident how strong both of them were. "Commander, be careful." Due was too close to Ling Yu and was accidentally injured, falling to the ground but still warning Ling Yu. Ling Yu marveled at Yi Xiao's rapid progress. Since their last encounter, Ling Yu had advanced significantly, but Yi Xiao seemed even more extreme. The fight was intense and powerful, leaving everyone amazed by their martial skills. As the battle continued, the building started to crumble under their immense energies. Without a doubt, if they kept fighting, the building would collapse. Yi Xiao was shocked, and Ling Yu was impressed by his progress. Yi Xiao was surprised by Ling Yu's improved skills. "Stop, stop." A voice echoed from above once again. As the voice arrived before the person, it showed the urgency of the situation. However, Yi Xiao ignored the warning and attacked Ling Yu once more, determined to have a clear victory that day. Ling Yu countered with force. Though he pushed Yi Xiao back, it was clear that only his fullest effort could match this formidable opponent. The impact of their clash shattered a wooden wall. Everyone looked towards the hole, where in the dim night, they saw white mist and a world below different from the building they were in. What was behind that wall? How was this building separating to seemingly different worlds? "Stop." The voice sounded once again, and this time, it was Ling Yu's senior brother Ni Yun who spoke. "Senior brother." Ling Yu was relieved to see Ni Yun, knowing that with him, they might have a chance against Yi Xiao. "Ling Yu, why are you here again?" Ni Yun's expression showed both relief and helplessness. Perhaps only this god of war junior dared to challenge Yi Xiao among the common people of the secular world. Ni Yun knew the horrors of this mountain peak, and how formidable their opponent was. "Yi Xiao, I apologize. Let me talk to him." Ni Yun extended an olive branch to Yi Xiao, showing respect to the guardian of this level. Thankfully, Yi Xiao, despite his arrogance towards Ling Yu and his peers, still gave face to Ni Yun and left with his men after a cold snort. "Ling Yu, come with me." Ni Yun glanced at the battleground and decided to show Ling Yu something to make him aware of the situation so he wouldn't make trouble again. "All right." Ling Yu followed Ni Yun without hesitation. Instead of bypassing the building, Ni Yun led him to a doorway of the level. It was the same entrance Ni Yun had used earlier. Due to his training in the Lishan Nishan technique, Ling Yu felt something unusual. Startled, he asked, "What kind of world is on top of this peak?" "I sense an energy similar to the sun's heart flowing endlessly." "You can indeed feel it." Ni Yun praised him. Our master considers you a martial genius, like the glory war god of the past. Truly outstanding. What do you mean? Ling Yu was not prideful, but rather intrigued. He knew the glory war god was his grandfather, but how did his master and his grandfather know each other? Do you know the origin of martial arts? Ni Yun didn't answer directly, but started from the beginning. Ling Yu quickly asked, does it have to do with the sun's heart? You're sharp. Ni Yun praised, explaining, the sun's heart is named after a stone that fell from the sun thousands of years ago, perhaps even longer. It landed on this mountain peak, where human cultivation began. Later, extraordinary individuals achieved enlightenment, giving birth to immortal beings. Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought his ancestor, over 100 years old, was already an immortal. But were there truly immortal beings in this world? To his surprise, Ni Yun continued, these immortals founded powerful sects and engaged in wars for world domination, resulting in countless conflicts and mutual destruction due to desire. Until 1800 years ago, the three remaining immortals finally pacified the chaos and decided to reside permanently on this peak, secluded from ordinary humans. They swore off worldly disputes, and this place gradually became forbidden to humans. Senior brother, which myth are you talking about? Despite Ling Yu's broad knowledge and experience, he was momentarily unable to accept such a mythical story. If he were to accept it, it would mean that the worldview he had built over the past 30 years would completely collapse. Whether you believe it or not. Ni Yun did not force him to believe but continued, it seems like Master Ni Yu would come recently, which is why he instructed me to tell you this information. Master? Ling Yu was surprised once again. Looking back now, he had always felt that Master exuded an air of immortality and spirituality since the first time he saw him. Back then, he thought it was not unusual for a renowned divine healer to have such qualities, but now he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Master is some kind of deity? One of the three gods in the legends. Although there had been rumors in the secular world that the Divine Valley Ghost Doctor was one of the three gods, Ling Yu was not certain. And now he hoped senior brother could confirm it for him. Ha ha. Ni Yun burst into laughter, taking a while before saying, Master never told you before. Because he once saved lives and healed the wounded in the secular world, many people revered him as a deity, and some even believed he was one of the three gods. However, he does not belong to the ranks of the divine, but transcends the mortal world. Ling Yu listened silently, his expression filled with anticipation. Ni Yun continued, in fact, Master is over 100 years old. He is also a practitioner on the Immortal Peak, but he devoted all his talents to the medical arts. He is kind-hearted and has been practicing medicine to benefit the world, not only in the secular world but also in the higher worlds of the mountain peaks, where he holds a transcendent position. Ling Yu nodded. He remembered the first time he saw Master, when the old handsome man invited him to the Northern Territory to save people. That time, he saved the lives of 3 generals in an instant, leaving Ling Yu astonished. Although Master does not seek power on the Immortal Peak, he is respected by all due to his extraordinary medical skills. Even the 3 gods hold him in high regard, granting him a significant position. Even Father Yi has great respect for him. Ni Yun added, but Master is currently occupied with other matters and doesn't have time to meet you. According to his predictions based on the changes in the world, he foresees that you will eventually confront one of the 3 gods who have descended to the mortal realm. One of the 3 gods. Ling Yu finally spoke. Are you referring to the 3 deities who have lived for 1800 years, as you mentioned earlier? Exactly. Ni Yun nodded. Those 2 deities only realized after descending to the mortal realm that due to the lack of spiritual energy in the human realm, their originally immortal bodies would age and even face death. 2. Ling Yu was stunned once again, grasping the crucial point. Yes, Ni Yun immediately confirmed. During the Great War in the cultivation world which nearly destroyed the world, the remaining 3 gods made an agreement to prevent the world's destruction. They vowed that cultivators would never again be attached to the mortal world, nor would they engage in power struggles that could lead to conflict. However, one deity could not tolerate loneliness and descended to the mortal realm, attempting to rule the entire world. Yet, in his pursuit of ultimate power and everlasting life, he shattered the sunstone from back then, casting it down the mountain, planning to collect and reconstruct it in the mortal realm to create a base filled with the spiritual energy of the sun. In this way, he could live forever and exert control over the world for eternity. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu suddenly understood and couldn't help but ask, Could the two sun hearts that I currently possess be the sunstone that he shattered back then? It's quite possible. Ni Yun was not entirely sure, but continued. There were actually many pieces of the sunstone that fell on this mountaintop, and they were much larger than you can imagine. He took away the largest piece, while leaving many pieces on the mountaintop to maintain the spiritual energy, enough to last at least 10,000 years. Ling Yu inwardly took a deep breath. He had already experienced the power of the Sun Heart and couldn't imagine how quickly the people on the mountain would progress in cultivating spiritual energy and martial arts day and night. It was no wonder that Ji Xiao had made so much progress since they last met. The Three Saints organization had previously attempted to seize the Sun Heart by all means, indicating their understanding of its origins and significance. But were they not aligned with the aforementioned deity after all? Ni Yun was unaware of his thoughts and continued meticulously. When the deity descended to the mortal realm, he incited a partial war in the Yin Sauce nation for dominion over the world, almost plunging the world into the brink of the Third World War. To prevent the war from escalating further and the resulting destruction of the world, the other deity descended as well. He used various methods to finally halt the first deity, but the potential risks of war were not entirely eliminated. According to Master's predictions, the Dragon Nation, a millennia-old ancient nation, and the Yin Sauce Nation are inevitably heading towards another battle. Only by seizing the opportunity to crush the ambitions of the first deity can the world truly welcome peace. Hearing this, Ling Yu also nodded in agreement. He had never expected that Master would know so much in advance. Nevertheless, he asked, "Who are the two deities? Where are they now?" "I do not know. I only know that one is currently operating behind the scenes in the Yin Sauce Nation, while the other has secluded himself." Ni Yun stroked his beard, smiling, "But Master has said that you are the prophesied child of the deities. You will definitely meet the two deities who have descended, and you are the one most likely to prevent the world from destruction due to war." Ling Yu almost chuckled. How could they even bring up the prophesied child now? "Thank you for sharing so much information, senior brother. However, I have urgent matters and need to see Master. Please help me arrange a meeting with him." Ling Yu politely expressed his request. "Master is currently occupied with other matters and cannot see you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to convey those words earlier." Ni Yun regretfully responded. Ling Yu frowned. "But I must see him. My other master, Du Mu Wu, and my good brothers have suffered severe internal injuries. Perhaps only he can heal them. You may have to wait for half a month." Ni Yun replied directly. Ling Yu furrowed his brows even more. "Senior brother, I'll be honest. I have been appointed the leader for the Dragon Nation and must depart for the southern frontier soon. Forget about half a month. I might not even have half a day to wait. Regardless, I must see Master now." "Absolutely not." Ni Yun quickly intervened. Looking very tense, Master also left a warning for you not to open this mountain's instance. Even if you defeat the Yin Sauce Nation for the Dragon Nation with all your might, you must never set foot on this mountain. Ling Yu's brows were deeply furrowed. However, considering senior brother's serious expression and Master's personal admonition, he knew he couldn't recklessly intrude. After pacing back and forth, Ni Yun suggested, "In that case, provide me with the details of their injuries, and if you had any images, that would be even better. When Master has time, I'll inform him immediately. If he's available, he'll come down the mountain to treat the two of them. If he's unavailable, he'll provide me with a prescription, and I'll go in his stead." After some consideration, Ling Yu realized that although he was eager to heal Lao Shuai and Lu Wudao, this might be the best course of action for now. Fortunately, before coming to Dongxing Mountain, he had seen Lao Shuai, not only having photos, but videos as well. With Master's medical skills, seeing the video meant he would know how to treat them. Leaving the information behind and instructing Dua to organize and expedite the matter, Ling Yu descended from Dongxing Mountain and immediately headed towards the southern frontier. He had received intelligence from the northern territory that the Flyers Nation had gained support from the Yin Sauce Nation and was provoking again in the southern seas of the Dragon Nation. The national leader issued a secret order to deal a heavy blow to them within 3 days, ensuring they would never forget the pain. Southern Xinjiang Military District. Damn it! Damn it! Shangguan Longbeard received the report from his subordinates once again and became so angry that he kicked the table in frustration. "With so many people, you still can't find the whereabouts of Ming Yu. What's the use of you all?" The group of subordinates dared not speak. Finally, Bao Ying stepped forward to persuade. "Commander, our southern Xinjiang Tiger Army has turned half of the dragon country upside down, and we have searched through our Miao region, but there is no sight of any Saintesses or Saint Kings." Everyone immediately started whispering, "What era is it? Who still believes in those ancient stories?" Exactly. Even the Miao region domestically has been assimilated by us. It's the modern era. Seeing Shangguan Longbeard about to burst out in anger again, Ying quickly continued, "It seems that the Holy Fire Organization has not infiltrated into the Dragon Country. They should be outside the country, and Miss Mingyu probably is not in the Dragon Country region anymore." "How is that possible?" Shangguan Longbeard waved his hand. "Anyone crossing the border should be recorded, aside from peerless experts, who can escape the surveillance of the Dragon Country border." "That's the problem," Ying hurriedly said. "After Miss Mingyu was poisoned, her strength may have reached an unknown level. Lin Qinglan also believes she is not in the country and has quietly entered the territory of Southern Ho." "Damn it, I'm going to." Shangguan Longbeard waved his hand. "Commander, you can't." Ying quickly intervened. "Ling Yu has arrived in southern Xinjiang today carrying the commander seal assigned by the country, engaged in a mission to wage war against the Feilu Kingdom. You also need to follow his commands." "Damn it." Though Shangguan Longbeard was impatient, he was ultimately a soldier and managed to calm down. Not to mention the Dragon Country preparing for action, ready to discipline the Feilu Kingdom in the southern seas. On the other hand, Lin Qinglan had already ridden the black horse left by his father and entered the territory of Southern Ho. After some investigation, he discovered a mysterious area here, rumored to have been bought by a noble many years ago. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. Lin Qinglan, as an SS-class expert, effortlessly infiltrated this place without high technology. Soon, he found that this green mountain and forest area only had beautiful scenery, but was also inhabited by many people. Moreover, these people were dressed in Miao-style clothing. At this moment, Lin Qinglan saw a couple on horseback passing by the front path and quickly hid. Although he usually acted clueless, as the Holy Guardian now bearing the responsibility of protecting the Saintess, he finally learned not to act rashly. Seeing these well-dressed horsemen, Lin Qinglan speculated that they were heading to some grand event. Before he could catch up with them, another group appeared on another row. While they were also dressed in Miao clothing, they were clearly distinct from the previous group by their colors. The most noticeable difference was the color scheme. The previous group had a blue tone, while this group had a red tone. The red team appeared more formidable, their demeanor resembling that of soldiers, walking in even more orderly fashion. Seeing both groups moving in the same direction, Lin Qinglan was thrilled, realizing that there must be some grand event there, possibly related to the return of the Saintess. By following them, he had a high chance of encountering Qin Mingyu. With this in mind, Lin Qinglan stopped hiding and quickly leapt forward using tree branches. Unexpectedly, as he arrived at a fork in the road, another massive group appeared on the other side. "What is this?" Lin Qinglan was momentarily stunned. The previous two groups had around a few hundred people each, but this new group had at least several thousand people. They were all dressed in black attire, appearing like countless sesame seeds due to their sheer numbers. Obviously, this was a group of Black Miao. Lin Qinglan had intended to pass them quickly before reaching their gathering place, but with his increased intelligence, he decided to hide first. After all, who knew if the Great Saint King was among them? Even if there was no Great Saint King, there must be formidable experts, and if discovered, it would be a huge problem. To his surprise, as he hid, the group behind shouted loudly, "Black Miao Princess is here." "What's happening?" Startled, Lin Qinglan once again felt thrilled. Could Mingyu be among this group of Black Miao? If so, he wouldn't need to delve deeper into the enemy's stronghold. Lin Qinglan jumped down and observed stealthily through a gap. The massive Black Miao group was indeed formidable, with a convoy of black bull carts. Behind them was a large carriage pulled by 8 black horses, exuding a feminine style despite its dark theme. 36 Miao women walked around, each more beautiful than the last. On the tent of the carriage, there were golden phoenix totems, exuding a royal atmosphere as if there was a princess inside. Mingyu. It must be Mingyu. Lin Qinglan was even more delighted. At this point, he had lost all his calmness, focused solely on rescuing Mingyu. Without any hesitation, he leapt out towards the carriage. "Be careful. There's an assassin. Protect the princess and Saintess." Almost simultaneously, he was discovered. Hearing the title Princess Saintess, Lin Qinglan was a bit puzzled. He knew Qin Mingyu was a Saintess, but why the princess title? Regardless, he decided to capture the person first. However, before he could reach the carriage, several black-clad guards lunged at him. In this battle, fought solely with cold weapons, it was a significant advantage for Lin Qinglan. Though the guards were quite skilled, the strongest among them was no match for an SS-level Lin Qinglan, making them no threat at all. Lin Qinglan swiftly knocked down two guards and chose not to engage further, instead jumping directly into the tent of the carriage. Mingyu. Lin Qinglan rejoiced, having unexpectedly broken through the Black Miao group. He didn't find anything wrong with this. Perhaps he was just too powerful now. Inside the tent, there was a woman dressed in elaborate Black Miao attire. Despite her back facing him upon his entry, her figure indicated she was an exquisite beauty. Mingyu, I'm taking you away now. Lin Qinglan shouted once again, reaching out towards her. However, before he could grab her wrist, the Black Miao princess countered by grabbing his wrist. You're strong. Lin Qinglan felt something was amiss. Could Mingyu have gained such terrifying strength after being influenced? However, the beauty turned her face around the next moment. Even under the black veil, the enchanting eyes told Lin Qinglan that this was definitely not his goddess, Qin Mingyu. Princess Haimiao masked herself with a veil. Lin Qinglan could not see her expression, but looking at her seductive eyes, he knew that the woman was smiling. In the next moment, she intentionally pulled. To Lin Qinglan's surprise, he was no match for her strength, and he was shocked. What kind of strength did this woman possess? She seemed so thin. Smack! The woman effortlessly lifted Lin Qinglan's chin with two fingers and said with a smile, such a pity. You're not my type, but you're quite cute when you're clueless. Demon woman, get lost. I refuse to have any ambiguity with any woman other than Mingyu. Lin Qinglan roared, showing no mercy. He threw a punch towards the woman's chest. However, Princess Haimiao easily blocked with her other hand, and with a twist of her delicate hand, Lin Qinglan lost his balance. Princess Haimiao lifted her leg as Lin Qinglan stumbled. The slim leg, delicate as white jade against the black skirt, flashed like a white light. Puff! Lin Qinglan felt a heavy pressure on his chest and was thrown out of the carriage, landing several meters away harshly, creating a muddy pit, feeling as if his internal organs were shifting. Capture the assassin! Someone from Haimiao's team shouted. Lin Qinglan was in pain, but he quickly struggled to get up and escape. He was a holy guardian. If he was captured, who would find Mingyu and protect her? Princess Haimiao sat in the carriage, lifted a curtain, and saw Lin Qinglan escaping. Her eyes filled with amusement. This interesting man was quite resilient. I'm incompetent, causing the princess and saint to be alarmed. At this moment, outside the carriage, the guards of the Haimiao tribe knelt down. Their cries were devout and fearful, clearly afraid of being punished. Humph. Continue on. Fortunately, Princess Haimiao simply let down the curtain and arrogantly commanded. Soon, the Haimiao team continued on. Lin Qinglan hid in the bushes, spitting out blood. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and continued to secretly follow. He couldn't give up searching for Mingyu just because he was injured. And who was this saint? He had to find out. With his strong will, Lin Qinglan managed to sneak into the gathering place of the Miao tribe. Surrounded by mountains, it was a grassy plain with many unique buildings, surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Princess Haimiao has arrived. With the announcement, the Miao people at the scene bowled with excitement. Princess! Princess! The scene was grand. Having suffered a great loss earlier, Lin Qinglan dared not act impulsively and stayed outside the circle. Although it was difficult to see clearly in the central area, his priority was to ensure safety. Unexpectedly, after Princess Haimiao arrived, thousands of people suddenly gathered outside the circle. What's happening? Startled, Lin Qinglan quickly covered his back with grass and lay still on the ground. Peeking through a gap, he saw the synchronized steps of the incoming people, their eyes exuding a military aura. It was an army. The great holy king has arrived. With the successive cries, the great holy king entered solemnly on a carriage. Seeing the great holy king, Lin Qinglan was instantly excited. It was the same king he had encountered in the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, he confirmed he was not in the wrong place. Thinking the great holy king was the biggest presence, Lin Qinglan was taken aback when the whole scene erupted. After the great holy king's arrival, the Saintess has arrived. With the shouts of the procession, tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, Saintess! Saintess! Torches were lit, Fireworks shot up into the sky. Cheers rose one after another. The spectacle was incredible. It seemed even grander than when the Dragon Kingdom welcomed its sovereign, Ling Yu. When a white-clad woman, in a white-draped carriage entered, Ling Qinglong nearly couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Even from hundreds of meters away, even with the veiled woman in white, he was certain he wouldn't mistake her identity. She was the goddess he had secretly admired for over a decade. Even if he were blind, he could recognize her by feeling alone. Saintess, Saintess. The scene grew increasingly frenzied. Like devout believers meeting their deity, they spontaneously knelt down. Princess Haimiao, sitting in the black-clothed carriage, gazed at the white-clad Saintess with a complex expression. Listening to the discussions of the Mia people nearby, Ling Qinglong likely understood what was happening. South Ho country was a modern monarchy, with the highest ruler holding the noble title. The woman who earlier kicked him was, in fact, a princess from South Ho country, and she had joined the Miao tribe, becoming the disciple of the previous two Saintesses. To further understand the situation, Ling Qinglong clenched his teeth and stood up. While everyone's attention was focused on the Saintess, he quietly moved to the outer circle, attacked a Miao man, dragged him away, changed into his clothes, and returned. But the next moment, he was shocked. The crowd suddenly chanted, "The High Priestess! The High Priestess!" Under 1,000 calls, an old lady in a black and gold robe, accompanied by 10 Mia elders, walked to the center of the stage. Even the great holy king and Princess Haimiao had to stand behind her. Her aura was extraordinary. Unlike the other women, this high priestess didn't wear a veil. Though aged, Ling Qinglong, a fervent Mingyu fan, could see that she bore a striking resemblance to the aged Qin Mingyu. "Mingyu, my dear granddaughter, you've finally returned." The high priestess embraced the white-clad Saintess in public. The crowd of tens of thousands continued to cheer. Some elders and Miao tribe members wiped away tears, finding the scene deeply moving. To them, it was a touching moment. Ling Qinglong's mouth fell open involuntarily. Firstly, Mingyu's identity and the atmospheric influence made him feel like his goddess was increasingly transcendent. Secondly, who could have imagined the mysterious and convoluted background of his beloved goddess? Thirdly, who would have thought that the core of the Saint Fire organization was the Miao tribe? Yet, in the next moment, he snapped out of it. Mingyu's eyes were filled with confusion, like a newborn in a strange world. She softly called out, "Grandmother, sweetie." The high priestess gently caressed her veiled face, tears naturally rolling down her cheeks. "When your mother lost herself in love and left our Miao tribe, after much hardship and years of searching, we finally managed to bring you back. Saintess, Saintess." Once again, the thousands of people on the scene spontaneously erupted into cheers. It was as if they were a massive puppet that had finally regained its long-lost soul. Although the distance was a bit far, Ling Qinglong still saw the perplexed look in Qin Mingyu's eyes. She released her grandmother's hand and slowly scanned the thousands of Miao people around. Their eyes were filled with faith towards her. But she had no idea why. She didn't even know them. She didn't even recognize her grandmother, let alone remember why she was in this place. "Ignite the sacred fire." At this moment, the great Saint King ordered loudly. The ambitious major protector, with only one arm left, climbed the torch over 6 meters high with the resolute major protector and lit the flame. Ling Qinglong looked at this guy and found him ridiculous. He never expected this guy to have such a remarkable recovery ability. He vowed to chop off his other arm if he ever got the chance. Take care of the disabled people. They only waited for the flames to burn, turning the entire sky red. The great Saint King continued to shout loudly, "The sacred fire has been ignited, and the Saintess will carry the sacred fire, bringing hope to the disaster-stricken people. The flames will spread across the entire world, and we will become the servants who will save the whole world. Long live the Saintess! Long live the sacred fire!" The thousands of fanatical disciples of the sacred fire religion raised their arms and cheered. Upon watching their fervent expressions, Ling Qinglong couldn't help but sigh, thinking what a group of brainwashed fanatics. This sacred fire organization was an evil religion, using the Saintess and power to brainwash hundreds of thousands of fools to work for them. It was not until someone looked towards him that Ling Qinglong quickly raised his arms and shouted loudly, "Long live the Saintess! I love the Saintess! Love only the white, not the black ... black." The more he shouted, the more people looked at him. Ling Qinglong quickly continued to shout fervently, "Long live the Saintess! Long live the Saintess!" Fortunately, Those who noticed him were just ordinary believers and only thought he was a lunatic without paying much attention. After the sacred fire was lit, there was a series of strange rituals. Lin Qinglan did not understand, but he knew that the Saintess's return meant that the Sacred Fire organization was up to something big. After waiting for the ritual to finish, the ordinary Sacred Fire believers dispersed on the spot, leaving only some high-ranking officials to enter a nearby large building. It seemed to be the place to discuss strategies. Ling Qinglan realized that these people were divided into two factions. One faction was led by the Great Saint King, accompanied by two main protectors and a group of warriors. The other faction was led by the Saintess and the two Saintesses, followed by 10 Miao clan elders. And from their positions, the faction led by the Saintess was evidently more dominant. Lin Qinglan also understood the reasoning behind this. Although the Great Saint King held the actual power of the Sacred Fire organization, he ultimately relied on brainwashing control over hundreds of thousands through a religious manner. Without the name of the Saintess, he would find it challenging to accomplish great things. And judging by the aura of the Saintess, she seemed to even subtly suppress the Great Saint King. Even Lin Qinglan couldn't help but feel a bit afraid when he saw the old woman. What was she like? Yes, like an ancient witch. To rescue Qin Mingyu, even though he knew the danger, Lin Qinglan continued to pretend to be a Miao believer, trying to blend in and infiltrate the building. However, the building had layers of security, and he was stopped at one of the entrances by two Miao guards. "Which branch are you from? What are you doing here?" the two Miao guards questioned. It was a coincidence that although these Miao people were in Nanhu country, they still spoke the Miao language from the Dragon country. Lin Qinglan had traveled in the southern borderlands, and he was young and understood some Miao language. "I am the shaping coach of the Black Miao Princess. She lacks in body shape, and I helped her shape it." Lin Qinglan, without much intelligence, blurted out in a hurry. In his eyes, the Black Miao Princess was just too thin. Unlike Qin Mingyu, who is attractive. Shaping coach. The two Miao guards frowned. Having lived in a small circle since childhood, they had never heard of such a profession. Yes. Shaping coach. Lin Qinglan continued, showing off his biceps and abs, making up more stories. "I help her enhance what needs to be bigger and shrink what needs to be smaller." With that said, the two guards became even more puzzled. Could he be the Black Miao Princess's special lover? "I heard she has many strange preferences. We know too much. Could we be silenced?" The two guards whispered to each other and even changed their expressions. Lin Qinglan was also surprised. He thought he would be kicked out soon since he was a straightforward military leader, and this kind of infiltration war was not suitable for him. But now it seemed to be working out unexpectedly. He then maximized his intelligence to 150% and immediately put on a serious face, saying, "Humph, good to know. The Black Miao Princess needs my help to solve problems every night. I advise you to keep it to yourselves and take care." The two guards looked at each other, even trembling a bit. It seemed like the Black Miao Princess was a terrifying figure in their minds, someone who could kill casually. "All right, you can go in." The two guards were also afraid that what he said was true. Once Lin Qinglan entered, they whispered to each other, "It's not a big deal if he can't enter the council hall, right?" "Yes. There are guards behind them. Whether he can enter or not isn't much of our concern." Hearing this, Lin Qinglan didn't dare to continue taking risks. Fortunately, his martial skills were extremely high compared to ordinary warriors. Even if he couldn't enter, he could eavesdrop on the discussions inside by placing his ears against the stone wall behind the council hall. Motu's failed election was within our expectations, but we never anticipated that Tang Ning would be killed before the election. In the end, Xi Peng actually managed to win the country's leadership, completely disrupting our plans. Our original plan was to divide the Dragon country with the forces behind Zhao Nianchu. Now that the forces of Zhao Zan Tang's families have been completely wiped out, we have lost all our internal partners in the Dragon country. Our 300,000 troops have already evacuated from the Dragon country borders. If we go to war with the Dragon country alone, it would be suicidal. So, my suggestion is to ally with the Shadow Sauce country. Ashawan has contacted me and the Qianwu organization multiple times, expressing a sincere desire to cooperate with us. This voice was the Great Saint King's. Initially, Lin Qinglan thought he was the supreme ruler of the Sacred Fire organization, but now he realized that he was just a CEO kind of role, with someone else as the real boss. "I disagree. A voice of opposition suddenly sounded inside. Our founding purpose of the Sacred Fire Organization was to use the Dragon Country as a base to establish a powerful kingdom and bring the holy light to the suffering people. Our potential enemies are the Shadow Sauce Country and its Western forces. If we ally with them, wouldn't we be traitors? After this statement, the scene fell into silence. Lin Qinglan almost couldn't resist clapping. He never expected there were still clear-minded individuals within the Sacred Fire Organization. But the great Saint King's voice sounded again with a hint of anger. If we don't do this, then let's wait another 30 years. By then, more than half of those present will likely be dead. Actually, everyone understands the thoughts of the great Saint King. After all, they are all elderly people in their 80s. In the face of life, it's inevitable to give up their original intentions. Otherwise, if people die, what's the point of talking about ideals? The same logic applies to the Holy Lady as well. She was once a saint, even married to the great Saint King, and as a non-Miaojian ethnicity, she became a saint of the Miaojian in order to build the ideal of the great Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, despite the abundant talents in the Miaojiang and their global layout, they spent decades unable to achieve their ideals. The plan to control the Dragon Kingdom's political power through Motu's peace and plan took many years of planning, but ultimately failed. Even the most patient people would eventually lose patience. Holy Lady, please make the decision. After a silence, the great Saint King once again passed the buck to his wife. After all, externally, he is the leader of the Holy Fire Organization, but internally, his wife is the highest leader. The 10 elders all listened to her. This is the tragedy of a brainwashed organization. At this moment, the Holy Lady should consult the Saint Lady. In name, the Saint Lady is the spiritual leader of the hundreds of thousands in the Holy Fire Organization. That the will of the Saint Lady is different from theirs. They control her actions through Miaogu and even dare not let her regain self-consciousness, lest she find an opportunity to directly disband the Holy Fire Organization, which is not impossible. Qin Mingyu's mother once wanted to do such a thing, so now, she can only ask the Black Holy Lady. Princess, what do you think? All eyes turn to the Black Miao Princess. Although she is officially the Holy Lady's apprentice, in terms of actual relationship, she is closer than a true saint. And she is also a royal princess of Nanhu Country, where she has established a base for the Holy Fire Organization. Therefore, her status here is not inferior to the great Saint King and the Holy Lady. Since we want to achieve our ideals, why should we care about the means? The Black Miao Princess's tone was cold, and her words seemed to emanate a cold air. Moreover, since we will eventually destroy Shadow Sauce Country, why not use them first, and then take them out? Almost everyone present was convinced by her words. Lin Qinglan sighed at the prowess of this woman, not only in martial arts, but in her speech as well. All right, let's cooperate with Shadow Sauce Country first, seize the power of the Dragon Kingdom, and then we'll see. The Holy Lady also made a decisive decision. Otherwise, without power, our ideals will forever be castles in the air. On the other side, Ling Yu had also arrived in Nanjian. Whether intentionally or not, Shangguan Longxi had left Nanjian an hour before he arrived, entering Nanhu Country. Only Bao Ying remained in the Nanjiang battlefield to receive Ling Yu. Commander Ling Yu, I'm sorry. General Shangguan has taken a small group of trusted people into Nanhu Country on his own to find President Qin. Because Ling Yu is in charge, he could only refer to Shangguan Longxi as a general until the mission of dealing with the Filu Country battle was over. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu frowned. Did he enter Nanhu Country officially or privately? This was crucial. Nanhu Country used to have a tense relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, and even repeatedly encroached on Dragon Kingdom's territory. However, 30 years ago, after the glorious or God had beaten them severely, they had been very well behaved ever since and had even sided with the Dragon Kingdom internationally. Now, with the conflicts between the Dragon Kingdom and Filu Country, Nanhu Country stood unhesitatingly with the Dragon Kingdom and even opened its roads to allow Dragon Kingdom's troops to pass through. Ling Yu was worried that Shangguan Longxi wouldn't listen to his command and might think that as a 6-star war god, why should he listen to a 5-star war god like himself? Hence, he, representing the Dragon Kingdom, would lead the troops into Nanhu Country to deal with Filu Country himself. Luckily, Bao Ying understood his concerns and quickly reassured him. Commander Ling Yu, you're underestimating General Shangguan. Though he can be a bit temperamental, he definitely has his own perspective. He knows that with you directing the campaign against Filu country, he entered Nandu country in a personal capacity, only to find someone, and not to interfere in matters of the state. Ling Yu, feeling relief, also felt somewhat speechless toward Shangguan Longxi, a 6-star war god who appeared almost like a child, but it was also good in a way, to prevent him from dissenting in the army, making it much more peaceful. Commander Ling Yu, although Filu country is arrogant, they are quite sneaky. Instead of sending the army, they have disguised soldiers, civilians on fishing boats to provoke us in our territorial waters. If we were to deal with them using the military, international opinion might be unfavorable to us. Bao Ying added. Trixie, Ling Yu was prepared for this. Anyway, Filu country was already a dish of the Dragon Kingdom. They wanted to eat it, no matter how it grew. If Filu country thought that by doing this, the Dragon Kingdom dare not take action, they were simply being naive. Bao Ying, make the arrangements this way immediately. Ling Yu whispered in Bao Ying's ear. Bao Ying was surprised and gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. No wonder the chief wanted Ling Yu to take command. Had it been General Shangguan, he might have been more forceful and not thought of such calculated strategies. Just as Bao Ying was sent off, Yizi also arrived at the Nanjiang military area to report to Ling Yu. Reporting to the commander, I am incompetent, I have not been able to find the whereabouts of the eldest sister-in-law, and I am willing to accept punishment. Yizi knelt before Ling Yu. Ling Yu sighed and helped him up, saying, this matter should not be blamed on you. Don't take it on yourself. Upon hearing this, Yizi felt the pressure ease, almost tears welling up in his eyes. Besides, I trust my brothers. Ling Yu tilted his head slightly, looking through the glass at the sky. Without doubt passing the sacred guard to Lin Qinglong, I believe he can definitely find Mingyu and protect her. Ling Yu's belief was not unwarranted but based on his understanding of Lin Qinglong's character. Since they hadn't heard from him in many days, if he hadn't found Chen Mingyu, he wouldn't be able to repress his emotions. Ling Yu could deduce that he probably found her but was unable to contact the War Wolf Battalion for a while. For now, with more important matters at hand, Ling Yu could only trust him. Yizi, immediately contact DUA, bring 10,000 elite soldiers from the Northern Territory over. They must arrive in the Nanjiang military area early tomorrow morning. Yes, Commander, Yizi acknowledged, but then asked in confusion. The fierce tiger army of Nanjiang is also following the chief's orders now. Why do we still need 10,000 elite soldiers from the Northern Territory? Ling Yu smiled and explained. The tiger army has other tasks to do, and we are about to land in Filu country. You and these 10,000 Northern Territory brothers are to follow me deep into Filu country, engage in a bloody battle, and annihilate the true enemies behind the scenes. Yizi didn't fully understand, but it didn't hinder him from following Ling Yu's orders. After all, fighting alongside the chief, even falling in battle would be their honor. Early the next morning, both Bao Ying and Yizi were ready. Ling Yu boarded a warship and headed south from the Dragon Kingdom's waters towards the conflict area between the two countries. Today in the southern waters of the Dragon Kingdom, it was destined to be bustling. The ongoing conflict between the two countries had been going on for several months now, escalating from minor clashes to a conflict of international concern. War was just a step away. Aside from some fishermen and tourists from the Dragon Kingdom and the Flying Donkey Kingdom, there were also many international media reporters present. At a time of great changes around the world, conflicts had already erupted in various places like Wuxi and the central region of Blue Star. However, the Dragon Kingdom and the Yijiang Kingdom seemed to have an unspoken agreement, avoiding direct conflict so far. Both countries were waiting for the other to make the first move, while the rest of the world hoped to see these two powerful nations go head-to-head in a direct confrontation. Therefore, the conflict involving the Dragon Kingdom was attracting a lot of attention, with everyone eager to know if the Dragon Kingdom would take action today. After all, Ashon had already predicted that the Dragon Kingdom would definitely attack the Flying Donkey Kingdom, maybe not yesterday, but perhaps today. Apart from tourists and journalists, there was also a very special ship in the sea today. It was not a warship, but it resembled one. It did not belong to any country and displayed a unique flag, one that those who had been to the Dark Knight Island would recognize. It was a ship belonging to the Chuanwu organization. On the ship, Moran Chia stood at the bow, with another person standing behind him, with long flowing hair, exuding a mix of good and evil, who turned out to be Yu. Both of them were defeated subordinates of Ling Yu, both of them young, and both possessed exceptional martial arts talent. That's why both of them were accepted into the Qianwu organization and received personal guidance from the Qianwu king, leading to a rapid advancement in their martial arts skills. They were soon to continue their training on Sun Island. However, Wurong Jian's position was clearly higher than Yuangxiu's. After all, their backgrounds were different, as were their relationships with the Qianwu organization. Yuangxiu was related to Marongjia, which is why he could stand here today. Qian Shao, do you think Ling Yu will attack the Flying Donkey Kingdom today? Yuangxiu curiously asked. HMPH, even though I would love for Ling Yu to do something so foolish and become the target of international criticism, I don't think he has the guts, and Xipeng definitely doesn't have the courage either, Marongjia said disdainfully. Yuangxiu also smirked. Indeed, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows that the Jianping clan are all cowards, always talking tough, but resorting to peaceful means when it comes to actual conflict. If the Dragon Kingdom were a bit more assertive, their international reputation would be much higher. Exactly, Marongjia sneered. Unfortunately, with Xipeng assuming the role of the national leader with the support of Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu, I believe the Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Perhaps not. At this point, a voice came from behind them. When they turned around, they saw the arrival of someone who made even their prow and aloof selves quickly bow and salute. Lord Qianwu King. No need for such formality. The Qianwu King waved his hand as he approached. Following behind him was a person in red armor. Since Marongjia joined the Qianwu organization, he had fought this person, but could not defeat the opponent's high-tech weaponry. Xiaoshan, I understand that you dislike Ling Yu, but while you can underestimate your opponent tactically, never underestimate them strategically, especially when Ling Yu is such an outstanding commander. He inherited the wisdom and military strategies of Duanmu Wu, and even the glory of the war god. The Qianwu King spoke. Marongjia felt unhappy listening to the praise, as the Qianwu King had never given him such high regard. Yuangxiu, on the other hand, showed a hint of a smile, acknowledging Ling Yu's excellence. Otherwise, Runana would not be so infatuated with him. I bet Ling Yu will definitely take action today. The Qianwu King continued. Marongjian's jealous expression quickly turned into a slight smile. Then it will be interesting to watch. The Dragon Kingdom will be labeled as the aggressor, besieged internationally, and we will be seen as fighting for justice when we counterattack the Dragon Kingdom later. The Qianwu King smiled faintly, a bit disappointed as he shook his head. While he acknowledged Marongjian's martial talent, it seemed that his character and strategic abilities were lacking, thus limiting his potential severely. He might not even match Yuangxiu standing behind him. Here they come. Yuangxiu pointed to one side of the sea. All they could see were fishing boats. The people on these boats were sturdy, sun-darkened individuals from the Flying Donkey Kingdom. The Flying Donkey Kingdom has arrived. These bastards have entered our Dragon Kingdom's waters again. Damn it. They're here to snatch our resources. Get lost. The Dragon Kingdom fishermen working in the water spontaneously began chasing away these illegal Flying Donkey Kingdom poachers, leading to clashes between the two sides. The international journalists waiting on the sea remained hesitant to start filming, let alone report on the situation. Only the amateur footage taken by the Dragon Kingdom fishermen was recording the scene. Get out. This is the territory of our Flying Donkey Kingdom. We fish as we please. Who dares to obstruct us? The Flying Donkey Kingdom individuals arrogantly proclaimed. They started fishing on the spot, even seizing fish from the Dragon Kingdom fishermen. Damn it. We'll fight back against them. The Dragon Kingdom fishermen, filled with integrity, began engaging with these invaders from the Flying Donkey Kingdom. However, these Flying Donkey individuals were not just ordinary fishermen. They were skilled fighters. Some of them even had coordinated combat training. After the conflict erupted, a heavily modified ship weighing thousands of tons appeared, crashing into and sinking one of the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. Within half an hour, the Dragon Kingdom fishermen were left battered and bruised. Some even had their wounds trampled upon, and the Flying Donkey individuals laughed aloud, mocking the Dragon Kingdom for being paper tigers. All talk about their population and military strength, only to be revealed as cowards in action. In front of our Flying Donkey Kingdom, you Dragon Kingdom people are laughably weak. Ha ha. This scene infuriated the Dragon Kingdom fishermen, with some of the elderly fishermen even coughing up blood and anger. The international media began filming the victory of the Flying Donkey Kingdom fishermen, painting a negative picture of the Dragon Kingdom, claiming them to be weak. Just then, several large Coast Guard ships suddenly emerged from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, their sirens sounding like giant sea dragons awakening and roaring towards the raging waves. The arrogance of the Flying Donkey Kingdom was instantly extinguished, and the international media fell silent, each person visibly anxious and fearful. All ships illegally entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, please leave immediately. Otherwise, the warm-hearted people of the Dragon Kingdom will give you a free ship cleaning service. A man on the lead 1,000-ton ship spoke with authority. They did not even need to use any amplification equipment. His voice carried over to everyone on the surface of the sea clearly. If it was not the Dragon Grand Marshal Ling Yu, then who else possessed such terrifying power? Behind him stood a group of imposing and intimidating soldiers, exuding an overwhelming aura. The over 1,000 fishermen from the Flying Donkey Kingdom were suddenly terrified. Who were these people? 3, 2, 1. Since you didn't leave even with the given time, don't blame us for being rude. Fire. Ling Yu did not give them a chance to react, directly giving the order. Grandma's leg. They dared to bully the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Man thought they could get away with it. These people were asking for trouble. Fire. Everyone in the area was confused. Ling Yu dared to open fire on civilians. Bow. Unexpectedly, the 10,000-ton ship did not fire guns, but water cannons. In no time, the Flying Donkey Country several thousand tons of ships were scattered, with the glass exploding in a spectacular manner. Ah! Help! Stop shooting! I'm about to die. The people on the Flying Donkey Country's large ship were screaming. Some even took off their white pants as a white flag to surrender. This scene brought relief to the injured Dragon Country fishermen nearby. They had been humiliated when those people on the ship were arrogant after using their thousands of tons of ships to intimidate them. Unarmed fishermen. They were laughing arrogantly. Now, why don't you laugh now? Even Yuangxi felt relieved. After all, he knew he was still a person from the Dragon Country, even though he had long been at odds with Ling Yu. General of the Dragon Country, you are bullying the small with the large. You are not following the principles of war. Using military equipment to bully civilians of the Flying Donkey Country, we will condemn you in the international community. If someone dies as a result, you will be held responsible. This is a war crime. You will face judgment in an international court. A group of foreign journalists, who were ready in advance, were yelling loudly in English on other ships. Haha. No matter how many people there were, no matter how loud they were, no matter what audio equipment they used, Ling Yu didn't need anything. With his powerful internal strength, a smile from him could silence those voices. You scared me. I am so scared. After all of you said this, how can I dare to fire the first shot? I am the general of the Dragon Country. How can I dare to kill civilians? With that, Ling Yu stopped the water cannons, and the Flying Donkey Country people on the 1,000-ton ship relaxed and began to act arrogantly again. Haha. We always said the Dragon Country is weak. They are just giant empty shells. With Shadow Sauce Country backing us up, they dare not take real action. Let's continue fishing. Hearing these voices, Marangxia sneered and knew his prediction was correct. Ling Yu, as fierce as he was, after joining the Zhongping faction, would be cautious and gradually become a coward. Even Yuangxi felt a bit disappointed, as this was not the Ling Yu he knew. Since you all like to come to our Dragon Country for fishing so much, let's fish together. Let's have a good time together. Ling Yu suddenly smiled, raised his hand and shouted, Dragon Country fishermen, have fun with these strong and combat-capable fishermen from the Flying Donkey Country. Everyone thought he was a fool. How could they not have realized that those people from the Flying Donkey Country were not really fishermen? By relying on the fishermen from the Dragon Country, could they really take on over 1,000 fishing boats from the Flying Donkey Country? However, at the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Look, what is that? Sea? Waves? Sea fish? Flocks of birds? Shooting stars? No. Damn, it's a ship. Following the directions of some foreigners, ships too numerous to count were seen appearing on the horizon. No, it can't be. Everyone's mouth slowly widened and couldn't close. Then, an unprecedented grand spectacle began to unfold. Not just in one direction, but in a full 360 degrees, countless ships, like an endless stream of ants, all set sail out to sea, the grandeur of it enough to shock the heavens and earth. At this moment, with sunlight shining on the sea, the golden sunlight cast a dazzling glow on the sparkling sea, dressing the huge fleet in a radiant light. Under this light, 35 ships, with millions of Dragon Country fishermen, all shouted in unison, "Charge! Let the whole world see what it means for a giant dragon to soar. Break down all who invade us. Charge! The enemy is here." Everyone around was awed by this majestic scene. Their souls were shaken by the unity and patriotism of the Dragon Country people, feeling as if their souls were leaving their bodies. Their faces were filled with amazement and awe. In this moment, all words seemed pale and feeble. Only the fearful expressions in their eyes could convey their thoughts. Escape. Quick, run. Over 1,000 ships from the Flying Donkey Country, in front of the 35 ships from the Dragon Country, instantly turned into ants. At this moment, they finally understood what national power meant. At this moment, they finally understood what it means to be a mere flea challenging a tree. At this moment, they finally understood what it means to meet one's own doom. Among them, on the lead ship, who was the cold-faced shipman, if not Yu Bing again, Yi Dua, Yin Yan, Liano. All were there. Disguised fishermen, right? Who wouldn't know that? There was no military conflict today. They were all fishermen. Yin Yan, with the fieriest temper, was the first to jump onto a Flying Donkey Country fishing boat and delivered a fierce blow to a boastful makeup-wearing fisherman from the Flying Donkey Country. The Flying Donkey Country fishermen were shocked. Where did these fierce Dragon Country female fishermen come from? He couldn't even fight back, with several bones broken and his internal organs almost coming out after one hammer blow. Someone trying to steal our fish. Kill them! Kill them! Tens of thousands of fishermen were shouting. The Flying Donkey Country's fishing boats sounded difficult to escape. Everyone, guests are always welcome. Our Dragon Country people are known for their hospitality. Fellow fishermen, show more warmth and welcome these guests. Ling Yu loudly proclaimed again. Also, the sea is too rough. Friends from the press, don't get washed overboard. Quickly bring them on board to avoid the storm. Protect their livelihoods. Ling Yu commanded. Who wouldn't know, with the storm so intense, if they continue filming the video of the Dragon Country fishermen entertaining their guests, they might not make it. But luckily, with the protection of enthusiastic Dragon Country fishermen, the video of the Flying Donkey Country people bullying and attacking the Dragon Country fishermen for fish may still be preserved. In less than an hour, over 1,000 people from the Flying Donkey Country had all fallen. Not a single person was left sitting, let alone standing. Everyone, our Dragon Country, is a land of etiquette, with a spirit of helping others for enjoyment. If the over 1,000 fishermen faint from the sea, let's send them back. If they die midway, we can't help it. After all, we are not doctors, right? Ling Yu was waiting for this moment, and then he raised his arms and called out. Dealing with over 1,000 disguised soldiers from the Flying Donkey Country was no big deal. His real mission was to enter the Flying Donkey Country and destroy the special military base secretly built by Shadow Sauce Country in the Flying Donkey Country. However, openly entering another country with troops is not allowed under international law, so other methods must be used. Dealing with just over 1,000 disguised fishermen from the Flying Donkey Country didn't require tens of thousands of people. Ling Yu's arrangements were not an exaggerated reaction, but had a deeper purpose. Among the tens of thousands of people, a small group had taken the opportunity to enter the Flying Donkey Country's waters with fishing boats and even landed quietly. Now, by pretending to send guests home, Ling Yu could bring another large group of people into the Flying Donkey Country. Later, if they lost some people, nobody would notice. Failu Country is a typical maritime and land country, composed of over 100 islands. After nearly a day's journey, Ling Yu and others finally saw 5 islands at a special geographical location. Leader, the island in the middle is Sun Island. Dua pointed ahead to report to Ling Yu. This is a petal-shaped chain of islands. To enter Sun Island, you must land from the western island, Donkey Pine Island. Donkey Pine Island has a land route connecting all the islands. Ling Yu nodded, looking at the situation in front of him, couldn't help but sigh. Nature is truly extraordinary. Sun Island is simply the best strategic location. Exactly. Yi also came over and agreed. The dense trees covering these islands make it difficult for even satellites to detect their internal conditions. It can be said to be a naturally isolated place from the world. Dua continued. But it's so close to Dragon Country. If missiles were launched from here to Dragon Country, they could hit the inland cities in minutes. Ling Yu nodded. That's why Shadow Sauce Country wants to use Filu Country to deal with Dragon Country. Even if missiles can be intercepted, what I'm most worried about is that Shadow Sauce Country has other means of attacking Dragon Country that cannot be detected. In the past, they wouldn't dare to imagine this, but after Ling Yu encountered opponents at the Saint level, especially after hearing Senior Ni Yen mention the three gods, they used the power of the Sunstone to create what level of primitive force. It wouldn't be too surprising. Commander, with you here, I believe we can thwart Shadow Sauce Country's schemes and protect the peace of Dragon Country, Duel said confidently. Ling Yu just smiled casually. Whether he had confidence or not, he had to stake his life on it. But once he landed on Donkey Pine Island, his confidence suddenly increased because he saw many familiar faces. Mo Shu, Nangon Wu, Zia Zhu, Moranzi, Moranji, Zhao Wuji, Zhao Wenjin. Even the three saints of Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix, along with the Mother of Blood Spider Cult, Tang Shinya, and the Serpent Spirit siblings. It was an unprecedented grand lineup. With such strong reinforcements, who could resist destroying Sun Island? How did you guys come here? After Ling Yu jumped off the boat, he immediately walked towards them excitedly. Mo Shu, who was at the forefront, grinned and said, "Hehe." Zhao Wuji said to bring us to fight the final battle, so here we are. Ling Yu nodded, quickly looked back at Zhao Wuji, and asked, "How did you guys come here?" Zhao Wuji just smiled slightly. Instead, it was Zhao Wenjin who walked up with a beautiful smile. "Commander Ling Yu, my brother expected that you would use the fishing boat tactics to deal with Filu Country, so we prepared a fast boat, mingled among 350,000 fishing boats. While you were still beating the kids of Filu Country, we arrived here ahead of you." Ling Yu smiled and gave Zhao Wuji a thumbs up, but continued to ask, "How did you manage to bring the four saints here?" Zhao Wenjin smiled again and said, "Brother expected that this battle is the most critical event in a century, even a place to battle the top three saints. The Dragon and Tiger double saints insisted on coming." Ling Yu then looked at Chen Fu and Mo Yin. "Hehe. Ling Yu, although it's your time now, we haven't retired yet. When we went to war for Dragon Country, you were still wearing open crotch pants. Why are you so surprised now?" Chen Fu said, taking a sip of wine. Mo Yin, with a cold look, added, "The Dragon Martial Arts Association has just updated the data on the 7 saints. They ranked us as the middle 3 saints. I am very dissatisfied with this ranking, so I wanted to try changing our position." Ling Yu smiled again. "I am also dissatisfied. What are opponents of Dragon Country who are against us saints? We will bring each one of them down from the saint pedestal." Mo Yin finally showed a hint of a smile. "All right, Ling Yu, you don't have time to chat now." At this moment, Zhao Wuji suddenly took out a map. Ling Yu understood immediately and led everyone to him. Zhao Wuji pulled up the map and meticulously explained, "This is a rough map I drew of Sun Island and the nearby 4 islands. If all goes well, the forces of Shadow Sauce Country should have taken over the central Sun Island. The Holy Fire Organization and the Heavenly Martial Organization are highly likely to join hands with them, meaning 300,000 soldiers and countless warriors will rush here." Everyone gasped with cold stare. Mo Shu promptly interjected, "Zhao Wuji, are you exaggerating a bit? 300,000 soldiers and countless warriors, what can we do against them? We might as well go home and sleep." Ling Yu frowned as well. To evade international scrutiny and enter Filu Country, they only brought 10,000 elite troops. Although they had light thermal weapons, the quantity was few, and there was no replenishment. If they were to face 300,000 troops, chances of success were slim. Absolutely not an exaggeration. Moreover, their strategist is my master, known as the Eternal Confucian Sage, Ashon. Zhao Wuji dropped another bombshell. The sage was known to be all-knowing and supremely intelligent. If he couldn't figure out Ling Yu's intentions behind using 350,000 fishing boats to take down over 1,000 people of Filu Country, he would not be a sage, but a fool. "I believe you. So what should we do now?" Ling Yu asked with a smile. "This is your and your master's battlefield for determining victory or defeat. I trust you didn't come here to die and must have come prepared, my 1-star chief of staff. You really know me best, brother." Zhao Wenjin immediately responded with a smile. "This time, with the victory in hand, I want to ascend in rank." Zhao Wuji didn't beat around the bush either. After saying a few words, he picked up a baton, pointed at the map, and continued, Although the Holy Fire Organization has control over Filu country, according to my investigation, their command center is in South Ho country. It will take at least 3 to 5 days for the 300,000 soldiers to arrive at Sun Island to besiege us. If we want to win, we can only play the waiting game. This strategy got nods from the first Saints. Their target was the other two top 3 Saints. As for competing with the Sage, they left it to their disciples. As the saying goes, the young push ahead of the older generation like the rising waves on the Yangtze River. Inevitably, the old generation will perish on the beach. And Filu country certainly had no shortage of beaches. Zhao Wuji continued, "We will start the attack from Donkey Pine Island now and must capture the island checkpoints within half a day to enter Sun Island via the overland route. The best case scenario is that before the armies of the Holy Fire Organization and the Heavenly Martial Organization arrive, we destroy Sun Island and successfully board the ship to leave. In a more moderate scenario, if we destroy Sun Island but can't leave in time, we will be surrounded by the armies of the Holy Fire Organization and the Heavenly Martial Organization. At that time, we will command a breakout. Maybe we still have a glimmer of hope." Mo Shu chimed in. "Damn, what about the worst case scenario?" Zhao Wuji pushed up his glasses, chuckled, and replied, "In the worst case scenario, if we haven't destroyed Shadow Sauce Country's base and their reinforcements arrive, we will be trapped inside out, facing a life-threatening situation. And this is the most likely scenario." "Oh my?" Mo Shu jumped back, asking, "Can I still make it back now?" Everyone fell silent. No one responded to Mo Shu's joke. Ling Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have arranged for reinforcements. If I don't return to the southern Zhong War Zone within a week, the 500,000 Fierce Tiger Army will charge into Filu country to rescue us, without hesitation." Everyone knew that it was a last resort. In order to protect their sacred homeland and the elite army of the country, even risking their national fate, the Dragon Country had to initiate the war. The group continued along the island mountain road towards the central Sun Island. Along the way, Zhao Wuji observed and drew a detailed map, analyzing the nearby terrain. Ling Yu took a quick look and admired it. This was the most powerful brain, accurate through observation and reasoning. In addition to logic and observation skills, a rich accumulation of geographic knowledge was also necessary. It could only be said that everyone had their own strengths, and another person might not achieve this. On the other side, in the Dragon Country Hero Village, under the support of Yuan Bingsh, the elder ancestor arrived at the cemetery on the mountain. Upon seeing a large pit suddenly appear next to Chen Ailin's grave, with the coffin that was originally inside now empty, the expression was very grim. It seems that his actions have begun as well. "I must make a trip out of the Dragon Country. Elder, where are you going?" Yuan Bingsh was shocked. The elder ancestor, over 100 years old, had never left the village except for when he went to watch Ling Yu participate in the martial arts tournament. Now, where was he going again? "Bingsh, prepare a boat for me. I'm going south to the ocean, out of the country." Yuan Bingsh was even more surprised. The elder ancestor, at over 100 years old, was going out of the country. However, seeing the serious expression on the elder's face, she could only nod and follow his orders. Following the elder's instructions, she left the village to find suitable help. Once Yuan Bingsh left, the elder ancestor looked at the sky. Without establishing a miraculous base using the heart of the sun, that guy who had been on the mountain for nearly a century might also meet his end soon. After all, without the heart of the sun, everyone's life would come to an end. It seemed that besides the Qin family girl, the other test subjects from back then would also be taken to the testing base by him. As the elder ancestor had predicted, the Lin family in Yun City also had a case of people going missing. Just returned from Yanjing to Yun City, Liu Rushui entered Lin Qingshuan's room and called out several times, but didn't see anyone. "Darling, darling, darling." Seeing that the window in the room was open, clearly broken from the outside, Liu Rushui became restless. Moreover, a note was left in the room. "Dear aunt, borrowing Qingshuan is very useful. If she can still be used after, she will definitely return." After reading it, Liu Rushui crumpled the note in anger. At this moment, a servant hurriedly came to report, "Madam, there's a woman outside looking for you, saying she's from the Hero Village and knows where Miss Qingshuan can be found." What? Liu Rushui was taken aback. How could information about Qingshuan's disappearance be known so quickly? Was this person a deity? On the other side, Ling Yu led a group of elite troops into the hinterland of Luzon Island. Stop. Although Zhao Wuji was only a one-star chief of staff, Ling Yu had clearly acknowledged his role as a strategist in this special military operation. What's the situation? Ling Yu asked with a frown. They had landed on the island by boat, and this unit had brought only light weapons and provisions. The march was all on foot, running when needed. This was South Palace, whose first time following Ling Yu onto the battlefield, so he needed to learn from his master's experience. He immediately asked, "Aren't we supposed to enter Sun Island and destroy the Shadow Country's secret base before the enemy's main forces arrive? Why stop wasting time? There must be an ambush ahead." Zhao Wuji pointed ahead. Mo Shu immediately looked over, furrowing his brows, and exclaimed, "What ambush? I don't see a single person. Not even his older brother, Mo Yin, could see anyone. There is a stone castle 3 or 4 miles ahead. It looks like it has been around for a long time. How could there be no one there?" Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up and said. Ling Yu understood his meaning. It was indeed very unusual, and there was a high probability of an ambush. You see, the buildings stretch out on both sides, with only one passage in the middle. If it were you, how would you use this terrain to engage with the enemy? Zhao Wuji asked. Yi and Due were unhappy. Big Brother had 100 times more battle experience than they did. Was he testing everyone like this? Ling Yu didn't mind and immediately said, "Knowing that there are 300,000 troops coming to support, of course, we would hold the passage, wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then exit the city for a pincer attack to annihilate the enemy." Truly deserving of the commander, this strategy minimizes losses and is a foolproof plan. Zhao Wuji initially affirmed Ling Yu's strategy, but then shook his head. "But our opponent definitely won't do that." "Oh. Then how do you think they will act?" Ling Yu asked with curiosity. Did Zhao Wuji already know who the opponent was? "If you believe me, follow my method." Zhao Wuji leaned in and quietly explained to Ling Yu. Though the 4 saints were elusive, their cultivation stood out, and they heard Zhao Wuji's strategy. Mo Shu, who was close by, also heard. Only South Palace who called out, "Why not share the strategy with everyone to listen together?" However, after Zhao Wuji finished, he just smiled and didn't say anything more. Upon hearing his analysis that the opponent might be an old rival, Ling Yu was quite surprised. After a moment of thought, he immediately affirmed, "All right, Zhao Wuji, I'll give you a chance. I will arrange according to your strategy." Yi, follow orders. Yes, Yi responded. After instructing Yi, Ling Yu felt that Zhao Wuji's idea, though a bit risky, was indeed quite good. Due, once you have organized this deployment, don't continue advancing. Retreat to the coast or even the Dragon Country region and be responsible for subsequent logistical support. Ling Yu ordered Due. Due was disappointed that she couldn't join the battle alongside the Elder and kill the enemies, but she also felt assured to be doing what she was best at. Once Ling Yu had made all the arrangements, he quickly led a team of troops towards the central gate. However, the expected ambush did not occur. The troop led by Ling Yu entered through the gate quietly. It was only after they were completely inside the walls that the explosions rang out successively. "Quick, retreat!" Ling Yu exclaimed in panic. The people behind him were also surprised. They clearly predicted that they would come, hence setting up the ambush, but they didn't block them outside the walls to delay until reinforcements arrived. Instead, they let them in and then cut off the retreat. Were they not afraid that they would continue to charge ahead, taking the opportunity to go deep into Sun Island? "We can't retreat." At that moment, a familiar voice came from the top of the city wall. Liu Yexu stood at the highest point of the wall, with several people behind him with cold expressions and murderous eyes. It was evident that they were outstanding masters. "Ling Yu, we meet again." Liu Yexu deliberately wore ancient-style Dragon Country attire and held a feather fan, giving the appearance of a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. However, when Ling Yu saw him, he wasn't very surprised. "Oh, it's you." Ling Yu saw Liu Yujian and immediately showed a disdainful expression. "You have indeed become a traitor." "Ha." Liu Yujian surprisingly didn't get angry and even laughed out loud. "Ling Yu, it seems you still know me well. I didn't become a traitor. How else could I kill you?" Learning from history, I couldn't defeat Qin Hui. Ling Yu sighed. "I've seen a lot of scum, but someone like you is truly a first for me. Killing your own father for survival, betraying Tang Ning for power, becoming a traitor now, serving Shadow Nation against Dragon Nation without shame but pride. I have to admit, I admire you a bit. Ha ha. Being admired by the war god of Dragon Nation, I can consider my life worthwhile. Liu Yujian chuckled, but to be honest, you disappointed me this time. I thought you'd use some sneaky tactics, at least bring tens of thousands of people, but you only brought this measly 1,000. It's not about quantity, it's about quality, Ling Yu said deliberately. Liu Yujian then looked carefully at the people Ling Yu brought and was slightly surprised. Any suspicions he had vanished. So that's how it is, the three saints of Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix, along with Grandmother Haitong, and even the two geniuses from the Morong family. TSK. Quite a luxurious lineup. Liu Yujian sighed. Hey, you are being disrespectful. What about me? I've killed Zhao Wuxian and likely will be the one to take you down. Mo Shu was displeased. Nangongwu was even more annoyed as things were about to reach a climax, yet he was being ignored, not fitting his role as the protagonist's senior disciple. But before he could protest, Ling Yu interrupted. Liu Yujian, do you think you can stop us with these trash soldiers from FEILV Nation? Hehe, it seems our people are indeed not enough to match you. No wonder you're so confident. Liu Yujian still smiled proudly. But this time you miscalculated. The power behind me is terrifying beyond your imagination. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion came from the direction of Sun Island. Not only were there sounds of machinery engines, but also the pounding of war horses. Tens of thousands of soldiers launched a full-scale attack, causing the ground in the narrow pass to shake violently. Commander, there are at least 10,000 troops coming from the rear, Bingma quickly reported. What? Ling Yu was taken aback, and his gaze towards Liu Yujian changed. Ha. Ling Yu, seeing your expression, do you know how happy I am? Liu Yujian laughed triumphantly. I've told Saint Ruhu, even if I fail 100 times, as long as I'm alive, I can overturn my fate. Today is my time to turn the tables. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ling Yu didn't waste time or words, shouting loudly, but Liu Yujian just shouted back, want to retreat now. It's too late. Then, he and the experts behind him leapt away. The surrounding walls went through a second round of explosions. Rocks flew. Dust billowed, as if it were doomsday. As even the terrain seemed to collapse, Ling Yu could only shout, charge forward. Break through. Ha. Liu Yujian jumped to a safe area, laughing triumphantly. Do you think you can break free? Let me tell you, these warriors from Shadow Nation trained in secret are far superior to ordinary soldiers, and their numbers outnumber you tenfold. Not only them, my power has been instantly boosted. You have no chance. You only have a dead end. Ling Yu ignored his taunts, leading the charge directly. Encouraged by him, and amid the intense atmosphere of the battleground, everyone's adrenaline surged. It's been so long since we've had such a big battle. Chen Fu laughed while gripping his silver dragon spear. Yes, the feeling of unleashing the killing spree, I almost forgot. Mo Yin also rode on a tiger, his eyes filled with excitement. The horizon was shrouded in a cloud of yellow dust. Countless elite warriors charged like a wild stampede, creating an earth-shaking momentum. In the face of a great battle, individual strength seemed insignificant. Even the divine were just one of many. It was clear that the enemies were carefully cultivated by Shadow Nation, robust and ferocious, their roaring fangs resembling demon scythes when they charged. The speed of their assault was terrifying. Ling Yu did not use firearms, instead grabbing a long spear, his eyes wide open, waiting for the enemy to approach, impaling the leader riding on a warhorse with a single thrust. FEILV Nation was not a powerful nation, and coincidentally, the prominent figure from Shadow Nation did not favor firearms either. Thus, on this isolated island, a large-scale melee combat reminiscent of ancient times unfolded. The warm blood trickled down Ling Yu's arm, scorching hot. The scent of blood poked everyone on edge. The melee had begun. A melodious tune of the Qin began echoing through the battlefield, arousing everyone's fighting spirit and boosting their morale. Attack! Chen Fu shouted, his silver spear transforming into a dragon. Mo Yin, Morongzi's siblings, Mo Shu, and Nangongwu all charged into the fray. The scene was instantly painted red with blood. Though the battle seemed one-sided, Liu Yujian stood on the outskirts observing, a smirk on his face. They had the numerical advantage, and he felt no remorse for the loss of these people. Even if all 10,000 special forces of FEILV Nation perished, as long as they managed to drain the stamina of Ling Yu and his group, it would be enough. The outer perimeter of the Sacred Fire Organization's 300,000 troops was about to arrive, with several tens of thousands more deep within Sun Island. For Ling Yu and his group, it seemed like a dead end. Report. Suddenly, a FEILV nation person rushed in. Fluster. Strategist Liu. 2 units have broken through our defenses from the side and entered the mountain path of Sun Island. What? Liu Yujian's triumphant gaze turned incredulous. How did they get past? Did they fly over? Did Ling Yu secretly arrange for an airplane? No, they didn't fly. They charged past on foot. The FEILV nation person added, we destroyed the walls, creating openings on both sides, and they seemingly had it all planned. They took advantage of our lack of preparedness and sprinted straight through. What? Liu Yujian was practically reeling. After a while, he slammed his thigh, gritting his teeth in anger. Duped, Ling Yu deliberately led these 1,000 troops to divert our attention. Their goal was to allow the main force to enter Sun Island. Ha ha. Ling Yu burst into laughter. Zhao Wujin has predicted your move. He knew you wouldn't care about anyone's life, only aiming to kill me, so he waited for you to cut off my escape route, then took the opportunity as the walls collapsed to charge through from both sides. We're different from you. I can prolong your miserable life a bit longer, but the base and opportunities of Shadow Nation must be destroyed. With that, Qi, along with Chen Fu, Mo Yin, the 3 SS-tier powerhouses, forcibly carved a path. While protecting a 1,000-person squad from advancing might be impossible, shielding them with high-level experts posed no problem. After all, each of these 1,000 individuals was no easy opponent. Damn it, Liu Yujian gritted his teeth and commanded, open fire on them, bombard without discrimination. I want them to die and suffer. Oh. The Flying Donkey Country commander hesitated. The Willow Leaf Sword did not regard the lives of the people of Flying Donkey Country as important. He was not as heartless as the Willow Leaf Sword. What are you hesitating for? The saintly scholar appointed me as the overall commander of Sun Island. You should follow my orders. If you don't execute them, I will kill you right now. The Willow Leaf Sword grabbed the Flying Donkey commander, roaring furiously. With no choice left, the Flying Donkey commander gritted his teeth and ordered, fire. Doom. The cannons bombarded wildly towards the road leading to Sun Island. Attention to the firepower. Break through quickly. Seeing the situation turning dire, Ling Yu shouted out loud, giving commands. Simultaneously abandoning his iron spear, he unleashed his most terrifying killing move, the 13th technique of the Sun Reversal skill. Dragon travels 1,000 miles. Instantly, amidst the sound of cannon fire, an angry dragon soared forth. However, no matter how powerful the strike was, facing tens of thousands of enemies ahead, it was not enough to break through instantly. At that moment, a cold light flashed by his side. In the next instant, a silver dragon joined the battle. Ling Yu immediately looked to his side, seeing the old drunkard holding a gun with one hand, leaping and smiling. This master and disciple duo killing enemies like this feels really satisfying. Ha ha. Ling Yu also shouted, satisfying. In the next moment, two fierce tigers also joined in, instantly shredding the enemies in front of the 2 dragons. But in terms of visual shock value, they were even more brutal. Heh. Mo Yin has come to claim some heads too. The old drunkard smiled again, his wrist turned, the gun acting like a dragon once more. How could he lose to Mo Yin? Ling Yu laughed. Up in the air, the 2 saint-tranked women also smiled at each other. Perhaps life felt most meaningful in such grand scenes, as if life itself was ignited. Charge! Ling Yu continued to roar angrily. The unit of 1,000 soldiers ultimately broke through the enemy blockade, rushing into the narrow land passage under minimal casualties from the shelling. On the other side, Zhao Wuji led a large army, smoothly entering the land passage without a drop of bloodshed. On both sides were mountains, ahead lay a dense jungle. No one knew what awaited at the end of the jungle. At that moment, Zhao Wuji suddenly shouted, halt! Everyone behind was surprised. The Iron Head promptly said, Chief of Staff Wuji, there might be pursuers behind us. Why stop now? Let's charge forward in one go, destroy the enemy's main camp, and be done with it. Zhao Wuji paid no attention to him. Wine Dust following the group quickly signaled to Iron Head. Brother, what's wrong? Zhao Wenjin walked to Zhao Wuji's side and asked. Someone is waiting for me here. Zhao Wuji looked ahead at the details, his expression serious. He had anticipated the willow leaf sword's anticipation, allowing him to lead the troops here without a fight, but the other party had also anticipated his anticipation. Multiple anticipations, the mental strength was truly fearsome. "Master, long time no see, please come out," Zhao Wuji said slowly towards the quiet jungle path ahead. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't seen anyone there. After Zhao Wuji's words echoed, laughter suddenly rang out from the jungle path. Though Iron Head and Wine Dust weren't highly skilled, they could tell that the laughter belonged to someone with extremely high cultivation. "Ha ha, Wuji, we meet again. Never thought we'd become opponents." "Never thought so." Zhao Wuji adjusted his glasses slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "I was expecting it." "Master, you went to the Rin Sauce country. I knew sooner or later we would become enemies." As Zhao Wuji addressed the owner of the Vose as master, Zhao Wenjin revealed a surprised expression. The eternal sage Ashawa had already arrived at Sun Island. This highlighted the strategic importance of Sun Island even more. "Is that so? Quite the clever child." Ashawa was not angry but praised Zhao Wuji instead. Zhao Wuji continued to joke, "It might not be that I'm smarter than the master. The master must have anticipated our enmity and set up the chessboard here long ago, ready to play a good game with me, right?" Laughter once again sounded. "Exactly. At the cost of the fate of Dragon and Rin Sauce countries, let's play a good board game." Zhao Wuji didn't reply but took out a telescope to observe the jungle path through a gap. After a quick look, he put down the telescope, his expression turning serious. Zhao Wenjin rarely saw her brother like this. It seemed they had encountered a difficult problem. "Wuji, Rin Sauce country has been deeply rooted in Flying Donkey country for many years. Flying Donkey country has always been an alive Rin Sauce country. We have set up many great mechanisms on Sun Island. Not only that, the several small islands surrounding can change their terrain according to the changes of Sun Island. And these small islands perfectly form an 8-trigram celestial formation." The voice of the eternal sage Ashawa continued, "You have only 10 days to destroy this island. In 10 days, the deity will awaken, bathing in the sunlight's radiance to be reborn. Then, using the power of the Sunstone, he will attack the Dragon Country on this island, until Dragon Country is destroyed." What? Zhao Wuji's followers, including Iron Head and Wine Dust, were shocked. While Flying Donkey Country was separated from Dragon Country by just an ocean, Sun Island was the closest land to Dragon Country, 150 kilometers away. Who could attack a target 150 kilometers away? The attacks of that deity are unlike missiles. They cannot be detected by radar or intercepted. The Sing Raven continued, "If you can eliminate him within 10 days, Dragon Country is doomed. He will control Rin Sauce country to further dominate the world." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji finally responded, "We won't stand by and watch this happen. I accept your challenge. It's rather intriguing for me." The Saint Raven also chuckled, "Ha ha, I'll be waiting for you. I believe you know where to find me." The voice then faded. Almost simultaneously, Ling Yu, along with others, blocked the retreat and joined Zhao Wuji at the crossroads. "Ling Yu, you guys arrived just in time." Zhao Wenjin looked anxious, unable to wait to explain. "What's the situation?" Ling Yu asked Zhao Wuji directly. "Walk ahead for a bit, and you'll understand the situation." Zhao Wuji didn't speak directly, but led them forward a bit. When they arrived at a dead end and looked down, each one displayed an expression of disbelief. Below was a vast grassland. Surrounding the grassland were 8 walls, each with 60 for varying lengths, obviously man-made, forming a majestic 8-trigrams pattern. "Is this the 8-trigram celestial formation?" Zhao Wenjin marveled. How much manpower, resources, and time must have been spent to build such a base? More than that, Zhao Wuji immediately answered his sister. As soon as he finished speaking, this massive 8-trigram celestial formation, based on natural terrain, suddenly changed positions. Ling Yu and the others saw clearly the live path turned into a dead end, and some dead ends became alive. However, no matter how it transformed, the 4 gates breaking into the vast grassland were all closed. "Zhao Wuji, what do we do now?" Ling Yu knew they didn't have time to continue observing slowly. Such matters should be handled by the experts. To be honest, the Qiagang Bagua formation was designed by the ancient Confucian sages. Based on the Qiagang's 36 changes, combined with the Bagua formation, it has over 300,000 variations. According to my observations, to enter the eye of the formation, which is the black and white heart of the Bagua in the grassland. One must find the 4 basic core points among over 300,000 variations. Destroying the core points completely to stop the changes in terrain is the only way to enter the grassland. However, as for which is the final base between the black and white hearts, to be honest, even I am not sure right now. Zhao Wuji sighed helplessly as he shook his head. He had tried to simplify his explanation, but everyone still didn't seem to understand. Mo Shu interrupted, saying, "Is this about the Taiji generating the 2 elements, the 2 elements generating the 4 symbols, the 4 symbols generating the 8 trigrams? All the way to over 300,000 variations?" Zhao Wuji smiled and nodded directly, indicating that while the details might not be exactly as described, the essence was the same. "What if we can't find the 4 core points?" Mo Shu immediately asked with wide eyes. "Then you will be forever lost in the formation." Zhao Wuji knew time was of the essence and no longer beat around the bush, saying plainly, "I will observe the changes in the formation here, find the 4 core points for you. If I can't find them, it's my fault, and I will apologize with my life. But even if you find the core points, I believe the sage will send experts to defend them, so you may not necessarily be able to destroy them. As long as 1 core point is not destroyed, the formation and terrain will continue to change, and you may never reach the eye of the formation in the Great Grassland. And as time passes, the game will inevitably become more difficult." Hearing this, Ling Yu immediately frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the Holy Fire Organization's 300,000 strong army will join in?" "Exactly." Zhao Wuji nodded. "Once you enter, the 300,000 strong army will enter subsequently to eliminate you. If you are trapped inside and cannot break through to the eye of the Great Grassland, they will have you like fish in a barrel." "Damn." Mo Shu's scalp tingled, shouting loudly, "Ling Yu, think carefully. This isn't risking one's life but risking 999,999 lives with 1 chance to live. And I think, if we retreat now, we might still make it back." This time, Non Gongwu couldn't find a rebuttal. Zhao Wuji also looked grave as he said, "Mo Shu is right. Are you still willing to play this game?" "This is not a game." Ling Yu immediately interjected, taking a deep breath before continuing, "This is the crucial battle in 100 years, the inspiring battle to defeat the ambitious plan of the Shadow Country. It is also the battle to pull out the pin in the dragon's rib. I am a soldier, and I must carry out this mission. With an air of it's either I prevail or no one does," he declared. "Charge." Zhu, who had been usually composed and quiet, unusually led the charge with a single word, "Kill." Mo Ying and Chen Fu almost simultaneously shouted the same word, "Charge, charge, kill, kill." More and more voices joined in. Eventually, the chaos coalesced into a symphony of determination. "Doomed if we live, let's die already. As long as we are not afraid of death, no matter how many lives are lost, it doesn't matter." Mo Shu also yelled, "That's enough deliberating. We don't have much time." Zhao Wuji's voice carried authority. "Split into 4 groups and descend from this mountain. I swear on my life, I will guide you to find the 4 core points." "Okay." Ling Yu didn't waste time, and immediately divided the teams in the name of the commander. On the other side, Liu Yijian narrowly missed killing Ling Yu on the Donkey Pine Island, but his mission was far from over. He had to stay put, awaiting the arrival of the Holy Fire Organization's army to direct them into the formation. Hehe, arranging opponents for Ling Yu and his team is also quite fun. "Ling Yu, how do you want to die? What kind of death would be worthy of you?" Liu Yijian pondered. Soon, Ling Yu had organized for teams, anticipating the enemy to send generals to guard the core points, each team at a central protagonist. This time, while more complex and dangerous, it felt like a return to the initial great battle, and they broke out of the Dark Night Island. The first team charged into the Chiagang Bagua formation, considered the king's elite. Ling Yu didn't personally lead this team, but assigned Chen Fu and Shangguan Fingling to lead, making it the strongest team. He teamed up with Yizi to lead the second team. Zhu Enji led the third team. And finally, Mo Yin and Tang Xinya led the last team. After a night, all 4 teams successfully descended the mountain and entered the Chiagang Bagua formation one after another. Each team leader carried a military-grade communication device, ensuring flawless communication within each of the 5 small islands. Upon entering the formation, Ling Yu's team felt like they were in a vast maze. While they had entered the formation only an hour after Chen Fu's team, the shifting terrain meant that they were perhaps kilometers apart by now. "Leader, Even the walls are moving. Yuzi suddenly pointed to the wall. Of course, Ling Yu had noticed too. Even if their team stood still, in a short time, they might not know where they were anymore. With over 300,000 variations, can Zhao Wuji really find the way for us to enter the grassland in such an environment? Yuzi couldn't help but furrow his brows, unable to imagine. Even though it had only been an hour since they entered, the moment he tried to recall the environment when they first entered, it was already a blur. Ling Yu didn't reply, attempting to use his dragon palm to break through a wall. He knew it was somewhat futile because even if they knocked down one wall, a new one would appear promptly. Unexpectedly, as he struck, the wall, despite violently shaking, didn't break. It was as if his inner strength was being absorbed. How is this possible? Yuzi also noticed the issue. With the leader's strength, he shouldn't have failed to break through a 1-meter thick wall. This is not ordinary stone. Ling Yu carefully felt them and realized that while the energy of the stones wasn't like that of the sunstone, they contained traces of it. These stones were like energy sponges, capable of absorbing inner strength. In the past, he would have been shocked, but knowing that the Divine Being had taken away many sunstones and had crafted this base, it was no surprise to see walls like this. We can only trust Zhao Wuji now. After saying this, Ling Yu led his team to the left for 200 meters as per the voice on the communication device, then moved back 100 meters, followed by a right turn for 100 meters. As expected, they found a gap after traversing the distance of a wall, leading them forward. At this rate, who knew how far they would walk in 3 days? Had it not been for knowing Zhao Wuji wasn't an ordinary person, even Ling Yu might not have believed it possible for him to find the way into the grassland amidst such intricate changes. After a day of walking, Ling Yu's team was already lost in the maze. However, Chen Fu's team had already successfully found the first core point. Hey, is it that simple? Chen Fu hasn't led soldiers into battle for a long time, but the feeling of going to war this time didn't feel unfamiliar to him. After walking through the heavenly arranged 8 diagrams formation for 2 days, he felt like he was just warming up, reaching his optimal state. Now that he found the first base point, he didn't think it was as difficult as he had imagined. Of course, he knew it was all thanks to having a good military advisor. Otherwise, this heavenly arranged 8 diagrams formation, consisting of 5 islands and considered the world's largest formation, could completely disorient them, making it impossible to escape, even leading to death. Dragon Saint, quickly destroy the wall ahead. That is one of the base points providing the basic power. If we destroy it, the formation will lose a quarter of its power. Once all power is lost, the heavenly arranged 8 diagrams formation will completely collapse. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's voice came through the communicator. Zhao Wuji was in charge of the communication station, so when he spoke to Chen Fu, the other team leaders could also hear. While other teams were still struggling to find their way, the fact that the first team had found the base point greatly boosted their confidence, proving that Zhao Wuji really had that ability. Good. Chen Fu was about to take out his silver dragon spear. At this moment, there was a deafening shout from behind the wall. A continuous stream of soldiers armed with modern weapons poured out from behind the wall. They were a modern military force. Feeling bored, going to the battlefield without killing the enemy, might as well go home and play games. Chen Fu once again displayed his commanding presence from the battlefield years ago, roaring to boost morale. Brothers, kill. The time to take down the tyrant has come. Kill. The elite forces from the north screamed with overwhelming momentum. After all, they were the most elite soldiers of the Dragon Country. Soon, Chen Fu realized the problem. The warriors on Sun Island seemed all like fearless machines. Not only that, they were all martial artists, with similar levels of strength. For someone like him, a saint-level master, these warriors were no match, but it couldn't be denied that their agility and strength were much greater than those of ordinary special forces in the secular world. If it weren't for the music supported by Shangguan Fingling, in a one-on-one situation, the northern soldiers might not necessarily defeat the opponents. Now, with him leading the charge, the battle was gradually becoming one-sided. Across the island at Lusong, though they couldn't see the situation, they could hear the sounds of battle, and even through communication devices, they knew the first base point was about to fall. In his anxious moment, a large transport ship arrived at Lusong Island, with endless transport ships following behind. Ha ha, just in time. Liu Yejian laughed heartily. As a GM, it's time to increase the difficulty for Ling Yu and them again. Nightmare level difficulty initiated. Speaking of Ling Yu, he was still leading the second team, searching tirelessly in the heavenly arranged 8 diagrams formation. Even though Ling Yu had an impressive memory, at this moment, he couldn't find a pattern. However, his body seemed to have a memory of the formation, sometimes not needing Zhao Wuji's guidance to find the way. This was his innate fighting talent. As for Yi Zi and the others, they had already given up, having walked for 2 days, and the surroundings showed almost no similarities. They had to admit that this was a game for geniuses, and others just couldn't play it. Ling Yu, it's up to you next. I will do my best to help you find the second base point. Zhao Wuji's voice came through the communicator. Ling Yu was a bit speechless. Now you want to help me find it? Does that mean the 2 days we spent walking before were in vain? No, Zhao Wuji immediately explained. There are death traps in the heavenly arranged 8 diagrams formation. If you don't keep moving, you'll soon be trapped to death. The stone formation will compress you, squeezing you all in between the stone walls. Cough. Towards the end, Zhao Wuji suddenly started coughing urgently. Brother. At this moment, Zhao Wenjin rushed over to Zhao Wuji's side, with a worried and concerned look in her eyes. Her brother was having a nosebleed. It's nothing. Zhao Wuji didn't want to worry others, temporarily pausing the communication and smiling at Zhao Wenjin. Brother, can't you rest for a while? You haven't eaten in 2 days. Zhao Wenjin asked with concern. Her brother wasn't made of iron. Going without eating or resting for 2 days in a row will wear his body down. It's fine. Just continue to give me intravenous nutrition drip. I can't rest. If I rest, the game will be over. Zhao Wuji responded to Zhao Wenjin and quickly resumed communication with Ling Yu. Ling Yu also guessed Zhao Wuji's condition. Even the soldiers behind him were struggling with this kind of march. Zhao Wuji was sustaining high mental consumption. Lasting 2 days was already very difficult. To make matters worse, he still had to keep going for a few more days. Fun Chen was tasked to stay behind to protect Zhao Wuji because he was the brains of the team, able to detect the presence of enemies by their sense. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's orders, she immediately administered the nutritional drip. Zhao Wuji, I seem to have grasped the pattern. Although I can't explain it, my body can now guide me to the right path. Ling Yu said, you can dictate the pattern to me, so I can lead the team to find the second base point. You can save time to find the third and fourth ones, or I fear your body won't hold up. Good. Zhao Wuji smiled at the words. He and Ling Yu understood each other well. He didn't dare to claim he was the strongest brain, but Ling Yu definitely had the strongest physical talent. The body's memory was a talent that even the most powerful brain like him envied. After Zhao Wuji dictated the pattern to Ling Yu became completely clear about it. Though very complex, he could remember it. Zhao Wuji then went to help Zi find the third base point. At this moment, Chen Fu and Shangguan Fingling also led a team to a great victory, only losing a few hundred people, all annihilating 2,000 to 3,000 enemies. The already narrow space was now permeated with the smell of blood. Many bodies were being moved, gradually shifting to another location. Chen Fu, quickly use your silver dragon spear to pierce through this base wall. Shangguan Fingling quickly ordered Chen Fu. The first Saints were all getting older, and they saw this as the final war, so they no longer held back and gave their all in this battle. Alright. Chen Fu also brandished his silver dragon spear, taking a big swig of wine before making his move. After all, this base wall was nearly 10 meters thick and made of special material, so it was difficult to destroy without using full force. However, just as he was about to attack, two figures suddenly appeared on the high wall. A man and a woman, looking solemn, exuded a terrifying and chilling aura as if they were ghosts from the underworld. When Chen Fu saw them, he shivered all over, but the next moment, he showed an excited and complex expression. Hey, finally, the big boss has appeared. I've been waiting for you, old man. Great Saint King, Miao Minglian. As Chen Fu loudly shouted the name of the other party, everyone present was stunned. This was the Great Saint King of the Holy Fire Organization. How did they come? Have the reinforcements from the Holy Fire Organization arrived? The warriors of the northern region discussed anxiously. Shangguan Funling was also surprised. With her level of skill, she didn't even sense the appearance of these two individuals. Besides her focus on the battlefield, it also proved that these two were very powerful. Chen Fu, I know you too. The Great Saint King placed his hands in his sleeves and, with heavy bags under his eyes, emitted a bright light, saying, but you only call me by my name and not my wife's name. This disrespects my wife. who is much more powerful than me. What? Shangguan Funling was secretly shocked. Chen Fu also holstered his silver gun and curiously asked, "Oh, who is the esteemed wife?" The Martial Arts Association had just announced the information on the 7 saints, and the Great Saint King was one of the top 3 saints. If his wife was even more formidable than him, wouldn't she be godly? Shangguan Funling and the remaining 1,800 people present were also very curious. She is the last 2 generational saintesses of the Holy Fire Organization and also the leader of the Miao region, Xuan Yuanyi. When the Great Saint King introduced his wife, his eyes sparkled. Chen Fu and Shangguan Funling couldn't help but exchange glances. The powers of the previous 2 saintesses were beyond their imagination, because Shangguan Funling had also heard from Tang Dinya that when they, the 3 saints, set out to retrieve the previous saintess, the 3 of them couldn't even accomplish it with force. Although at that time, the 3 saints' powers had not reached their peak, it was evident that the former saintess was incredibly formidable. The immediate former saintess was even more unpredictable. Hehe. Introductions are done. Let's begin. Chen Fu wasn't intimidated by their titles and directly raised his gun. 6-word gun array. Whenever facing opponents of saint level, attacking without using ultimate techniques would be an insult to the opponent. However, this move was a catastrophic disaster for the entire poisonous sect, as it was easily countered by Miao Ming Li, who used a black substance to crush Chen Fu's 6 silver dragons with one hand. Shock and surprise appeared on everyone's faces. "Chen Fu, I'll leave the Great Saint King to you." Shangguan Funling, always the calmest person, immediately said, "The appearance of these 2 means that the Holy Fire Organization's large army will arrive soon. We must eliminate them first, or we will have no chance of winning." Understood. Chen Fu also understood this logic and instantly leapt with his gun, jumping off and landing on a high thick wall, preparing to strike again. The 6-word gun array was completely ineffective, so how about a 5-word gun array? Even the 5 silver dragons were effortlessly torn apart by the Great Saint King's hand. More terrifyingly, the old saintess standing beside him didn't even flinch, completely unaffected. Attack together. Shangguan Funling also noticed this and quickly instructed the warriors from the northern region to deal with the old saintess. Chen Fu also cooperated, sweeping his gun horizontally. The Great Saint King and the old saintess leapt away as soon as they landed, only to be greeted by numerous light machine gun bullets. The dense swarm of bullets enveloped the 2 like locusts. A shocking scene unfolded. The Great Saint King placed his hands in his sleeves, while the old saintess simply stared, causing the bullets to ignite and fall to the ground. What's going on? Is this telekinesis? Even Chen Fu and Shangguan Funling, experienced saint-level fighters, were taken aback, having never seen anything like this. No, they hadn't. It was only the 5S level Glory War God who could ignite bullets with heat energy. Could this old saintess also be at the 5S level? No. It's impossible. At that moment, the old saintess swept her surroundings, and all nearby soldiers burst into flames. The scene instantly filled with desperate cries. On the Centauria Island in the sky, Liu Yijian sat in a helicopter, witnessing this scene as chills ran down his spine. However, he knew more and was well aware that the old saintess could wield the power of the Sunstone. With her back against the wall made with the Sunstone, possessing the power of the Glory War God, was no surprise. Liu Yijian felt bitter, but gradually offered a sinister smile, because he could also absorb the power of the Sunstone. Initially, he was astonished when he discovered it, but later realized that it was all thanks to the cunning fox Tang name. As one of the 5 immortals, he had long coveted the power of the Sunstone, and had been researching methods to absorb the power of the Sunstone, including pursuing the reverse dragon scripture in the past. Who would have thought that he would eventually succeed, using half of the reverse dragon scripture to continuously adjust himself, devising a method to absorb the power of the Sunstone. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to use it before being defeated by Ling Yu, who now reaped the benefits. Liu Yijian was now waiting for a chance to absorb all the power of the Sunstone. Then, he would undoubtedly become a true god surpassing the Glory War God. By then, killing Ling Yu and dominating the world would not be a dream. At that moment, no one paid attention to Liu Yijian in the sky. Marongzi, highly intelligent and quick-witted, under Zhao Wuji's guidance, quickly found the location of the 3rd base point. Zhao Wuji was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood. Not to mention how Zhao Wenjun and Fenkin would rescue him. Tang Dingya from the 4th squad was also extremely clever. After 3 days of exploration, even though she couldn't find the 4th base point, she made sure not to lead her team to be trapped in the formation. At this moment, just like at the first base point, where continuous soldiers emerge, there were also 2 boss-level figures standing on the high wall. It's you. Z looked up to see the disheveled Marongchia, unable to hide his surprise. Ji also noticed that Marongchan's aura had become much stronger since their last encounter. This fellow was truly extraordinary. You know Marongchia, and let me introduce myself as well. Another man with long hair curved into a cold smile. I am Yuanziu, who contributed to the reverse dragon scripture. However, I have since distanced myself from those matters because we have discovered something more interesting. Are you talking about the Sunstone? Z immediately inquired. Exactly. Marongchia interrupted gleefully. Head. Do you know why the reverse dragon scripture is considered the best in the world? It's because it's the origin martial art, capable of absorbing the Sunstone's power. Now Yuanziu and I have both learned it. In theory, we have no upper limit in strength. Haha. Seeing how pleased he was, Xianji couldn't tolerate it anymore, immediately ordering loudly, attack. Take down that madman. Kill. Many strong warriors from the Dark Knight Island followed them, with Z being their king in their hearts. They firmly believed that Z could never lose, so their fighting spirit was high. Z. Today I will avenge the humiliations from the past 2 encounters. Marongchan's eyes turned fierce as he leapt down. Yuan Shu's basic strength was not on par with him, similar to the level he reached when he went berserk during the Southern Continent martial arts competition, which was about the same level as Ji now. However, he was no longer the same person and, taking advantage of Marongchan's battle with Z, he also intended to take down a major enemy and gain some credit. Around the Sun Island, battles are erupting. Lin Qinglan, who secretly sneaked in among the Miaojiang people, followed the 300,000 troops into Luzon Island. Willow Leaf Sword was in charge of dispatching, using several helicopters to send experts to unknown locations, while the army entered Sun Island by land. Watching Qin Mingyu being arranged to board the plane with the Black Miao Princess to fly to Sun Island, Lin Qinglan prepared to take a risk and rush onto the plane, but was suddenly stopped by someone. Who are you? You don't seem to be from Mar Holy Fire Organization. The Holy Priestess had already left with the Archsaint, arranging for the 10 elders of the Miao tribe to guard Qin Mingyu and ensure she was taken to Sun Island. They mentioned that the Holy Maiden entering Sun Island would be the organization's final major plan. Lin Qinglan heard this, but never thought he would be recognized at such a crucial moment. I am. Seeing the 10 elders surrounding him, Lin Qinglan, with a panicked expression, nervously smiled. So what's your name? And what's your position? We have registration information for everyone here. If you say anything wrong, it's a dead end. The 10 people were pressing Lin Qinglan step by step. Lin Qinglan panicked. Although the Archsaint and the Holy Priestess were not present, with his identity exposed, he could not single-handedly reclaim Qin Mingyu here. Even facing just the Black Miao Princess, he couldn't win, let alone the 10 elders. If you don't speak up, don't blame us for being rude. The head elder had already raised his hand. Damn it, I am the genuine guardian of the holy. Lin Qinglan. Knowing he couldn't withstand the inspection, Lin Qinglan roared defiantly, hoping to seize the opportunity to snatch Qin Mingyu back. Even if it meant death, he was determined to protect Qin Mingyu at all costs. Quick, take him down. The 10 elders quickly reacted, and before Lin Qinglan could break through, 2 people pushed him back. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu, who had just boarded a helicopter, looked over at him. Mingyu, it's me. I will protect you and bring you back. Lin Qinglan shouted loudly towards Qin Mingyu, hoping for her response. Unfortunately, Qin Mingyu looked at him, her brow furrowed slightly, her eyes confused. Clearly, she didn't recognize him. Mingyu. Lin Qinglan was both anxious and heartbroken, roaring to break through the 10 elders, but overwhelmed by 4 hands with just his 2 fists. He was soon knocked down. The Black Miao Princess, watching him from the plane, raised a sneer, then glanced at Qin Mingyu with a complicated expression. Die. The head elder led the way, wielding a strange weapon to eliminate Lin Qinglan. At a critical moment, a black long spear knocked the weapon out of the head elder's hand. The whole scene was shocked. Shangguan Lantu? Lin Qinglan widened his eyes, never expecting this guy to show up here. Hey, is this your level? Looks like I, as the guardian of Mingyu, Need to handle this in person. Shangguan Lantu smirked. Don't get cocky. I'm the real guardian. Lin Qinglong roared, jumping up once again. Together, they forcefully beat back the formidable 10 elders. But Shangguan Lantu had the intention of seizing Qin Mingyu when the Black Mia princess suddenly kicked him back. This woman is quite strong. Shangguan Lantu blocked with his black spear, unharmed but surprisingly lost in a strength contest. His expression stunned. Humph. Farewell, you scum. The Black Mia princess taunted deliberately. As the helicopter began to lift off, the two warriors wanted to continue pursuing, but the 10 elders and experts of the Holy Fire Organization encircled them again. Seeing the helicopter rising higher, the two were momentarily at a loss. Young man, they should be planning to use the Holy Maiden as a vessel, extracting the power of the Sunstone. Hurry! Stop them! Leave this to me. In the nick of time, a voice of an elderly man suddenly rang out. Lin Qinglong looked in surprise and exclaimed, Ancestor! Though Shangguan Lantu didn't recognize this old man or the girl behind him, he could feel an extraordinary aura emanating from the old man. It was something he had never experienced before. Go. The ancestor suddenly opened his aged dragon-like eyes and gestured with one hand. Terrifying things happened. A burst of powerful force swept in like a dragon tornado, its range and strength terrifying, causing everyone in the vicinity to shudder in fear and astonishment. Oh! Accompanied by screams, all the experts surrounding the two were blown into the air. What level of power is this? Both Ling Qinglong and Shangguan Lantu were stunned. Even the Black Mia princess, who had already taken to the sky, was also astonished. She had witnessed the power of the Archsaint and the Holy Priestess, but even they probably couldn't match the power of this fiery old man. Go quickly, you two. Yuan Bing suddenly threw over a bamboo scroll, loudly saying, If you see Ling Yu, hand the scroll to him. Also, if you see Yu Su, if possible, please spare his life. Only then did Lin Qinglong and Shangguan Lantu come to their senses, nodding quickly before leaping with all their strength. Shangguan Lantu caught hold of the helicopter skid, while Lin Qinglong grabbed Shangguan Lantu's leg, hanging onto the helicopter as it flew toward Sun Island. The ancestor suddenly began to cough slightly. Ancestor, are you okay? Yuan Bing hurriedly supported him, wiping his sweat. I'm fine. The ancestor smiled faintly. This body is getting old, and I can't fully unleash my power. If Guanrong were here, he could have stopped that deity from me. Yuan Bingsh was also taken aback. She had never seen Ling Guanrong, but because she had served the ancestor from a young age, she often heard him and the villagers talk about how Ling Guanrong was the ancestor's proudest disciple. He was the only human who had reached the peak strength of the ancestor. Now, we can only rely on Ling Yu. After expressing regret, the ancestor's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope once again. Similarly, on the other side, after leading his team to find the central point wall based on his own strength, Ling Yu and his team were facing a situation almost identical to the other two teams, with a sudden influx of numerous soldiers around them. However, unlike in other regions, these soldiers were all dressed in modern armor from head to toe, and yielding to conventional weaponry. Brother, what should we do? Our weapons are ineffective against these people. Yi and the others were forced to retreat, but Ling Yu suddenly gritted his teeth with a look of fury in his eyes. These are the soldiers of the Sky Martial Organization. To kill them, we must do this. Ha! With these words, Ling Yu suddenly unleashed a dragon palm strike. Wherever his palm energy touched, these heavily armed soldiers scattered on the ground. Yi could only smile bitterly, as the way Ling Yu decimated enemies was something they found hard to achieve. Don't be discouraged. Pick up their armor and weapons. The soldiers of our werewolf are no less than anyone. Ling Yu encouraged loudly, boosting morale. It was then that Yi and the others, with renewed resolve under Ling Yu's leadership, began to fight back. Ling Yu seemed tireless, striking with increasing ferocity, single-handedly turning the tide of the battle in an instant. Even Ling Yu couldn't quite understand what was happening. As he fought here, it was as if he had entered a natural arena, with the sun heart he carried spontaneously providing him with a constant stream of power. Swoosh! Just when the Wolf Warriors' second team was about to turn the tide and thought they were going to win, suddenly 7 figures fell from the sky and landed on the base wall. Ling Yu immediately looked up and clenched his fist tightly when he saw the old man standing in the C position, the king of Qianwu, and also the master of the 6 Qianwu armor experts. Ling Yu, You truly live up to being the successor chosen by Duan. You are truly worthy of the title of war god. The king of Qianwu sincerely praised. Even though Morangjie and Yuanzhu, following his guidance and using the advanced equipment of the Qianwu organization to enhance their physical potential, those two still could not reach the heights of Ling Yu. Are you the king of Qianwu? Is it you who almost killed my master? Duan. Ling Yu's body was exuding a murderous aura as he asked coldly. Before the king of Qianwu could respond, the man in the red armor suddenly burst into laughter. That's right. It was us. We are here today to make you eat dust after Duan. Dealing with you should be easier, even if it's just me. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yu immediately leapt onto the wall, using the scorching sun dragon catching technique. The king of Qianwu was caught off guard, as even Duan, who did not possess such a terrifying capturing technique that could capture someone from a distance. One must know that the man in red armor was carefully trained by him, and his strength evaluation after wearing the armor was SS+. The confident look in the man in red armor's eyes instantly turned into a look of fear. Ling Yu was just rated as SSS. How could it be? The king of Qianwu also realized that if he didn't intervene, his capable subordinates would be in serious trouble, so he raised his red row and threw a palm strike at Ling Yu. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu not only did not retreat, but he also simultaneously struck with the northern border dragon snapping palm with his other hand. Dang! The clash between the two caused the solid base wall to tremble, and the entire area shook slightly. What a terrifying power! The people below, including Yizi, gritted their teeth to maintain their balance. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they wouldn't believe that such characters existed in the world. And there were two of them. The other armored men were also shocked. Like the man in red armor, they believed that Ling Yu, although young, would surely be no match for Duan, the divine needle of Dinhai. But now, Ling Yu was evenly matched in a clash with the SSS plus king of Qianwu. How could they not be extremely surprised? Duan truly deserved his title as one of the three saints. His arms were not only numb, but he could also rely on stepping into a state of anti-gravity to retreat back to the tall wall. He believed that Ling Yu was in a similar state. In doing so, he had saved his capable subordinates. However, unexpectedly, Ling Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he still had the strength to pull the man in red armor towards him. How is this possible? The king of Qianwu was also shocked. But what was more shocking was yet to come. While one of Ling Yu's arms was indeed numb, a surge of energy from the solar heart immediately restored his condition, allowing him to both capture with one hand and strike through the chest of the man in red armor with his other hand. The man in red armor instantly collapsed. His eyes widened before death, unable to close. He just wanted to show off in front of the new god of war of Lone Woe, but he never expected his fate to be so tragic in front of the god of war. And Duel too. Unexpectedly, the real show was yet to come. Ling Yu seemed tireless, a relentless war machine with endless energy. Having just killed the man in red armor, he immediately leapt up again, striding towards the king of Qianwu and others on the wall. His gaze, his momentum, even fright and the dignified three saints, let alone the armored men behind him, all attack. The king of Qianwu, after all, was one of the three saints. After reacting, he put aside his dignity and prestige, knowing that today, they must join forces to defeat Ling Yu. This man had been seriously underestimated by those fools in the Martial Arts Association. When he fully erupted, he became even more terrifying than Duan, who was only a step away from Fares. Ignoring the numbness in his arms, the king of Qianwu used his ultimate move, the Heavenly King Arhat Palm. The other 5 armored men also took out their weapons, intending to besiege Ling Yu. Ling Yu's gaze remained fearless. His northern border dragon snapping palm was able to strike 3 consecutive times. The mighty energy of one strike was followed by another. By combining single target attacks with area attack techniques, he unleashed a terrifying and ferocious group assault. The people below were all dumbfounded. With the continuous explosions, the solid base wall began to shake, and stones flew in all directions. It was as if they were being bombarded by a series of heavy artillery shells. The explosions continued. This meant Ling Yu was still attacking. Yizi was completely dumbfounded. He had always known his boss was amazing, but he never expected him to be this powerful. It was like he was a living national weapon. After what seemed like an eternity, as the dust settled from the explosions, the outcome on the high wall was clear. Although Ling Yu was breathing heavily, Blood was flowing from wounds on both his arms. He was the only person left standing on the broken high wall. The king of Jianwu had blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, one knee kneeling, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. As for his 5 capable subordinates, they were already lying on the ground and couldn't get up. I really never thought. After a moment, the king of Jianwu smiled bitterly, but then coughed up blood again. Ling Yu only watched him, continuing to catch his breath. He was now very certain that the solar heart resonated strongly with this place, and combined with the scorching sun reverse heaven technique, he now possessed infinite power. If not for this, he and the king of Jianwu could have fought for 1,000 days without declaring a victor. It was impossible for one person to defeat 7 opponents. After spitting up blood, the king of Jianwu lay flat on his back, looking up at the sky murmuring, "It seems, the fate of Lone Guo is still intact." Ling Yu then coldly asked, "Shangguan Yan, you are Shangguan Zi's older brother, right? Your brother refused to be a lackey of Shadow Sauce to the very end. Why did you choose to cooperate with Shadow Sauce and betray Lone Guo?" "On this point, I do indeed fall short of my brother," the king of Jianwu replied honestly. "Although we have cooperated with Shadow Sauce, we have never intended to betray Lone Guo." "What do you mean?" Ling Yu continued to press. "We were just using each other." In the face of death, the king of Jianwu remained sincere. "If not for our cooperation, Ashavan and that deity would not have allowed us to set foot on the Sun Island without cause." "Don't tell me you were thinking about teaming up with me to counterattack against them?" Ling Yu coldly smirked. "No, we weren't." The king of Jianwu's eyes remained honest. "Although you and I are both people of Lone Guo, we belong to different factions. You are from the John Ping line, so we are enemies. Our plan was to eliminate you first, then besiege the forces of Shadow Sauce, and finally claim this base as our own." Ling Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the old man's expression, which did not seem like a lie. "Ling Yu, as you said, we are all people of Lone Guo. As a reward for defeating me, I will tell you what I know." The king of Jianwu, coughing up blood, smiled more and more sincerely now. "If victory is not meant for us, I still hope that Lone Guo emerges victorious." Ling Yu gazed at him expressionlessly, saying, "Thank you, I'm listening." But suddenly, the king of Jianwu began coughing violently, blood gushing out uncontrollably. It seemed he was finding it difficult to continue speaking. Ling Yu quickly tapped several acupoints on him. The Emperor Jianwu unexpectedly felt a warm current circulating inside his body. With his experience and knowledge, how could he not know that Ling Yu's cultivation had fatally surpassed the holy level category, and that he could inject internal energy into others, which was a very miraculous feat? In other words, his internal energy could not only materialize, but also be compatible with anyone. Looking at the birth of the world, among countless energies, this omnipotent energy only belonged to the sun. "I never expected that you would actually save me. The Emperor Jianwu laughed. "I am the mastermind behind the killing of your master, Du Muwu." "Enough nonsense, I just want to hear your last words," Ling Yu coldly responded. Of course, the Emperor Jianwu knew, but regardless of Ling Yu's intentions, he had saved his life. He spoke without hiding anything. "Do you know why there is a god in the mortal realm? Because the status of the 3 gods is also hierarchical. The highest god rules over another realm and will never descend to the mortal realm. The lower status 3 gods aspire for domination in the mortal realm." "How do you know this information?" Ling Yu questioned, not out of disbelief, but to gain more understanding. "Because we have cooperated with the Sacred Fire Organization for several decades. I know well how the organization came to be and the origins of the Sacred Virgin." The Emperor Jianwu chuckled. "The highest god is the creation god of the Dragon Kingdom, Emperor Zhuanyuan. His bloodline can merge with the power of the sun, therefore it is infinite. No matter how powerful other gods are, they cannot reach this point. To achieve this, they need to utilize the bloodline of the Zhuanyuan clan." Ling Yu listened silently. If it weren't for the fact that the Sacred Fire Organization was trying to take back his wife at all costs, he would never believe this myth. The great Saint King has long wanted to use the Sacred Virgin's bloodline to achieve his own godhood. Unfortunately, although his wife also hails from the Zhuanyuan bloodline, due to lack of experience at the time, the experiment with planting goo failed. So even though the former Sacred Virgin, now the Sacred Consort, absorbed a large amount of solar stone energy, due to the goo, she can never transfer that power to the great Saint King. Though the Sacred Consort possesses terrifying power, she lacks any personal battle talent. The Great Saint King still aims for Godho, and can only develop a new vessel for power and rely on the newly developed Phoenix Blood Goo to transfer the power to him. The Emperor Chan revealed this information without reservations to Ling Yu. Ling Yu chose to believe it, as it aligned with the actions of the Sacred Fire Organization all along. Ling Yu even asked, "So bringing Mingyu here is to let her absorb the entire solar stone energy of the island and then transfer it to the Great Saint King?" "Exactly. Ling Yu, you are quite smart." The Emperor Chanwu chuckled. "Actually, whether the Great Saint King can withstand this power is still unknown. After all, he isn't of the Zhuanyuan bloodline. On the contrary, I have been researching biomedicine all along, and my body might be more suitable for achieving GODHOD. But here I am, failing. It's really ironic." Ling Yu lost interest in these details, as he could not let anyone else touch his wife. Even if he couldn't stop his wife from absorbing the solar stone energy before, he must prevent them from executing their plan before the Great Saint King absorbs his wife's power through the Phoenix Blood Goo. Currently, for the three opposing forces on the Sun Island, there were two hostile factions engaging in a three-way game. Just then, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades could be heard in the sky. A helicopter flew over their heads, heading towards the middle of Sun Island. However, Ling Yu couldn't fly and couldn't leap over the high walls and the ocean between them and Sun Island. He had to wait for the destruction of the four key point walls, halt the formation, and find a land route to Sun Island. But just when he thought the helicopter would smoothly fly into Sun Island, a missile suddenly flew precisely towards the helicopter. Damn. The helicopter was hit and exploded instantly. Ling Yu's eyes widened in shock. The Emperor Chanwu was equally shocked and cursed. "That sly Saint Ruxu, he was indeed using us to deal with you. He never intended to let the Sacred Virgin enter Sun Island." "What did you say?" Ling Yu immediately became nervous and excited. The Emperor Chanwu confessed, "If I'm not mistaken, the Sacred Virgin must have been on that helicopter just now." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu couldn't contain his emotions and wanted to search for his wife based on where the helicopter fell. But with the 8 trigram formation still changing, the position of the helicopter crash had definitely shifted. If you want to find the Sacred Virgin, you need to find a way to destroy the 4 key point walls quickly. The Emperor Chanwu had completely changed his stance. He had lost to Ling Yu and now clearly understood that the people from the Yan nation were using them. Now, he only wanted to help Ling Yu deal with them. After the intense battle, he had a feeling that perhaps Ling Yu was the destined one in this world. All right. Ling Yu didn't waste any time and immediately jumped down, using all his strength to destroy the thick key point walls. However, the 8 trigram formation did not stop operating. Despite his anxiousness, he could only trust the other 3 small teams. What he didn't know was that in front of the first key point wall, blood had already flowed like a river. 2,000 werewolf warriors and thousands of enemies had almost exhausted each other. Chen Fu had been suppressed by the Great Saint King, his arms even broken. Shangguan Fingerling's eyes were filled with despair, facing the sacred consort whose power level far exceeded theirs. At this rate, they had no way to defeat the enemy, only facing total annihilation. In front of the 3rd key point wall, the battle was equally fierce. Xiaoxia and Marongxia clashed, with Xiaoxia maintaining an unscathed defense, unable to defeat Marongxia. And where his eyes looked, Jie was no match for Jiling. If Jiling wasn't slightly courteous towards women, she would have been killed long ago. Hey, Marong Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Marongxia took advantage of Xiaoxiao's distraction and nearly struck at his vitals with a sword. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, only suffering some superficial wounds. But for Marongxia, this was a considerable achievement, making him feel proud and arrogant. Haha, weren't you crushing me before? You were even able to defeat me last time. Why are you so weak now? Xiaoxiao didn't want to continue bantering and just wanted to go save Ji. But Marongxia stood in his way, leaving him helpless. Just then, the wreckage of a helicopter suddenly plummeted down. If it were an ordinary person, facing such an air disaster would surely lead to doom. But everyone on the aircraft were peerless experts. Only Lin Qinglong was sprawled on the ground, while Shangguan Longshu landed gracefully. There was even a black-clothed woman, holding a white-clothed woman, landing on the tall wall, overlooking everything below. Lin Qinglong. Xiaoxia felt like he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yan Su, who had been planning to kill Ji, was also interrupted by this sudden turn of events, watching as these people descended from the sky. Seeing the proud gaze of the Black Meow woman, he felt that a new story was about to unfold. Proud demon, hurry and save Mingyu. Ling Qinglong paid no attention to anyone else, not even the state of the battlefield, as he only had one woman in his eyes from beginning to end. Qin Mingyu, hey, I don't need you to tell me, I'll do it too. Shangguan Longwhisker naturally referred to himself as the proud demon. He immediately grabbed his spear and charged forward to snatch Mingyu back from the Black Meow woman. However, his powerful thrust was completely caught by the Black Meow woman with just one hand. What's going on? Many experts present were just as shocked as Shangguan Longwhisker. For example, Morong Chia and Morong Zi. They could all see how formidable Shangguan Longwhisker's spear technique was. They didn't have confidence in catching Shangguan Longwhisker's spear barehanded, yet the Black Meow woman effortlessly did. Ji. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zi quickly moved away from Morong Chia to save Ji. Rather than engaging in a prolonged fight, Yuangxiu also retreated opportunistically. His goal in coming here was not to kill but to target only one person. That person was Ling Yu. He just wanted to test once more whether he could surpass Ling Yu and see how Ling Yu would meet his end. Ji, are you okay? Zi lifted his sister with one hand. Before Ji could answer, she exclaimed, Big brother Zi, be careful. Behind him, Morong Chia wielded his famous sword, the lightning-fast rotations piercing towards them with extraordinary skill. Zi was rarely startled. His focus was on saving his sister and, when he noticed Morong Chia's attack, the sword momentum was already established, making it difficult even for him to escape unscathed. Tough. At the critical moment, Ji, who was already injured, inexplicably found the strength to shield Morong Chia's sword with her body. Xiao's eyes froze in disbelief. Despite being calm, he couldn't help but retaliate opportunistically even at the moment of separation and death. Morong Chia, I'm coming for you. With a seemingly simple sky-cutting sword move catching Morong Chia as he landed, piercing through his right hand. Morong Chia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Ji blocked his attack with her body and disrupted his rhythm, he never expected a common move to be used so effectively. At that moment, he had to admit within himself that his martial arts talent could never match up to Zhao's. Those who knew Zi were aware that he was a genius with a regal demeanor, never worrying during battles. But at this moment, his emotions overwhelmed him. Seeing his only sister killed by Morong Chia, his eyes reflected a sense of intent to kill for the first time. The Jade Face Emperor had transformed into the Jade Face God of Death. Morong Chia attempted to parry, but he couldn't withstand Zhao's fiery strikes fueled by anger. With more and more blooded holes on his body, he eventually left this world with eyes filled with despair. While the genius battle on one side was captivating, Ling Qinglong's attention was completely focused on the duel between Shangguan Longwhisker and the Black Meow woman. After Shangguan Longwhisker's surprise, he immediately kicked the spear, causing it to rotate and forcing the Black Meow woman to release Mingyu and leap backward. Following this, Shangguan Longwhisker proudly stated, Hey, I underestimated you as a woman earlier. I didn't use my full strength. I didn't expect you to be skilled. If you don't release Mingyu now, don't blame me for not being courteous to beat a woman. Hehe. The black-faced princess laughed even more arrogantly, and him, pointing to Ling Qinglong who was climbing the wall, he was given internal injuries by me with just one move last time. Do you think you can compare to him? What? Shangguan Longwhisker was genuinely surprised. Exposing my weaknesses? I'll show you today that I can beat you, and no more nonsense. Ling Qinglong finally jumped up. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan Longwhisker realized the Black Meow princess wasn't lying. Amazed, and then excited, he brandished his spear for a strong attack. Ling Qinglong, if you can't defeat her, don't force yourself, watch how I avenge you. Damn it. Ling Qinglong gritted his teeth, seething with anger. But deep down, he believed that men fighting women was dishonorable, and having to men fight one woman was even more disgraceful. So, despite his anger, he refrained from attacking. It was this moment that he suddenly noticed an energy radiation similar to Dark Island emanating from the high wall. No, it was 10 times stronger than the one on Dark Island. Discovering this, he was overjoyed. This presented him with the opportunity to enhance his strength. However, as he envisioned absorbing the radiant energy similar to Dark Island, he realized that the energy wasn't flowing towards him at all. It seemed to have a life of its own, autonomously surging towards another person. Surprisingly, that person was Qin Mingyu. At that moment, Shangguan Longwhisker's tyrannical spear was intercepted again. The Black Meow Princess kicked him repeatedly until he stumbled back, stumbling and falling to the ground. God, this woman is so strong. Shangguan Longwhisker's pride took a hit as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes no longer held the pride. He was an SSS-rated Southern Frontier War god, yet he couldn't even defeat a woman. This was a huge blow to the dignity of the Dragon Empire. At a critical moment, Z also jumped onto the high wall, pointing out the crucial factor. That Black Meow woman is leveraging the power of the Holy Lady. What? Shangguan Longwhisker only, and realized that the Black Meow Princess hadn't let go of Ling Yu's hand the entire time. Although he didn't know what sorcery she was using, she was indeed continuously drawing power from Ling Yu. I see. With confidence restored, Shangguan Longwhisker declared, so you've borrowed Ling Yu's power. I won't be polite to you anymore. Do you men always talk big? The Black Meow Princess's smile turned more contemptuous and playful. If you have the ability, deal with me. Stop the nonsense. Damn it. Release Ling Yu. This time, Lin Qinglong rushed forward first, unleashing his full strength for an all-out attack. Just like last time, the Black Meow Princess caught his fist with one hand and kicked him away with another. Fortunately, Z caught him in time, preventing him from falling. Damn it! Damn it! Ling Qinglong roared in anger. Ling Yu, I will definitely save you. Even if I died, I will protect you. Ling Yu looked at this big man. Her eyes slightly moved, though she didn't know why. She could tell that he had come to her aid, risking his life. Stop the big talk. Just do it. Shangguan Longwhisker came forth with his spear, shouting loudly, Ling Yu has me to protect her. The two men finally set aside their pride and self-esteem, joining forces to confront the Black Meow Princess. Meanwhile, Z observed from the side, his wise eyes constantly capturing the Black Meow woman's weaknesses. Even with Shangguan Longwhisker and Lin Qinglong working together, they still couldn't defeat the Black Meow woman, and were instead continuously kicked away. Just as the Black Meow Princess was reveling in her victory, a sudden sword light aimed at her arm, holding Ling Yu. Startled, the woman backed off. The man had exploited her blind spot, demonstrating clever tactics. As powerful as the Black Meow Princess was, her body was still made of flesh and blood. To avoid losing her grip, she reluctantly let go of Ling Yu. Holy Lady, forgive me. Z wasn't triumphantly exulting, as he understood that even without the Holy Lady's power, the Black Meow Princess was stronger than any of the three of them. Knowing this, he didn't arrogantly stay in place protecting Ling Yu, but made sure to push her away before the Black Meow woman pounced. Oh! Just as Ling Yu was about to fall, Shangguan Longwhisker and Lin Qinglong hurriedly rushed forward to catch her. You guys! Ling Yu leaned on the two men without falling. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the two men, she felt increasingly moved in her heart. Why were these two men so protective of her? Who exactly are you guys? Originally intending to flirt with Ling Yu, the two men were shocked upon hearing this question. Even though Lin Qinglong had suspected earlier that Ling Yu might have been brainwashed, seeing this scene now was still hard to accept. Ling Yu, I'm Lansu. It's me. What's wrong with you? Shangguan Lansu quickly stood up and grabbed Ling Yu. However, the next moment he felt something was wrong. Ling Yu's energy surged, and in her subconscious struggle, he couldn't even hold her. Ling Yu made him feel as if she were a goddess descending from the heavens. Shangguan Lansu, Ling Yu's eyes were still confused, but she was certain that these two men were not her enemies, or else they wouldn't have such expressions. Hey, proud one, don't get too excited. Lin Qinglong, who had turned into a composed character in front of Shangguan Lansu, immediately shouted, Ling Yu must have been cursed by the great sage king, suppressing her past consciousness and memories. Damn it, that's why I hate this kind of dark magic the most. Shangguan Lansu gritted his teeth. When I go back, I'll definitely send troops to eradicate the Black Meow tribe. Don't talk about things so far away. Let's focus on what's in front of us. Zia's voice came at this moment. The king of the Dark Night Island was struggling with the Black Meow Princess alone. Hehe, although your internal strength is not strong, I must admit that you are the strongest among the three. The Black Meow Princess couldn't help but sigh. The man in front of her had amazing talent in battle, making her unable to gain any advantage in their moves for the first time. However, inheriting the power of the Holy Priestess and under the influence of various Black Meow curses, her internal strength was at least 2 levels higher than Zia's. If not for this, she wouldn't be able to subdue the man in front of her. She couldn't even inflict serious injuries on Z after 20 moves. Let's go take down this woman together and destroy this formation wall. Zia shouted loudly again. Shangguan Lansu and Lin Qinglan finally joined the battle with a battle cry. 3 against 1. It was difficult to determine the outcome for a while. Uxu also jumped in, but didn't help either side. Meanwhile, on the Luzon Island mountains, Zhao Wenjin sensed the fierce fighting going on in the formation despite not being inside it. The bloody battle had spread even to where she was. Brother, you're finally awake. Seeing her brother who had been unconscious for 5 days waking up weak again, Zhao Wenjin was both excited and heartbroken. How long have I been out? Zhao Wujian, after waking up, asked as the first question. Brother, it's been a day and a night already. Zhao Wenjin replied, tears streaming down her face, troubled-eyed. I haven't found the formation wall for the 4th squad yet. Zhao Wujian hurriedly struggled to get up. At this moment, he was pale as a sheet, looking as fragile as a piece of paper that would tear at the slightest breeze. The dust was even tempted to advise him to rest well, as he would truly die if he continued like this. However, it was Zhao Wenjin who shook her head. No one knew her brother better than her. This was the most important game he had ever played in his life. He was naturally competitive, and if he gave up and admitted defeat now, even if he survived, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Zhao Wujian, you're finally awake. Our current coordinates are soon. The voice of Snake Spirit's sister came through the communicator. During Zhao Wujian's coma, it was thanks to her master Tang Xinya's wisdom that they didn't get lost in the changes of the Tiagang Bagua Ray. But even the extremely smart Master Haitan couldn't find the formation wall. The main reason was that one formation wall had been destroyed, and the sudden change in the formation disrupted the pattern that Tang Xinya had figured out in an instant. It seems like the second formation wall has been destroyed. The algorithm has changed. Follow my instructions now. Based on their information, Zhao Wujian quickly deduced that the second formation wall had been breached. But upon hearing this news, Mo Yin and Tang Xinya didn't share Snake Spirit's sister's joke. They were only curious as to why Chen Fu and Shangguan Fingling had not yet broken through the first formation wall. Judging from their strength on paper, the first team was the most powerful. Even Ling Yu believed it was the most stable. After all, to holy-level experts, one with experience in leading troops and one intelligent enough to use illusions. Who else could stop such to holy figures? Mo Yin, we need to be careful too. The enemy's strength might exceed our expectations, Tang Xinya whispered to Mo Yin as they moved forward. Mo Yin nodded, anticipating the encounter with their opponents, and a subtle feeling of unease crept into his heart. Eventually, under Zhao Wujian's guidance, they found the 4th formation wall. Brother! Brother! Zhao Wenjin suddenly shouted. To dust watching her shed tears instantly. Tears streaming down her face. This was because Zhao Wujian's already exhausted body finally collapsed after he learned that the 4th squad had also found the formation wall. Exhausted from mental and physical exertion, fresh blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Wenjin, don't cry, Zhao Wujian said with a faint smile. Brother is tired. Let me rest for a while. When you learn the outcome, tell me. If I can't go back, please tell Qingjuan that I really like her. Brother! Brother! Zhao Wenjin was already in tears, wanting to speak more, but Zhao Wujian had closed his eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Mo Yin and Tang Xinya didn't hear Zhao Wujian's voice again, but they didn't have time to worry about Zhao Wujian. In front of them, a group of people appeared. Among them, the woman standing at the C position on the high wall made the two revered figures shock and opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Sister! Sister! Tang Xinya managed to speak. Mo Yin seemed to have lost his ability to speak. After the initial shock and Zhou, a sense of cheated anger welled up within him. Their expressions must have been more colorful than theirs if Chen Fu saw this woman alive and even appeared on the opposite side against them. Xinya. Mo Yin, long time no see. Tang Zinshan's expression, still so beautiful, was full of complexity when she spoke. Sister, you're not dead. Why did you hide for so many years? Are you still willing to sacrifice yourself for your master? Tang Xinya asked with a heart-wrenching tone. She hadn't had much national righteousness before. It was only from her conversations with Qin Mingyu, witnessing Ling Yu and the werewolf unit sacrifice themselves in Yanjing, that she gradually found her own position. So, seeing her sister standing on the opposite side now, she felt deeply saddened. Tang Zinshan didn't shed tears, but seemingly let people see her tearful heart. I'm sorry. The teacher's orders are hard to disobey, and the father's will is hard to bear, Tang Xinchen said, causing Mo Shu, who had come to this battlefield with her big brother, to finally lose control. Brother, this woman looks so full of green tea temperament at a glance. Don't go easy on her if you meet her today. Mo Yin didn't pay any attention to Mo Shu. Instead, he took a step forward, raised his head to look at Tang Xinchen, and asked directly, "Why did you do that back then, Mo Yin? I know you and Chen Fu already know the truth and must hate me now," Tang Xinchen said with a guilty face. "Actually, from the beginning, I never liked any of you. I was just a tool for my father and master." Even though he already knew the truth, hearing Tang Xinchen say it out loud still hurt Mo Yin. Fortunately, Chen Fu was not present, otherwise, he would have been even more heartbroken. He truly loved the mother and daughter. What goals do your father and master want to achieve? Why are you willing to be their tools? Mo Yin remained calm and continued to ask. Tang Xinchen's beautiful eyes flickered and she seemed to be crying. My father is actually a member of the Shadow Eagle Intelligence Bureau. He is helping the Shadow Eagle infiltrate and control the Dragon Kingdom's political rhythm. The reason I supported Zhang Ping back then was not because of the influence of Chen Fu and you, nor was it for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom's overall situation. It was simply because a conservative faction was in power at the time, which was more advantageous for the Shadow Eagle's global domination. I see, Mo Yin nodded, then asked, why did you fake your death? I'm sorry. Tang Xinchen seemed sincerely apologetic. Faking my death was not only to cooperate with others in framing you, but also because I couldn't face Chen Fu anymore. I was afraid he would eventually find out the truth. Perhaps my death was the best thing for him. Mo Yin smiled, his anger barely concealed in his eyes. He and Chen Fu had been deeply hurt by this woman. Ironically, they had loved her for over 30 years. Despite knowing the truth, Mo Yin was still surrounded by sadness. I'm sorry. I truly apologize for returning now. Tang Xinchen apologized tearfully. Mo Shu quickly said, Big brother, don't believe the crocodile tears. Maybe her tears are just a tactic. If you can't bear to deal with her, we'll all be finished. Mo Yin nodded but continued to question Tang Xinchen. One last question. Are both daughters yours and Heiji's children? Yes. Tang Xinchen didn't hide anything, even adding, actually, Chen Fu and I had a child together. What? Mo Yin was shocked. Tang Xingye and the snake spirit sister were the same. Even Mo Shu cursed. Damn, you really are something. Giving birth to a child each year, and you're still maintaining this figure. Tang Xinchen didn't care about their reactions and continued. I left a jade pendant with a character rain on that child. Later, it was taken to the Holy Fire Organization by your sister, intending to make her the Saintess, to help us. The five immortals controlled the Holy Fire Organization and to deal with the Dragon Kingdom man Chen Fu in the future. However, Chen Fu didn't continue to grow and inherit the position of the Divine Warrior, so the plan to replace the Saintess failed. What? Hearing this, Mo Shu was more excited than anyone. So she's Ling Yu's aunt? But she's dead. No, she might not be dead yet. Tang Xinchen responded. Damn, this woman can really talk nonsense. Mo Shu retorted angrily. I saw her die with my own eyes. How could she not be dead? She... Tang Xinchen wanted to explain further, but the foreigners behind her began clamoring, preventing her from continuing. Enough. Fairy dance. Finish them off. No need to waste more words with them. This is the mission given to us by our teacher. It's also a divine decree. We must complete it. The foreigners like such divine decrees. In their minds, that deity was the god who controlled everything. Tang Xinchen had no choice but to quickly start playing the zither. Be careful, my sister is a master of auditory illusions just like Shangguan Funlan. Tang Xingye quickly sat down, also using her zither to interrupt her sister's auditory illusions. Go, big brother. Mo Shu shouted and was the first to rush forward. He didn't want to do this. He hated himself for becoming so impulsive. Luckily, he had a holy level big brother behind him, making him feel secure in battle. However, Mo Yin was soon surrounded by the newly appointed four immortals, facing a dangerous situation. At this moment, Ling Yu stood on the damaged second base wall and noticed that the fourth battle had begun. Unfortunately, the formation didn't stop, so he couldn't see the situation on the other battlefields and couldn't rush over to help. He also noticed that after one base wall was destroyed, the formation changed, and he might get lost if he hurried over now. After all, Zhao Wuji had already fallen. He had to trust his teammates and prepare here for the upcoming upgrade. In the great battle, he felt a resonance between the sun heart on his body and the sunstones, using the raging sun reversal technique to quickly regain strength, even break through to the next level. He had no concept of divine power, but he imagined that as long as he was strong enough, killing a god would become possible. On the third base wall, Princess Heimiao was initially holding her ground against 3 opponents. However, Lin Qinglong and Shangguan Lansu seemed to be like unkillable pests, repeatedly getting up. With Zhao's tactical command, the situation slowly turned in their favor. All 3 noticed that Princess Heimiao was getting weaker as the battle progressed, until Z seized the opportunity, kicked her away, and even saw a trace of black blood at the corner of her mouth. Don't let her get close to the Saintess. She can probably use witchcraft to absorb the power of the Lady Saintess. Her own power isn't that strong. Z quickly revealed Princess Heimiao's secret. Heh, with me, Shangguan Lansu, we will definitely protect my bright moon. Shangguan Lansu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smirking triumphantly. Don't steal my lines. I am the Saint Guardian, and I will protect Bright Moon with my life. If this woman wants to absorb Bright Moon's power, she must step over my dead body. Lin Qinglong roared in excitement. You. Although Qin Mingyu's eyes still seemed confused, she seemed to regain a bit of personal will. She didn't remember Shangguan Lansu and Lin Qinglong, but seeing their eyes, she knew these 2 men were truly willing to sacrifice themselves for her. She couldn't help but wonder, could she and they be allies? Humph. You 3 ants, do you really think you can stop me? Princess Heimiao's eyes showed anger as she suddenly took out something strange from her body. That's witchcraft. Shangguan Lansu immediately exclaimed. Be careful, this woman is going all out, Z quickly warned. Suddenly, Princess Heimiao's right hand transformed into a hawk claw, and wings sprouted from her back. What's going on? Lin Qinglong widened his eyes. He had experienced a lot, but such extraordinary changes were only seen in biohazard movies and video games. Hehe, the High Priestess said that as long as I obtain the power of the Saintess, I can evolve into a complete form of a dark angel. Princess Heimiao's smile suddenly became crazed. Like a monster, she lunged forward, shouting, Give me that woman back. Be careful. Don't let her right hand touch the saint again. Xiao Yao loudly warned. He was the smartest and most sober one. The black shaman woman did not evolve her right hand, only her left hand, because her right hand was still cursed and could absorb the saint's power. The saint's constitution was very unique, as she could continuously absorb immense energy just by being in this place. She seemed like a person from another world, specifically created for this situation. Yeah. Lin Qinglong lunged towards the black shaman woman again, disregarding what form she had transformed into, refusing to back down. However, there was a significant difference in speed between him and the black shaman woman. The black shaman woman's claws left a few more scars on him, then gave him a kick that sent him flying. Die. Shangguan Lansu's fierce fire gun seized the opportunity and came at her, like a sky full of flames. The South Desert War God of 3S was extremely powerful. Such a move could kill almost anyone on Earth, yet the black shaman woman managed to dodge it, even kicking him down. Xiao's sword attacked the black shaman woman at the best timing, but the black shaman woman easily blocked the sword with her claws. With a little force, the sword broke apart. Zia also showed a look of despair. The level difference was too great, rendering all moves useless. Saint, give me all the power you have absorbed. After breaking through the defense of the 3, the black shaman woman reached out to grab Qin Mingyu. However, to her surprise, this time Qin Mingyu did not cooperate with her, but took 2 steps back. You. The black shaman princess was surprised and angry. Gritting her teeth, have you forgotten your mission? You are supposed to cooperate with me. You are supposed to help the Holy Fire Organization rule the world. No. Qin Mingyu's expression was resolute. Although I don't remember everything, I feel like I am not on the same side as you all. You. The black shaman princess was infuriated by her, resorting to force. I don't care what you think. You are just a tool to me. With that, she tried to grab Qin Mingyu directly. The black shaman princess was not originally from the shaman region, but had been following the orders of the holy priestess, as she wanted to be queen. She hypocritically followed the orders of the High Saint King, bringing Qin Mingyu to absorb power on Sun Island, waiting for them to enter the island so that the High Saint King could absorb the power of the saint and become a god. However, in reality, she had secretly hidden a blood-cursed parasite and planted it on her right arm, intending to use Qin Mingyu's saintly body to become a god. Now that Qin Mingyu refused to cooperate, she could only force her to obey. Don't touch Mingyu. Just in time, Shangguan Lanshu's fierce fire gun attacked from behind. The Black Shaman Princess was hit, infuriated, and pierced Shangguan Lanshu's chest with a claw. Qin Mingyu's body was splattered with blood. Ah! Qin Mingyu also exclaimed in shock. Hey! Mingyu, hurry and run. You don't belong to anyone. I've always said that, when I grow up, I will protect you for a lifetime. I promise. Shangguan Lanshu turned around and smiled at Qin Mingyu. This smile deeply stirred Qin Mingyu. She felt like she remembered this smile. She must have seen this arrogant, egotistical, wishful yet somewhat cute smile from this man before. And he was now fulfilling his promise with his life. When Qin Mingyu hesitated to leave, Shangguan Lanshu said again, Don't cry. I am very happy. I have never been this happy in my life. As long as you are safe, it is the essence of my life. Get out. Stop being sentimental and getting in the way. The Black Shaman Princess directly flung Shangguan Lanshu away. No. Qin Mingyu subconsciously walked over, but Shangguan Lanshu had already fallen under the high wall. The outcome of falling from such a height, sustaining severe injuries with no protection, was predictable. Qin Mingyu's heart was filled with both anger and sorrow. These men were all fighting for their lives to protect her. Who else could do such a thing if not out of love? Heh. Saint, submit to me obediently. If we, the Black and White Saints, unite, we can become angels. The Black Shaman woman once again reached out towards Qin Mingyu. The holy priestess had repeatedly told her that humans could become angels by obtaining the divine power of the saint. She firmly believed in this. She wanted to become an angel, even if the transformation would appear ugly at first. Mingyu, Miss Saint, Lin Qinglong and Zia were already out of reach. After exhausting themselves to this extent, allowing the Black Shaman woman to gain the power of the saint would be disastrous. Unexpectedly, something unimaginable happened. Qin Mingyu shouted in sorrow and anger. Get out! Get away from me! A force carrying a divine light instantly spread out. It was scorching, endless, like a burning sun. The Black Shaman woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she was consumed by this terrifying force without acquiring its power herself. Qinglong, now's our chance. It was still Zia, always maintaining the calmest mind. Seizing this opportunity, he reminded Lin Qinglong to join him, and together they quickly shattered the burning Black Shaman woman into pieces, turning her into ashes. Mingyu, Lin Qinglong, disregarding his own severe injuries, rushed to Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu had already retracted her power, her head aching and she was in agony, holding her head in pain. She seemed to be trying to remember something, but the curse in the saint's body was causing unbearable discomfort. The more she tried to recollect, the worse the pain in her head became. Lin Qinglong was very anxious, but helpless. Yuanzhu had been watching the commotion all along, curious about what was unfolding. What kind of wife did Ling Yu marry? She didn't seem like an ordinary person. However, Zia seized the opportunity, picking up Shangguan Lanshu's fierce fire gun, first blasting apart the base wall with all his might. Doom! Ling Yu, who was still at the second base wall, sensed the movement ahead, as the terrain and topography in front were changing again. Another base wall must have been destroyed. There are two left. Keep going. Ling Yu clenched his fists, contacting Zhao Wuji through the communicator without forgetting. Undoubtedly, the person he was communicating with had become Zhao Wenjin. What's the situation with your brother? His life signs are gradually weakening, Zhao Wenjin said firmly. By the way, he left me a few words to pass on to you, one of which was to take care of Qingzhuan for him. And also, Zhao Wenjin paused before continuing, beware of the willow leaf sword. Make sure to kill him as soon as possible. I understand. Upon hearing these two sentences, Ling Yu's thoughts grew heavier. At this moment, a helicopter had silently landed on Sun Island. Willow Leaf Sword sneaked around alone, jumped off the helicopter, and ran towards a strange building. Although the sage had not told him anything, he had guessed many things. 1. The deity in the center of Sun Island was absorbing the power of the Sunstone. 2. He couldn't leave until the Sun Spirit, that is, Ling Yu, arrived in front of him. It wasn't because there was not enough Sunstone, but because he was waiting for the Sun Heart. 3. By obtaining the power of a large quantity of sunstones and then combining it with the power of the Sun Heart, even mortals could become immortals. And he, Willow Leaf Sword, by chance, had mastered the power of absorbing the sunstone, finding the path to godhood. I, Willow Leaf Sword, will not be a pawn for anyone. What sage? What immortals? It's all just a bluff, intimidating people. Do you really think you can predict why I came here and what I'm going to do next? Heh. Willow Leaf Sword entered the building, feeling pleased in his heart. The collapse of the third base wall created a huge commotion, and the news also reached the Werewolf team. However, the situation here is extremely dire. Out of over 2,000 elite werewolf soldiers, less than 300 remain after the fierce battle. Most of them are injured, missing arms or legs, or even blinded. Chen Fu is no exception. Even after using the ultimate gun skill, he was still bounced back by the Great Saint King and fell from the high wall. Dragon Saint, Captain, Chen Fu. Upper official Feng Ling and the surviving werewolf soldiers anxiously called out. Everyone knew that if they couldn't complete the mission, all their efforts would be in vain, and they would all be trapped here. Their only hope to accomplish the mission lies with Chen Fu. Yeah. Chen Fu stood up once again. His severed arm was still bleeding profusely, and blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Silver Dragon Gun Saint, only a false reputation. The Great Saint King and the Saint Lady jumped down from the wall, looking disdainful. It was said that you inherited the glory of the War God garment, but you are far inferior to the War God. You can't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Heh. Faced with the mockery, Chen Fu smiled and suddenly roared angrily. I admit I am far inferior to the War God, but that doesn't stop me from killing you. Roar. A dragon roar echoed through the sky. Upper official Feng Ling knew this was Chen Fu's final desperate move, so she played the zither with all her might to support him with music. However, she suddenly felt a shock. Even though her eyes couldn't see, her music resonated with two other nearby musical expressions, Dinya and Dintia. Upper official Feng Ling was astonished. Could it be that her deceased close friends had returned? She quickly changed the rhythm of her music to let Chen Fu know about this. At this moment, a silver light surged forth, as a massive silver dragon roared and charged towards the wall. Chen Fu's target was clear. Even if he couldn't kill the Great Saint King and the former Saint Lady with unlimited power, he was determined to break through this space wall at all costs. Everyone's eyes were full of hope. They believed he could make it. Doom. The enormous silver dragon collided with the wall. As the dust settled, the expressions on everyone's faces changed from hope to despair. This time, it wasn't the Great Saint King blocking Chen Fu's final attack. It was the Saint Lady, who raised her hands and deflected the sword energy. And then, she counterattacked. Chen Fu was stunned, shocked to the point of being immobilized. Chen Fu. Upper official Feng Ling nervously cried out, "You must not die." Her desperate cry seemed to transcend space and reach the fourth base wall. Tang Dingya shivered slightly, suddenly feeling distracted. Mo Yin, who had been fighting alongside the melody, found himself outnumbered and injured as Tang Dingya lost focus and shed tears over the strings. The tears fell like knives into her heart. Why did she act this way? The people from the Dragon Kingdom faced death without a hint of hesitation in their eyes. Ha ha. It's over for you, Dragon Kingdom people. Victory belongs to us from the West. The foreign experts laughed heartily after defeating their formidable opponents. Despair began to shroud the fourth team. The remaining 200+ members of the first team all knelt in despair. At that moment, a weak voice resounded. Do not, never give up. We, soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, never know how to give up. As long as we don't give up, we will surely become stronger someday. Chen Fu. Tears welled up in upper official Feng Ling's eyes. Currently, Chen Fu was reciting the teachings the war god had imparted to them before his death. When he struggled to stand up, tears flowed from everyone present. Tattered clothes, covered in blood, with his left arm and right leg completely gone, Chen Fu stubbornly held on to the silver gun with one hand and managed to stand on one leg. Seeing this, the Great Saint King and the Saint Lady fell into silence, beginning to show a hint of respect towards such an opponent. Feng Ling, could it be that she has returned? Yes, upper official Feng Ling realized and nodded quickly. Please tell her from me. I do not hold any grudge against her. I still love her. Can you do that? After finishing his words, Chen Fu gritted his teeth, stabbed the silver gun into the ground, and took out a flask from his waist. Yes, upper official Feng Ling watched his tragic smile, deeply saddened inside, but she still exerted all her strength to play the melody from the past. Chen Fu. Tang Ding Chiad, still on the fourth wall, suddenly sensed the song. Her delicate body trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. Throughout history, it has always been a dilemma between love and filial piety. She had sacrificed love for filial and masterly duty. Why was Chen Fu being so foolish? I'm sorry, Chen Fu. Asterisk gulping sounds, asterisk. At this moment, as Chen Fu gallantly drank, his stomach made a rumble. He muttered foolishly to himself, Dintia, I never blamed you. I never blamed you. The great Saint King couldn't wait any longer, wanting to send the severely disabled silver dragon gun Saint on his way. However, the Saint Lady stopped him with one hand. Perplexed, the great Saint King turned to the Saint Lady, only to find her seemingly in tears. Why, ha. Chen Fu boldly tossed aside the flask, tore off his tattered clothes, and slowly bound his remaining hand and the silver gun together with sheer determination. Fun Ling, I want to play a fitting tune for the Commander of Glory. I want to tell him that the mountains and rivers of the Dragon Kingdom remain safe to this day, and I believe that the golden age of the Dragon Kingdom will surely fulfill his wishes. Upper official Fun Ling's starry eyes shed tears, like a trickling stream. She nodded. Yes. Chen Fu closed his eyes, recalling the war god's words before his death. Chen Fu, do not grieve for me. There are some battles we don't fight, which we leave for our children. We must protect our children from the storms. Just as I have blocked you in this battle, so you will defend other children in the next battle. As long as the land remains intact, the Dragon Kingdom will continue to thrive until it establishes a peaceful golden age. Chen Fu smiled, eyes closed, murmuring to himself, Commander, Chen Fu is useless, neglecting the ways of the warrior, but I will not disappoint your expectations. I will hold back this storm for the children, and the golden age of the Dragon Kingdom will fulfill your wishes. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Fu. Some could hear his words, others couldn't, but they all felt the exceptional courage in Chen Fu at that moment. Upper official Feng Ling's tears almost dried up. Blurry-eyed, she saw the shadow of the war god behind Chen Fu. Radiant, Commander of Glory, the golden age of the Dragon Kingdom will surely fulfill your wishes. Roar. Chen Fu opened his eyes again, radiating silver light throughout his body. With a single leap on one leg, the silver gun transformed into a dragon's head, and he transformed into a dragon's body. Wordless gun sword Dao. He finally understood the highest realm of the swordsmanship of the war god. When it comes to defending the most crucial thing with one's life, the power derived is boundless. At the end of life, he finally knew. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. Everyone's attention was focused on this silver dragon. Shangguan Fingerling, with a voice choked with tears, sang out from the depths of her heart, I will love the one you love in this world. May you have the smiles you desire. Your hand, which I stumble to hold. Please take me to tomorrow. The great sage King and Saintess felt a deep sense of sorrow, but hidden within was a surge of blood boiling uncontrollably. Behind Chen Fu, everyone was shedding silent tears. Their blood was burning. At this moment, it was as if they saw the tragic scene of the past when they fought on foreign battlefields alone to resist the 17-nation alliance in order to establish their country. At this moment, they also seemed to see an author whose website closed down. Editors departed. No one cared, even if only one person remained, facing darkness, suddenly unable to update, yet still persisting in writing the final chapters for old readers. A tragic figure. Doom. Doom. This time, even the Saintess dared not resist the silver dragon, letting it pierce through the foundation wall. The great sage king was drenched in cold sweat, blood gushing profusely beneath his robe. Ling Yu, I can only accompany you to this point. Your grandfather's wish for peace and prosperity. It's up to you now. Chen Fu looked up at the sky, propping himself up with a gun in one hand, slowly closing his eyes with a smile. Chen Fu. Wang Xinshan on the fourth foundation wall was also sobbing uncontrollably. Mo Yin, on the other hand, was still fiercely battling for top foreign experts, on the verge of being defeated by a sneak attack. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Sister, Tang Xinyo was extremely excited. Smack, smack. With extremely graceful dance moves, Tang Xinshan kicked away the high-level expert attacking Mo Yin from behind. The entire scene was shocked. Dance immortal. You, a companion shouted angrily, but Tang Xinshan paid no attention and shouted to Mo Yin, what are you waiting for? You are a fierce tiger. Mo Yin instantly awakened from his surprise and roared like the king of beasts, instantly defeating to major SS level experts. Without hesitation, He leapt up again and struck down another one. The remaining expert didn't dare to linger and fled. But how could he escape the predator's attack? Roar! Mo Yin, like a ferocious tiger, was about to tear apart his final opponent, but unexpectedly, the graceful figure appeared again. The speed was even faster than his. Smack! The beauty who once charmed all blossom under Mo Yin's tiger claw into a spatter of blood. Zinshan! Sister! Mo Yin and Tang Xinya exclaimed in unison. Even Mowgli and the snake spirit sister were standing by in astonishment, dreaming of the unexpected aid coming from the top green tea of the Dragon Kingdom. Zinshan, why did you do this? Tears rolled down the cheeks of a man like Mo Yin, a fierce tiger, unable to hold back the dampness in his eyes at this moment. Tang Zinshan smiled with relief. Mo Yin, thank you. Please take me to reunite with Chen Fu. I couldn't accompany him well in life, I hope to accompany him in death. Zinshan, Zinshan. Mo Yin was still in anguish. I pretended to be dead before, causing you to be wrongly accused for 30 years. Now dying in your hands is a repayment. Tang Zinshan smiled happily with her eyes closed, saying, in the end, I have repaid you all. Mo Yin knelt in pain. It wasn't until Mowgli rushed over to remind him, Big brother, the foundation wall hasn't been destroyed yet. The whole world is waiting for us, we can't be burdened by personal emotions at this moment. Only then did Mo Yin reluctantly put aside his grief and vent all his emotions on the last escaping SSS-level expert and the cursed foundation wall. Doom. Doom. The entire world, at this moment, seemed to undergo miraculous changes. Leader. Look, the cliff ahead is changing. Yi Xiaoma rushed to report to Ling Yu. Ling Yu also stopped absorbing the power of the Sunstone, hurried over to observe. It seems like everyone has succeeded. Ling Yu rejoiced, because the path to the Sun Island was gradually appearing, yet unaware of the dire situation on other paths. Only their team still retained combat capabilities. On the other side, the Saintess, seeing the path to the Sun Island open up, had no intention to continue lingering in the battle, and immediately entered the Sun Island with the Great Sage King. Inside, they found the island was indeed vast, with many military structures, and without a map, they had no idea where the core point was. However, soon someone appeared in front of them, or more accurately, surrounded them. We've been waiting for you two. The figure in a long robe, resembling a Western missionary, with eyes gleaming with wisdom, couldn't be anyone else but the saint. The Great Sage King was slightly surprised, always feeling that the saint's gaze was off, but calmly replied, Mr. Ashavan, our Holy Fire Organization's large army is about to enter the Sun Island. Is that so? The saint's smile turned even more dangerous. But from what I know, you haven't wiped out all the troops of the Dragon Kingdom, right? You two entering the Sun Island so quickly, what do you intend to do? The minds of the Great Sage King and Saintess were slightly shocked. They were the leaders of tens of thousands of people, but still, the Great Sage King calmly said, bring in the stragglers led by Ling Yu, and eliminate them once again. We came early to familiarize ourselves with the terrain, to prepare for battle. Despite his cunning words that seemed flawless, numerous gun barrels suddenly aimed at the two. Without any pause, they were under a barrage of random shots. Damn it! The Saintess immediately conjured a protected shield with her strong power, indeed worthy of the Zhuanyuan lineage. The Saint sneered, but you also underestimated my calculating abilities. I've set everything up in advance to block you here, thinking 10 steps ahead. The Great Sage King and Saintess were shocked. The next moment, the ground beneath them suddenly opened with mechanisms. One after another, bombs were pushed out. Doom. Doom. A series of explosions occurred instantly. Darn it. Saint Po, despite still being able to protect themselves with their power, the Great Saint King wasn't as lucky. Already heavily wounded from the battle with Chen Fu, the explosion this time was enough to be jarring. Nonetheless, being one of the top 3 saints, they managed to leave the blast zone alive. However, as soon as they landed, they felt a chill down their spine. Saint Confucian had been waiting for them. How did you know I would land here? The Great Saint King exclaimed. The recent explosion had created a cloud of smoke, blocking their view of anything outside, so how could Saint Confucian see them and accurately predict their landing spot? That's my advantage. Saint Confucian laughed, saying, I don't need stronger inner power like you, but I can find a way to kill you, and that's enough. Truly living up to your reputation. The Great Saint King suddenly roared, but killing me won't be so easy. With just a turn, they realized a sharp pain in their abdomen. Saint Confucian had calculated their movements within 3 steps. Using a miniature electric saw, he cut open their abdomen. "You're despicable." The great Saint King jumped back. Saint Confucian smirked, just as during the Dragon Kingdom's defeat by foreign gunboats and cannons. "Your expression is similar. The victor reigns supreme. Regardless of your methods, farewell, worthless fellow." "What?" the great Saint King exclaimed. The next moment, the ground where he stood exploded, blasting him in half. Saint Confucian finally smiled in satisfaction, putting on a wig before saying, "Calculations are a demonstration of true strength. Victory represents power. Who can underestimate mathematics and technology in this era?" Mingli, Saint Po, witnessing her husband's abrupt demise, was furious and struck out at Saint Confucian. "I'll kill you. Ah, what a terrifying power you possess." Saint Confucian's voice suddenly came from behind Saint Po. She smashed Saint Confucian's body, only to realize it was a decoy. At that moment, the top saint had used a replacement magic. With your power, Lord Asura should be able to restore his divine body, right? Saint Confucian continued. Only when Saint Po turned around did she see him standing behind her, teasingly circling his head with his fingers. "No matter how powerful you are, without combat awareness and talent, it's futile. Didn't you notice my sudden wig change? Darn it." Saint Po's expression turned fierce, resembling that of a female ghost. However, she suddenly felt drowsy and lightheaded. The decoy had a needle that paralyzed her. She realized too late. Indeed worthy of the former two saintly sisters, being able to instantly paralyze Blue Whale with that drug. "How come you haven't fallen yet?" Saint Confucian boasted, confidently strategizing. The great Saint King and Saint Po were like toes in his hands. Apart from the divine, he controlled everything under the skies, even the ruling of the Shadow Sauce Nation. Although Saint Po continued to struggle, she was already ensnared in Saint Confucian's plan, and quickly collapsed to the ground. "Take her away." Saint Confucian smirked victoriously. With Saint Po out of commission, the remaining forces of the Saint Fire organization were like headless chickens, easily dealt with. His focus now shifted to Ling Yu and his group. After all, they were descendants of the glorious or God, who single-handedly thwarted the 10 saints and foiled Lord Asura's plan to overthrow the Dragon Kingdom. He couldn't let the same fate befall their descendants in this larger scheme. Meanwhile, Ling Yu led the second team into Sun Island. Yi Shaoshu approached him seeking guidance. "Commander, we've spotted a military stronghold in the northeast. We should be able to reach it by cutting through the jungle." Ling Yu nodded and went directly to the front of the team. After assessing the situation, he commanded, "We won't take the main road or the side paths." "Then, which path do we take?" Yi Shaoshu asked, surprised. "We will create our own path," Ling Yu ordered decisively. Zhao Wuji had told him that his master's style was similar to his own. At this moment, Ling Yu was embodying Asho's role. If it were Zhao Wuji, he would present two paths for the enemy to choose and then discern their movements through calculations. As long as he didn't fall into the opponent's rhythm, no matter how skilled their deductions, there would always be moments of miscalculation. On the other hand, although Z, unfamiliar with Zhao Wuji and never having crossed paths with Asho, unexpectedly adopted the same strategic approach as Ling Yu, forged their own path to find the enemy's main camp. Meanwhile, Asho awaited at a crossroads. After a day and night of travel, Mo Yin Nantan Shinya finally led the remnants of the fourth team to the crossroads. "Long time no see," the invincible tiger martial saint and the beautiful blood spider mother of the blood cult. Asho Wen, Tang Shinya, a former leader of the Three Saints organization, had dealt with Asho when before. Now facing him as an opponent, she was filled with awe. "I just sent the great Saint King to paradise. The heavenly war god was slain by Ling Yu. The silver dragon gun saint has fallen, leaving only you and me of the 7 saints." Saint Confucian grinned oddly. "In this great upheaval, you old folks should disappear as well, making way for the new generation, right?" With his words, numerous armed soldiers emerged around them. The remnants of the Dragon Kingdom's fourth team, standing back to back despite knowing they were in a dire situation, didn't lose hope. They were ready to die in battle, but they would never kneel. Mo Yin Nantang Shinya exchanged glances and immediately coordinated their actions to attack first. Tang Shinya used illusions to deal with the foot soldiers, while Mo Yin confronted Saint Confucian. He wanted to see firsthand the gap between himself and one of the top 3 saints. Roaring tigers howl fist-pounded furiously. setting the trees near the crossroads on fire with every strike. However, Saint Confucian seemed to predict each of his attacks, effortlessly dodging them. Then, 2 fingers flicked out a small blade. Mo Yin broke out in a cold sweat as he found Saint Confucian's fighting style unnerving. It wasn't like fighting a person, but more like a calculated machine. This is bad. After dodging the projectile, Mo Yin suddenly realized its true intention and shouted, "Shinya, be careful." Tang Shinya, who was casting illusions, was also taken aback. Just in time, she narrowly dodged the sharp blade, but the string of her instrument had been cut. Hehe, you have no hope left. And neither does the Dragon Kingdom. Saint Confucian gloated. Do you see that military palace in the north? Saint Po has been captured. The 4 carefully nurtured vessels have been taken captive. As long as enough solar power is stored for Lord Asura, the divine presence of Lord Asura will descend. He will use an unstoppable natural energy cannon to bombard the Dragon Kingdom until nothing is left. As he spoke, the soldiers from the Shadow Sauce Nation on Sun Island began advancing, tightening their encirclement. The remnants of the Dragon Kingdom's 4th team were powerless to resist. Gunshots and explosions reverberated at the crossroads ceaselessly. Ling Yu, forging a new path forward, also heard the distant commotion and couldn't help but glance southward. Yi Xiaoshu, however, exclaimed in surprise, "Commander, there's a military fortress up ahead. We're about to reach the enemy's headquarters." Ling Yu analyzed the current situation. He knew that the southern team was definitely the one fighting against the forces of Sun Island, but with the target right in front of him, he couldn't go back for reinforcements. The mistakes of the past cannot be repeated. It concerns the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, so he must prioritize the bigger picture and destroy the enemy's main camp first before anything else. Don't enter through the existing route. Climb over the mountains and enter the enemy's military fortress. Ling Yu immediately gave the command. On the other side, Z had a similar marching strategy as Ling Yu. Due to the terrain, they even entered the military fortress faster than Ling Yu's side. What's the situation? Why is it completely empty here? Lin Qinglong was a bit incredulous. They cautiously entered, only to find no one in sight all the way, surprisingly managing to enter the building smoothly. Inside the building, they finally saw people. These people were all wearing white robes, not only in appearance, but also in demeanor, looking very formal, like attendants serving the gods. This should be it. Z quickly shrank back, leaning against the wall, and whispered, "As long as we destroy this place, Shadow Country's plan for many years will fail. Without this threat, the Dragon Kingdom can have a fair and decisive battle with Shadow Country." Lin Qinglong and the others all nodded in agreement. The global power shift was very evident, and as long as they had a fair and decisive battle, it was only a matter of time before the Dragon Kingdom defeated Shadow Country. However, at that moment, a commotion suddenly came from the entrance of the temple. Ashavin, wearing a gray robe, returned to the temple with a team. Not only that but also with some prisoners. What's going on? Was Mo Yin captured too? Lin Qinglong looked at the scene in disbelief. Although he had not witnessed Mo Yin's might, having seen the Silver Dragon Spear Saint single-handedly destroy the 5 poison sect, Mo Yin was equally renowned, an existence they looked up to. Now that he and the priestess were captured together, the psychological impact on Lin Qinglong was immense. Z hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Ashavin continued into the temple, arriving inside, and loudly exclaimed, "Ha ha, the Lady Saint has arrived. Why not show yourself, so I can offer my hospitality?" His voice echoed throughout the military temple. Not only Ziya and Lin Qinglong shivered, even Qin Mingyu, who had come to the temple with them, was slightly startled. She had not remembered who she was yet, but it seemed like she was the protagonist of the whole story. What to do? Lin Qinglong whispered to Z. After some thought, Z directly stated, "At this point, there's only one way." 2 words. Lin Qinglong immediately understood and roared, "Damn it, let's do it. Spare no effort. Destroy everything in the temple." Z also gave the order loudly. Attack. The werewolf warriors knew no fear, even as they entered the enemy's main camp, even knowing the enemy's strength was unfathomable, and even though they had no weapons in hand, they began to destroy the temple. However, before they could act, the white-robed attendants emerged from all directions in the temple. A fierce battle ensued once again. The warriors had no time for rest. "Lady Saint, please come in willingly. I am waiting for you in the temple." Ashavin's voice came again. This was his respect for the Lady Saint. Z, regretting bringing Qin Mingyu there, could only protect her along with Ling Qinglong as they headed towards the temple. As for Yuangsu, who was unattended, she followed secretly without revealing herself. Priestess Qin Mingyu led the way into the temple and immediately spotted a familiar face, exclaiming in surprise. The priestess was in a state of unconsciousness, placed inside a strange glass container. The entire container emitted a sunlight glow. Subsequently, Qin Mingyu's gaze turned to the surroundings and she was once again surprised. There were 4 other containers around her. Seeing the women inside, she felt a sense of familiarity, especially the last 2, Qin Yushuang and Lin Qingshen. Their faces struck a chord with her heart. You bastards! Ling Qinglong completely lost control. One was her sister, the other was a woman who had already passed away. How could they do such inhumane things? Ling Qinglong immediately went mad and rushed towards Ashevin recklessly. Z, on the other hand, observed the situation calmly. The other 2 women in the containers were Tang Yun and Tang Zuoxuan. Lin Qingshen was linked to the Sunstone's energy container, a fact he knew from his time on Dark Knight Island, but he did not know about the relationship of the Tang sisters. However, after careful analysis, he found the common link among these 3 women. They were all related to Tang Xinshan, whose father was with the Eagle Bureau and had perhaps been grooming these 3 containers for years. Z was much calmer than Lin Qinglong. Qin Yushuan had clearly sacrificed herself on Dark Knight Island, so how was her body intact now? All living things rely on the sun for growth. Could this be related to the power of the Sunstone? Dupe. Lin Qinglong fought Ashevin one-on-one, but the outcome was predictable. He was quickly knocked down, crashing into the stone wall, finding it difficult to get up. Lady Saint, you are the most crucial piece of our entire plan. We have prepared everything for you, Ashevin said smugly, gesturing towards a special room behind the temple. As long as the Lady Saint enters that room, she can absorb the power of the Sunstone in the entire temple, and then you will also gain the power of the gods. Nonsense! Ling Qinglong loudly interjected, shouting to Qin Mingyu. Mingyu, don't believe his crap, run. Z also regretted bringing Qin Mingyu there, wishing she had known. Although he did not know the secret of that room, if Qin Mingyu entered, she would undoubtedly become their power source. Z sensed that a terrifying power was hidden above the temple, and not only that, including the priestess, several women in the containers were continuously providing power to the top of the temple. That must be where the so-called gods reside. If the gods were to awaken, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? Despite Zhao's profound intelligence, at this moment there was only one method. He immediately shouted, Lin Qinglong, can you still fight? We must defeat Ashevin before the Shadow Country's god awakens. Foil their plans. Okay. Lin Qinglong wiped the blood from his mouth, gritted his teeth, and jumped up with a smile. As long as I'm not dead yet, I can definitely fight. Let's go. Z wasted no more words, directly attacking Ashevin with his sword. No matter how precise his sword moves were, Ashevin could predict them in advance and easily dodge. Z had fought against numerous people and was well aware that this was not due to familiarity with his sword moves, but rather a rapid, on-site analysis akin to a computer program, arriving at a solution to counter them. Fighting against such a person was simply hopeless. No wonder even the strong like Mo Ying and Tang Xinya had been defeated before such opponents. At that time, another group of people arrived outside the temple. Z excitedly said, Commander, someone has entered before me, already battling against the Shadow Country forces inside. Charge in. Ling Yu also did not want more words. Arriving at the final destination, there was only one word. Battle. Dang. Dang. Zia and Lin Qinglong were knocked down to the ground once again, even shattering the wall. But their lives were still intact, so they refused to give up. Unlike Ling Qinglong, who was ready to fight to the death, Z was looking around, his eyes lighting up with hope upon seeing two things. The first was Qin Mingyu walking up to Qin Yushuan's container, shedding tears silently, with her whole body burning up, as if remembering something. The second was the army of the Holy Fire Organization attacking from outside. It was unknown whom they would help, but if Qin Mingyu could persuade them in the name of the saint to destroy the temple, a huge turning point would occur. Lin Qinglong, I will block Ashon. You bring the Saintess to the top of the temple and have her appeal to the army of the Holy Fire Organization to destroy the temple. At this point, Z had no choice but to shout out loud, unable to quietly discuss with Lin Qinglong. And Ashon was too smart. Even if they whispered, he would still figure out their actions. Heh. I refuse. Ling Qinglong spat out blood but stood up. Just as he hesitated for a moment, Ling Qinglong smiled and said, "Let's switch tasks. That's what we are best at." Z was slightly surprised but felt a surge of warmth in his heart, because he knew very well that the higher the danger Ling Qinglong faced, the greater the chance of death. But without hesitation, he immediately grabbed Qin Mingyu's hand and rushed up the stone stairs. "Madam Saintess, your name is Qin Mingyu. You are the wife of Ling Yu. You love your family very much, including your sister in the container, Qin Yushuang." Z quickly informed Qin Mingyu, hoping to help her regain her memory and persuade the army of the Holy Fire to destroy the temple in her role as the Saintess. However, Qin Mingyu's gaze was still fixed on Qin Yushuang, so she was her own sister. How could Ashan let them have their way? He directly lunged at Z to kill him. Xiao's eyes were fixed. The opponent's speed was above his, and he had to get Qin Mingyu to the top of the temple. How could he do it? At the critical moment, Ling Qinglong rushed over, trying to grab Ashan, but the opponent had already anticipated this move, kicking Ling Qinglong away. Furthermore, there were mechanisms in the temple. It seemed that Ashan had a controller hidden in his robe, and countless arrows shot towards Ling Qinglong all at once. Plap, plap, plap. Ling Qinglong was unable to react in time, and was hit by several arrows, freezing him in place. Qinglong. Although he cared about Ling Qinglong, he didn't stop his actions. He used all his strength to pierce through the temple's roof with his sword, commanding, "Madam Saintess, quickly go up." Qin Mingyu nodded. Though she couldn't remember due to the curse, she was a confident woman, trusting her own judgment and knowing which side she should stand on. But at the critical moment, a man with a smirk stood in front of the stone stairs. Willow leaf sword. Z was shocked. The sudden appearance of the willow leaf sword disrupted his entire plan. Ashan also furrowed his brow slightly, indicating that the appearance of the willow leaf sword was beyond his calculations. At the same moment, Ling Yu also sensed the aura inside the temple. After practicing the bright yang reversal technique, he could now sense the aura of martial artists, especially Qin Mingyu's unique aura. Having entered the Sun Island now, Qin Mingyu, who had absorbed countless solar stones, possessed overwhelming power. Certain that his wife was inside the temple, Ling Yu rushed in like a madman. However, at this moment, there was a deafening sound from the perimeter of the temple. "Kill the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom." The army of the Holy Fire Organization had invaded the Sun Island, but without the Grand Sage, the Holy Priestess, and the Black Sprout Princess, these soldiers were like headless flies executing the original mission plan. "Big brother, this is too troublesome. We have too many enemies." Yi fought and shouted. Gritting his teeth, Ling Yu, now aware that his wife and others were inside the temple, couldn't give the order to destroy the temple at all costs. He could only command, "Yi, do your best to delay these people. I will break into the temple first. When I give the order, destroy the temple." "Understood," Yi replied loudly. In reality, they currently lacked the ability to destroy the temple because they didn't have large-scale weapons for mass destruction. They only had faith in Ling Yu and faith in protecting the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, believing that the commander would come up with a solution. After giving the command, Ling Yu suddenly roared and unleashed a series of North Region reverse Dragon Palm strikes, charging forward. "Master Ashan, let me take the Saintess into the temple first." The willow leaf sword sneered coldly at Ashan. Before Ashan could respond, Qin Mingyu angrily shouted, "Get away from me." For some reason, she found him very annoying, even though she couldn't recall who he was. With the death of the Grand Sage, the curse inside her had lost control, making her extremely violent. She even attacked the willow leaf sword directly. Xia and Ling Qinglong had witnessed Qin Mingyu's current power, being able to push back even the Black Sprout Princess. It should be easy for her to deal with the willow leaf sword. However, to their surprise, the willow leaf sword had anticipated Qin Mingyu's attack and dodged it. He also knew that although Qin Mingyu had power, she had no combat skills, so he took the opportunity to grab her hand. Being a cunning person, he wouldn't absorb Qin Mingyu's power now. He would reveal his trump card to Ashan later. Having never shown his true abilities so far, not even the gods could guess his powers. Seeing this scene, Xia and Ling Qinglong were both shocked. They had not expected the willow leaf sword to be so powerful now. They both wanted to protect Qin Mingyu, but having been heavily injured by Ashan, they couldn't stand up at the moment. "Master Ashan, let me take the Saintess into the temple." The willow leaf sword coldly smiled at Ashan. With no other choice, Ashon was the only one who could withstand Ling Yu and the others, and now the only one who could assist him was the willow leaf sword. Moreover, even he couldn't predict what the willow leaf sword might do. Alright then, with Ashon's consent, the willow leaf sword took advantage of Qin Mingyu's splitting headache and jumped down with her. Damn it, willow leaf sword, let go of Mingyu. Ling Yu, filled with killing intent, leapt towards the room behind the temple, but the holy sage was one step ahead, suddenly appearing in front of him, and kicking him in the abdomen while he was off guard. Ling Yu suddenly felt like his internal organs had shifted. This old man's inner strength is really strong. Quick, send the Saintess in. Saint Yu was also afraid of long nights bringing to many dreams, so he quickly controlled the mechanism and opened the final gate of the divine palace. With the willow leaf sword posed with a treacherous curve, taking advantage of Qin Mingyu's weakening power and her headache, making her unable to resist, he quickly pulled her into the divine palace. Once inside, the willow leaf sword discovered that although the atmosphere was very ceremonial, the interior was equipped with high-tech instruments. In the center of the room, there was a glass tube soaking in a strange liquid, containing an old body. Though covered in wrinkles, it clearly had an Eastern face. Is this the Asura? Willow leaf sword looked at all of this with an excited and strange smile. The next moment, Qin Mingyu's body underwent a strange transformation, emitting a golden light all over. It was her body absorbing the power of the sunstone, forcibly stripped away. Not only that, the room was filled with sunstones, and she was an important medium, absorbing power while also being absorbed by the instruments. Willow leaf sword suddenly jumped onto the glass tube, kicking away the old guy, unable to contain his excitement and maniacal laughter. Ha ha, does this old thing think he can restore the divine body? Thank you for making the wedding dress for me. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Willow leaf sword, using the reverse dragon scripture he learned from Tang Ning, realized he couldn't withstand this terrifying power. If this continued, he would explode and die. What to do? This is a disaster. At this time, the people outside were unaware of what was happening inside. Ling Yu was still calling his wife's name, standing up again. Indeed worthy of being the dragon country war god, your combat power has surpassed the other 6 saints. Saint Yu chuckled. Ling Yu, however, had no time to banter with him, and directly unleashed the northern boundary dragon breaking palm strike. He needed to quickly deal with any obstacles and rush in to save his wife. Yuan Xiu, who had been secretly watching from behind, also hardened his gaze. He wanted to know how far Ling Yu's martial arts had progressed. The violent dragon breaking palm caused the solid temple to tremble, leaving Saint Yu marveling. This even surpasses the Anwood clans. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to face me. Bo. Saint Yu rolled up his sleeves, fully engaging in a direct confrontation with Ling Yu. However, he was using a weapon, not just his bare hands. After a fierce clash, blood flowed profusely from Ling Yu's palm, his expression filled with pain. Against an ordinary opponent, simply relying on check could destroy them. But Saint Ru's inner strength was of SSS plus grade, combined with a special weapon, and Ling Yu's eagerness to break through led to a significant disadvantage. What to do? Ling Yu had little time to think. He had already noticed the temple starting to shake, indicating that the ritual inside may have begun. What was happening to his wife now? Who? Ling Yu once again used the solar dragon capturing breath, aiming to capture Saint Yu. However, Saint Yu anticipated his moves and evaded, even managing to deflect an exploding hidden weapon towards Ling Yu. Fortunately, Ling Yu reacted swiftly and managed to dodge it, or he would have been blown to pieces. Ling Yu, this is something the ancestors want to pass on to you. It is said to have been left by your grandfather. Ling Qinglong couldn't figure out what to do with Ashuan, the old fox, and quickly tossed the bamboo scroll. Ling Yu frowned upon seeing it, looking troubled. It was a martial art technique, almost identical to his solo overturning heaven secret. It seemed completely useless now. However, upon further inspection, there were also techniques for a gunman path. Upon a quick glance, it seemed different from what the old drunkard used, appearing more profound. Hehe, it's useless to sharpen a sword in the heat of battle. Even if the God of Glory himself were to personally guide you, you would still be defeated by me today. Saint Yu had no intention of giving Ling Yu any time, suddenly attacking him from behind. But his sneak attack failed. Ling Yu's ever-changing Tai Chi was also extraordinary. He instinctively dodged. Yet, whenever Ling Yu tried to forcefully enter the divine palace, Saint Ru's speed would block him. Without taking down this old guy, he couldn't break through. However, to beat the legendary Saint Ru, what Ling Yu required now was a weapon to counter his opponent's weapon. Ling Yu, catch. Suddenly, a voice from behind. Ling Yu turned around to see someone handing him a pillow while dozing off. It was the silver dragon spear from the old drunkard flying toward him. With a tearful voice, the person said loudly, "Your master sacrificed himself to break the wall. He believed that you could destroy the Shadow Nation plan and protect the dragon country, creating an era of peace." Ling Yu was struck as if by lightning. The old drunkard had sacrificed himself. In this moment of stupor, Saint Ru launched a hidden weapon, knocking the silver dragon spear away, embedding it in the wall. Oh no! Realizing the situation, Ling Yu rushed to retrieve the spear. However, Saint Ru was already attacking him, putting all his effort into trying to kill Ling Yu. After all, this man was the descendant of the God of Glory, and leaving him alive posed a great threat. Moonchild was also shocked. She wanted to help Ling Yu, but the silver spear was too far from her. At a critical moment, a figure leapt towards the silver dragon spear, shouting to Ling Yu, "Catch it! I'll only help you this once." Ling Yu was amazed to see it was Yuanziu. With a smirk, Yuanziu kicked the silver dragon spear toward Ling Yu, then lunged at the leader of the Seven Saints with his sword raised. "Watching your battle, I finally figured it out completely. I am a person of the dragon country. Nana is also from the dragon country. If I don't help you, even if there is a next life, Nana will still love you and not me." Hearing Yuanziu's words, Ling Yu felt a surge of emotion. Taking advantage of Yuanziu blocking Saint Ru with his body, Ling Yu finally gripped the silver dragon spear. At that moment, he closed his eyes, feeling as though the spirit of the old drunkard had returned, memories flooding his mind. "Go for it. Ling Yu, I believe in you. You will surely surpass me and even one day surpass your grandfather." Ling Yu suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Yuanziu covered in blood from being hit by Saint Ru. A scream of determination bursting from his soul. "Yeah." He unleashed his trump card. The wordless gun named at. Moonchild was stunned. Lin Qinglan was also astonished. Xiao marveled endlessly. This man's martial arts talent was truly beyond predictability. If the Mrong family's martial talent was at the human peak, this man had surpassed that peak. Saint Ru was also shocked. However, he could still block the spearhead with his claw weapon, smirking with satisfaction and saying, "I've seen this move before, and everything is still within my calculations. Haha." Yet, Ling Yu's eyes gleamed sharp and confident, suddenly roaring and initiating a second attack. "You guessed it. Do you think you can escape death? Huh, what?" Saint Ru hadn't expected that Ling Yu could still unleash such power in this state. A silver light turned into a silver dragon, piercing through his body. As the light dissipated, Ashuan had a gaping hole in his chest. Didn't expect. Really didn't expect. In anguish and despair, he fell to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing in near-death spasms. Ashuan dies with unending regrets. He could toll with the heavenly martial king in the palm of his hand, outwit the great sage king and the holy granny, but why couldn't he figure out Ling Yu's ultimate strength? Even for the sage of all ages, if he gets it right 10,000 times, but misses once, he'll still lose his life. Ling Yu didn't even bother with Ashuan. He was just a defeated underling. He had to rush in to protect Qin Mingyu. But when he entered the divine palace, he found his wife glowing like the sun with golden radiance. Qin Mingyu was in distress, being held by a force that she couldn't struggle against, only able to watch Ling Yu helplessly. "Ling Yu. Is it you?" "Mingyu. It's me." Ling Yu was overjoyed that his wife remembered him. "Mingyu, I'll save you right away." Without hesitation, Ling Yu wanted to rush towards Qin Mingyu, but before he could get close, a powerful force suddenly sent him flying. Not only that, the two sun hearts on his body were inexplicably drawn towards that monster in the test tube. Willow leaf sword? Ling Yu was shocked, but soon realized that it wasn't just the willow leaf sword, but two bodies fused together. Ling Yu ... save me. The willow leaf sword also reached out to Ling Yu, making one final plea. He felt his body being swallowed up. This old immortal wanted his younger body. All right. Without hesitation, Ling Yu leapt up and shattered the body of the willow leaf sword with a strike. The dying willow leaf sword stared wide-eyed, cursing through clenched teeth. "You bastard." Ling Yu chuckled. "How could you think I would save you? Your mind is really filled with nonsense." The willow leaf sword clenched his teeth tightly. Surprisingly, even with his body destroyed, He couldn't die. His mind was being absorbed naturally by that body. The process was disgusting and unimaginable. Ling Yu had no time to deal with him, and quickly used the blazing sun dragon capture to try to retrieve the sun hearts. He managed to retrieve them, but the monster managed to absorb them again, and with even greater force. It was so strong that even a top expert like Ling Yu struggled to resist. Damn. Ling Yu finally managed to snatch one back and swallowed it directly into his stomach, daring the monster to try to take it back. It was excruciating. It felt like swallowing fire. Just as he was about to swallow the other one, the monster woke up and suddenly grabbed his wrist, his eyes glaring for a moment, emitting a terrifying aura like a raging sea. Ling Yu felt as if he was being struck by violent waves. Damn. Ling Yu struggled desperately, but even with his 4S-level strength, he had no power to resist the opponent. Was this the power of the gods? The sun's heart. That is my heart. The monster spoke. He exuded a terrifying light all over his body, his face growing younger and bearing some resemblance to the willow leaf sword. If Ling Yu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe such a beyond logic event. Seeing the other sun heart about to be taken away, Ling Yu gritted his teeth and threw it towards Qin Mingyu. Seeing Ling Yu swallow one already, Qin Mingyu opened her mouth without hesitation and swallowed the other one. Damn. I'll kill you. Tear open your bellies and dig them out. The monster's voice was deep, eerie, and horrifying. Mingyu. Seeing the monster flying towards Qin Mingyu, Ling Yu disregarded all dangers and rushed over to protect his wife. The monster had absorbed all the power of Qin Mingyu and all the sunstones, and the Saintess had lost her utility, so he was about to finish her. However, Ling Yu managed to grab his wife first. Slap. Ling Yu was struck in the back, breaking through the wall with his wife in his arms and flying out. Behind the temple was a bottomless abyss. The monster, now in a frenzy without the sun hearts, became increasingly agitated. All of this had been calculated by the sage to help him absorb all the power of the sunstones, the power of the two Saintesses, and even the power of the 4 large vessels. It even foreseen Ling Yu willingly offering up the sun's heart. Unfortunately, the central sun's heart's power wasn't absorbed in the end. The final step to perfection was missed. However, the power he had absorbed was enough to evolve his body into a godly body. It's over. Why isn't Ling Yu coming out? At this moment, the entire temple was crumbling, and Ling Qinglong outside was shouting loudly. He and Xiaoyu were trying to save Ling Yu, but they were severely injured, with debris falling constantly and leaving them helpless. We have to retreat. Xiaoyu had no other choice but to make this decision. Seeing 2 huge stones about to crush them, Moon quickly pushed them away. You guys go quickly. Without waiting for their thanks, Moon urged them urgently. Once Xiaoyu and Ling Qinglong left, she planned to turn back and save others. There were 4 women in the vessels and 1 man. Regardless of his story, if he didn't help just now, Ling Yu wouldn't have been able to obtain the dragon-slaying spear to defeat the sage. Thank you. Though severely injured by the sage, Yushi was still alive. You're welcome. Moon felt that, although this man had a touch of evil in his eyes, he still had a certain elegance. As soon as the 4 of them rushed out of the temple collapsed completely. The people fighting around, some dead and some injured. The women in the vessel also closed their eyes, their fates uncertain. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Li followed Ling Yu's orders, as he was on the brink of collapse and could only try to save himself. Despite his retreat order, the remaining Volf warriors were already severely injured, and almost none of them could escape alive. Leaf was in the same situation, covered in wounds and exhausted, stumbling before falling to the ground. Just as he was about to be crushed by the giant rocks, a woman in white with flowing robes took him out just in time. Thank you, Master Lixing. After escaping certain death, Leaf quickly expressed his gratitude. Looking back, he saw that behind Shangguan Fingling, Tiger Saint, and the grandmother Hai Tong were also severely injured but had been saved by her just now. Shangguan Fingling didn't pay any attention to Leaf and suddenly looked up. A figure exuding cold black energy was flying in the sky. The entire sky was gradually darkening due to his presence. Who is this person? Leaf and Ling Qinglong were both extremely surprised. Maku, Nangongwu, Zia Zhu, and others, who were struggling to breathe, covered in blood, also looked at the monster with hopelessness. Not to mention them, even Mo Yin, Tang Xinyao, and Shangguan Fingling were in the same situation. The power of this person exceeded their understanding, and even saints like them appeared minuscule in front of him. The disciples of the Holy Fire Organization also raised their heads, feeling the tremendous and chilling aura emitted by him, knelt down one by one. In their eyes, he was the true god. Even though they didn't recognize him, his real name is Jujiyan. After entering the underworld and reaching the Shadow Country, he changed to the Western name Asura. At this moment, a voice of old age came from behind the crowd. Ancestor. The despairing people suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, especially Lin Qinglong, who had witnessed the terrifying power of the ancestor, while Ling Yu, the supporting actor, had exited early. With the protagonist and the ancestor still around, there might still be hope. He is one of the only 3 gods remaining since 1800 years ago. It was he who stole energy from the mountains, manipulating the Shadow Sauce country behind the scenes and hiding in the shadows for years, attempting to dominate the entire world. The ancient ancestor told the story of this deity to everyone present, sighing quietly. It seems he has restored his divine body and descended upon this land in godly form. It was a tragic tale. Hey, Emperor Kui. Long time no see. Candle Nine fluttered the wings made of black energy and smiled at the ancient ancestor. More than 30 years ago, your disciple defeated the 10 experts I trained, and almost killed me, who was aging. Today, I have finally restored my divine body. Even if all of you join forces, you cannot oppose me. Ha ha ha. Laughing triumphantly. Ling Qinglong had always felt like he resembled someone, and that resemblance only became clearer when he laughed. Isn't he the twin brother of the willow leaf sword? Moshu directly voiced what Ling Qinglong had been thinking. Who cares who he is? Just kill him. Mo Yin was bellicose, leaping even with severe injuries, unleashing the fierce tiger roar fist with all his might. A warrior saint may die in battle, but he must never be scared to death. He wanted to see just how much stronger this deity was compared to their saint class abilities. Doom. With just a glance from Candle Nine, there was an invisible force that sent Mo Yin flying back. Mo Yin. Shangguan Fingling exclaimed in shock, seeing even Mo Yin was helpless against him. Falling from such heights with injuries, would he survive? Luckily, the ancient ancestor appeared behind Mo Yin in a flash, catching him with one hand using Tai Chi techniques to absorb the force, gently placing Mo Yin down unharmed. Shangguan Fingling breathed a sigh of relief. Attack together, Z ordered loudly, hoping to find a weakness in his deity during the assault. Unfortunately, even disregarding their injuries and attacking alongside Lin Qinglong and Mo Shu, they suffered the same fate as Mo Yin, being repelled instantly. Fortunately, the ancient ancestor was extraordinary and caught the 3 of them. However, his aged body could not handle such high-intensity movements for long, and he was already beginning to pant heavily. Ancient ancestor, are you okay? Yuan Bingsh hurried over to support him. I'm fine. The ancient ancestor knew he was the backbone of the group and needed to maintain morale. He couldn't show weakness. However, Xiao's eyes revealed despair, fearing it would damage the team's morale if he didn't speak. Lin Qinglong spat out, expressing what he had in mind. Damn, this old monster is simply invincible, 100 times more difficult to deal with than a saint. Fire. At that moment, Yexiao shouted towards the remaining dozens of Wolf warrior fighters. They all grabbed the guns they had just seized from the Holy Fire Organization and madly fired at the old monster in the sky. However, before the bullets even reached, they were incinerated into ashes. A group of ants. Perish. Candle Nine's eyes revealed disdain as he waved his hands, and two black energy balls came crashing down like cannonballs. Oh no. Get down. The ancient ancestor shouted, urgently using all his strength to create a protective shield. Dang. Dang. After the explosions, aside from the warriors next to him, the ordinary people all fell to the ground in screams. With just a wave of his hand, he killed hundreds, displaying the power of a deity. Prosper with me, oppose me. Die. Candle Nine suddenly shouted, his ethereal voice echoing throughout the Sun Island. Those willing to pledge allegiance to me, kneel now. Otherwise, I will first destroy you, then annihilate the dragon country that resists us. The voice was extremely shocking. The previously chaotic Holy Fire Organization army, witnessing the power of a deity, immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling, raising their hands in an almost devout manner. We pledge allegiance to the deity. We pledge allegiance to the Shadow Sauce country. Seeing this scene, the remaining soldiers of the dragon country wore expressions of despair on their faces. Jinyao. However, Shangguan Fingling did not give up hope. She suddenly signaled Tang Xinya. Understanding her instantly, Tang Xinya jumped over. The two women sat down, sharing a zither. Despite both being in their 50s, they maintained themselves well, exuding an air of elegance thanks to the ancient chin in their hands. Physical attacks were ineffective against this deity, so how about a mental assault? However, as soon as the music started playing, Candle Nine Yin scratched his ear arrogantly, asking, "What are you doing?" Ineffective indeed. Shangguan Fingling and Tang Xinya felt despair as their mental attacks were futile against someone stronger than themselves, even far surpassing their levels of expertise. Continue. At that moment, the ancient ancestor placed his hands on their shoulders. The two women, shocked, felt a power beyond their imagination being transferred to them, restoring their confidence. However, Candle Nine Yin didn't seem to care, even taunting the ancient ancestor, "Emperor Kui, what can you do with that body of yours now? I came down here for my ideals, what about you? You are truly foolish, ha ha ha." The ancient ancestor did not respond to his words, just silently continued. He knew his current remaining strength was definitely insufficient to deal with Candle Nine Yin, but while his physical strength may have waned, his wisdom remained. He sensed that Candle Nine Yin hadn't fully recovered to his peak and the so-called divine body seemed peculiar. Indeed, after the continued mental attacks from the two women, Candle Nine Yin started to change. His laughter suddenly ceased, and he clutched his head in agony, his expression becoming sinister. "Ha ha, I, Willow Leaf Sword, I am the true deity. The ultimate victor is me, not Ling Yu. What's going on?" The injured people lying or sitting on the ground were all surprised, especially Ling Qinglong, Mo Shu, and Nangongwu. Weren't they fighting against a deity? How did a scoundrel like the Willow Leaf Sword intervene? Damn it! Insignificant beings, how dare you defile a god? Candle Nine Yin began to experience mental disintegration. His consciousness was being eroded, leading to confusion. Shangguan Fingling and Tang Xinya turned to look at the ancient ancestor, their eyes filled with confusion. Continue attacking his mind, so confusion. The ancient ancestor continued to instruct them, while asking the other injured individuals lying or sitting around, who can keep going and deliver a fatal blow to him now. Mo Yin stood up again. Mo Shu gritted his teeth and also stood up, spitting out, "I may not be able to handle a god, but to deal with Willow Leaf Sword, I think I suddenly can." Lin Qinglong also stood up, cursing, "Damn it, why hasn't Ling Yu killed this vile thing yet? Is the main antagonist always left for me to deal with as the main character? Stop the nonsense, let's attack together." Nangongwu was pragmatic, seizing the opportunity as Candle Nine Yin slowly descended to the ground and rushing forward. Yueo, Sister Snake Spirit, Ziazu, and other women also joined the battle, not backing down. With others having higher strength levels, catching up to him wasn't an issue. A group of Dragon Country warriors sacrificed themselves to attack this deity. Watching this scene, Shangguan Fingling cried again. Tang Xinya did the same, now even more convinced that what they were doing was the right thing. The Sun Island is currently in fierce battle. On the other hand, the Dragon Kingdom remains unscathed, with fireworks as usual. However, as Shi Peng stands at a high place in Yanjing observing the situation after dealing with state affairs, he is full of worry. The Dragon Kingdom has already united with other anti-hegemonic countries in the world, locking Inky Kingdom in the other two battlefronts. As long as we can crush Inky Kingdom's plan to attack the Dragon Kingdom, Inky Kingdom's 200 years of fortune will come to an end. Whether the world can achieve an era of peace and prosperity depends on you, Ling Yu. The gaze of the country's leader is filled with expectation. Doom. Just as Mo Yin and the others were about to attack Juju Yin, a burst of black light shone and sent them all flying back. Not good. It's too late. Even the ancestor's gaze turned dim. Ha ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. Juju Yin opened his hands, and the wings formed by black energy also spread out, giving overwhelming sense of oppression. I have endured humiliation and hardship for so many years. I have already cultivated an indomitable will. Only my hatred for Ling Yu and my love for Qin Mingyu are eternal. Even the will of the gods is no match for me. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, everyone present widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. It seems that what they are facing is not a divine being, but the sword of willow leaves instead. It seems that dominating the world is ultimately fleeting. The intertwining of love and hate between people is the unbreakable existence. The ancestor also sighed, truly not expecting that human will can overpower the will of the gods. Heh. Let's deal with you first, you old thing. The sword of willow leaves flew over. Its flight trajectory was elusive, making it impossible for human eyes to track. Be careful. Shangguan Fingling and Tang Xinya quickly stood up to protect the ancestor. However, as strong as they were, a swipe of the sword of willow leaves wing sent them flying to the left and right. Fingling, Xinya, seeing his two old friends being beaten, Mo Yin couldn't help but feel distressed. However, he was already too injured to continue fighting. Die. The sword of willow leaves attacked, aiming directly at the ancestor's face. Everyone held their breath for the ancestor, as they could barely follow the movements of the sword of willow leaves. However, the ancestor evaded with a flash, and his palm, at a speed invisible to everyone, suddenly struck the sword of willow leaves' chest. Whoosh! The sword of willow leaves was like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the ruins of the temple, causing a commotion. Well done. The ancestor did it. Knocking down that brat sword of willow leaves means our mission is complete. Lin Qinglong and Mo Shu lay on the ground, shouting excitedly. They never expected that the main character in the end would be the ancestor. Mo Yin also marveled at the fact that even in his 100+ years of age, the ancestor's strength was still beyond what they, as holy class beings, could challenge. However, the ancestor shook his head helplessly, his gaze dimming. If glory were still here, perhaps we could have eliminated this abominable divine being. What a pity. Upon hearing his words, the excited expressions of everyone instantly faded. Doom. The next moment, the sword of willow leaves broke free from the rocks covering it, unscathed and flew out. Hey, you old devil is quite powerful after all. However, your weak body can no longer withstand my powers. The sword of willow leaves laughed triumphantly. Cough. The ancestor suddenly clutched his chest and coughed. Ancestor. Yuan Chengxia Qi quickly ran over. The ancestor was sweating profusely, and with a helpless sigh, he said, "This body can no longer withstand the power of the divine." Ancestor. Yuan Chengxia Qi cried, visibly witnessing the rapid decline of the ancestor's life force. The forced outbreak had pushed his frail body to its limits, and it was approaching its end. Haha, I am the victor. From now on, I am the only god in this world. The sword of willow leaves saw the ancestor slowly fading away without him having to lift a finger, and laughed maniacally. Swish! He first appeared in front of Lin Qinglong and lifted the bulky man up, his eyes filled with triumph. Since our time in the Cloud City, you had been trying to win Mingyu with me, opposing me at every turn. You, this bootlicker, will end up with nothing in the end. Hey, I may be a bootlicker, but I am much happier than you. Lin Qinglong was gasping for breath, yet he still grinned, showing no reverence for the divine being. I have guarded Mingyu, received her care and respect. But what about you? You are the pitiful worm who will end up with nothing in the end. The sword of willow leaves was infuriated, and with a vicious slap, sent Lin Qinglong flying, deliberately not delivering a deadly blow. I have nothing. I will soon have the entire world in my hands. It is you who are the pitiful creatures with nothing. You are about to die. The sword of willow leaves roar, but before you die, I will slowly torture you. Let me show you how I destroy the Dragon Kingdom here. Ha ha ha. Fueled by supreme power, this loyal son of the Cloud City had descended into madness. He flew to everyone who knew Ling Yu, delivering a slap to each person. Shangguan Fingling, Tang Xinya, and the Snake Spirit Sister were no exception, but looked even more excited. They reveled in the pleasure of gaining power, like a pauper who suddenly became a billionaire, flaunting in front of a group of millionaires who used to look down on him. Everyone lay on the ground, despair reflecting in their eyes. They had anticipated failure, but never the depth of their defeat, especially those with experiences in Cloud City. Losing to such a father-killing, hypocritical demon, they couldn't accept it. Ancestor. Only Yuan Chengxia Qi, the young girl who had not participated in the battle, remained ignored, silently weeping beside the ancestor. Don't be sad. Don't lose hope. The ancestor had already laid on the ground, gradually fading away in a radiant light. However, his face still bore a peaceful smile as he said, "Thousands of years ago, such legends were still present in the Dragon Kingdom. It was passed down directly from Emperor Xuanyuan, stating that when a mortal attains divine blood and absorbs the power of the sun, it can become a god, and they will retain the most sincere emotions of humanity, becoming an angelic god radiating golden light. Their radiance will be like sunlight, capable of creating miraculous energies of rejuvenation." As he spoke, whether lying down, kneeling, or standing, everyone inexplicably fell into silence. It was as if they were curious children, listening quietly to an elderly man recount an ancient tale. Their fascination and longing were stirred because behind the temple, a dazzling light was emitting, a light gradually rising from the east like the sun. Even the Sword of Willow Leaves gawked, his eyes filled with astonishment and fear. Had he become a god, yet unable to secure the final victory? Ancestor, the sun is rising, and the darkness is gradually dissipating. A new day is coming. Yuan Cheng Xie wept while smiling, telling the ancestor the final story. The legend you spoke of is about to come true. Upon hearing this, the ancestor slowly closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. The sun, or rather, a figure with a golden spear, wielding giant golden wings and a stern gaze, gradually flew into the sky. Wow! It turned out to be Ling Yu after all. Ling Qinglong lay on the ground, looking at the angel flapping its wings, one hand holding a golden spear, the other embracing the goddess, filled with envy. Mo Shu grinned and said, "Next time, I want to choose a good role too. A role that has no looks, no strength." Ling Yu. The look in Liu Yijian's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, his body emitting black energy surging, ready to flap his wings. Due to time and space constraints, Ling Yu had no intention to engage in any battle with him. He swung his golden spear like a golden meteor, piercing through Liu Yijian's chest after a flash of light. Why? Liu Yijian stared with widened eyes, his expression filled with unwillingness. "I have given up everything, endured countless trials, and still lost in the end." The last glance was left for Qin Mingyu. However, Qin Mingyu's eyes showed no pity, only indifference. With the downfall of the Sun Island plan, the Shadow Sauce country had no effective measures to stop the rise of the Dragon country. Amidst the changes in the international situation, the once prosperous Shadow Sauce country was surrounded by the Dragon country in the third line of defense. Despite everyone expecting the Shadow Sauce country to fight to the end, due to reasons of strength, the Shadow Sauce country hesitated to launch a large-scale war and gradually saw a disintegration of its hegemony. The Dragon country finally rose to power in peace, reclaiming its rightful place in history. Time flies like an arrow. The sun and the moon rush by. 25 years later, Hero Village. An old man had been secretly guarding outside the Ling family's old house early in the morning, whispering, "Why goddess, how can she still look so beautiful and elegant in her 50s, just like she did in her 20s, completely untouched by age? Hehe. Ling Qinglong, what are you sneaking around here for?" Following a voice from behind, an old man with a burly frame was startled. Glancing back, he quickly masked his astonishment with anger and exclaimed, "Zhao Wuji, are you talking nonsense again? How could I be sneaking around? Today is Wukan's 26th birthday. As his elder uncle, I am definitely the first to come and celebrate his birthday." "Heh, brother, it seems like you've come early to peek at his mother, haven't you?" Lin Qingshuan, standing next to Zhao Wuji, still gentle and charming, teased with a playful smile. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Like father, like son. With dad gone, if I make big brother angry, he still won't agree to let you to get married this year." Ling Qinglong threatened with a grin. Zhao Wuji immediately looked affectionately at Lin Qingshuan. Lin Qingshuan, however, remained unfazed. 25 years ago, Ling Yu became an angel, his golden heart of the sun able to resurrect those who were still alive. It was this power that allowed Zhao Wuji and Lin Qingshuan to survive. Over the years, Zhao Wuji had proven his love for her through actions, but every proposal had ended in failure. Lin Qinglong's disapproval was one reason, but the main reason was her heart, which had always belonged to Ling Yu. Even though Ling Yu's family was already full, she silently loved him, never crossing any boundaries. Hehe. Lin Qinglong, you've got a heart of stone. At this moment, the old drunkard, supported by the chubby god, hobbled over, reeking of alcohol, laughing. "You're condemning yourself to a lifetime of being a bachelor, but can't bear to see your sister remain single with you. Ha." Chen Fu had also survived. After the Great War, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu decided to live their own lives. With peace restored, Ling Yu resigned as the commander of the Northern Territory. Qin Mingyu handed over the chairmanship of the General Chamber of Commerce to her grandfather and followed Ling Yu back to Hero Village to be a village woman. However, due to her strong abilities, after the ancestors passed away, she was elected as the village chief. As for Qin Changong, he lived to the age of 99 before passing away, a slight regret for not making it to 100. Haha. Being single is great. Ling Qinglong quickly responded, Dragon Country is now the world's #1, with such great retirement benefits. Moreover, Ling Yu has 3 sons, and his youngest son promised to take care of me in my old age. That way, his mother would technically be half my wife. Shameless. With laughter following Ling Qinglong's words, everyone burst into laughter. What are you all laughing about in front of my sister's house? At this moment, a convoy pulled up outside. This caused a commotion among the villagers, as they could afford the Dragon Country's top brand of new energy flying cars, and there were many of them. The trunks of the cars were opened, all filled with gifts for the birthday celebrant. The female head of the convoy was none other than Qin Ruhan, who had inherited the vast Qin family estate, along with her husband Lin Fan. In order to fulfill Qin Chuangong's wishes and expand the Qing family, they had 10 children together, and all of them had come today. Of course, these children were young and did not know why their parents were so enthusiastic about celebrating someone else's birthday in the village. They had no idea of the former greatness of the occupants of this old house. This was not their fault. The couple of Ling Yu and his wife had been too discreet, with the wife retiring as the village chief and the husband as the village doctor. Not to mention them, many children in the village also did not know how extraordinary they were. Wow. Lin Fan, you've had another son. The chubby god saw Lin Fan holding a baby boy and immediately began to flaunt. Fortunately, my wife is not bad either. She's almost 50, and she just gave birth to 1. I now have 11 children. Ha ha ha. As they bantered, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, especially the other couples who had quietly arrived at the scene. Ling Yu brought Yuangxi back to the village and, with the help of the old drunkard playing matchmaker, married his goddaughter Tang Zuoxuan. However, the two of them had yet to have children. As for Mo Yin and Tang Yan, they continued to stay in Yanjing, but they had also come today. This included the over 80-year-old but still young and beautiful Shangguan Fingling, Tang Xinshan, and Tang Xinya. In the next moment, the whole village was buzzing. What's going on? They've come again? Over 1,000 people have crowded into our village. If you didn't know, you'd think they were bullies. The villagers cried out outside. It turned out to be Lu Wudao and Xiaodeng's group, accompanied by the people from the Dark Night Island, coming together to celebrate Ling Yu's children's birthdays. After being revived, Lu Wudao did not continue as a guardian, but took over as the commander of the Northern Territory in Ling Yu's place. As for the martial arts experts from Dark Night Island, most of them had retired, but whenever there was some celebration or event in the Ling family, they would always come with Lu Wudao and Zi. Nangong was no exception. He arrived in Hero Village by helicopter. The village was becoming busier and more lively. People were either happy, competitive, or getting into arguments. After a while, Lin Qingshuan realized, why haven't Ling Yu and Ming Yu come out yet? At this moment, Ling Yu's youngest son, Ling Tiansai, walked out with a jar of medicine, saying, Aunt Qingshuan, eldest brother went on a blind date today. Aunt Yu Shuang introduced another beautiful girl to him. Hearing this, Ling Qingshuan was speechless and only chuckled after a while. Raise sons in poverty, raise daughters in wealth. Ling Yu and his wife had always followed this saying, so after Ling Wuken went to college, he left the village to make a living on his own. That child never knew how impressive his parents were. As for Qing Yu Shuang, after the war and resurrection, she acknowledged Chen Fu as her father again, but her character remained the same, competing for hegemony with Ling Mingyu in Hero Village. Fighting for men and village affairs was a trivial matter. Now she was even trying to find a wife for Ling Wuken. It was said that this was already the 17th time she had arranged a blind date for him. At this moment, Mingyu was at the village clinic, pulling Ling Yu back home, unable to resist scolding, like father, like son. With a dumb mouth and long reflex arc, he can't even chase after a girl. He's been taken away for another blind date by Yu Xuan. Ling Yu laughed heartily, but remained silent. He didn't think it was a bad thing to not be good at chasing girls. Fortunately, he wasn't good at it back then, which allowed him to marry this wife who never aged. Is this his 18th blind date? Will he be as clueless as you, picking the wrong table during a blind date? Mingyu continued. No, I'm going to make a call to ask him. Saying this, Mingyu immediately called Ling Wuken. Ling Yu stood by listening. Mom, I get it. Ling Wuken sounded impatient. Dad only had grandma to urge him back then. Why do I have so many people badgering me now? I found the blind date partner you arranged for me. I won't be as foolish as Dad. Her name is Su Youngsi. Su Youngsi? Ling Yu was stunned. The blind date partner Yu Xuan had found for him was not named Su. What was Yu Xuan up to? Why hadn't she accompanied their son for the blind date? Did their son get the wrong blind date partner, signaling the start of another exciting story for him? End of the book.